Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 10 BP Chapter 325. Kizaru has a headache, information about Dark Horse Tianjung, 3rd update. For several days, continuous shocking news, everywhere in the sea was shaken. The naval headquarters, which has just been reorganized and led by the new Marine Marshal Kizaru, has also officially completed the swap with the G1 branch. However, the new naval headquarters does not have much action. There is no intention of deploying troops and generals to directly start a war with a certain big pirate in the New World. The focus is still on suppressing the pirates who are constantly causing trouble in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line, suppressing the situation that has become increasingly turbulent and chaotic since the end of the Summit War. Very busy, and the work of recruiting soldiers around the world is still going on. The two admirals, Green Bull and White Dragon, who were promoted exceptionally, also proved to the world the sincerity of the world government in disguise. Although many generals within Marine are inevitably dissatisfied, it has aroused the enthusiasm of many strong folk who are unwilling to be ordinary and yearn for power. One after another, many strong civilians who were still waiting and watching joined naval headquarters. He became a blockbuster and was promoted to Marine Rear Admiral and even Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Quickly replenished the combat power lost by Marine in the Summit War. Hey, Kuzan, are you leaving at this time? The first half of New World? Adjacent to Red Line's original G1 branch, the new naval headquarters. In the Marshal's office, looking at Aokiji dressed casually and wearing a black coat, he came to say goodbye. The newly appointed Marine Marshal Kizaru was a little helpless and tried his best to retain his former colleague. Didn't he say he would stay for a few more months? To be honest, he doesn't really want to be the Marine Marshal. For Kizaru, who has always liked fishing, Marine Admiral's power is enough to satisfy his life pursuits. However, Aokiji resigned directly. He was the only one left among the 3 admirals of the previous generation, and was pushed to the shelves by 5 elders. But Kizaru also had to admit that at certain times, the position of Marine Marshal was still a bit attractive. Otherwise, he would have just refused like the hero Garp. There are just more troublesome things. Especially at this stage, Marine is in dire need of improvement and is in urgent need of internal rectification. Even in Summit War, the lack of blood of so many injured and killed people was a big problem. Moreover, in recent days, one after another has stood out from the world's conscription, and there are too many generals who have been promoted exceptionally. Advertisement and arrange for these new Marine officers, most of whom have never commanded combat experience, to study at the Marine Academy for a period of time. But the sea is turbulent and pirates are everywhere. If you want to arrange for those strong people who have high self-esteem and are unruly, it is too late to go to the Marine Academy for rotation training, so they have to be sent to the front line to fight. Even with Crane Vice Admiral, the Marine's chief advisor, he helped him handle most of the affairs. He, the newly appointed Marine Marshal, is still very busy. In addition to reviewing documents, it is not possible to be lazy and fish. I vaguely regretted that I had a hothead and agreed to the request of Kong Kong, the Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Army, to let me take over as Marine Marshal. I was planning to stay a little longer. Aokiji shrugged and said lazily, but since Marine's new generation of 3 admirals are already in place, there is no need for me, a retired staff member, to worry about it. Said, no intention of staying any longer, walked out on his own. At the door, he suddenly stopped. He scratched his head, thought for a while, and said to Kizaru, by the way, congratulations on becoming Marine Marshal. You guy. Kizaru was startled. He looked deeply at Aokiji, who left calmly after saying this, and said helplessly, I hope we won't become enemies. The butt determines the head. Now that he has taken over the position of Marshal Marine, he is also ready to achieve some results. Perusalino was really worried about Aokiji's character. Moreover, with such a strong combat power, if they really go to the Revolutionary Army or pirates, it will not be an ordinary trouble. However, everyone has their own ambitions, and it is impossible for him to make such a guess. Just force the other party to stay. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Kizaru, who was immersed in reviewing documents, subconsciously raised his head. A tall, middle-aged man wearing a black suit and a cloak of justice appeared at the door of the office. He has smooth red hair, a pointed nose, pure black eyebrows, and wears a pair of sunglasses. Please give me flowers, compared to other Marine general officers. Advertisement, Tianjung, why are you here free? Kizaru tilted his mouth and motioned for the other party to come in. The other party is the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau under Naval Headquarters, codenamed Dark Horse, and military rank Vice Admiral. He is one of the key figures of the Hawks. Due to the Summit War, Lot, unfortunately died. Many hawkish generals are beginning to move closer to the Dark Horse. I just got some news. Facing the Marine Marshal, Dark Horse Tianjung looked calm and said simply and succinctly, the former Admiral of Headquarters Black Arm, Zephyr, frequently contacted those dovish generals in private. I'm afraid you, the newly appointed Marine Marshal, need to pay attention. 0. Teacher Zephyr, what do you mean? Kizaru raised his eyelids. There are many reasons, and the contradiction is not small. But unfortunately, his relationship with the other party is the worst. Is that so? You really need to pay attention? Kizaru leaned back in his office chair. Now within Marine, not only the Rear Admiral officers are mostly students of Black Arm Zephyr, but he, Sono Inu, and Aokiji are no exception. Perusalino had a vague premonition. Kizaru's eyes flickered. It can be said that it is no worse than the late Buddha Sengoku and the recently retired hero Garp. He frowned and said helplessly, "Thank you for paying attention. If you know what's going on, I'll go down first." Watching the Dark Horse leave. The other party has a high prestige among Marines and is loved and respected by countless Marines. Looking at the blue sky outside, he murmured, "It's been chaotic enough lately. I hope you won't cause me any more trouble, Teacher Zephyr." However, when I think of Black Arm Zephyr's character, I also think of some of the changes he has undergone in recent days. I heard that he has already submitted his resignation to Marshal Kong before. Like the hero Garp, he is preparing to retire completely and no longer retain any position. Dark Horse Tianjung pushed up his sunglasses and reminded him, "It's impossible to contact those generals at this time just to reminisce about old times, right?" Black Arm Zephyr is not only a former Marine Admiral, but also the chief instructor of the Marine Academy. Up pointing arrow. I felt a little confused. Chapter 326 Desert Star, Memory Fruit. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Oh, Island of Kurdive. A corner of an originally remote mine. I don't know when, but a huge pit has been created. On this day, Ren was undergoing high-intensity training as usual, hitting the mine like crazy. Received report from Khalifa. The whole person couldn't help but stop exercising. Turning around and looking at the other party, he was a little surprised. "You mean that guy Fozzie Fu was defeated?" Although he looks down on the current flying 6 cells, Foz Fu can indeed be said to be the strongest flying 6 cells among the Beast's pirates below 3 disasters. Of course, now the strongest one has become King Kong, the Great Ape King. But with King Kong's strength, strictly speaking, even Droughtjack is no match for him. Not included here. Yes, the flying 6th cell, Foz Fu on the other front clashed with the Big Mom Pirates because of the robbery of Melall Island. Khalifa said, 990. There. The opponent sent out was Snag, the 25th son of the Charlotte family, one of the 4 desert generals. He was defeated. What about the other 3 plagues? He took the towel handed to him by Khalifa. Wiping the sweat from his head, Ren raised his eyebrows. Jin Sama led his men and horses, and when they were snatching the Whitebeard pirates' territory, they had some conflicts with the Ochaku pirates. They couldn't walk away. It is said that even Kaido Sama rushed over in person. Droughtjack and Epidemic Quinn are currently on different fronts and cannot provide immediate support. So Lord Kaido hopes that you can go over and support Foz Fu. Pushing up her gold-rimmed glasses, Khalifa said helplessly. When talking about Fozzie F, there was a strange flash in her eyes. When Fozzie Fu defected, he had not yet officially joined CP9. But as a member of CP9, of course she has heard of the other party. That jobber guy, Lucci and the others are quite repulsive to Fozzie Fu. He seemed to hate the other party. I remember that King Kong guy's pirate battleship, it seems to be nearby, right? After looking at the rough chart, which was scattered with various islands in the general directions of Beast's pirates' troops, Ren said directly, "Just let him pass." Although he serves as the leader of the mobile unit and is responsible for coordination and support. Advertisement, but you don't have to do everything yourself. Among the 4 desert generals, he is just the last general. He's not a top-ranked general. Notify King Kong immediately. Just about to turn around and leave. Thinking of something, Khalifa added, "By the way, Lord Ren. Kaido-sama said that it is not the best time to directly engage in a full-scale conflict with the Big Mom pirates. If that guy Foz Fu is not dead, let that Snag live and arrest him. Let Big Mom redeem me when the time comes, bang bang W. Turn around and continue to hit the mine in front of you." Ren, who transformed into a cultivator madman, ordered without looking back. Then just tell that guy King Kong. Given the current situation, even if there is a conflict with the Big Mom pirates, it is a small-scale conflict. No one is a fool. As long as the other party still has a bottom line, even if he suffers some losses, he will try his best to endure this tone and deliberately maintain restraint. Even Kaido would not be so stupid as to start a full-scale war with the Big Mom pirates at this time. We are all 4 emperors, who is worse than the other? No matter how disdainful and belittling it may appear on the surface. But in fact, we all know that rashly starting a war will only benefit others. And honestly, before Ren joined, due to Yamato's rebellious nature, he does not consider himself a member of the Beast's pirates at all. Let's not put aside which of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom, is stronger or weaker. In terms of power alone, the overall combat power of the Beast's pirates is actually not as good as that of the Big Mom pirates. Because the disasters of the Beast's pirates are relatively brutal, their personal bounty is much higher than that of the 4 desert stars. As for the cadres of the Charlotte family, there are quite a few who have bounties of more than 300 million and less than 700 million. But Beast's pirates is the strong player in this range. Very few. Time passes. The sun sets in the west, at dusk. Adjacent to Melall Island in the middle half of New World. On the smoke-filled coast, the smell of blood still remains. The bodies of some pirates were thrown into the sea. Advertisement it attracted a large number of sea beasts, vying to eat them, and it was extremely bloody. A wolfish figure covered in blood and with horns on his head was hung on the cross. In front, stood a tall figure with bandages wrapped around his body, looking somewhat embarrassed. This is a very fat man with a long nose and black hair tied into a bun with a hairpin like a gourd. Wearing a wool coat, a red and white striped scarf, and armor on his arms, he is extremely fierce. Holding the big knife and looking fiercely at Fozzie Fu in front of him, General Snag was filled with anger. You guy, you actually hurt me. Lord Snag, after all, he is the 6th flying cell among the Beast's pirates, second only to the 4 major disasters, and he also has the highest bounty among them. Don't be impulsive. Seeing General Snag was filled with anger, he had the intention to kill Fozzie Fu directly. The leaders of the Big Mom pirates on the side were busy reminding. After all, we are not ready for a full-scale war with the Beast's pirates yet. Besides, it is more beneficial for us to keep him and we can negotiate with Beast's pirates. Especially, now that Beast's pirates has been joined by monsters like Blood Prison Ren, it would not be good for us to start a war with them rashly. If we fight to the death, both sides will suffer losses, but other forces may take advantage of us. This leader of the Big Mom pirates couldn't help but feel a little scared and his scalp was numb. If Ren were here, he would be surprised to find that it is the Paramecia memory fruit recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. General Snag took a deep breath there. General Snag and the pirates present could not help but shrink their pupils. Don't worry about this, I know. 2 members of the Charlotte family, who had extremely long necks and were suspected to be snake-headed people, hurried over. He suppressed the idea of cutting off the opponent's head directly and put away the big knife. In his opinion, even Katakuri, the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family and known as the strongest general, may not be able to stop the Bloody Prison Ren, who is too young and too powerful, terrible monster. It happened that such a strong man also joined the Beast's pirates and became the 4th Tiancheng. In fact, 0.2 is really scary. The only ones that can block the opponent are monsters like Marine Admiral or 4 Emperors. Think of the monster-like power that Bloodhell Ren showed during Summit War. Such a guy is like a walking natural disaster, and cannot be matched by sheer numbers. He is not like those guys in the Charlotte family who are overly arrogant and blindly worship the 4 desert stars. This is Devil Fruit, Brother Snag. Joskaponi, the 29th daughter of the Charlotte family, held a naginata and happily held up a strange-looking fruit, signaling to Snag as if it was a treasure. While we were chasing the remnant enemy, we accidentally found it in the forest. At this time. Advertisement Chapter 327 King Kong. Strengthened, Brain Power Enhancement, Open Black Lens Bracket First Update Close Black Lens Bracket. It's actually Devil Fruit, it looks like a good harvest. Coastside. Received Devil Fruit. Looking at it with interest, Nagel laughed. The original gloomy energy disappeared. Mom will definitely be happy, but I don't know what kind of fruit power it is. As he said that, he looked at his 2 younger brothers and sisters from the snake-headed tribe and said with satisfaction, "You did a good job." Good luck. Earn the praise of this general brother. The 2 young brothers and sisters of the snake-headed clan scratched their heads and were a little excited. Devil Fruit. On a simple cross, covered in blood and tied there, Fozzie Fu woke up and said with envy and hatred, "Ahem, you guys are really lucky." He didn't expect that. I had already occupied this island before, but I couldn't find this Devil Fruit. Instead, the Charlotte family got it. Hey, did you regain consciousness so quickly? Snag raised an eyebrow, looking at Fozzie Ford, dripping with blood and tied to the cross. That fat and ferocious face did not conceal his murderous intent. He is indeed an esper of the zone ancient species. You guy. Stop being so arrogant, just a prodigal dog. For a while, members of the Charlotte family, they all glared at Fozzie Fu. Kill me if you dare, Master Kaido will not let you go. Fozzie Fu said through gritted teeth. This battle was a huge blow to him. He has always been proud and arrogant, but he has always believed that he is qualified to sit on the position of Beast's pirates, big name. As a result, Snag, the 25th son of the Charlotte family, one of the 4 sweet generals of the Big Mom pirates and ranked at the bottom, actually defeated himself. And he wasn't careless at all. Although they also hurt each other, they still lost in the end. Want to die? Lousy won't kill you, but I have decided to chop off one of your legs first. Snag's eyes showed cruelty and he said with a ferocious smile. They are the Big Mom pirates, so what about the so-called flying 6 cells? Keeping him alive is already giving the Beast's pirates face. Lord Snag, a pirate ship appeared on the sea, at this time. The lookout shouted nervously, "It's the flag of the Beast's pirates." What, are reinforcements from the Beast's pirates coming? Those guys, are they moving so fast? It's a pity that they came late. Advertisement, hey, we have Master Snag, one of the 4 desert generals here. The pirates of the Big Mom pirate group were all a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Beast's pirates sent reinforcements so quickly. But still confident, not afraid at all. Is the guy in trouble coming? Snag, who was about to cut off one of Fozzie Fu's legs, couldn't help but stop. He turned around and asked coldly, how many people are here? Only 1 ship, no more than 1 expected. The pirate from the Big Mom pirate group looked at the pirate ship getting closer and closer in the distance through a monocular telescope. He swallowed there and responded loudly. However, the leader seems to be the new flying 6-cell, giant ape, King Kong, who has been in the limelight recently. And former CP9 member Rob Lucci, who has a bounty of 345 million Baileys. Another Fei Liubao? Snag raised an eyebrow. His face was full of dissatisfaction. Immediately, he showed a cruel smile. Beasts Pirates, you must underestimate me, the desert general, right? You actually send such a guy to die. Get ready to fight. Let me sink them into the sea. Yes, thousands of weird cookie soldiers. There were swarms of people coming, densely packed. It's shocking. Are the reinforcements coming? That guy is too slow. On the cross, the weak Fozzie Fu raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance. A vague pirate ship is approaching slowly. The new Fei Liu Bao King Kong, and Rob Lucci? He frowned, a little dissatisfied. Isn't it Blood Prison Ren himself? He didn't think that such a battle could defeat the Big Mom Pirates, especially since the Charlotte family had an absolute advantage in terms of military strength. There is also a Desert Star with a bounty of 600 million belly. The other officers of the Big Mom Pirates are also very capable. Foz Foles knows that Cobber's Ren, the fourth natural disaster, is responsible for the strategic support of the Beast's Pirates. When he saw that the situation was not good, he had already asked people to ask for help from the headquarters. Logically speaking, the fourth big sign should have come in person. Not to mention King Kong. I heard that Sasaki's stupid fishman was no match and was replaced directly. But Foz Fu didn't think that the other party would be better than him. Although Rob Lucci's bounty is relatively high, it is not even comparable to the current, flying 6th Cell, siblings Ulti and Peggy Wan. But in his opinion, the opponent's strength is far inferior to his own. Fire. At Snag's order. A warship docked on the coast. A series of dark, large-caliber artillery pieces were mounted there. A large number of artillery shells were carried up by Homit's soldiers. Moreover, due to the ability of Charlotte Linlin, the Four Emperors' soul fruit. Even these cannonballs are conscious Homits, each with an anthropomorphic expression, full of weirdness. Fly out, let me go first. Advertisement, blow them up. Boom, boom, blow them all up. Cannonballs were fired one after another. Each one showed an anthropomorphic expression, and actually controlled the flight trajectory. Continuously rushed towards the menacing pirate ships on the sea. Everyone on alert. Start fighting back, Beasts Pirates pirate ship. One by one the pirates got busy. Not to be outdone, they kept firing there. What kind of hit rate is this? Damn, it's too much, it's unstoppable. They have too many battleships. Moreover, there are all these kind of Homid shells that can fly towards the enemy on their own. But not for long. Looking at the dense mass of 270 shells above the sea, they seemed to have consciousness and were continuously bombarding the pirate ship with no deviation at all. These Beasts Pirates couldn't help but change their colors in horror. Moreover, they only have one pirate warship, but the opponent is a fleet led by General Shing. The gap is too big. Tempest kick chaos. Looking at the cannonballs with anthropomorphic expressions, Rob Lucci frowned. He suddenly jumped up and kicked his legs out violently. Shoo shoo, the atmosphere is torn apart. One after another, light green slashes broke through the air like lightning. Lucci, get out of the way. King Kong directly took out a small blue wave ball and put it into his mouth. Looking at the leader King Kong, he was surprised. Brain power up. Cut through the shells that kept coming. However, although under normal circumstances, I haven't completely mastered that move, but as long as it gets bigger and uses the power of the blue wave ball, it should be no problem. Oh, do you want to use that move? Lucci stepped aside and fell to the side. An axe smashed through Lucci's defense and hit the cannonball towards the bow of the ship. Power up. King Kong, who is tall and looks like a little giant, takes heavy steps and exudes a fierce momentum. Let me do it. Boom boom. A pirate named Beasts Pirates was a little surprised. Lord King Kong, what are you? Even Lucci couldn't stop them all. Holding the sharp and huge Thor's battle axe, the ape's eyes were awe-inspiring. Blue wave ball. Human animal shape. The shells are getting thicker and denser, under the astonished eyes of the other Beasts Pirates. Chapter 328 The Gun of Elbaf. Unstoppable. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Item. All of a sudden, the pirate ship shook violently. On the sea, the waves were rough. It was as if the entire pirate ship was suddenly carrying an astonishing weight, and the water level sank a lot. On the deck, there were bursts of frightening whines. Oh, this is, in the eyes of the pirates of the 100 Beast group, whose colors changed with horror. The King Kong is no less than 10 meters long, with a size like a small giant, constantly expanding and enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly it exceeded 20 meters and became taller than the giants. Moreover, it is still rising rapidly. Gulu, it's big enough, Lord King Kong. It's comparable to the ancient giants. If it gets bigger, the boat won't be able to hold it. One of the pirates was sweating coldly as he screamed. I saw King Kong stopped at the 30-meter high checkpoint. Let this pirate warship be able to bear the load without falling into pieces. The extremely exaggerated huge body, the muscles all over the body couldn't help but bulge, and the veins popped out under the thick red hair. Far stronger than usual, full of a terrifying sense of power. It makes one's scalp tingle. That is, getting bigger? Is that the giant race? No, that orangutan is bigger than the giants. Is it the barbarian tyrant under the Beasts Pirates? No, he suddenly grew bigger. He is probably a user with some special ability. On the coast of Marikal Island, the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Somewhat shocked. Humph, what's the use of changing the sky? looking at the huge and fierce figure on the sea in the distance. His eyes shrank, Snag sneered, and without hesitation he loudly ordered, "Keep firing, let me sink them in the sea." He would not be stupid enough to give up his own advantage and fight the opponent on land. In this case, of course, it relies on firepower advantage. Let guys like Beast's pirates die in the sea. Yes, Ingwen people. Advertisement, bang bang, launch, I'm coming. Fly, fly, I'm going to explode. Boom, boom, blow them up. Accompanied by bursts of fire, a series of anthropomorphic cannonballs. It shot out from there and flew towards the pirate ship in the distance. It was densely packed and overwhelming, damn it. Can't escape, the enemy's firepower is too strong. These bastards have no intention of giving us a chance to engage in a battle. Looking at the countless shells on the sea, swarming in and almost targeting the pirate ship they were on. The pirates of Beast's pirates can't help but change their colors. His face looked frightened and a little desperate. Why are you panicking? You losers. Lucci put his hands in his pockets. He stood aside with a calm face and scolded directly. Although his status is not that of Fei Liubao, he is still a real fighter. Moreover, Ren, the confidant of the fourth natural disaster, and his own bounty of more than 300 million belly, can naturally deter these guys. Wah wah GG, the astonishing thunderlight kept flashing. King Kong held high the Thor's battle axe which, under the influence of the special ability of his phantom beast Titan form, grew larger and intertwined with dazzling electric light as it grew larger. The cold light of the battle axe wraps around the pitch black hockey, flashing with wisps of blue electric light. The huge beast body exudes a terrifying aura that makes people tremble. Elbaf's spear, the diamond ape stared at the sea ahead with awe-inspiring eyes. Facing the incoming artillery shells, it burst out violently. Hikoku. In an instant the atmosphere was directly distorted. Buzz buzz accompanied by extremely intense light and radiance. An unparalleled violent shockwave swept out, boom boom W. It's as devastating as decay, a series of anthropomorphic cannonballs. Advertisement he was directly crushed mercilessly, torn apart continuously, turned into dots of fire and exploded. In the eyes of Snag and other pirates from the Big Mom Pirates, their expressions changed with shock and disbelief. Boom boom. The terrifying shockwave continued unabated. It hit the coast. Unstoppable, rumble, no. Ah. No surprises. One by one, the pirate warships that were too close and not far apart were destroyed in an instant. Even those who were far away and were not hit were directly overturned by the rolling airwaves. Countless Homid soldiers and pirates were unable to even escape and were directly overwhelmed by the violent shockwave. Woohoo, crash. The wind was raging, the waves were raging, and the whole sea was boiling. A huge shockwave penetrated deep into the island. Large amounts of smoke and dust were raised, makes you sweat. This is, Gulu, too strong. What a power this is. All of a sudden, the opponent's fleet was actually destroyed. A pirate named Beast's Pirates, his mouth opened wide, he was extremely shocked. Some are speechless. Lord King Kong, he looked at the unattainable and extremely violent figure. Everyone couldn't help but their eyes shone, full of awe and admiration. Not that none of them had ever gone on an expedition with the three catastrophes. But even that drought, Mr. Jack, you can't do such an exaggerated thing, right? Tisk, tisk, is this the legendary Elbaf's gun? Even Rob Lucci, who was already mentally prepared, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Such power is really exaggerated. No wonder Ren is so fond of King Kong. When we were on Ghost Island, we even took it out for special training. It is said that he had learned it from the two former leaders of the giant soldier pirates, Blue Ogre and Red Ogre, but even Ren himself was unable to master it due to his own body size limitations before he became a fantasy beast type user. Teach the opponent the spear of Elbaf. This kind of move, which requires huge strength and huge size to fully exert its power, is simply specially prepared for monsters like King Kong. Although this move is far inferior to the terrifying, hi move jointly performed by the four emperors Kaido and Whitebeard in Summit War. But it's already pretty amazing. Chapter 329. The shocked Fozzie Fu fled, third update. This is, on the messy coast. Fozzie Fu, who was tied to the cross and was not affected, his eyes widened as he escaped. Some looked in disbelief at the huge figure on the sea in the distance with an astonishing momentum. Standing on top of the pirate warship, it was as if it could crush the entire warship. His mouth opened wide and he was sweating. Fortunately, he had underestimated the opponent before, thinking that no matter how strong he was just a beast. It was entirely because Sasaki was too weak that he lost to King Kong. As a result, when he turned around and saw the bloody reality, he was slapped hard. Lock up. After a long time, the smoke and dust dispersed. After narrowly escaping the disaster, Snag and others were a little embarrassed. Looking at the coast, a huge ditch hundreds of meters wide was completely plowed into the depths of the island. They all couldn't help but look in disbelief. Some are speechless. I just felt cold. Are they sure they're not facing monsters like Kaido or Ren? This guy's strength. Are you sure he's just the sixth Fae? Looking at the menacing warship on the sea, getting closer and closer. Snag wiped the cold sweat from his head and glanced at Fuzif, who was hanging there covered in blood. Such exaggerated power. Let's not talk about Blood Prison Ren's bounty as high as 3 billion Baileys, chasing Kaido, the young monster who is the strongest creature on land, sea and air. You can't do it even if it's 3 disasters, right? You're telling me this is Fei Liubao? What an honor it was for him, Fozzie Fu, to be qualified to stand alongside such a monster. Brother Snag, they're coming. The brothers and sisters of the Snakehead clan on the side were full of fear and no longer had the initial confidence. The pirate ship of Beast's pirates is getting closer and closer. There he screamed uneasily. Hateful, I caught a glimpse of a pirate ship on the sea that had not been destroyed. Snag, who was a little unwilling, clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth and said loudly, everyone, retreat immediately. By now, they had no choice but to abandon the island. Wait until his mother Big Mom sends stronger reinforcements and then fight back. Yes, the surviving Homits and the pirates were already frightened out of their wits. After hearing the order from General Snag, how could he still refuse? They all rushed towards the only remaining pirate ship not far away. What about that guy? He pointed at Fuzifu who was hanging there. Mascarpone, the elder brother among the snake-headed brothers and sisters, couldn't help but ask. Leave him alone. Snag ran towards the pirate ship without looking back. Now if they cause trouble for Fuzifu again, wouldn't they just hunt them down with those guys? Advertisement. Although he is reckless, he is not stupid. Crash. Miles away on the sea. The pirate ship rode the wind and waves there and rushed towards Marikal Island. The momentum was so violent that the deck creaked under the pressure, and the huge figure of the battleship was swaying and shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Call. King Kong has returned to his original little giant form. There he took a long breath, glanced at the hot battle axe, and then looked at the messy coast. Although this move is quite powerful, it is really tiring. Lord King Kong, those guys from the Big Mom Pirates want to escape. Observation platform on the mast. The pirates who discovered the Big Mom Pirates wanted to escape, but were obviously frightened by King Kong's devastating blow. The watchman of Beast's Pirates was busy reporting there. Lucci on the side raised his eyebrows and asked directly, have you seen that guy Fozfu? On the coast, Lord Fozzie Ford is hanging on the rack, but he should still be alive, the lookout responded there. What are you doing standing there? Shoot me. King Kong beat his chest and gave a fierce order. Sink those guys, don't let them escape. These days of continuous fighting and fighting, the great ape king of Luna Island is rare. He is becoming more and more like a qualified pirate. All of a sudden, easy to attack and defend. The pirates named Beast's Pirates were all excited. They all got busy and adjusted the muzzle of the cannon. Fire. Sink those bastards. Let them see how powerful it is. Bang. CDEF. Bang. In the blink of an eye, one after another, pitch-black shells continued to blast into the distance. He blasted towards the pirate ship that was flying the flag of the Big Mom Pirates and was about to set sail and prepare to leave. Boom. Boom. Water splashes. A large number of cannonballs were thrown continuously. It's a pity that it didn't hit. The nearest shell was more than 1 meter away. Crash. The sea surface is boiling and dripping. A boat with a peculiar snack style is rocking. Some pirates or Homits were almost unsteady and staggering. Hateful. The blade smashed the incoming shells into pieces. Advertisement Snag's face was livid, he was gnashing his teeth, and said in anger, those bastards. Kang. Sparks sputter, directly cut off the anchor chain. There he shouted. Hurry, ship, Sir Snag, there are still people who haven't come up. Looking at the Beast's Pirates pirate ship getting closer and closer, Snag's eyes were full of fear. Glancing at the pirates and Homits who were rushing to board the ship, he looked cruel and said coldly, leave them alone. To him, as long as the children of my Charlotte family are fine. Others are completely irrelevant and can be discarded. Those pirates are gone when they are gone. At worst, just recruit again. As for homies, as long as there are enough souls in the Sea of Toto land, there will be as many of these things as you want. His mother can use the Paramecia Soul Fruit's ability at any time to create an invincible army of Homits. Yes, the ship has sailed. Wait a minute, I haven't boarded the boat yet. Lord Snag. Damn it, are those bastards going to abandon us? Damn Snag. Not long after, he was so angry that he cursed and was full of anger. These guys deserve to die. The Snakehead clan brothers and sisters are assisting Snag and are constantly blocking the incoming shells. A pirate ship with a unique desert style, Seeing Snag, the general, he ignored them and sailed away. However, the pirates who joined the Big Mom Pirates were different. His face looked extremely ugly. Damn it, it fell on the island. I don't know whether to live or die, but I dare to abuse brother Snag. Hearing this, Snag was stunned. Although the number was large, the Homits soldiers had low IQs and did not dare to disobey the orders of those members of the Charlotte family. The pirate ship immediately launched at full speed. Wait a minute, brother Snag. Suddenly, the snake-headed sister thought of something and asked hurriedly, where is the devil fruit? Looking at the coast that is getting away, if they were in Wanguo, I would kill them now. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. Don't care about the survivors who haven't boarded the ship yet. Subconsciously touched himself. Chapter 330 Snag is lucky, 4th update. Brother Nasnig. Are we really going to give up that devil fruit? After all, that guy is just a flying 6 cells, not even a big sign. I think he would be exhausted if he could deliver that blow. You're right. If he's really that powerful, how could he just be a mere 6 cells? It's just a ship with less than 1,000 people, that's all. And if Mom knows, what if she gets angry, on the sea? I heard Snag accidentally left the devil fruit on the island. The face of a member of the Charlotte family changed. He looked at the coastline not far away, still feeling unwilling to do so. After all, they are devil fruits worth hundreds of millions of Baileys, which are hard to come by. Although I don't know what the ability is, but if it is a powerful ability, wouldn't it be a waste of money for Beast's pirates? The key is to think that if they offend their mother, Charlotte Linlin, they will definitely be punished. The mother got angry, but she didn't care whether they were her children or not. For a moment, these members of the Charlotte family couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Hateful. Snag's expression changed. Naturally, he was also a little unwilling. Looking at the menacing Beast's pirates' pirate ship in the distance. He suddenly woke up and thought that after all he was just a flying 6 cells, how strong could he be? Are you, the majestic 4th Desert General of the Big Mom Pirates, frightened by the scene just now? In particular, Snag couldn't help but shudder when he heard these younger brothers and sisters mention Charlotte Linlin. With that mother's overbearing personality, she would definitely be angry if she knew that her general had given up a devil fruit that she had finally found while facing the Beast's pirates flying 6 cells without even having a direct confrontation. Maybe he, the general, will be directly removed from the list and may even be deprived of his lifespan. He swung a slash, split the incoming shells. After hesitating for a moment, Snag held a trace of luck and gritted his teeth and said, "Then I will go up to retrieve the fruit first, and the others will be on standby on the boat. Send the boat to the back of this island later, and we'll meet there. It's not that he is desperate for a devil fruit, but it was taken due to the power of my mother. I just had to bite the bullet, waiting to find the devil fruit. At the very least, even if he couldn't beat him, with so many Miz acting as cannon fodder, he should be able to retreat." Soon in the eyes of the abandoned pirates and homies of the Big Mom Pirates, they were shocked and inexplicable. Advertisement Snag, the general, went directly to the coast. The tall figure stood there. "Idiots, why are you panicking? Lord Snag. Huh? Isn't he going to abandon us? What happened? Are we going to go to war with those Beast's pirates? Let me tell you, Snag Sama is the general of the Big Mom Pirates. How is it possible to be afraid of mere Beast's pirates?" These pirates were shocked. They were already a little desperate, but they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Immediately, they were full of excitement and cheered for each other. "Just a member of the Beast's pirates, don't be scared." Looking at the pirates who had just insulted him among the homies. Disdain and sarcasm flashed across Snag's eyes, but there was no trace of it on his face, as if he hadn't heard anything just now. He directly raised the gleaming sword high and shouted loudly, "I just asked them to drive the ship away to avoid being damaged. After all, this is our last ship. I just launched such an amazing attack. I believe that guy has already exhausted his strength and can't even make a second attack. Everyone follow me and kill them. Oh. Long live Lord Snag. Don't be afraid, everyone, we have generals here." Seeing Snag, a general, so brave. A soldier named Homies and the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates group all had their morale boosted. "Quick, I accidentally lost the devil fruit just now. Go and find it for me." Looking at the pirate ship on the sea where the Beast's pirates are getting closer and closer, and they keep firing cannons. Then he glanced at the boats that his brothers and sisters were continuing to drive around the coastline to the other side of the island. Snag loudly ordered there. "Pick up your spirits and show the Beast's pirates guys something in the future. Look." He held the blade tightly, a little nervous, but also a little excited. Indeed, if the other party could launch such a powerful attack continuously. So now, their pirate ship should have been destroyed. It shows that the opponent's strength is far less powerful than he imagined. Asking for flowers 009 times out of 10, you are scaring yourself. If he was so powerful, how could he just be a mere 6 cells? It was not like he had never seen the strength of Fozzie Fu, one of the flying 6th cell. Even though King Kong may be stronger than him, I believe it is only too strong. He may not be the opponent of his general. Advertisement. Devil fruit? Yes, Lord Snag. Did you hear everything? Everyone, go and look for it. Hear Snag say that. Some pirates were stunned for a moment, a little confused. Could it be that the other party deliberately turned back from the ship because the devil fruit was lost? But more Homid soldiers would not disobey the General Snag's orders at all. They all swarmed out and were busy searching there. 0. Those pirates who had doubts saw Snag, the general, did not leave. In the end, I gradually let it go and didn't care so much. Busy looking for the lost devil fruit. Lord King Kong, General Snag, who originally boarded the ship to escape, turned back for some reason. Far away. On the menacing pirate battleship. The lookout is always watching the movements of the Big Mom Pirates. There he immediately reported the situation to King Kong, the 6th compatriot. Oh, Lucci was full of surprise and sneered. Hey, I thought he was going to run away. He's just a desert star. Then just kill him. King Kong crossed his arms and said with a ferocious smile. Wait a minute, don't be too reckless. Lucci's eyelids twitched. I was afraid that the other party would go too far, so I reminded him. Master Ren has an order, try to keep as many people alive as possible. If it were to directly trigger a full-scale fight between the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast's Pirates, it would be completely unnecessary for them. This will only benefit those guys from world government and marine. They are planning to take over Beast's Pirates in the future. Naturally, I don't want to lose both sides in a fight with the BIGMOM Pirates. Can't we kill him? Got it? King Kong curled his lips. Suddenly I became a little less interested. It prefers simpler and rougher combat. I always find it difficult to control my strength without beating people to death. Directly smash the opponent into meat paste, or directly split in half. How happy that is. Chapter 331 The Strongest CP9V's Desert General, Update 1. Bang bang, boom boom, keep firing, don't stop. Destroy them for me. Damn it, Beast's Pirates battleship is coming. Fight with all your strength. Don't back down, don't let these guys break into the beach. Marikal Island. There were shouts of killing and the sound of gunfire continued. There were bursts of fire and smoke. Under the command of General Snag, the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates are building a front there. Trying to intercept the Beast's Pirates pirate ship that is rushing into the coastal waters and is about to dock. However, the performance of Beast's Pirates warships is not necessarily much worse than Marine's warships. As the largest arms manufacturer in the New World, artillery shells are like free money, and they don't feel bad at all when consumed. Before they even docked, the large number of 3 large-caliber artillery guns never stopped. Continuous shelling was launched. Boom boom. On the messy coast, huge craters were made one after another by the shells. A large number of pirates and homits were directly bombarded and screamed. It became bumpy and disfigured. Kill them. If you dare to go against us Beast's Pirates, go to hell and repent. He's just a general of the Big Mom Pirates, but we have the invincible King Kong here. A pirate named Beast's Pirates washed up on the coast. He fearlessly attacked the homies soldiers and pirates of the Big Mom Pirates, completely ignoring that he only had less than 1,000 men, while the other party had tens of thousands including homits as soldiers. With King Kong, the strongest flying sixth cell, he is full of confidence. There is no fear at all. FK me, commanding those homits and pirates. Blocking the ferocious attack of Beast's Pirates. Looking at the red giant ape standing on the bow of the ship in front, which had not yet officially landed, Snag, who was waiting with a sword in hand, looked livid, and asked loudly without looking back, "Damn it, haven't you found it yet?" "I'm very sorry, Lord Snag, because the attack just now was too shocking." A pirate from the Big Mom Pirates responded with a sweaty expression. "The impact was too wide. I really don't know where the fruit landed." Hateful. Snag gritted his teeth, as he expected. Advertisement with so many homits and pirates, the lost devil fruit should be found soon. As long as the devil fruit is found, even if the damage is greater, he can still explain it to his mother, Charlotte Linlin. I don't have to go head to head with guys like Beast's Pirates. Head straight to the back to meet the others, evacuate by boat. Roar, at this time. Lucci is full of fighting spirit. Directly transformed into human animal form. The whole body looked ferocious, charging up like a cheetah. Tempest kick guy. His right foot was like lightning and he kicked out fiercely. Call out. A huge slash appeared out of thin air. It transformed into a dazzling bird of prey, spread its wings and attacked suddenly. Boom. Boom. Ah, loud noises continue. A pirate and homid soldier standing in front of him screamed. Either they were cut in half, or they were blown away one after another. The lush forest behind was directly cut off by the huge unabated slash. Shocking. Gulu. It's Rob Lucci, the legendary CP9 genius who is the strongest in 800 years. 6 moves. It's the same move as Fosfu's flying 6 cells just now. To actually kick out such an exaggerated slash. Witnessing this scene, the pirates named Big Mom Pirates were all a little shocked. I always feel that the Rob Lucci in front of me is better than the previous Fosfu. Shave. Rob Lucci stepped down. At an astonishing speed, he rushed towards the General Snag. Hey, Lucci, you guy. On the battleship. King Kong saw this and shouted. Are you trying to steal my prey? Hey, it's not a challenge for you anyway, so why not just leave it to me? Lucci, who was full of murderous intent and bloodthirsty, bared his teeth and said. The words have not yet finished. He had already rushed in front of Snag. Rob Lucci? Snag's eyes were fierce. The broadsword wrapped around Hockey and struck hard. Shave. Advertisement however, Lucci stepped hard. He disappeared in front of Snag in an instant, dodged his slash. Appeared in the sky. Kai, in an instant. There was a loud roar in the air, and Lucci's expression changed. Hey, 6th style? Obviously. Snag, the general, is not a vegetarian either. Observation Hockey immediately predicted Lucci's location. The gleaming sword struck hard without mercy. Are you careless? Between the electric light and flint, Lucci, who could no longer hide away, had a stern look in his eyes. The whole person became energetic, the blood in his body flowed faster, and his body was like steel. The steel-like arms are crossed in front of the body and wrapped around armament Hockey. Iron body. Kang. Lucci changed color in shock. I felt my arms were numb and burning. Such power. You are worthy of being the general of the Big Mom Pirates. He took a breath of air, and his whole body was violently hacked away. On the animal's arm, shocking bloodstains appeared. These days, he has not slackened his practice. I have been working hard all the way, and I think I am not even a little bit better than when I was in the water capital. Even against Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral 1.5, they will not lose to the opponent. Unexpectedly, the generals of the Big Mom Pirates, who have a bounty of 600 million belly, are so strong. Let yourself come up and suffer such a loss, Tempest Kick Leopard Tail. But my mind changed quickly. He was flying upside down and had not yet stabilized his body, giving Snag a chance to take advantage of the situation and pursue him. Whoosh! His right foot swept like lightning. A spiral slash shot through the air, sweeping towards Snag, who was pursuing relentlessly. Kang! Snag's eyes narrowed. He had to block with his sword and throw away the sudden attack. Boom! Rocks flew. On the ground beside him, huge deep marks were made by the deflected slashes. It's shocking. Chapter 332 Return of Life Max Paper Arts Martial Arts Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Rob Lucci, even Lousy is no match for him. You can't beat that guy, so don't be brave. At this time, on the beach not far away, Fozzie Ford hanging on the cross. Naturally, he recognized this former colleague and said loudly, "That's not necessarily the case. Don't confuse me with a loser like you, Fozzie Fu." Lucci glanced at Fozzie Fu, full of sarcasm. Snag stared straight ahead. The fighting spirit has never been higher. A hole, who are you calling a waste? Fozzie Fu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was furious and glared at Rob Lucci. Don't forget, I was no less than you back then, the highly anticipated CP9 genius. You were just an ordinary cat fruit and leopard form user, while Lousy is a cat fruit and ancient god saber-toothed tiger form user. From the perspective of ability, you are lower than me. If it weren't for being trapped there, moreover, he was seriously injured and he had to fight with the other party. As early as CP9, Fozzie Fu was particularly unhappy with Rob Lucci, who looked down on everyone and was extremely arrogant. Unexpectedly, after so many years of not seeing each other, this guy still hasn't changed. Stop talking nonsense there. No matter how good the ability is, it still depends on who is using it. He didn't pay any attention to 23 Foz Fu's call. Lucci clenched his fists, with sarcasm on his lips. Next, just open your eyes and take a good look. Life Return Max Paper Arts Martial Body. Next moment, he looked sharply. The body shape changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Strengthen your wrist, stronger legs, in an instant. Under the surprised and incomprehensible eyes of Fozzie Fu, Snag and others. Rob Lucci's figure suddenly grew taller again, his muscles swelled, his veins popped out, he became taller and stronger. The face is ferocious, extremely ferocious, and imposing. The blue wave ball is indeed the key to unlocking a new transformation form. I can finally transform freely. Feeling the surge of power in his body, Lucci smiled. Return with increasingly refined life. After continuous use of the blue wave ball, training and adaptation again and again. To this day, even without the help of the blue wave ball, he can obtain multiple transformation forms. Although I can't be as perfect as Ren, but it's also unimaginable. No matter how you transform, you're still just a sick cat, go to hell. Snag yelled. Waving the blade, he charged forward with murderous intent. Considering that there is also a flying 6 cells, King Kong watching eagerly from the side. He doesn't want to be held back by Rob Lucci, prepare for a quick victory. No more reservations. Shave. However, Lucci showed no sign of weakness. Stomping your feet fiercely, you directly meet the attack as fast as lightning. Snag couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Advertisement. The hair on his hair stood up, and he suddenly turned around to defend himself. Finger pistol Madara. All of a sudden, extremely sharp claws. Wrapping around Haki, constantly breaking through the air. Densely packed like a violent storm, coming suddenly. Clang. Snag kept swinging the knife, blocking the sharp claws that were coming as fast as bullets. Kang. Sparks sputter. Lucci kicked out violently with his right foot. Fighting with the blade wielded by Snag, it is different from the slimmed-down posture of the paper arts body used when fighting Strawhat Luffy in the Water City. Now, his strength, speed and other aspects have increased instead of decreasing. Compared with the previous normal human-animal form, it can be said to have been improved in all aspects, and it is completely the plus version of the original paper arts martial body. Although the body shape has swelled, it still looks extremely strong, without any sense of emptiness or bloat. The exaggerated muscle lines all over his body are full of indescribable violent beauty. Hateful. Snag was furious. Wielding the blade, he attacked Lucci crazily, extremely fiercely. But Lucci did not show any weakness at all, launched a fierce counterattack, and faced off against the opponent. Clang. Clang. The two of them were like needles facing each other. Keep colliding there, it's shocking, that guy Lucci. Watching the two fight, Fozzie Fu, who was tied to the cross, was a little surprised. What form is this? Lucci has long been a person with abilities in the cat fruit and leopard form. It's not like he's never seen the other person's human-animal form before. Moreover, what he did just now is the most commonly used human-animal form of the other party. But the current Rob Lucci is completely different from the attitude he just showed. He has obviously become a lot stronger, which is really incredible. Unexpectedly, he was able to keep up with Snag, the Star General, in a short period of time. Roar. At this time, a beast roar came. King Kong's violent figure jumped to the shore. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he wildly waved his giant axe and harvested the lives of the pirates and homies. Bang bang. Ah, destroy the ancients. A pirate named Big Mom Pirates and homies screamed in agony. Not an enemy at all, being constantly blasted away. Broken bodies and limbs flew everywhere, bloody and violent. Shocking. Advertisement, Lucci, I can give this place to you. Holding the gleaming Thor's battle axe, King Kong bared his teeth there and said to Rob Lucci, who was fighting Snag. Let's see if you get rid of this guy first, or if I finish cleaning up these trash fish. How about a bottle of red wine from the kingdom of Avkos? The bottle that Ren rewarded him last time was indeed so delicious. It left King Kong with endless aftertaste, but it was a pity that there were too few. Not even enough to fit between teeth. You guy, are you sure you still have that kind of wine? A hard fight with Snag. Lucci, who retreated violently, looked back at King Kong with black lines on his head. As early as the first day Ren distributed it to them, the King Kong guy drank up his own bottle of red wine. He kept it, preparing to taste it slowly when the war was over and he was really free. How about I owe it first? King Kong said there. It remembered what Master Ren said. Next month is the deadline for South Blue countries to hand over their heavenly gold. When the time comes, just grab the red wine that the kingdom of Avkos paid tribute to. 803 believes in these own people. No matter what, you can get some. Hash. The corners of Lucci's mouth rose. Without thinking, I agreed directly. He was unwilling to be ordinary, but from the beginning, he aimed at the number 2 position next to Ren. How can you be willing to lag behind others? You guys, don't you underestimate me too much? Listening to the conversation between Lucci and King Kong, Snag, who felt that he had been underestimated, couldn't help showing his veins. Furious, he rushed forward with an extremely sharp blade. Lousy is the dessert star of the Big Mom Pirates. Razor. The feet stamped hard. In midair, a sharp trajectory was drawn. Lucci disappeared in front of Snag like a ghost. Let its attack fail. What? In an instant, Snag's hair stood on end. He turned his head suddenly, and a trace of bloodline appeared on his cheek. His neck was almost torn apart by the sharp trajectory. Damn it. His face was fierce. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and struck forward. However, his rapid offensive failed again. Brush, brush. I saw Lucci's heavy figure in the flash of cold light. The hideous figure had actually turned back and forth in midair and circled behind Snag. 6 styles. Wrapping Hockey's fists together, it directly distorts the atmosphere. It blasted up. Maximum wheel 6 King Spear. Boom boom. Chapter 333. Tremble. The unbeatable monster open black lens bracket 3rd update close black lens bracket. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky, the ground cracked and smoke billowed. 2 figures, one large and one small, were there to deceive people. You guy. Snag was shocked and furious. I felt that the arms holding the knife were numb. The whole person couldn't help but staggered back a few steps. Looking at Rob Lucci in front of me, he was full of fear and disbelief. Although he also suffered serious injuries due to the fierce battle with Fozzie Fu, which affected some of his combat effectiveness. But I didn't expect that the other party was so strong. Didn't Rob Lucci's bounty only amount to 345 million Baileys? Why do you feel like you're not weaker than that guy Fozzie Fu? Is it blocked? The fists held together were filled with steam. Lucci, who had a ferocious face and a fierce aura, took a long breath. Snagger looked in front of him with awe-inspiring eyes and blocked his full blow. He is indeed the general of the Big Mom Pirates. That was already his strongest blow so far. Actually, he still couldn't do anything to win over the other party. Sure enough, 5 years of time was wasted. He is still a little behind these guys. Still need to work harder. Tear it too. Is this the strongest CP9 in 800 years? It feels like they are even more powerful than Lord Ulti and the others. Witnessing this scene, many pirates were stunned. Looking at Lucci, who was tall, strong and imposing. I can't believe it, this is just a real member of the Beast's Pirates. The opponent was a general of the Big Mom Pirates, and he was actually able to fight without losing. Especially some people who don't like Rob Lucci very much on weekdays. They feel that the other person is so arrogant, but he is just relying on the power of Ren, the 4th natural disaster. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and sweat a little. 6 King's Spear. Beneath the cross. Fozzie Fu, who was covered in blood and had just been rescued by a real beater, stared wide-eyed. That guy is actually so strong. He couldn't believe it. Rob Lucci is just a person with cat fruit and leopard form, but he is so powerful. This kind of performance is almost comparable to that of his Fei Liubao. No, that guy Snag must have been injured in the previous battle with me and was unable to exert his full strength. Looking at the bandages wrapped around Snag's body, Fozzie Fu suddenly felt somewhat enlightened. Advertisement thought of this, his face was still a little ugly. But I felt a lot better immediately. Clang, clang. There are afterimages among the lightning and flint. Snag and Lucci clashed again. It is extremely intense and dazzling. I couldn't help but feel frightened. I'm sorry. As the time goes, a hard fight with Snag. Lucci stamped his feet and retreated violently, putting distance between himself and the Desert Star. In the opponent's uncertain eyes, a blue ball appeared in his hand, and he showed a playful smile. I will definitely win this bet. Said. He looked at King Kong, who had directly activated the unparalleled mowing mode, and was killing everyone. King Kong, you shouldn't be able to use the second one in a short time, right? No, you may be disappointed. King Kong smiled ferociously. The whole body began to shine with wisps of electricity. Swinging the giant axe, he chopped away the attacking Homid soldiers. Full of ferocity, he said with a ferocious smile, with the strength of my hands, I can use the second one in a short time, but it is just to eliminate some miscellaneous fish, there is no need for that. However, I allow you to use the blue wave ball to bet with me. As the strongest boss of Ruskin Island, he is also a person with abilities in the form of the human fruit, phantom beast species, and titan. Although he can't take a blue wave ball continuously like Ren, but with its own strong strength, it can also use 2 blue wave balls continuously in a short period of time. Wah wah GG, the pale electric light is dazzling, the astonishing thunder kept raging. Countless pirates and homids screamed there. King Kong is full of confidence and is not afraid of Rob Lucci using the blue wave ball to cheat. After all, he is an esper of the zone fantasy beast species. It would be too bullying if he also takes the blue wave ball. Beasts pirates, all stand down, next moment. A deafening roar echoed. Snag, Foz Fu and other pirates from both camps, who had not seen King Kong in his full form, looked at him in shock. Wah wah GG. Accompanied by the dazzling lightning, its little giant-like body kept zooming in at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a titan ape hundreds of meters high. Blocking out the sky and the sun, it stands there, unattainable. Together with the Thunder God's giant axe in his hand, it has become larger with the special fruit ability. Like a demon from the abyss, it is intimidating and creates great pressure. Advertisement can't help but feel a little bit frightened. Breaking into a cold sweat. Hiss, what kind of monster is this? This guy is bigger than the ancient giants. Gulu, it's impossible to defeat such a guy. Monster, run. Boom boom. Ah, the entire coast was shaking violently. Countless pirates and homids fled in panic. However, the titan ape, whose body was covered with lightning, had already begun to take steps. With that exaggerated sole of his foot, a large number of Big Mom's pirates and homids were directly trampled into meat pies. Wah wah GG. At the same time, countless thunderbolts intertwined violently like dragons and snakes danced, and continued to wreak havoc in all directions. A large number of pirates and homids were directly burnt to death by the electric shock. I don't know whether I'm alive or dead, where I'm lying. Makes your scalp numb. The Pirates of Beasts pirates are obviously not seeing this adult's ability for the first time. He had already retreated far away as soon as possible. Far away from the battlefield where King Kong is. How can it be? Roar, whether it was Snag, the Desert Star, Zhao Dezhao, of the Big Mom Pirates, or Foz Fu, who had just been rescued and was also a member of the Flying Sixth Cell, they all couldn't help but widen their eyes. Fozzie Fu felt like he was on a high, but what he was sure of was that Drought Jack was the guy. In front of this behemoth, I am afraid that I will be slapped to death. No one can stop any Fei Liubao coming. Instead, he showed a strong fighting spirit. However, I will not lose. This monster. Is this Fei Liubao? Some heads broke out in a cold sweat, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. No wonder Sasaki was completely tortured. Let's not talk about the fourth natural disaster, Blood Prison Ren. No matter how many times I see this kind of gesture, I am still shocked. Looking up at the exaggerated Titan beast, Lu Ji couldn't help but sigh. But far from giving in, he failed. Although he was not sure whether Yan Calamity Melt, which was recognized as the strongest among the 3 disasters in the past, was the opponent of the monster King Kong. Without hesitation, he swallowed the blue ball directly. Looking at the huge figure that gives people unlimited pressure. Chapter 334 Blue Wave Ball. Nightmare Form. Open black lens bracket. Fourth update. Close black lens bracket. Roar. Without warning. A beast roar was deafening. Attracted everyone's attention. Snag, Fafer and others who were shocked by King Kong couldn't help but look over subconsciously. Each one of them could not help but shrink their pupils, showing a look of disbelief. Return of Life Max Dream Form. Lucky Shinko Jurin was originally in a special human type, cooperating with the power of Return of Life. Under the amazing medicinal power of the Blue Wave Ball, the whole person undergoes astonishing changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brush. Swipe. The body size continued to increase dramatically, and countless animal hairs continued to pop out. It transformed into a huge monster that was more than 10 meters tall, even more exaggerated than the giant ape King Kong, with thick manes all over its body and a ferocious face. Extremely creepy. General Snag, a pair of terrifying beast eyes. As if staring at prey, he locked onto the horrified Snag. The Lucky man, who looked like a monster and had ferocious teeth, stood up, touched his sharp claws, and said with a ferocious smile, "The real battle will come next." The King Kong who covers the sky and the sun lowers his head. Looking at Lucci's monster posture that he had never seen before, he was full of surprise. Dream form? What's going on? Looking at the hideous and huge monster, Fozzie Fu was filled with shock. Some couldn't believe it. The opponent is just an ordinary cat fruit and leopard form 487 power user. How can he come up with so many weird tricks? It's not like he hasn't seen it before. This is not the other party's complete beast form at all. You guy. He stared at the huge monster in front of him that looked completely different from before, with an extremely ferocious aura. Snag, who had just been shocked by King Kong's titanic ape form, couldn't help opening his mouth wide again, in shock. But at the same time, he was full of vigilance. Shave. However, Lucci stepped forward. The huge body showed amazing speed. He rushed in front of him like lightning. Although it's only 3 minutes, it's enough. Finger pistol Madara. The extremely sharp claws are wrapped with chi. It burst out like lightning, filled with murderous intent and terrifying. It's called a finger pistol, but it's scarier than a blade. Let Snag's hair stand on end. He quickly waved his sword to block it. Clang. Sparks sputter. The terrifying power shook Snag back again and again. I felt the tiger's mouth was numb, and the sword almost came out of my hand. I couldn't help but change my color in shock. How is that possible? What do you think is impossible? Lucci is full of fun. Advertisement there. He licked his lips bloodthirstily. Tempest kick leopard tail. In the blink of an eye. CDAB, accompanied by fierce wind pressure. With a huge tail, the wolf whipped up the weather. Wah! The next moment. A huge slash that was even more exaggerated than before, rotating and cutting at high speed in a spiral shape, struck Snag like lightning with a changed expression. Keng. A little spark. Spiral high-speed slashes, constantly rotating and cutting. The sound of friction and clashing made one's teeth ache, as if it was about to cut off the long, pitch-black knife that was entangled with hockey. Damn it, wake me up. Snud's face turned red. Veins popped out in both arms, and he held the blade tightly, trying his best to block the man's slashing attack. He pushed it away with all his strength. Boom! The huge slash continued unabated and hit the sea in the distance. A huge splash of water exploded. The waves are surging and boiling. However, the next moment, Lucci's right leg was kicked hard. Keng! The sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. Shenxian raised his sword to block the violent kick. Snag's arms shook violently, his whole body couldn't help shaking, and he lost his voice in shock. What kind of power is this? The next moment, the fat and bloated figure looks like a cannonball. He was violently blown away and crashed into the forest. Bang bang. Big trees were knocked down one after another. Large amounts of smoke and dust were raised. It makes people break into cold sweats. Lord Lucci, Lord Snag, Gulu, the general of the Big Mom Pirates was actually kicked away. I was completely crushed at once, shocked the whole audience. Countless people were sluggish. He showed a look of disbelief. Rob Lucci at this moment is completely different from before, terrifyingly strong. Even Snag, the star general, was crushed. It's unbelievable. Am I dreaming? Fozzie Fu was even more stunned. He witnessed with his own eyes that his general, Snag, who was able to defeat him head-on, was crushed by Rob Lucci, who he thought, although he had good talent, was just an ordinary zone fruit user, and he subconsciously looked down on him. He, who has always been proud and arrogant, simply couldn't accept it. Advertisement, boom boom, see this? Not to be outdone, King Kong took action. The Titan ape, shrouded in lightning, walked wildly there. Not bad, I approve of you. Rob Lucci. The exaggerated soles of his feet almost covered the sky, easily trampling countless homids and pirates into pieces. At the same time, not to be outdone, he wielded an extremely exaggerated giant axe that shone with astonishing thunder, cutting off the lives of those homids and pirates. But I can't lose to you. Hey, let's see who moves faster. Lucci smiled ferociously. He stepped hard, his huge body showing amazing speed. He ran out wildly and ran rampant, broke into the forest. Countless giant trees fell down, in a huge ruin that was torn apart by King Kong's spear of Elbaf. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* lose to a guy like you? Snag was covered in blood, waving his blade angrily, and charged forward. He was thoroughly outraged. It's just that you think you can't defeat a monster like King Kong. A mere CP9 who was removed from the world government actually wanted to crush him. How could he, who had always been touted as a genius by his family and arrogant, accept this? Snag spin, fat and bloated figure. All of a sudden, he showed incredible speed. Like a huge human-shaped top, it was waving its blade and spinning at high speed, blowing up a fierce hurricane. Chi. The terrifying energy kept raging. The gravel and vegetation were torn apart in all directions, making people's scalp numb. Who? The long knife with cold light rubbed violently against the atmosphere. It turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and ignited into raging flames. Carrying a discolored heatwave, he struck Lucci hard. Flame slash. From the very beginning, you were destined to have only one fate, and that was defeat. Lucci's eyes were extremely cruel. The huge monster-like figure stepped forward fiercely and faced the attack without any sign of weakness. 6 styles. The whole person's aura was extremely violent. Haki's huge fists clenched together brazenly. Buzz, invisible fluctuations distorted the atmosphere. He blasted forward fiercely, the biggest wheel 6 King's spear. Boom. Chapter 335. Memory Fruit, Surprised Ren, First Update. Boom. The ground cracked. An astonishing wave of air swept across. It makes people unable to open their eyes. Hateful. staring at the huge and violent figure in front of him. Snag's fat face was full of surprise and unwillingness. Being crushed by that terrifying force, the tiger's mouth burst open and blood flowed. The long knife almost came out, the whole person flew out like a cannonball. Tempest kicked Guy Bird, however, Lucci's eyes were stern. It was extremely cruel, and his right leg was swept out like electricity. No hesitation in taking one shot. Shoo! A huge blazing slash tore apart the atmosphere like lightning. It transformed into a lifelike bird of prey, and flew out with its wings fluttering. Murderous and unstoppable. Boom boom, ah. The loud noise shook the sky, the whole land was roaring. The shrill screams made people's scalp numb, a huge ravine appeared there. The bloody figure is embedded there, motionless, not knowing whether to live or die. He had already lost consciousness. Huh. Lucci, who was tall, ferocious and monster-like, returned to his human form at a speed visible to the naked eye. He took a long breath, feeling a little tired. Relying on the efficacy of the blue wave ball, he transformed into a giant human animal form, which was a big burden for him. Even if he only persisted for less than 3 minutes, Lucci, a CP9 genius, was inevitably a little tired. Suddenly. Lucci paused. Looking at his feet in surprise, he saw a fruit with strange patterns. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and subconsciously picked it up. Lord Lucci, so amazing, General Snag has been defeated. Advertisement, he is indeed the strongest CP9 genius in 800 years. Oh, fiery sunset, gradually descending from the end of the sea. The battle on Melall Island gradually came to an end. Watching Rob Lucci return to his human form, carrying General Snag back, who was several times taller than him, covered in blood, and whose life or death was unknown. The countless beasts pirates were shocked. They were holding their weapons and shouting excitedly. HMPH, what is the strongest CP9 in 800 years? Far away. Fazifu's face turned dark. While he was being treated by the ship's doctor, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, full of unwillingness and aggrievedness. Damn, these guys. He never expected that Rob Lucci would defeat Snag, the Desert Star, so easily. Although, there are also reasons why Snag himself was injured and could not exert his full combat power. But others don't care about that. They will only remember that Rob Lucci defeated General Snagger head-on. And he, Fazifu, the flying sixth cell of the Beast's Pirates, lost to General Snag. Wah wah GG, King Kong's body that covers the sky and the sun is shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The extremely sharp thunder axe, swirling with astonishing electric light, severely chopped into pieces the last dozen Homid soldiers. Damn, did you lose? He was obviously unwilling. Baring his teeth, he beat his chest. Sorry, I'm sorry. Throwing the seriously injured and unconscious Snag there, Lucci couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Remember, a bottle of the finest tribute wine from the Kingdom of Avkos. Just a bottle of wine. Carrying the giant axe behind his back. King Kong crossed his arms and bared his teeth angrily. I can't afford to lose. He was not reluctant to part with it. After all, who allowed him to take the lead in setting his sights on the bottle of wine that Lucci had been collecting and returning to this day? Wait until they rob the Kingdom of Avkos of its heavenly gold. At that time, they will be able to share the top quality Avkos red wine they have. Even if it can't be a lot, I believe there should be a few boxes. The real harvest is this. Lucci took out a fruit with a strange pattern from his pocket and gestured to King Kong. As this? Devil fruit? King Kong, Fazifu and others could not help but shrink their pupils. Bang. Bang. Advertisement evening. Island of Kurdive. The pitted, shapeless mine Yamanaka. A large amount of gravel, mixed with a shocking trace of bloodline, kept coming westward. A sweaty figure was exercising frantically there. Constantly punching, swinging arms, kicking, knee-bumping. Please give me flowers. Moreover, he is also wearing high-purity seastone handcuffs. Even though his flesh and blood were mutilated, he still relied on his tenacious willpower to hit the mountain relentlessly. Oh, that guy Lucci defeated General Snag. After listening to Khalifa's report, Ren, who was dripping with sweat, couldn't help but stop training. He turned around, looked at the beautiful personal secretary in front of him, and smiled softly. Although it is said that he used a blue wave ball, it is already very good to achieve this level. I'm not disappointed, Taxon. Lucci was actually able to defeat Snag, one of the 4 desert generals, head-on. Even though he used the blue wave ball, his own strength has obviously improved a lot compared to before. Since learning the truth about Strawhat Luffy's Phantom Beast Nika form ability, Kaku, Wappa, Horan and others have successively obtained quite astonishing fruit abilities. All of this brought a lot of pressure to Lucci, who had always been arrogant and unwilling to lag behind others. He has naturally seen the other party's efforts these days. Such a breakthrough was not unexpected. After all, General Snag has a bounty of 600 million Baileys. Strictly speaking, although the opponent's strength is slightly better than Fazifu, when it comes to Beast's Pirates, it has not yet reached the threshold of disaster. I heard that Fazifu's jaw dropped to the floor. Khalifa smiled and spoke, although Fazifu was also a member of CP9. But when the other party defected, she had not officially joined CP9. I heard that Lucci, Jabra and others once had conflicts with Fazifu. Naturally, we stand on the side of our own people. Moreover, I learned that Lucci actually defeated a general. As a companion, she is naturally proud. By the way, Master Ren. Khalifa thought of something and said, this time, King Kong and Lucci still found a devil fruit. After the photo was faxed back, it was verified by Dr. Brian and confirmed to be Paramecia memory fruit. Memory fruit? Ren was surprised. Unexpectedly, Lucci and others. Such luck. That's great, he smiled. This fruit came at just the right time for them. Chapter 336. Furious Charlotte Linlin, second update. The middle half of New World. Toto Land Sea Area, Cake Island. In the brightly lit Cake Castle. Mom. Candy Minister Parasparrow hurried over. It's not good. What's the matter, Paros? You're so flustered. Charlotte Linlin, who was enjoying delicious snacks, looked at Parasparrow displeased. It's Snag. Parasparrow did not dare to hide it and was busy reporting. That guy Snag has been defeated. What? Charlotte Linlin's expression changed. A tall and bloated figure suddenly rose. Buzz, a terrifying aura swept out of him in an instant, filling the entire palace. Countless attendants who lacked strength foamed at the mouth and fainted. A large number of homies screamed in fear, feeling that their souls were about to leave their bodies. It makes people tremble with fear, hateful. Clenching the 130 fist tightly, Charlotte Linlin's face was livid, furious, and she gritted her teeth. Who did it? It's Beast's Pirates. Looking at this extremely angry and terrifying mother, Parasparrow wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly said, Snag had just defeated the men led by the Flying Sixth Cell, Foz Fu, and captured Melall Island, and reinforcements from the Beast's Pirates arrived. They sent out the newly promoted Fei Liubao King Kong and former CP9 member Rob Lucci. You mean, Snag was defeated by that guy named King Kong who came out of nowhere? Charlotte Linlin's face turned black and she was shaking with anger. When did the generals under her hands become so useless? He was actually defeated by a mere 6 cells. No, it wasn't Fei Liubao who defeated him. Those are the 4 major signatures of Beast's Pirates? Charlotte Linlin frowned. His eyes were full of violence and murderous intent. Parasparrow was sweating coldly, but he didn't dare to conceal the report. He said cautiously, it's Rob Lucci, who is known as the strongest CP9 genius in 800 years. He is currently just a real player among the Beast's Pirates. What did you say? Charlotte Linlin's expression changed. Advertisement. The awe-inspiring momentum is like a tidal wave that can't stop performing. His bloodshot eyes were full of violence, staring at his eldest son Parasparrow, extremely angry. A mere CP9 agent who was removed from the world government defeated a desert general under my mother's command? That loser Snag. Are you kidding me? Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but be angry. It would be fine if Snag was defeated by the 4 signatures, who, in her eyes, were on the same level as the 4 desert generals. Not even Fei Liubao, just a guy who really fights. Actually defeated the Charlotte family's most valued general? This is simply unreasonable. Emotionally affected by Charlotte Linlin. Thundercloud Zeus and Sun Prometheus, the 2 most advanced myths. Directly from the original fairy tale style, it was transformed into a ghost-like posture. It keeps sweeping through the air. Yuahuhu, rumble. The entire sea area. Suddenly a violent hurricane blew up. The originally starry night sky became covered with dark clouds, with lightning and thunder. The atmosphere was full of depression, as if a storm was coming. Extremely dull. Is it going to rain? No, that's Mother's ability. Mom is angry. What on earth is it? The whole island. Countless residents and pirates. Even members of the Charlotte family. Everyone couldn't help but change their color in shock, a little frightened and uneasy. Everyone was anxious and looked at the palace at the top of the Cake Castle. Mom, please calm down, and in the gorgeous palace inside the Cake Castle. Advertisement. Parasparrow, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, stood there tremblingly with his head lowered and covered in cold sweat. Sweat has soaked my back. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said cautiously, the most important thing now is to rescue Snag. Even Rob Lucci can't beat the trash. If he dies, he will die. Charlotte Linlin was full of violence and stared at Parasparrow fiercely. Are you asking me to bow to that guy Kaido and redeem him? No, of course not. Parasparrow waved his hands in panic and hurriedly explained. What I mean is, should we send stronger generals there to rescue people? Moreover, Melall Island is rich in resources, and it is also a big. The important islands that the Mom Pirates are targeting can't just be left to those guys from the Beast's Pirates. I heard that the Beast's Pirates just had a conflict with that guy Ochaku, and because that area is the territory of the Red Hair Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates might intervene at any time. Even Kaido of the Beasts personally went to the front line to take charge. His subordinates, the 3 disasters, had to be concentrated on the front near there. There he analyzed. Currently, what Beast's Pirates can use is the newly promoted 4th brand of Blood Prison Ren. You should be very aware of Blood Prison Ren's strength, right? Charlotte Linlin looked down at him with a bad look. Even the guy Katakuri may not be able to defeat him. If you haven't seen the live broadcast of Summit War, she might really think that Blood Prison Ren, a fledgling brat, no matter how powerful his potential is, cannot directly defeat Katakuri. 3.1 He smiled strangely and said, the victory will be decided by then. No matter how unwilling the Beast's Pirates are, as long as they are not ready to break up and start a full-scale war, they must hold their noses and admit it. Her eyes were burning, and she grinned strangely and said, "Speaking of which, there are 3 races that our nations lack." Faced with Charlotte Linland's inquiry, Perispero stated his plan. There is no need to decide the outcome, or even a direct war, as long as we can hold back the 4th natural disaster so that he cannot act rashly. No, that kid is too insidious. Just let Katakuri lead people to save Melkara Island. As time goes by, I am probably afraid that I will lose. But he witnessed the opponent's performance on the battlefield throughout the whole process. Charlotte Linland stuffs a large piece of dessert cake into her mouth. At most, you can deal with the other party in a short period of time. After thinking about it for a moment, he made a decision directly. The Cross Guild's appetite is too big. Let Smoothie and Cracker continue to speed up according to the original plan and seize the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. It cannot be cheap. Those guys. We can let Katakuri lead the fleet and pretend to attack other places in the Beast's Pirates to attract the Bloodhell Ren. Perispero. Even Katakuri is no exception. There was a pause. Although Charlotte Linland is conceited, she has no brains. Naturally, it is clear that in the Big Mom Pirates, except for himself, the 4 emperors, no one can directly suppress the young monster of blood prison Ren. At the same time, let the 2 generals Smoothie and Cracker lead the troops to attack Marikal Island with all their strength and occupy it, rescue Snag, and also bring an army of Beast's Pirates. One of them is the Lunaria clan. I will personally take people to meet the 4th natural disaster of Beast's Pirates. Mama Mama Mama. Chapter 337 Big Mom is coming. Ren's fighting will open Black Lens Bracket 3rd update close Black Lens Bracket. Time flies. Another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ren is still training unremittingly on the island of Kurdive and is responsible for taking charge. The Big Mom Pirates seem to have been angered, and have begun to mobilize their troops and generals to form a revenge army, led by the strongest general Katakuri. There is no concealment and the momentum is huge. Marching towards Marikal Island, approaching. Sir Ren, there is news from the German fellow fan to free. Early in the morning, Khalifa, as his personal secretary, hurried over and reported to Ren, who was sweating profusely during training. This time, the Big Mom Pirates are actually divided into 2 groups, with the second son of the Charlotte family leading the way. Led by the strong General Katakuri, they headed towards Marikal Island. The other route, led by Big Mom personally, is heading towards the Thacker Sea. Ulti and the others may be in danger. Kaido-sama and Jin-sama are not only confronting the Ochaku Pirates, but they also need to be on guard against the Red Hair Pirates who are currently appearing near that sea area and may intervene in the war at any time. I'm afraid they won't be able to support them. Kaido-23-sama, what he means is that if something cannot be done, don't fight forcefully. You can retreat if necessary, and wait until the war on their side is over to slowly settle the score with the Big Mom Pirates. Oh. Ren raised an eyebrow, stopped training and took off the seastone handcuffs. He twisted his neck, making bursts of popping noises, and chuckled. Looks like it's time to do some exercise. Unknowingly, with that crazy training and bottomless pit of eating. Not only did he become stronger, but he also grew 10 centimeters taller. His height has exceeded 2.5 meters, and he is constantly approaching the 2.6 meter mark, catching up with Yamato. Khalifa, the personal secretary, could only look up. And these days, rely on the return of life under intentional control. Ren's body proportions have always maintained a relatively symmetrical golden value, perfect and impeccable. Especially that handsome face, with indescribable confidence and perseverance between his brows. Khalifa couldn't help but feel a little distracted every time. His eyes were a little fiery and he couldn't look away. Ask Ulti, Peguin and their siblings to immediately lead Kaku, Horan, Vappa and others to Marikal Island to assemble to support King Kong and prepare to meet Katakuri's revenge fleet. In addition, let Luo, Bibo, Lan Chi, and Karina from the Ghost Island side also go out. Such a battlefield can just allow them to show off their skills and verify the results of their practice these days. Advertisement Ren ordered directly. He believed that such a formation would be enough to stop Katakuri's revenge army. It might even break a few teeth of the big MDM pirates. At the very least, you can retreat calmly even if you are defeated. Then over there at Big Mom, Khalifa was a little worried. Those are the 4 emperors who are on par with Kaido. I believe it is not as simple as imagined. Just leave it to me at Big Mom. Ren said nonchalantly. His eyes were burning and he was full of fighting spirit. The tall body is incredibly strong. The muscles with amazing lines but not over-exaggeration are full of terrifying explosive power. Invisibly, the whole person showed a frightening tyranny. Don't worry, in this sea, if I want to leave with my strength, no one can keep me, not even Big Mom same thing. Besides, the outcome is unpredictable. Perseverance and rigorous practice is one of the channels to improve strength. But Hockey can only break through quickly if he keeps fighting. He needs an opponent like Big Mom to verify it, own current limit. Has this lord become stronger again? Feeling the terrible oppressive feeling that makes people feel scared and a little breathless. Khalifa was shocked. What kind of monster is this? Since the end of Summit War. Although Ren has never slackened off, especially his life-threatening crazy practice in recent days, she has seen it all. That kind of exaggerated effort is at least hundreds of times that of others. Without the support of strong physique, recovery power and the ability to transform the bug of Raccoon Padona. It simply cannot be done, but such progress is too fast. Advertisement it's simply incredible, it makes people stunned. Although it is true, it is not too risky. Khalifa hesitated to speak. She naturally believed in Ren's strength and knew that he had unlimited potential. The longer you follow the other person, whether it's her or anyone else following Ren. In fact, they have already been impressed by his amazing talent, and firmly believe that he can surpass Kaido in the future and become the strongest in the world, in the true sense. But for now, after all, Ren is still too young and still needs time to grow. There is really no need to collide head-on with those monsters so urgently and put yourself in danger. Flowers grown in greenhouses cannot withstand the damage of wind and frost. Big Mom, which has been addicted to pleasure and having children for decades, has completely neglected its top talent. It has full defense points and insufficient attack speed. My will not allow me to retreat, however, as a steel balloon born with invulnerability. Yin Yin is infinite. Her strength must be a real monster level. As for Charlotte Linlin? Clenching his fists, he said, if I don't have the courage and perseverance to move forward, I won't even dare to challenge the four emperors head-on, and I will be timid. Then my future achievements will be limited. Foresaw it. It is undeniable to be able to become four emperors. Even if you may not be able to defeat the opponent, you won't lose so quickly. But the current Big Mom is obviously not an agile powerhouse. What really makes him fearful and troublesome is the strong ones like Kaido and Shanks. Charlotte Linlin doesn't have much advantage against herself. Charlotte Linlin simply cannot be retained, moreover, if he wants to leave. In the final analysis, fighting is relative. Charlotte Linlin Ren didn't know when she was young. In terms of speed alone, Ren is confident that he can crush the opponent. Ren's eyes are bright. As for Ren, he also has full defense points and can even be said to be immortal to a certain extent. Chapter 338 Ulti. Big Mom is so shameless. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Wow, in unknown waters. A fleet composed of 20 pirate ships. It is moving towards Marikal Island with great momentum. Hey, it's just 6 cells, on the leading battleship. A tall, muscular man with orange hair that was combed into 3 fan-shaped sections and with his upper body bare, said confidently. I tell you, Katakuri, you are not needed at all. He is none other than Owen, the 4th son of the Charlotte family. That's right, although the rumors about King Kong's strength are a bit outrageous. On the side, the 3rd son of the Charlotte family, Defuku, who has short yellow hair, a mustache, a tall and strong body, and slender limbs, said arrogantly. But in the end, he is just a flying 6 cells. Where can he go? As for Rob Lucci, it's really surprising. I didn't expect that he could defeat Snag head-on. Don't be careless. Katakuri, the 2nd son of the Charlotte family and the strongest general, crossed his arms and said in a deep voice. Snag is not weak, but he was defeated by Rob Lucci. Of course, it was a bit unexpected. He is tall, with short amaranth red hair, strong muscles, and slender legs. Wearing a scarf to cover the lower half of his face, he stared at the sea in the distance, full of solemnity. But what we really need to pay attention to is King Kong. If Mascarpone and Joe Capone didn't lie, I'm afraid quite powerful. If Cracker and the others come over, I'll be a little worried. He felt that King Kong, it's definitely not just as simple as being able to become bigger than those tyrants like Beast's pirates. It was actually able to launch such an astonishing attack. Destroyed the fleet led by Snag in one go. That's right, Katakuri-sama. Wearing a pink suit, sunglasses, a mustache, and extremely slender legs like compasses, the leader of the Big Mom Pirates, Leg Clan Kadri Baron Dandan said. Not only can he become stronger than the ancient giants, it's also big, and it can also control thunder and lightning. The power of that King Kong fruit is probably very extraordinary. However, with you personally taking action, we can say that we are sure to win. Moreover, my mother has already set off in person. I believe that Blood Prison Ren, the 4th most famous brand, must be facing a powerful enemy and has no time to clone himself. He took off the hot coffee from the hat on his head, took a sip, and said with a smile. Unless the Beast's pirates are willing to abandon the sea area and let Blood Prison Ren rush over to support. But in that case, we won't lose. Bon. Although Blood Hell Ren is powerful, there are still people with the ability of the mirror fruit. If they want to evacuate, they can still do it. At most, it's just a loss of some hominins. Katakuri, you are too cautious. Advertisement. Owen was full of confidence. In any case, you, the strongest general, take action personally, as well as his cadres plus hundreds of thousands of Homid soldiers. It's just a few flying 6 cells, but there's no way those guys can stop them. It's not that he's arrogant, whether it's him or Dafu and others. In the Charlotte family, they all have the title of monster. Although their bounty is lower, sometimes the bounty doesn't mean everything. Although he is not as good as Katakuri and other desert generals, his confidence is no worse than that of Beast's pirates flying 6. There will be no suspense at all in this battle, hopefully. Meet the Big Mom Pirates, even the children of the Charlotte family. Everyone is a little arrogant, Katakuri frowned. Beast's pirates, looking at the undulating sea. His eyes were stern, he clenched his fists tightly, and said secretly, no matter who dares to hurt my brothers and sisters, I will never forgive them. Now, Thacker Sea. On an island in chaos, there were constant sounds of gunfire, shouts of killing, and smoke filled the air. Please, spare me. A pirate with a bloody head was full of panic and kept begging for mercy. I just want to beg for mercy now, it's too late. However, Ulti, who transformed into a human animal, was extremely ferocious and snorted coldly. grabbing his hands, wrapping them around Haki's slightly ferocious head. Hit hard without mercy. Boom, F. Blood splattered and brains burst. The bloody corpse was thrown out by Ulti. These guys are really awesome. Advertisement looking around the battlefield. Ulti looked at the performance of CP9 and others and couldn't help but marvel. I have to admit that the subordinates brought by Blood Prison Ren are quite powerful. Lord Ulti, there's news from Lord Ren that the Big Mom Pirates are sending General Katakuri to attack Melall Island, and Big Mom himself is leading the troops towards the tower where we are. Come from Kelhai area. Kaku ran up. Said in front of Ulti. What? Ulti's expression changed drastically. Big Mom. She never expected that the four emperors would dispatch directly. Then does Master Kaido know? She asked hurriedly. Ulti didn't think that he, a flying 6 cells, could stop monsters like the four emperors. The only one who can compete with the four emperors is the four emperors. Master Kaido is now leading Master Jin to confront the Ochaku pirates, and the Red Hair pirates have also appeared nearby. The war may break out at any time, Kaku shrugged and said helplessly. Even the war disaster, Mr. Quinn, and the drought, Mr. Jack, they had to push the battle line to that sea area and get closer to Mr. Kaido and the others. There is simply no moral ethics. Although Ulti knows very well that Ren is very strong. She didn't expect that Big Mom would seize such an opportunity and take advantage of it. Even Lord Kaido is afraid of him. Retreat. I don't think you need to worry about this. Kaku said there. With Master Ren's strength, even if he can't stop Big Mom, I believe he can defeat him all over. The four dignified four emperors actually want to bully the small. But the opponent is most likely not a match for the four emperors, otherwise it would be impossible to join the Beast's pirates and become the fourth biggest brand in the region. Ulti gritted his teeth. That guy from Big Mom is so shameless. For Ren who saved his brother and sister, at this time, what is that guy doing so cool? Ulti's eyes widened, and he shouted excitedly. Does he want to fight against Big Mom alone? Those are the four emperors. There he added. Leave it to him to personally guard this place and he is on his way. Damn it, it happens to be at this time. She still has a good impression of him, but she doesn't want him to get into trouble because of his arrogance. Just pick the time when Master Kaido has no time to clone himself and shamelessly come to know him personally. Lord Ren requires us to go to Melall Island immediately to provide support. After all, Big Mom is the real pirate emperor who rules over the New World. Chapter 339 God's Judgment, Karina's Heart Network. New World is raging. Naval Headquarters, Guilds of the Cross, Red Hair Pirates. All forces are paying attention. Less than 2 days. A pirate fleet composed of more than 20 pirate ships flying the flag of the Big Mom Pirates. They were already pressing towards Melall Island. Coming fiercely. A large number of ships appeared on the sea. Looking at the increasingly clear and murderous pirate fleet. On the high platform, the lookout hand of Beast's pirates was sweating profusely and nervously reported. It's the Big Mom Pirates. Come yet. Coastside. I don't know when, but large caliber coastal defense guns have been set up. King Kong, Ulti, Peggy Wan, Foz Fu and other 4 flying 6 cells. There are also thousands of Beast's pirates under their command, who have already gathered there and are ready. Even Luo, Babo, Janbalu, Kaku, Horan, Wappa, Lanchi, Karina and others are among them. After all, they were facing a fleet led by Katakuri, the strongest general of the Charlotte family. Everyone was inevitably a little nervous, but they couldn't help but feel high-spirited and eager to try. But the sudden arrival of the fleet was not particularly surprising. Because Violet, who came from Wano-kuni Ghost Island, had already relied on the ability of Paramecia Staring Fruit to monitor the arrival of Katakuri's fleet. Do you want to give them some power? Karina rolled her eyes and spoke with a smile. These days, she is not just focusing on sightseeing and traveling, her cultivation has not fallen behind. Observation Haki, in particular, has never slackened in his practice. Not long ago, it has been perfectly combined with radio waves and the heart network, of the same model as Enel was born. Of course, because observation Haki is still too weak, it cannot cover hundreds of kilometers or even farther distances like Enel. But her heart network can now easily cover an island. It can be said that when the Big Mom Pirates fleet came into sight, she had already monitored it. No move can escape the surveillance of her heart network. Hey, Karina, the enemy is not simple, it's better if you don't act without permission. Luo was there to remind him kindly. That's right, after all, he is a general in the Charlotte family whose bounty exceeds 1 billion Baileys. Kaku crossed his arms and nodded seriously. What made him quite helpless was, he and Huo Lun still have to wait a little longer if they want to use Devil Fruit's abilities in front of others. On such a battlefield, you cannot show off your skills. It's really a bit constrained. Of course I won't be so stupid and rush forward, Karina said with a smile. But Luo, the me you know is already an old man. Wah wah. Advertisement said, in the uncertain eyes of Ulti, Peguin and others. Karina's whole body shimmered with electricity, and she raised her right hand. God's judgment. She looked hard. In an instant, his right wrist turned into bright lightning. Rushed towards the sky. Disappear, and at this moment. On the distant sea, one warship after another formed in a line formation. It is rushing towards Melall Island with great momentum. A Homid soldier and pirates named Big Mom Pirates. Everyone has started to perform their duties and get busy. Prepare the cannonball and adjust the muzzle, always ready to fire. Lord Katakuri, the beast's pirates are already waiting there. In the observation platform above the mast, the lookout of the Big Mom pirates loudly reported, there are about 5,000 people. The leaders are King Kong, Foz Fu, Ulti, Peggy Wan and other flying six cells. In addition, there are also Rob Lucci and other pirates who originally followed Blood Prison Ren. Yeah? The third son of the Charlotte family, Dafu, sneered. What an arrogant guy. Do you think you can stop us like this? Then, the entire fleet prepared to open fire. Katakuri looked solemn and prepared to give an order. Suddenly, a flash of scarlet flashed across his eyes. It seemed like he had foreseen something. His expression changed. Without hesitation, Daifuku, Owen and other Big Mom pirates next to them looked at them in shock. His whole body jumped up. The right fist suddenly swelled. It transformed into an exaggeratedly large, square-shaped rice cake fist, wrapping around the powerful Haki. Roast rice cakes. All of a sudden, the huge fist prints emitted astonishing heat, violently rubbing the heat, and suddenly blasted out like a rocket launcher. Carrying the billowing flames, it blasted upward into the sky. Wah wah GG, the next moment. The pale electric light was dazzling, lighting up the entire sea area. For a moment, countless pirates and homids subconsciously looked at the sky. Immediately, everyone's eyes widened. Advertisement. They all opened their mouths in shock, sweating profusely. Whoosh! A thunderpillar that was so huge that it was impossible to look directly at it fell from the sky. It hit the pirate warship headed by it and crashed down hard. Boom boom. Between the electric light and flint. The huge rice cake fist seal was burning with blazing flames, like a rocket. It collided hard with the exaggerated thunderpillar. The two collided powerfully there. Wah wah, crash. Yuahuhu. Electric light flickered, amazing airwaves rolling in. It's a bit hard to open your eyes. On the sea, the waves were surging and boiling. One by one, the pirate warships were swaying and swaying. In the blink of an eye, a huge thunderpillar was born. It was indescribably shocking. What, sudden upheaval. One by one, they looked around, especially the sky, patrolling and searching carefully. From the beginning to the end of his observation Haki, he could not feel any strange aura around him. How can this be? Actually, no trace of the enemy was found at all. The whole person looked extremely solemn, always on alert, and said in a deep voice, that should be the attack mushroom coming from the island. How is this going? Dafu, Owen, Baron Dandan and others were all shocked and inexplicable. Enemy attack? I never expected that I would be attacked suddenly. But they quickly became confused. What? Katakuri's eyes were fixed on Marikal Island in front of him. At the same time, sent from the island? Is he an Esper? The pirates and homids who reacted were a little shocked and immediately became vigilant. Don't look for it. Where are people hiding? Chapter 343 times laser cannon, unstoppable. Sagui, can you launch such an amazing attack from such a distance? Is this the true power of Logia Thunderfruit? Tisk, tisk, it's really incredible. For a while, Marikal Island, witnessing the shocking scene on the sea in the distance. Not to mention those beasts pirates who don't know Karina's abilities. Even Luo, Lucci, Kaku, Bebo, Shachi, Paijin and others couldn't help but be a little shocked. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a short period of time, the opponent's Logia Thunderfruit fruit ability has been developed to this extent. From such a long distance, he launched such an exaggerated attack lightly. It's simply hard to guard against. Is this woman actually so strong? Ulti's eyes widened, looking at Karina in disbelief. She heard that the other party was Ren's woman, but she originally thought it was just a pre-vase. I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Logia Thunderfruit? Hey, a rare Logia user. Peggy Wan, Fozifu and others were also shocked. Listening to other people's exclamations, some pupils couldn't help but shrink. I felt a little dumbfounded and stared at Karina in disbelief. Is this woman's fruit ability so amazing? Da. The electric light flashes. Karina's right wrist flew out and returned to its original state. He actually blocked my attack so easily. That guy is really surprisingly strong. She was a little amazed. Thunderfruit's ability is pretty handy though. But now she is far away from facing a strong man like Katakuri. Obviously it's still worse. Of course, no matter what, they are the number 2 of the Big Mom pirates. Lan Shi curled her lips and said bluntly, Karina, you, the Thunderfruit ability user, are not even as good as Enel back then, let alone a general like Katakuri. She was not surprised that Karina did this. Because of the power of Thunderfruit, the guerrilla fighters of the Sandia clan have already seen it from Enel. Makes sense. Karina was unimpressed. If he felt something, he glanced at the other basket on the island. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and he said, but it seems that the fish has taken the bait. Oh, Lucci raised his eyebrows. Did you take the bait? I'm really looking forward to it, Luo chuckled. Advertisement. His eyes were burning and full of amusement. Then proceed as planned. Lucci crossed his arms and smiled softly. Hey, what riddle are you talking about? Ulti on the side was confused and said dissatisfied. Lucci, are you hiding something from us? Fozfu frowned and stared at Lucci unhappily. Don't forget your identity, you are just an important person. Already, Foz Fu, you are still as annoying as ever. Jabra glared at the other man. When he was in CP9, he talked a lot about Foz Fu. Relying on his talent, his attitude is extremely bad, extremely arrogant, and can be said to be arrogant. Lucci, who is known as the strongest genius in CP9 for 800 years, is usually a bit arrogant. But he won't be as bad-mouthed and annoying as Foz Fu. I'm sorry, I'm just following Lord Ren's order. Lucci glanced at Foz Fu and said calmly. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can go and tell Lord Ren. Kr. Foz Fu's expression froze. Although he is arrogant, he is not brainless. Although Blood Prison Ren is the fourth major sign that has just been added, the opponent is not as good as Jin and other three calamities. That is an out-and-out young monster that makes people fight. Of course Foz Fu couldn't be as stupid as Sasaki. He went to provoke Bloodhell Ren, the fourth natural disaster, for no reason. King Kong, who was under the opponent's command, was beaten violently and even Fei Liubao's position was lost. Crash. At this moment, on the other side of the island, on the remote and uninhabited coast, a mermaid with an incredible figure, holding a huge mirror, quietly emerged from the bottom of the water. Grinning red lips, revealing jagged teeth. Shark, these guys are really negligent. Did they all run past Katakuri's brother's fleet when they saw it coming? Want to shoot Hikoku first and say hi? In front of the island? Kong, completely unaware, beat his chest. Although it doesn't know Ren's plan, it has never liked to use its brain, and it has no interest in these twists and turns that make its head hurt. It prefers simple and crude attacks to crush the enemy. He grabbed the thunder battle axe on his back and stared at the fleet on the sea. Eager to try. Wait, King Kong. Don't be impulsive, save your strength first. Lucci reminded there. Wait a minute, it's going to be a fierce battle. Then let me give it a try first. Wappa on the side licked his lips and said excitedly. Just in time, I want to try out the new weapon that Dr. Brian asked Lan Chi to bring to me. Said. Him from behind. The size of the incendiary cannon is almost the same as before. But the lines are full of science fiction, and people can't help but be attracted to the barrel. This is the high-power laser cannon that Dr. Brian recreated by dismantling the Pacifist. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Although the technology still needs to be improved, miniaturization has not been achieved. But it is much more powerful than the incendiary cannon. New weapons. Kong, Ulti, Peguin and others. They all looked over, full of curiosity. They knew very well how exaggerated the other party's abilities were. Hey, it's just a rocket launcher, can it have such a long range? Foz Fu, who didn't know much about Wappa's fruit power, couldn't help but sarcastically said. And even if you hit it, it can be easily blocked, right? Then, let's have a heat-up. Ignore Foz Fu. Wappa directly held the laser cannon and carried it on his shoulder. Through the high magnification lens above, he aimed at the fleet on the sea. Although the ability of Momo fruit can increase the bullets and shells fired by guns by 50 or even hundreds of times. But it is not without limitations. The more powerful the target is, the greater the load the gun has to bear when using the fruit's ability to increase. Cannons are more demanding than firearms. If the multiple of the increase is too large, it will easily explode. Moreover, it is made of an amazingly hard-shaped memory alloy. It can completely withstand the Momo fruit's ability to increase 100 times without directly exploding the chest. However, the current Wappa can only do it 50 times at most. On board the flagship headed by Yuanfang, Katakuri's hair suddenly stood up, and a flash of scarlet flashed through his eyes. As if he had seen some terrible future scene, his whole expression changed drastically. Damn it. Peerless donut. He stamped his feet suddenly. The deck turned into rice cake donuts and floated into the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. Momo 30 times laser cannon. It's a bit hard to look at. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant laser, light pillar, with an exaggerated diameter, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it, making people break out in cold sweat. He suddenly pulled the trigger and activated the fruit ability. Almost at the same time. Buzzing. Weirdly, it kept amplifying and accelerating at an alarming speed. With lightning speed, it hit the Big Mom Pirates fleet which changed color in horror. Boom. The extremely cool muzzle and the dazzling light are eye-catching. Wappa on the coast has a stern look. Call out. Two huge fist seals, covered with dark hockey, appeared from inside. In an instant, a laser beam with a diameter about the size of a fist struck out like lightning. Unstoppable. In the shrinking eyes of Fuzif, Ulti, Peguin and others. They all blasted forward. Weird rice cake bazooka. Chapter 341 Mirror Fruit? Attack from both sides? Rumble? The loud noise shook the sky. The light and radiance are so dazzling that it is impossible to look directly at them. It made people subconsciously close their eyes. The huge beam of light collided fiercely with the giant fists that were wrapped around the high-level armament hockey. Time and space seemed to be frozen. Boom. Crash. A violent wave of air swept across. The undulating sea surged violently and boiled endlessly. Woo-hoo-hoo. The sails of each pirate warship were filled by the strong and unparalleled wind. There was a roaring sound, as if it was about to be torn apart at any time. Scalp tingling. Katakuri's flagship was the first to bear the brunt. Being crushed by the astonishing impact, he whined and kept falling backwards. The entire pirate warship was shaking, almost rolled over. Whoosh. 487. Boom. Boom. Wow, wow, wow. The huge beam of light was blown apart, countless beam bombs scattered there. The bombings were indiscriminately in all directions, and water splashed on the sea. The entire pirate ship was smashed into holes, out of shape. Boom boom. Ah. Ah. Two pirate warships that were relatively close. The light bomb that was accidentally scattered directly hit the ammunition depot, and an astonishing explosion occurred instantly. There were bursts of shrill screams and calls for help. Brush. The dazzling light gradually disappeared. I saw that Katakuri's pair of huge fist seals had been blown to pieces and twisted out of shape. It was burned red by the terrible high temperature. There is heat visible to the naked eye, somewhat shocking. Gulu. This is Admiral Kizaru. No, Marine Division Kizaru's ability? No, that's the light wave shot out by the cannon. It seems they have mastered a pretty amazing secret weapon. Advertisement whether it is an ordinary pirate from the Big Mom Pirates. Including Dafu, Owen and others, those members of the Charlotte family who are usually arrogant. Everyone could not help but widen their eyes and open their mouths. Shocked and speechless, breaking into a cold sweat. Don't be careless, Katakuri's face was solemn. The whole person was solemn as never before, and said in a deep voice. That should be the ability of Momo Fruit. It exponentially increases the power of the laser beam. The intelligence capabilities of the Big Mom Pirates are not as good as the all-pervasive CP that serves as the eyes of the world government. But among other forces, it has the reputation of being the first. They had already received the information. Not long ago, CP under the world government found the Paramecia Momo fruit that randomly regenerates. However, during the escort, he was attacked by Blood Prison Ren's men and took away the ability that once belonged to World Destroyer, Brindy World. Momo fruit. Baron Eggman's eyes widened. Damn, this is really a troublesome ability. Dafu, Owen and others looked ugly and a little worried. Fortunately, we also have other preparations, Katakuri said calmly. Except for the flagship where he was. Most of the other warships were just Homid soldiers. No matter how much they lose, they won't feel sad. Brother Katakuri, most of the troops on other ships have been transferred to the mirror world. At this time, inside the cabin, a tall and thin woman with hair like twigs and an ugly and ferocious face, like a witch, walked out of it and shouted to Katakuri and the others. You are the only one left. That's good. Those guys are pretty strong. Dafu, Owen, and Dandan, you all should go over too. Katakuri turned his head. He directly ordered Dafu, Owen, and Baron Dandan. Go behind them through the mirror world, cooperate with our fleet, and attack them from both sides. Just in case, just leave it to me, 47, and at this moment. The coast of Marikal Island, witnessing this scene full of visual impact. Even the Pirates of Beasts pirates couldn't help but be stunned. Shocking. Hiss, that was Lightwave just now? Quinn, that stingy guy, is he willing to show off his wealth-seeking skills? The power of Momo Fruit is really terrifying. Ulti, Foz Fu, and Peguin all couldn't help but take a breath. Looking at Wappa not far away, I felt a little numb. Advertisement. I didn't expect that the opponent's ability, combined with the new weapon, would be so terrifying. Call. Wappa took a long breath. The black muzzle of the laser cannon was steaming with boiling heat. The whole person couldn't help but stare at him, but he was not too disappointed. Isn't it blocked? Although the ability of Momo Fruit is powerful, but when amplifying energy beams like laser cannons, the consumption of one's own physical strength is not small. Far better than conventional guns. It's obviously a big load for him. An attack of this level cannot be launched indefinitely. Of course, with his current strength, it would be no problem to activate it 10 or 8 times. After all, he is hailed as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family and is said to have never failed. Lucci on the side crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, if he can blast them into the sea in 2 or 3 strokes, then his title as the strongest general will be too undeserved. However, the power of the laser cannon combined with the Momo Fruit is really amazing. The lookout above came back to his senses and was busy reminding several adults, the fleet of the Big Mom Pirates has entered the range. Are we going to just open fire? Fire me, King Kong ordered loudly, boomed his mother. Yes, fire, bang bang, a famous gunner is busy. Boom boom hash. Call out, directly aimed at other targets outside the flagship where Katakuri himself was. Black cannonballs. The black, large caliber artillery pieces were adjusting their angles. One after another, they were fired directly, aiming at the pirate fleet on the sea. Almighty reader, is there any good recipe for lowering uric acid? Close black lens bracket. And Wappa didn't wait any longer. P.S. I'm cheating. I have gout due to high uric acid. My feet suddenly hurt when I woke up. I have some problems walking. I went to the doctor, bought medicine and boiled it. I was busy until after 10 o'clock before I had time to update. Asterisk 4.2 Shoo, Momo 5-fold laser cannon, boom boom. One after another, they bombarded the fleet in the distance. The two sides continued to bombard each other. One pirate warship after another exploded one after another. And soon, Katakuri gave the order. The Big Mom Pirates fleet also began to fight back. Chapter 342 Tanks and Chariots, Pacifist Legion, kill. Kill these guys. Destroy them. Bang bang. Boom boom W. The shouts of killing shook the sky. The backside of Marikal Island. A mirror was erected there, and a steady stream of troops rushed out of it. At the head of the group are the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, Comport, the third son Daifuku, the fourth son Owen, Baron Eggman and other cadres of the Big Mom Pirates. The Beast's pirates were forced to retreat steadily by the constant bombardment of Homit's shells from the fleet. They all couldn't help but be shocked and caught off guard. He was killed and his armor was thrown off. Damn it. How is this going? How did they sneak in? Trouble. Young ones, come on. Hold them off. Not long ago, King Kong, Ultifo and others, who had been informed of the battle plan in advance, faced greatly. I had to give the order directly to the pirates under my command. Fight against these big armies of the Big Mom Pirates. The gunnery unit, let's get rid of that guy with the white wings on his back. Already received information from Category 24. The eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, Fruit Minister, Comport, who was responsible for commanding the operations, quickly gave a direct and loud order. He is a Momo fruit user, don't let him destroy our ship again. Boom. Boom. The light is dazzling. A laser cannon shot through the air. Sunk a pirate warship in the blink of an eye. Are there 10 ships left? Wappa's eyes were stern. Looking at the slowly approaching pirate warships on the sea, even if they sunk some, there were still no fewer than 10 pirate warships. Whoosh, whoosh, he continued to fire without waiting. Bullets were fired one after another, accompanied by scattered rockets. Made his hair stand on end. Had to dodge out of the way. Boom. Boom. The roaring continued. Rocks flying. Fires shot into the sky and thick smoke billowed. Wappa. The clouds are turbulent. It turned into an extremely solid iron cloud. A huge iron cloud shield was formed, firmly blocking the incoming bullet rain. Lan Shi's expression changed, and she reminded loudly. Be careful, you, the user with the ability of Momo Fruit, are being targeted by them. It seems like you've discovered my threat, midair. Wappa, who was unscathed, did not change his expression. Advertisement wearing technical shoes equipped with blowing shells, and using the moonwalk skills that he has not yet fully mastered, he is running wildly in midair. He put the laser cannon on his back and directly took off the Tony Gatling gun. A machine gun muzzle with multiple barrels, aimed at the gunnery unit of the Big Mom Pirates. Pull the trigger without hesitation. Momo 30 times Gatling gun. Da. The flames surge. Countless special Gatling bullets are continuously fired out. Moreover, it continued to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a large number of cannonballs. What? No. Hide quickly. Witnessing this scene. Comport, Dafu, Irving and others were shocked and their hairs stood on end. Everyone had a strong sense of crisis. Whoosh. However, it was accompanied by a violent sound of breaking the air. The overwhelming, dense bullets were like rockets. It blasted over at supersonic speed. There was no time to dodge. Boom boom. Ah. The explosion was deafening. Rocks flew and smoke billowed. The pirates of the Big Mom Pirates. Under this fierce offensive, they were directly blown to pieces. Kaka. At this time, the rear of the Big Mom Pirates' army. A small fortress hidden in the mountains suddenly opened. Gia hee, it's my turn. Castle and tank. A tall figure rushed out. Moreover, he is somewhat similar to Bartholomew Bear, but his face is that of Brian. Rumble. The lower body turned into a huge tank-tracked vehicle, crossing the uneven hillside and running rampant. Big trees were knocked down and broken. One after another they fell down. At an astonishing speed, he broke into the battlefield. That is, enemy attack. Stop him, soon. The tens of thousands of Big Mom Pirates' rear forces discovered Brian's arrival. Some artillery units took the lead in launching the attack. Whoosh. A large number of bullets, accompanied by sparse rockets. It kept blasting through the air. Bang bang, boom boom. There was constant gunfire. Along with the fire, thick smoke billowed up. Advertisement, however, the figure that looked like a tank rushed out of the smoke unscathed. Hee, a painless attack. Dr. Brian smiled strangely. You guys should also have a try. Castle blast, laser cannon. His body suddenly changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's like a human-shaped bunker. Door after door opens. Above, there appeared a series of extremely fuzzy, mini, figures that were smaller than the little humans. Either reach out or open your mouth. The light shines. It's a bit hard to look at. What? The faces of the pirates named Big Mom Pirates changed drastically. But Dr. Brian didn't give them any chance at all. It's too late to escape. Fire, in an instant. Dr. Brian gave an order. In the shocked eyes of the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates and the Hormet's army. Boom, boom, boom. Shocking laser beams shot out from him one after another. Overwhelming, hundreds of thousands of people, makes your scalp numb. Unstoppable. Boom boom. Boom boom. 427 lots of laser beams. A series of explosions were triggered. Woohoo, woohoo. Flames shot into the sky, and countless pirates and Homets were swept away by the rolling heatwave. There were bursts of shrill screams. In front of this wave of attacks, thousands of troops. It was as devastating as the ancients and was directly defeated. Gia hee, the power is not bad, with the power of munch fruit. Paramecia fortified fruit was extracted from the previous experimental mouse again, and fed to PX3, which was completely controlled by himself and greatly enhanced with morphological memory alloy. Moreover, it was perfectly integrated with it, controlling the power of the fortress fruit in disguise, and being invulnerable. Dr. Brian smiled strangely. Pacifist Legion, move out. Next moment, a hemispherical barrier appeared from his body. Under the shocked eyes of the pirates of the BIGMOM pirate group, and even the pirates of the Beast's pirates. Brush. Swipe. One after another, miniature, pacifist. One after another flew out of him, and at the moment of crossing the barrier, it returned to its original state in an instant. Bang bang. Smoke and dust were flying. Hundreds of pacifists appeared on the battlefield. The neat cues were there, full of visual impact. Let the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates, they all couldn't help but change their color in shock. The chill is rising. Chapter 343. The Hulk reappears, the suppressed Owen. What, that is, Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear. 7 warlords of the sea? Why is he here? And there are so many, are they clones? On the chaotic battlefield, looking at the hundreds of identical tall figures, he barely managed to escape Waba's previous wave of earth-shattering, dense bombings that could be called Gatling rockets. The somewhat embarrassed and disgraced Compert, Dafu, Irving and others could not help but turn pale with fright and break out in cold sweats. No, Lord Compart, but Baron Eggman's expression changed. Something suddenly occurred to me, and I reminded loudly. This is not Bartholomew Bear. This should be the pacifist who is his prototype. I heard that it is a human weapon secretly developed by the world government. But he couldn't believe it. He looked at the pacifists in confusion. Why do guys like Beast's pirates also have things like this? Moreover, what really makes Baron Eggman uneasy is who? These pacifists completely blocked their escape route. Instead of previously cooperating with the fleet to attack the Beast's pirates from both sides, they were now surrounded. If the fleet led by Katakuri fails to break through the defense line in time and land for battle, they're probably going to be in big trouble. Hiss. Bartholomew Bear? Is this Lord Ren's secret weapon? Foz Fu, Ulti, Peggywan and others joined the battlefield. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, some were shocked. Tisk tisk, are we going to need them so soon? Sharp claws tear through the atmosphere. Several Homid soldiers were scratched to pieces. Jabra, who has entered the human animal form, strokes his beard. This thing was developed by the Marine Science Corps for use in war. Kicked away the Big Mom pirates who rushed forward without fear of death. Looking at these pacifists, Lucci shrugged. It makes sense to test the waters at this time. Is security okay? With an understatement, Greg Holland raised his eyebrows as he dodged a few incoming bullets. Don't worry, through research on blood factor technology, Dr. Brian has remade some adjustments and transformations to their brain programs. Electric light flickered. All of a sudden, a large number of Homid soldiers were electrocuted. Karina said with a smile. Even if Dr. Vegapunk himself comes here in person, he can't take away control. Gia hee hee, the main event has just begun, at this time. On the chaotic rear battlefield, look at these big armies of the Big Mom pirates. Dr. Brian smiled strangely there and directly ordered, all the pacifist legions are dispatched to destroy the pirates of the Big Mom pirate group. Didi. Advertisement received instructions from Dr. Brian. The eyes of the pacifists were flashing red, directly towards the pirates of the Big Mom pirates. Running away. Whoosh, either open your mouth or reach out. The pitch-black barrels were exposed, in the horrified and discolored eyes of the Big Mom pirates. Buzz, buzz, accompanied by bursts of dazzling light. One after another, terrifying laser beams shot out one after another. Boom. Boom. Ah, damn it, fight back. We have an absolute military advantage, kill them. Hateful. Dodge the astonishing explosion wave. The members of the Charlotte family were all a little angry. There he gave a loud order to his homies soldiers and pirates to launch a counterattack. Bang bang. A famous pirate and homies soldier, they opened fire on these pacifists. However, what makes them horrified is that their attacks are not painful at all to these pacifists. Even rockets hit pacifists. There is no way to break through the defense. Seemingly unscathed. Go to hell, soon. Several members of the Charlotte family rushed forward quickly. Extremely ferocious, he brandished a mace and a machete and hit 10 pacifists. Kang. Mars splashed. The pacifist was unscathed. And their weapons broke directly. People can't help but change their color. Boo. Who? The pacifist opened his mouth and aimed his hands at them. All of a sudden, an astonishing laser beam blasted out like lightning. Not only did it penetrate them instantly, it also caused a violent explosion. Boom. Boom, watch this scene. The pirates in the Big Mom Pirates camp, headed by Compert, Daifuku, Owen and other members of the Charlotte family, couldn't help but change their expressions and their hearts sank. Hateful. The hair on his whole body stood up. With observation Hockey's prediction, advertisement. Narrowly dodged the incoming laser beam. Boom. Ignoring the violent explosion behind him, Owen's momentum was fierce. Holding a naginata in hand, he stared at Dr. Brian eagerly and rushed out. Capture the thief first, capture the king first, kill the commander first. Gia hee hee, I'm not that easy to deal with, ID. Brian smiled strangely. He swallowed a green reagent directly. He is a fusion of pacifists and has a huge body. His whole body swelled again, his muscle lines were terrifying, and his veins popped out. Even the skin turned green. A humanoid monster. Operator Hot Wind Slash. Owen's whole body exuded an astonishing amount of heat. The Naginata danced and turned extremely red, creating waves of scalp-numbing heat. Hit Brian Tunney hard. Super Punch Alloy Bomb. Brian Tunney grinned. He stepped hard, the ground cracked, and his whole body rushed out like a cannonball. The huge fist mark was like a rocket hitting the incoming, extremely hot blade. Kang. Sparks sputter. Owen's color changed in shock. The Naginata came out of his hand, and the whole person was knocked back. What? Looking at the ferocious Hulk in front of him with ferocious muscles and extremely violent momentum, he couldn't help but look in disbelief. I felt my arms were numb and my jaws were about to be torn apart. Some were trembling slightly. Gia hee hee, a scientist who can't fight is not a good scientist. A hoarse voice came from the Hulk's mouth. Huh, huh, the sound of breaking wind continued. Without showing any signs of weakness, his fists wrapped around Haki and became extremely red. Owen's face turned red from the pressure and his veins popped out, and he kept retreating, full of grievance. Owen's face changed as he was caught off guard. The astonishing heat wave kept sweeping out, making it impossible for people to get close. Bang bang. The surrounding pirates and homites were all thrown away by the wolf. There with Dr. Brian and the hard shake. The whole person seemed to be tireless, and the violent fist shadows were overwhelming. Hot Wind Fist. Qian Li's, was like an afterimage, blasting out indiscriminately. This monster. The two figures, one big and one small, can be said to be punching to the core. I felt my fists were burning. What, is that your level? The green fist prince constantly suppressed the weather. Looking down at the figure in front of him who was radiating an astonishing amount of heat and was clearly struggling, the Hulk was unyielding and said, "Aren't you going to capture the king? I gave you the chance but you didn't use it." Relying on the high temperature resistance of the shape memory alloy, it completely ignores the high temperature that can melt steel. The pain was excruciating. Chapter 344 Melee. Former General Comport. Open black lens bracket. 4th update. Close black lens bracket. What? How can it be? Sir Owen, totally suppressed. On the chaotic battlefield. Looking at Owen, instead of being able to capture the target cleanly, he was suppressed by the green monster who took some unknown drug and turned into a monster like one, leaving him at a disadvantage. A pirate named Big Mom Pirates and those homites couldn't help but open their mouths. Even members of the Charlotte family such as Compart and Daifuku are no exception. I couldn't believe my eyes, inexplicably shocked. That rascal, the other side, he punched away the homie soldiers who rushed forward without fear of death. Looking at Dr. Brian, who was fighting with Owen and completely suppressing him, Fozzie Foo's pupils shrank sharply and he took a breath of air. I can't believe it. Are all the men under Blood Prison Ren such monsters? It's a bit too strong. It's so strong. Is he a combat scientist like that guy Quinn? It's not just him. Ulti, Peguin and others could not help but be stunned. The fourth son of the Charlotte family, Barbecue Minister, Owen, 563. But the bounty for those with Paramecia reheat fruit ability is no less than 3. He is quite powerful and is known as one of the monsters of the Charlotte family. But he was suppressed by Dr. Brian. Roar, a beast roared. King Kong's whole body shines with astonishing electric light. Holding a giant axe in hand, he rushed out like a wild beast, shouting, "Don't be stunned, follow me. Kill these guys from the Big Mom Pirates first." Ulti, Peguin, Foz Fu and others woke up. Without any further hesitation, they all directly entered human form. Roar. Roar. It turned into a ferocious humanoid monster and rushed out. Tear apart the Big Mom Pirates' defense line like a torpedo. Killed the leaders of the Charlotte family, kill. Bang bang, for a while, advertisement. Marikal Island fell into an unprecedented melee. Although the Big Mom Pirates have a large number of people, there is a steady stream of troops. However, hundreds of them were strengthened by Dr. Brian using morphological memory alloy, CEBJ, gold, and the pacifists with higher defenses directly launched a cutting and encirclement attack, which was unstoppable. There are also pirates in Beasts Pirates, led by King Kong, Fukidai, Erlu and other flying 6 cells. They all came up to block those who were powerful enough to threaten the Charlotte family cadres. The fighting was extremely brutal. Wah wah GG, lightning flashed. King Kong wields a giant axe. He struck hard at Comport, the fruit minister. Kang. Sparks sputter. The tall Comport waved his sword without showing any signs of weakness. He was fighting hard with King Kong there. This is the eldest daughter who looks most like Charlotte Linlin among the Charlotte family and has a bounty of more than 500 million belly. The strength is so amazing that it can actually compete with the normal King Kong without falling behind. Clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing was extremely harsh. The giant axe that entwines Haki and the sword that entwines Haki cannot live. Are you that General Smoothie? King Kong looked at the other party in surprise. The only one who can fight against him should be General Shing. Even so, he has not yet used the fruit ability of the Phantom Beast Titan form. Not really taking it seriously. Ho ho ho, don't think that just because you defeated a snag, you can be arrogant. Comport slashed at him with his sword and said with a sneer. My bounty is 688 million. Juan Bailey's bounty is even higher than that guy's. I think back then, I was once a high-profile dessert star. Her tone was full of arrogance. As the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, she and her eldest son Perisparrow were once high-profile dessert stars in the Charlotte family. It's a pity that both of them were defeated by other pirates who challenged the Big Mom Pirates in the past. So, an angry Charlotte Linlin was kicked off the dessert star. But that doesn't mean that Snag, the dessert star who came from behind, is stronger than them. Oh, were you once a general? King Kong smiled ferociously. In an instant, the whole body was shining with astonishing electric light. The hair all over his body stood on end, making his scalp numb. The momentum was so violent that it was beyond words, and he swung the thunder axe and struck hard at Compert, who changed his color in shock. Then it's even more worth killing. Kang, swords and axes collide. A powerful and heavy blow. Advertisement Compert's expression changed, and he felt his hands and mouth were numb. The blade was almost knocked out of his hand. He was shocked and took a few steps back. Moreover, the astonishing current keeps flowing. Even with hockey, he can't completely defend against it. My whole body just felt a little numb and sluggish. But she wasn't given any time to breathe. King Kong's violent storm-like offensive has already followed. In its dictionary, there is nothing that does not hurt women. A dead enemy is a good enemy, on the battlefield not far away. As a user with Paramecia Transpiration Fruit ability, Daifuku kept stroking his belt. A giant Jin, wrapped around hockey, flew out of the belt. Wielding his naginata, he fought hard with Foz Fu who rushed forward. Clang. Sparks sputter. The two figures kept colliding. Demon Slash. The lamp demon waved his blade and made an astonishing slash. Attacking directly towards Foz Fu. Tempest Kick entered the human animal form and was tall. As a user with the cat fruit, ancient species, and saber-toothed tiger form ability, Foz Fu was not to be outdone. His right foot was like lightning and he kicked out violently. Sharp trajectory, sudden attack. Meanwhile, on the other side. Although Baron Eggman is not a member of the Charlotte family, his bounty is as high as 429 million Baileys. Not to be outdone, Lucci also entered the human animal form. It stirred up an astonishing airwave, causing a large number of pirates and homits to be blown away. One step ahead of Ulti, Peggy Wan and others, they killed Baron Eggy. As a warrior of the long-legged tribe, he is extremely good at leg skills and swordsmanship, and his strength is astonishing. But before he could take the lead in counterattack, Lucci had already launched a rapid offensive. Finger Pistol Madara. Razor. He kept colliding with Baron Eggman who was charging out with a staff and knife in his hand. Waltz Assault. In a short period of time, he actually met Lucci in his human animal form. The sharp claws wrapped around hockey shot out like bullets. Boom boom. Two huge slashes collided hard, evenly matched. Clang. It made Baron Eggman's hair stand on end as he narrowly avoided it. Chapter 345. Karina and Lan Shi, the two great Logias, first update. Kill them. Destroy these guys from the Big Mom Pirates. Bang bang. Sonorous, boom boom, and on the chaotic battlefield. There were shouts of killing, gunfire, and screams. Luo, Kaku, Horan, Lan Shi, Ulti, Pegyuan, Karina and others also fought with the cadres of the BIGMDM pirate group one after another. However, with the Pacifist Legion showing off its power, a large number of laser beams continuously caused violent explosions. Countless pirates and homits armies from the Charlotte family camp were wiped out in groups, and were mercilessly killed one after another. Led by Compert, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, as a surprise attack force, they launched an assault from the mirror world. With the fleet led by Katakuri, the plan to attack from both sides was shattered. Being attacked from both sides by Beast's pirates, you are in a dilemma. The military strength that originally held an absolute advantage has decreased sharply at a speed visible to the naked eye. For a moment, the situation of the Big Mom Pirates camp. Precarious. Wawa GG, God's judgment, the electric light shines. The extremely terrifying thunder pillar swept out. The third daughter of the Charlotte family, Ghost Lady Armand, narrowly escaped. Boom boom. Destroy the ancients. There was a loud noise and smoke billowing into the sky. One after another, the big trees were ruthlessly blown down. A large number of Homies soldiers screamed. It was directly electrocuted into coke. Logia Thunderfruits Esper? Armin's eyes were stern. The famous sword White Fish flashed with cold light and slashed towards Karina. I'm not easy to deal with, the corners of Karina's mouth raised. With a strong inner network, Ahoud's attack was predicted directly through the invisible radio wave. Wah. In an instant, the whole person turned into endless lightning and dodged away. The next moment, he appeared directly on Armin's left side. The raised palms were shining with astonishing electric light, 60 million volts selling dragons. Wah GG, the terrifying electric light was shining violently. A lifelike and extremely ferocious thunder dragon with teeth and claws. Bathed in scalp-numbing thunder, roaring and shooing away. What? Advertisement Armin's hair stood on end and he couldn't help but change his color in shock. The moment he stepped hard and retreated violently. The famous sword White Fish entangles hockey, crack it out hard. Boom boom. The other side. Lan Shi was covered in clouds and mist, flying through the air. Iron Cloud 8-tailed snake. A large amount of cloud energy surged and turned into an iron cloud as strong as steel, condensing into 8 giant snakes of 8 tails. A series of ferocious snakeheads. It was rampaging there and wreaking havoc. The Homit's army and the pirates were constantly bombarding the Big Mom pirates. Even those bullets and artillery shells hitting it can't directly destroy it. And can be regenerated infinitely. Ah, boom boom. A famous pirate and homies screamed. The earth was in such a mess that it was so ravaged that it couldn't help but crack. Unstoppable. Hateful. A figure that was bloated and tall, covered in cream, and somewhat ferocious. His body suddenly curled up, and a large amount of fresh cream poured out, wrapping it tightly. It turned into a round cream sphere, spinning at an astonishing speed. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, cream chariot. Boom boom loud noises continued. A giant ball of cream covered with hockey. It hit the giant snake formed by the iron cloud hard. Blast it to pieces. Is he a Logia user again? The giant sphere of whipped cream stopped spinning. The fifth son of the Charlotte family, Cream Minister, Opella, rushed out with murderous intent, cream hot punch. The creamy right fist wrapped around hockey, exuding high heat. He hit Lan Chi hard. Gigantization thundercloud fist. Rangi hasn't mastered armament hockey yet though, but hockey is obviously not the only criterion for measuring combat effectiveness. Her clenched pink fist turned into a black thundercloud and suddenly expanded. The huge cloud fist is intertwined with astonishing light. He hit the cream fist mark hard, boom boom. The astonishing current keeps flowing. The terrifying thundercloud fist burst out with astonishing power. Directly blasted Opella, the Minister of Cream, away. Lady Opella. Witnessing this scene. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Several pirates from the Big Mom pirates were shocked and shouted. I never expected that even the Minister of Cream in the Charlotte family would be suppressed by the other party. In the miserable ruins, Opella rushed out covered in blood and charred. The face is ferocious and unstoppable, cream monster. Plenty of whipped cream gushed out. It turned into a huge cream monster and drowned Lan Chi in front of it. It's useless. From the perspective of ability, my fruit ability is superior to yours. Lan Chi didn't have any fear at all. Her whole body rose into the air. Flexible and fast, he can easily dodge the opponent's attacks. The clouds of energy in his hands surge, and he suddenly threw out, Thundercloud Explosive Bomb. 0. Brush. Swipe. The thundercloud balls, which are completely black and intertwined with wisps of lightning, make people's hearts beat with fear, fly out one after another. It was densely packed and overwhelmed the cream monster in front of me. One after another, fierce light was released. It's impossible to look straight at. Boom boom. Wah wah gg, ah. The amazing electric light kept shining. The cream monster screamed in agony and was charred to death by the electricity. Fell there. Opella, damn woman, go to hell. Jabra, Fukuru, Kumadori and other members of CP9 rushed over and stopped them. Hey, don't even try to succeed, Z, boom boom. At this time, Joyen Fukuru fights randomly. These fellow brothers of Opella couldn't help but change their colors in horror. At the same time, in the Charlotte family camp, several CP9 members who are full of fighting spirit. Each one has already entered the human animal form, looking like a monster, with an astonishing momentum. Several brothers whose faces and body shapes were similar to Opella's and who were powerful were all a little angry. Then let's have a good fight, Chibababa. Finally it's our turn to play, hey, hey, hey. 10-finger pistol, elephant gun, without hesitation, he launched a fierce attack. The sixth son, Conte, the seventh son, Cadans, the eighth son, Cavalet, and others all rushed forward, trying to surround and kill Lan Chi. Chapter 346. Cheating in team battles. Buff fruit. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Roar. On the chaotic battlefield, a deafening roar came out. An extremely ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared on the battlefield. Rampant, flying away all the Big Mom pirates and Homit soldiers who were blocking the way. Surprisingly, it is the slave captain Chambalu whom Ren rescued from the Sabaody archipelago. In order to repay Lord Ren's kindness, such a battlefield is just right. Jambaru growled there. It opened its huge bloody mouth, revealing 2 rows of terrifyingly sharp teeth. In his complete beast form, his thick hind legs kept stepping, and he ran out wildly. The wolf rushed towards Gala, the 9th son of the Charlotte family. Exaggerated size and tonnage. The ground rumbles when you step on it, dare not be upright. Gives people unlimited pressure, you guy. Gala's expression changed. As soon as he stepped on it, he immediately retreated. He escaped the 400 and the extremely ferocious, biting sharp teeth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He, Opella, Cadans and others were quintuplets, and he was originally going to support these brothers, but was stopped by Chimbalu. Suddenly he felt a little angry. Wrap around Hockey's fist and blasted out hard. Who? A loud roar broke through the air. A huge tail whipped over hard. It hit hard with his fist mark, these days, compared to others. Jambaru, who was determined to follow Ren voluntarily, can be said to be the hardest working person in the entire team. He experienced despair and darkness and finally escaped from hell. Ren was generously given the dragon fruit, ancient species, and the ability to form a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He was also taught the 6 styles in hockey, giving him the opportunity to become stronger. I am naturally grateful to Ren, my benefactor. On weekdays, it can be said that we have put in 200 times the effort. Although the time is still short, the strength has been greatly improved. Relying on the ability bonus of the Tyrannosaurus Rex form, he is thick-skinned and has amazing strength. He was actually on par with the 9th son of the Charlotte family. Bang bang, that guy Jambaloo did a good job. We can't lose to them, not far away. Shachi, Peijin and other former members of the Heart Pirates. Seeing the performance of everyone in CP9 and Jambaloo, they were naturally unwilling to be outdone. Can't wait, rushed. Who? Roar, accompanied by the roar of the beast. The two leaders, Shachi and Peijin. Astonishing changes are taking place at a speed visible to the naked eye. They transformed into a ferocious Allosaurus and a ferocious dire wolf respectively. It attracted a lot of attention. Advertisement, 10 times the speed increase, 10 times the strength increase. However, Bebo was faster than them. The white figure rushed out like lightning. Tempest kicked chaos. Bebo's legs were like electricity and he kept kicking out violently. Whoosh, whoosh, the atmosphere is torn apart. One after another, shocking slashes broke through the air continuously. Boom, boom, ah, smoke and dust billowed. The earth was torn apart and in a mess. A pirate named Big Mom Pirates screamed. He was directly blown away. Side of head, he narrowly dodged several concealed shots that came from the blind spot behind him. Luo, who has awakened observation hockey these days but is not very skilled yet, chuckled. Looking at Bebo's dazzling performance, he couldn't help but exclaimed. It seems that this ability is really suitable for you, Bebo. Look at me. White Bear Bebo rushes out. One after another, dazzling halos flew out from his hands, amplified halo. With his current strength, although it is impossible to increase the combat effectiveness of everyone in your own camp, it is still fine for a small number of people. The number of people in the Heart Pirates is almost within his current limit. Kill, is this the ability to gain fruit? It's so powerful. I feel like my strength has become stronger instantly. What a convenient ability, everyone, come on. Kill them. The members of the Heart Pirates, such as Shachi and Peijin, were blessed by the aura. Their speed, strength, defense, etc. were all improved, and their strength increased greatly. One by one, they were beaten to death. Rampage, unstoppable. Fighting with the big army of Big Mom Pirates, and Shakina's ability in the form of the ancient Allosaurus. Also a week ago, it naturally appeared in the black market in the first half of New World, and once caused a scramble from all parties. But Ren's Phantom Thief, Karina suddenly ran to the scene from Wano Kuni. No expense was spared to capture it, therefore, it can be used openly and honestly. Well, the speed has suddenly become much faster. With a halo of amplification on his head, Luo chuckled. With burning eyes, he focused on a cadre of the Charlotte family. The whole person rushed out at an astonishing speed, like lightning. And the first time he used Op Fruit's ability, opened the result. Roomy Slaughterhouse. My crew members are all so awesome. Then he, the captain, cannot be too embarrassed. Field Sword Ghost Cry entangled the half-baked armament hockey and slashed hard. Advertisement, plum. Note Sparks Sputter. A blade wrapped around hockey, blocking Luo's cutting. Although he was small, he was extremely powerful. He waved his sword and kept attacking Luo. Luo kept swinging his knife, blocked the opponent's attack. Looking at the little man in front of him, he couldn't help but stare. The 21st son of the Charlotte family, the Minister of Ingredients tablet? Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Before the war started, they already had some general information about the Big Mom Pirates. Those powerful Charlotte family members are naturally the targets of focus. You are the Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, right? Staring at Luo in front of him, Tabret raised the blade and said murderously, "Today is the day of your death." That's not necessarily the case, maybe it's yours. The corners of Luo's mouth rose. With a halo above his head, his strength has greatly increased. He stepped hard and dodged the opponent's attack in an instant. Room transfer. The next moment, he directly exchanged places with a stone. In an instant, he appeared behind Tablet. The knife struck hard, making people unable to guard against it. I couldn't help feeling chilly. What caught off guard? Tablet was cut in half and was shocked, but he was extremely fierce. He held a pistol in his other hand and fired directly at Luo. Don't think that because you are small, I will be merciful just because you are 2.7, Luo said with a playful smile. Easily dodged the speeding bullets. For a moment, Tablet, who was no longer able to resist, was filled with panic and screamed. However, the next moment, Kai, the gleaming field sword, Ghost Cry, cut across directly. They rushed up one after another. Please, stop turning. He kept tossing it in his hands. Let go of Lord Tabret. A pirate named Homits of the Big Mom Pirates. B asterisk 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 D. Let me go. So many stars. I fainted. They were cut in half directly by Luo. Room baton. My body. My head. The blade flashed and cut off his head again. Chapter 347. The Frightened Katakuri, 3rd update. Those guys. Do all of them have such amazing abilities? Notice the changes on the battlefield. Not only the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates were a little shocked. It was Foz Fu, Ulti, Peggy Wan and others who were fighting with the Charlotte family cadres. They were shocked and inexplicable. When did the rare ancient zone species and even the extremely rare Logia's abilities become so worthless? These people under Ren's command are too strong, aren't they? In terms of ability alone, they are not inferior to the Beast's pirates. Even better, at this time, Dr. Brian who transforms into the Hulk. He violently attacked Owen, who was retreating steadily and was clearly unable to hold on. Gia hee hee, go to hell. He laughed ferociously, and his body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Laser cannon barrels were exposed. Boom. Boom. Dazzling laser beams blasted out one after another. What? Owen's expression changed drastically. 28. There is no way to dodge so many laser beams in the electric light and flint room. Caught off guard, his body was pierced by several laser beams. Screamed. Ah. Boom boom. Terrifying laser beam. A violent explosion was triggered. During the heat wave, explosion waves appeared one after another, swallowing up a large number of pirates and homid soldiers of the Big Mom Pirates. And Owen, the fourth son of the Charlotte family, fell in a pool of blood. The face is distorted and the figure is staggering. Super Punch Alloy Bomb. While you are sick, I will kill you. Dr. Brian shows no mercy. A steely punch crushed the atmosphere. He hit the opponent hard. Boom. Ah. At this moment, Owen's eyes were bulging due to bleeding from the mouth. The whole person felt as if he had been hit by a speeding sea train. I don't know how many bones in my body were broken. Flying out like cannonballs. Bang bang, destroy the ancients. Big trees were knocked down and broken. Advertisement. Large amounts of smoke and dust were raised. Owen. Brother Owen. Sir Owen. Damn it, that guy. For a while, attracted by the huge movement, he subconsciously looked over. The pirates of the Big Mom pirate group changed their colors in horror, and the members of the Charlotte family were even more stunned and cried out in disbelief. No one expected it. Owen is known as one of the monsters of the Charlotte family. How could he be crushed by Dr. Brian so easily? Damn it, Owen. Compert, the fruit minister, who was in the middle of a confrontation with King Kong, his whole body was scorched black by electricity, and he was in an extremely embarrassed state, couldn't help but change his expression. Although her strength is quite good, compared to monsters like King Kong, it is still far behind. After all, even under normal circumstances, without using the auxiliary abilities of the Phantom Beast Titan form, one can truly acquire wisdom and learning abilities that are no less than human beings. These days, under Ren's training and through constant actual combat, King Kong's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is now comparable to Drougjack's level. Not to mention, it's almost comparable to Karina's Logia Thunder Fruit, a scalp-numbing thunder and lightning. Not everyone can bear it easily. Hey ho ho ho, you should take care of yourself. King Kong smiled ferociously, a fierce gaze flashed. His wild beast body, covered with thick animal hair, suddenly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the eyes of Compert, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, and even a large number of Charlotte family members around her, they looked in shock and confusion. In an instant, it exceeded hundreds of meters and turned into a Titan ape, bathed in dazzling thunder. The aura was unbelievably violent, electric light flickered. Amazing thunder and lightning kept shining. Countless electric arcs are intertwining and flowing violently there, wreaking havoc and destruction. The messy earth was ravaged to the point of being scorched black and in disarray. Ah! For a time, countless pirates and homids of the Big Mom Pirates screamed. The pirates of the Beast's pirates, who had already seen King Kong's monster-like power, had already stayed away from here as soon as possible. Gulu. What kind of monster is this? I thought Mascarpone and his friends were lying. Even the giants are not so exaggerated, right? Isn't it too big? He looked up at the extremely violent Titan ape. The pirates of the Big Mom Pirates, and even the members of the Charlotte family, could not help but feel cold. Advertisement. Some gasped. Cold sweat. Call next moment. Exaggerated fists. Beating his broad chest, there were bursts of loud, heart-stopping noises like beating drums. King Kong raised his huge right foot, wrapped around the dark armament hockey, and intertwined with astonishing thunder and lightning. He crushed the atmosphere violently, and stamped down towards Compert, who changed his color in horror. Hi ho ho ho, this is a parting ceremony, consider it your reward for pleasing me. Boom, the whole island was shaken. Rocks flew and strong winds swept through. Smoke and dust billowed up, and huge waves rolled on the sea. It was indescribably shocking. 797 Damn it, trouble. On the sea, headed above the flagship, Katakori's tall figure stood there. With the help of a monocular telescope, you can have a panoramic view of the battle situation. His eyes were fixed on the giant thing that covered the sky and was bathed in endless thunder, giving people infinite pressure and making them tremble. Obviously, the Big Mom Pirates still underestimated the Beast's pirates and somewhat underestimated the enemy. The opponent's strength was far stronger than they expected. That monster. Katakori's face darkened, seeing the Big Mom Pirates suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the younger brothers and sisters of the Charlotte family are even more in danger. He clenched his fists tightly, eager to rush through immediately. All fleets, move forward at full speed, holding phonebug. Katakori shouted orders there. Yes, call out. However, next moment, a loud roar broke through the air. An astonishing laser beam suddenly blasted from the direction of the coast. In Katakori's extremely ugly eyes, boom, a pirate warship exploded directly. The fire is soaring into the sky and the heat wave is rolling. Hateful. Chapter 348 The Defeated Big Mom Pirates, 4th update. Roar, the roar of the beast shook the sky. The figure blocking out the sky and the sun stood there. Beating his chest, he roared to the sky. It's intimidating, like an invincible titan. The drum-like sound seemed to be constantly beating on the hearts of the pirates in Big Mom, making their hearts beat. I just feel my scalp is numb and my heart is uneasy. Who? It was extremely terrifying, far more exaggerated fist seal than the ancient giants. Intertwined with endless thunder, entangled with the powerful hockey. It crushed the atmosphere and blasted over. Yuahuhu. Boom boom. Crash lala. The earth cracked and the sea boiled. Accompanied by a fierce hurricane, the terrifying power caused the coast to crack. Ah! A large number of pirates from the Big Mom Pirates and the Hormet's army were crushed into meat patties. Even those far away, countless people were pressed by the crazy wind and flew away like fragile paper figures. This monster. Kankan escaped from King Kong's huge fist mark that made people sweat. The somewhat embarrassed Comport Special Fruit Minister broke out in cold sweat. She tried to attack King Kong's lower body, trying to cut off the opponent's legs. But King Kong's legs covered with hockey's defense are like pillars supporting the sky, even more indestructible and invulnerable than giant pillars made of steel. Attack with all your strength. Unable to shake. Are you still struggling? Looking down at the little bean at his feet, Comport, the Titan ape, was grinning ferociously. The huge right foot suddenly lifted up, just stepped down hard. Damn. Comport retreated violently, however, at this moment. Boom. 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 Several laser beams penetrated fiercely. What? Comport's expression changed. Her hair stood up in midair. Relying on observation hockey's prejudgment, he narrowly avoided 2 of the laser beams while narrowly avoiding the lightning. But he was caught off guard, and his swollen body was directly struck through the chest by the first lightning bolt. Ah! Screamed. His body froze suddenly. The whole person fell to the ground. No. Looking at the black shadow that covered the sky and the sun. She turned pale and screamed in horror. Boom boom. All of a sudden. Extremely exaggerated souls. Without mercy, he stepped down hard. Boom boom. Ah. The earth shook. Smoke and dust billowed into the air. Accompanied by shrill screams. It causes scalp rash and coldness. Lord Comport, sister, on the chaotic battlefield. Sudden upheaval. The expression of a pirate named Big Mom Pirates changed drastically. The children of the Charlotte family couldn't help but scream with eyes wide open. Gia hee hee, don't think you are fighting alone. Backquote. Dr. Brian, who looked like the Hulk, smiled ferociously. This is war. UB asterisk 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 D. Several members of the Charlotte family had red eyes and were unstoppable. Brandishing the blade, he charged forward violently. Murderous. Clang. Sparks sputter. What? Advertisement. This guy. A member of the Charlotte family stared with wide eyes, looking in disbelief at the uninjured and unbelievably strong Hulk. I never expected it to be covered with hockey's blade. He couldn't shake B. Bryant, who transformed into the Hulk, merged with a pacifist, and was strengthened with morphological memory alloy. It comes down to it. Their strength is too weak. It's also armament hockey, but the hockey of the star level and the hockey of these small cadres. Obviously the difference is not that big. Gia hee hee, shave it. The Hulk stepped hard, showing a thrilling speed. He disappeared in front of these Charlotte family members in an instant. Appeared behind them. Super heavy punch alloy bomb, brandishing 2 huge fist marks. It tore apart the atmosphere there and blasted out indiscriminately. Bang bang. Ah, no matter how hard you try to stop it. But the 3 members of the Charlotte family still couldn't withstand Ling Zhong's heavy blow. There were screams one after another, flying out like cannonballs. Shoo shoo boom boom. Ah, a pacifist. The formation has already been formed there. Under the command of Dr. Brian, laser beams were continuously fired. Ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates, as well as the Hormet's army. Shocking waves of explosions appeared on the battlefield one after another. The screams are endless. I'm in trouble. He gave Lucci a head-on blow in his human animal form. Baron Egghead retreated violently and distanced himself. His body was torn apart for a time, and he broke out of his shell and was reborn. He turned into the Chicken Viscount with an ugly look on his face. I never expected that the war situation would turn so rotten to this extent. It can be said that the losses were heavy. Special zone. The egg fruit? In his human animal form, although he was a little embarrassed, Lucci was not seriously injured and looked ferocious. After being killed by him not long ago, he stared at Baron Egg, who had transformed from his normal form into Chicken Viscount, which was very different from usual. The whole person couldn't help but stand in the air, a little surprised. You can actually come back from the dead, and your strength becomes stronger. What a weird zone ability. Stronger legs. The muscles of the legs like animal claws swelled. His right foot was like lightning, and he kicked it out hard. Tempest kick Arashi bird. Call out, along with the violent sound of breaking the air, the atmosphere was split. A lifelike raptor slashed and flew out with wings fluttering. The attack is menacing and unstoppable, sweeping in. What a ferocious guy, no wonder he can defeat Master Snag. Baron Eggman is very fast, dodged that astonishing slash. Boom boom. An exaggerated huge slash. It tore apart countless pirates and hominins. Unabated, it blasted into the depths of the forest. It makes people break into cold sweat. Benedy legs, Baron Dandan moved quickly. The legs were spinning and kicked violently. Bang, a powerful and heavy blow. Unexpectedly, Sheng Zhang had just launched a fierce offensive. Kankan reacted and used his arms to block Lucci and kicked him away. In the ruins, smoke and dust billowed. Advertisement. Interesting. Lucci's tall figure pressed against the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. He walked on the moonwalk like nothing happened and charged forward again. Bang bang. He was extremely fierce and kept fighting with Baron Dandan. But it has to be said that Baron Eggman in the state of Chicken Viscount is indeed quite powerful. He always blocks his attacks. You can also continue to launch counterattacks. It's time to end. Suddenly, the feet stamped hard. He retreated violently. Lucci's eyes flashed. Return to life Max Paper Arts martial body. The whole person has undergone astonishing changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The figure swelled directly, the muscles bulged, and Tutu's veins popped out. But it didn't become more bloated, but more muscular. The momentum is astonishing, full of terrifying explosive power. Is there such a transformation into a human animal form? What an amazing guy. Baron Eggman waved his wings. His legs kept kicking out violently. Come up and kill. Boom, however. Lucci did not retreat but advanced. The feet are stepped hard, and the body is bullied. The arms covering Haki were crossed, blocking the opponent's attack. Brush. A huge tail, as if it had a sense of life, suddenly struck out. It entangled Baron Eggy. His eyes were murderous. What? Baron Eggman's expression changed. It's over. Lucci looked ferocious and fierce. With his fists together, his momentum was frightening. The greatest wheel of justice, the wooden spear. Buzz. Was directly distorted. The invisible fluctuations turned into violent shockwaves. He blasted it out hard. Boom boom. Baron Eggman screamed. He was hit so hard that he vomited blood and flew out. Can you still continue to transform? Lucci took a long breath. Seeing that Baron Dandan, who had been blasted away, turned into a puddle of light yellow substance, he couldn't help but surge up. Obviously trying to transform again with that weird ability. The one who got the money, stop him. Bang bang. Buy time for Baron Eggman. As long as you transform from the Chicken Viscount to the Rooster Count, you can surpass Rob Lucci's Power Emperor. We will definitely win. Baron Dandan, who was extremely weak and in the process of transformation, struggled to stop the garbage. But there was no suspense as the extremely sharp claws penetrated directly and mercilessly. Dazzling. He rushed in front of Baron Egg, which had turned into a puddle of light yellow covered with egg white and was constantly squirming. Obviously he wanted to stop Lucci and buy time for him to transform. Finger Pistol Madara. The gleaming claws wrapped around Haki and stabbed out continuously. Witnessing this scene. The sky is overwhelming, and the sky is full of afterimages. He dodged the incoming bullets and rockets in an instant. They have heard about Baron Eggman's strange egg fruit ability. The pirates from the Big Mom pirate group all around opened fire there. He licked his lips with bloodthirsty and rushed out without mercy. Blasted into a sieve. Hey, I won't give you any chance to be reborn. Moonwalk. Bang bang. He stepped directly into the atmosphere from a high altitude and passed through the Hormet's army. A large number of Homie's soldiers rushed forward one after another, fearless and fearless. Chapter 349. The strongest general who was beaten, first update. Baron Dandan 1 inch. He looked at Baron Eggman who had returned to his original state and turned into a corpse. One of the pirates from the Charlotte family changed their color in shock and shouted in disbelief. No one expected that Baron Eggman, the knight of the Big Mom Pirates, would be killed so easily. You know, the other party has an immortal body and can continue to transform. You get stronger every time you die. What a difficult guy. In this case, you shouldn't be able to be resurrected, right? Lucci, who had a ferocious face and a strong aura, had an indifferent look. He was tall and looked extremely strong. He bloodthirsty licked the sharp and pointed claws stained with bloodline. Cold eyes looked at the surrounding pirates and hominins who were shouting and killing before, as if they were not afraid of death. Brush. Brush. A pirate named Big Mom Pirates and homies couldn't help but feel chills. His face turned pale and he subconsciously retreated. Swallowing his saliva, he didn't dare to step forward. Breaking into a cold sweat. Oh, are you coming soon? Looking at the sea in the distance less than a kilometer away. Those menacing pirate warships were sniped one by Wappa, the Momo fruit ability user. Currently, only a few of them are left, and they even have to be arranged in an eye shape as they get closer and closer. The demon bomber was in an inextricable stalemate with Foz Fu. Rob Lucci ignored those 070 trash fish. Shave. Instead, he stamped his feet and rushed directly towards Dafu, the third son of the Charlotte family who was rubbing his belt with his hands and controlling the Jin to fight at an alarming speed. Deal with one first. Tempest kick hyphenation point leopard tail. His body was like electricity. Overcame those obstacles. Stepping on the atmosphere, it hung in the air. The right foot kicked out hard. Call out, a loud roar broke through the air. A huge light green slash kept spinning. It is in a spiral shape and cuts the atmosphere violently. He hit Dafu hard. What, we just have to deal with Fozfu, a powerful flying six. Dafu, who had already been unable to give his all, had his hairs standing on end and his complexion change. Relying on observation Haki's prediction, he narrowly escaped the violent attack. Boom boom. Smoke and dust billowed, and rocks sputtered. The land was already devastated and in disarray. Once again, a huge hole was torn open by ruthlessness. Shocking. Lucci, you guy, do you want to steal my opponent? See this. Fozfu's eyelids twitched as he was fighting the Jin. Some are furious. This is war. Do you think we are just playing house? Lucci said coldly without showing any signs of weakness. If the Big Mom pirates cannot be severely damaged as much as possible, Kotaku, the strongest general, will break into the beach with his men. Situation they have to face. There may be changes. It's just an ordinary species. Remember it, advertisement. Fozfu was furious, but I can only bear it with frustration. What he was most unhappy with was that the other party, an ordinary zone, was so arrogant in front of a person with ancient abilities like himself. On status, the opponent is just a normal real fight. He is a dignified Fei Liubao, second only to the four heavenly Tuban. Isn't it just because of the blood prison Ren, the fourth natural disaster, to support it? Hateful. Damn it. In the smoke, Dafu escaped the attack in embarrassment. Suddenly furious, the evil wolf glared at Lucci. You guy. But Lucci didn't talk nonsense to him. He didn't say much and just rushed forward. Finger pistol Madara. The sharp claws kept thrusting. Dense afterimages struck like lightning. Dafu couldn't help but change his expression, and he rushed out without hesitation and distanced himself. Bang bang. In a hurry, he didn't care to rub his belt. His fists wrapped around Haki and he kept blocking. And the Jin demon was having a fierce battle with Fozfu. He suddenly froze there. No more movement. Tooth flash. Fozfu did not miss the opportunity. In human animal form, he has sharp teeth and ferocious teeth. With that bloody mouth open, attacked fiercely, call out. A terrifying cold light flashed. The lantern demon was directly blasted away. Fall apart. What? Fang Kun was in chaos, and he could only deal with Lucci in a hurry. Dafu, who was a little overwhelmed and seemed to be struggling, changed his face. But the next moment, Fozfu had already rushed forward. Choff. Tempest kick. A tall figure rushed over and kicked his right leg violently. Wah. A dazzling slash. It hit Dafu hard, who was caught off guard. Blow him away. Blood splattered. Ah. Dafu screamed and vomited blood. The whole person flew out upside down. Brother Dafu. That be asterisk 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 D. A pirate named Bigmom Pirates. And those members of the Charlotte family shouted. Seeing Dafu, the third son of the Charlotte family, in crisis, he ignored it and wanted to rush to support. However, members of the original Heart Pirates such as Luo, Bibo, Sha-Chi, and Pei-Jin, as well as the siblings Ulti and Peggy Wan, are not vegetarians either. They rushed up one after another and stopped each other. Advertisement, shave. But this time, Lucci's eyes were fierce, but he didn't miss the opportunity. Handgun. The sharp claws wrapped around Haki shot out like rockets. It penetrated Dafu's chest in an instant. Dafu. Not far away offshore. Blocked the laser beam shot by Wappa using the Momo fruit ability. Katakuri had just led the remaining pirate warships to charge forward. His entire complexion changed drastically. Can't help but feel like my eyes are splitting. You guy. He was so angry that he had unlimited murderous intent. With a sudden pressure from his legs, the water level of the ship sank and the deck cracked. Brush. The tall figure rushed out like a rocket. Life and death crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and washed up on the coast. Kakumochi. The glutinous fist instantly turned into a square shape and wrapped around Haki. He hit Lucci hard. The terrifying bloodshot eyes were full of murderous intent. Boom. Suddenly, Katakuri didn't wait until he was in front of Lucci. A huge green fist mark had already struck forward. Super Punch Alloy Bomb. Dr. Brian, who transformed into the Hulk, showed exaggerated speed. It rushed forward in an instant, extremely fierce. Wah wah GG, and at the same time, the pale electric light shines violently. 100 million volts lightning kick. A fiery figure came through the sky like lightning. Carrying endless lightning, it blasted hard at Katakuri. One on the left and one on the right, attacking from both sides. The fruit ability was activated brazenly. Wappa, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly jumped up high with a stern look in his eyes. Under the double attack of Karina and Dr. Brian, what? However, the next moment, smoke and dust billowed. Katakuri's pupils shrank sharply and his expression changed. Boom. He was caught off guard and was directly hit by the fierce offensive. Katakuri-sama, brother, because he was extremely angry and lost his composure, he was usually proud of himself and could temporarily foresee the future. The strongest star of the Charlotte family was not given any chance to breathe. Boom boom. Momo 30 times laser cannon. The trigger was pulled. The whole person was blown away directly. Katakuri was too late to stop his strength. The laser cannon directly locked onto the figure in the billowing smoke. Chapter 350 Ren's fighting spirit and the collision with the Pirate Emperor. Go back in time a little. The war on Marikal Island. When it just entered the climax, it was far away in the Tucker Sea. Ship, I am a ship. A pirate ship with a fairy tale like dim sum style slowly came from the sea. Moreover, as if there is life, the decoration on the bow has an anthropomorphic expression, and it does not live there and sings. It's Big Mom's own flagship Queen Mother chant. I didn't bring any extra pirate ships. Just a flagship. Mom, Bridget Island is ahead. Looking at the island that is clearly visible not far away. A lookout warned loudly there. There are people on the coast, but they are too far away to see clearly. Oh. A human-shaped lion pushed up his sunglasses and said contemptuously. I wonder if that guy from Blood Prison Ren was scared away by his mother's reputation. Oh wow. He. No matter if he's on top or not, we won't lose, Paranine. Looking ahead to Bridget Island. Parasparrow leaned on his candy cane, licked his lips with his long tongue, and said with a smile. This island is a huge open-pit gold mine. In the past, it was controlled by the Whitebeard pirates. We thought about it again and again. They tried to rob them, but they all suffered a big loss. Now, this place finally belongs to our Big Mom pirates. Mama, I hope he is up there, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Charlotte Linlin, who was fat and tall, came out. On the ugly fat face, his eyes were blazing. The Lunaria clan. I have a lot to look forward to. Come yet? At this moment, Bridget Island. On a beach chair. Ren, who was lying on the broad wings and basking in the sun, showed a long-awaited smile. Crackling. The whole person stood up with fighting spirit. He grabbed the two supreme sharp knives placed aside. Wisps of black and red lightning faintly emanated from the body. Where, accompanied by a teeth-searing friction sound. A bright cold light and a scarlet blood light, it disappeared in a blink of an eye. The cold light is fierce and sharp. Emperor Yama and Emperor Dazizi both took out their sheaths. Ren was holding two blades that were so sharp and cold that people could feel their scalp numb inexplicably just by looking directly at them. He crossed it in front of him and said with a smile, You're also looking forward to it, right? Jung. The two gorgeous blades chirped softly, as if to express their gratitude to Ying. Mom, it's Blood Prison Ren. He's on that island. Advertisement on the Queen Mother anthem, as the pirate ship gets closer and closer to the island. Observing the figure on the coast through the monocular telescope, the lookout said loudly, You can't go wrong, those black wings, gray hair, and there are flames on the back of the head. Mama. Charlotte Linlin below smiled ferociously. I can already feel it. That feeling is about to overflow. Hockey is quite strong, not that boy from Kaido. She comes from the island ahead, feeling an amazing amount of hockey. Obviously, the other party had noticed her arrival. He didn't mean to hide himself. Yuahuhu, suddenly. The people on the distant beach were moved. The dark wings suddenly shook, and the whole person rushed out. It turned into a black stream of light, toward the pirate ship in the distance. Coming at a gallop, and saw this scene. On board the Mama's anthem, the lookout exclaimed, Mom, he's flying over. Mama, can't you wait to go to the temple? Looking at the figure flapping its wings on the sea at an astonishing speed. Charlotte Linlin smiled strangely and gave the order directly. Parasparrow, next, I will just deal with him personally. Just retreat first and stop joining in the fun here. Yes, Mom, Parasparrow and others hurriedly responded. What follows is bound to be an earth-shattering battle that they cannot participate in. That man was known as a walking natural disaster. They had already witnessed the opponent's power in the live broadcast of Summit War. Except for monsters like Admiral and Four Emperors, it can be said to be invincible. Its flames are even more destructive, and even a little bit of it will kill you. And in Blood Hell Ren's style, if they force their way through, it will definitely be targeted. Zeus, here, Mom. One is wearing a baseball cap and has an anthropomorphic expression, watching the silly cotton clouds fly down. Charlotte Linlin's little giant-like figure jumped lightly and stood firmly on top. Next to it, followed a fairy tale-like sun with an anthropomorphic expression. Please give me flowers. There it smiled strangely. No matter who it is, it can't be my opponent. Napoleon. Charlotte Linlin ordered again. Advertisement. I'm here, Mom. Charlotte Linlin's head, the three-cornered hat with a skull pattern flew up. It turned into an extremely sharp sword, and the blade actually showed an anthropomorphic expression. Mama, looking at the figure flapping its wings on the sea with astonishing momentum. Charlotte Linlin, who was wearing a turban and holding Napoleon in her hand, was in high spirits and laughed confidently. Let me see what you are capable of, Copper's Ren. Thundercloud Zeus directly carried her. The flames were fierce and flew straight towards the figure in front. 0. First meeting. Charlotte Linlin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. High in the air. Looking at the tall figure riding on the thundercloud, coming towards me. Holding two swords in hand, Ren was full of fighting spirit and laughed loudly. I hope you, Four Emperors, will not disappoint me. A flash of red light flashed across his eyes, predicting something. Without hesitation, he swung Emperor Yama diagonally and began to accumulate power. The whole person's aura is moving at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Keep climbing. Mama, you really dare to say that, kid. Staring directly at Ren, who was flying very quickly, flapping his wings, getting closer and closer. Charlotte Linlin directly swung the blade and said with a ferocious smile, If you are so impatient to challenge me, then accept my meeting gift. Pluton. His eyes were stern. Accumulate strength. Don't show any weakness and strike hard. The atmosphere was directly distorted. The spear of Elbaf, with lightning speed and calm force, it collided hard with the fierce and unparalleled sword energy shockwave. The terrifying shock wave of sword energy crushed him hard. The Enma Emperor, held high on his right hand, is wrapped around the dark armament Haki, appearing out of thin air like lightning, tearing apart the atmosphere immediately. Ren, who had already foreseen this scene, was already one step ahead. An extremely eye-catching blazing slash. She locked onto Ren in the sky in front of her and slashed out with her sword. Boom boom. Unstoppable. Wei Guo, almost at the same time. Call out. Chapter 351. The son-in-law of the Charlotte family. Hellish flames. Rumble. Crash. Woohoo. The loud noise shook the sky. The light and radiance were so dazzling that I couldn't look straight at them. Layers of airwaves visible to the naked eye rippled and swept away. The waves are surging and the sea is boiling. Hey, is this your swordsmanship imitating the giant Elba's spear? The corners of Ren's mouth rose, looking directly at Charlotte Linlin. The wings flap lightly, and the whole person stays steadily high in the sky. He followed the Straw Hat crew on adventures to Prehistoric Island and Little Garden, and also learned the giant's special skill, the Elbaf spear, from the two former leaders of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre and Red Ogre. But that move is more suitable for people with huge bodies and immense strength. When using a special human animal form to make yourself huge, there is no problem in using it. If he used it forcefully under normal circumstances, it would only be a waste of energy and the power exerted would be unsatisfactory. Moreover, his own weapons cannot grow in size along with his body size, which is completely unnecessary. Not long ago, Ren taught the giant's 387 stunt to the Great Ape King, who had the ability of the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Titan form, and was able to fully utilize the power of Elba's gun, King Kong. To himself, using Elbaf's gun is far less convenient and effortless than using other sword techniques. In comparison, the swordsmanship of Pluton Rayleigh, Pirate King Roger and others. It is undoubtedly more suitable for him, and he has already gradually understood it. It is not difficult to use at all and can be used freely. That rascal. You actually blocked your mother's power. Gulu. Is this the strength of a man with 3 billion Baileys? Walking Scourge, Blood Hell Ren, distant on the sea. The Queen Mother Anthem, which had not had time to retreat, was forced to retreat by the fierce hurricane, and was even shaken by the rolling waves. Parasparrow, Pokmas, Garrett and others above. Looking at the sky ahead, there are two figures colliding powerfully. Somewhat shocked. Mama, is that guy Pluton Rayleigh's swordsmanship good? High in the air. Looking at Ren, who blocked his powerful move. Charlotte Linlin, who was stepping on Thundercloud Zeus, laughed. She had dealt with the Roger pirates more than once when she was young. Naturally, he recognized Pluton Rayleigh's swordsmanship. Zeus, yes, Mom. Next moment, Thundercloud Zeus responded. He flew forward directly carrying Big Mom and was about to kill Ren. But don't wait for it to rush forward. Yuahuhu, spread his wings. Ren's whole body was already rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. The cold light of the two swords flashed, Haki flowed on them, and they were intertwined with strands of black and red lightning. Coming hard. Mama, Charlotte Linlin is not to be outdone. Napoleon waved brazenly. Advertisement go out to meet the attack. Keng. The sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. The violent slashing waves swept in all directions. It caused the sea to roll violently, stirring up huge waves that surged in all directions. Woo-hoo-hoo. The sky changes color. The air currents are surging and dark clouds are gathering. The two terrifying breaths collided violently, causing the thickness of the climate. No actual tearing in half though, but extremely amazing. Crackling. Black and red lightning bolts crisscrossed each other, like dragons and snakes dancing, spreading in all directions. The terrifying momentum makes people tremble with fear. Thump, thump. Mama's anthem above. Countless homies screamed. Their souls seemed to be leaving their bodies, they were trembling and terrified. One by one, the weak pirates were foaming at the mouth. His eyes turned white and he fell there. Mom, his knife is too sharp. Anthropomorphic Napoleon screamed there. Even in the air confrontation between conquerors' entanglements, it can still feel the extremely sharp aura. Some sting terribly. Cut the nonsense, Charlotte Linlin scolded. Holding Napoleon in his hand, he was in a stalemate with Ren. He stared at the ridiculously young but amazingly powerful figure in front of him with a smile. Mama, a guy like you is actually willing to join Kaido's command, why not switch to my wife? Even if you want to be my son-in-law, there's no problem. Sorry, you're a little late, I'm already Kaido's son-in-law. Ren was all smiles. The next moment, his eyes sharpened. The two swords were swung wildly and launched a fierce attack. That's really a pity, with observation Haki's prediction. Steadily blocking Ren's swift and dangerous attack. Charlotte Linlin looked sharply. Prometheus, here, Mom. The flames are raging and the heat waves are rolling. The anthropomorphic sun, Prometheus, directly turned into a ferocious evil ghost with a wolfish gaze. It spit out blazing flames and blessed Napoleon. Emperor's sword, broken blade. Charlotte Linlin swung her knife wildly. The blade surrounded by terrifying flames struck hard. Wah wah GG. At the same time, Thundercloud Zeus looked like a fierce ghost, spitting out an astonishing bolt of lightning and suddenly attacked Ren. Are you getting serious? A hard fight with Charlotte Linlin? He narrowly avoided the incoming lightning. Ren smiled, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was extremely fierce. In an instant, the whole person changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body size skyrocketed, golden horns grew longer, his limbs turned into ferocious claws, his fingers became extremely sharp, and his body was covered with red scales. Advertisement dark red flames surged up, distorting the atmosphere. The rolling heat wave makes people change their color. He directly entered the human animal form. The blade directly ignited the flames of hell. Kang. Chong. Between the electric light and flint. The blades kept colliding. The terrible heat rushed towards my face. High in the sky, the atmosphere was completely distorted, and the figures of the two people became a little blurry. It makes people's scalp numb, and the seawater below is about to evaporate. It became extremely red. The fog is rising. One sword style great purgatory. The terrifying flames of hell keep burning. It seems that it can really destroy everything and burn everything to ashes. Kang. Sparks sputter, blocking that astonishing flaming slash. The rolling heat wave made Charlotte Linlin feel unbearably hot. Just getting close, it was as if the whole person had really fallen into the magma and was burning, and the skin was burned with some pain. His face could not help but change slightly, and his eyes were stern. The other party's ability was more amazing than she imagined. Mom, the temperature of his flame is too high, it feels like it is melting. Napoleon screamed in horror, full of fear. Even though it was covered with powerful hockey, the unimaginable high temperature still made it miserable. The surrounding decorations that were originally used as hat brim were all burned black and turned into ashes immediately. Mom, I feel like I'm going to be evaporated, Thundercloud Zeus also screamed there. It was just a cloud, and the terrifying high temperature would evaporate it directly. It felt vaguely unstable, as if it was about to evaporate and collapse at any time. Useless thing. Prometheus 3.2. See this. Swing the knife hard. He fought hard to push back the hot red, monster-like figure. Charlotte Linlin's expression changed, somewhat annoyed. Yes, Mom, look at me, son Prometheus responded. It expanded again and turned into a huge fireball. Charlotte Linlin jumped directly from the back of Thundercloud Zeus onto the fireball of Nakuda. Only her own soul combined with the ability of the Soul Fruit to create the highest level homies Prometheus as the incarnation of fire can withstand the astonishing high temperature. It would not cause her to fall directly into the sea from a high altitude. Clang. For a while, two figures, one large and one small. A fierce confrontation in the sky. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on, refusing to give in to each other. Boom. Boom. The astonishing slash wave, accompanied by the billowing heat wave, kept raging. It exploded continuously on the sea, causing huge waves. Makes your scalp numb. Advertisement chapter 352 Big Mom was blasted into the magma. Clang, clang, the fire shot into the sky and the flames billowed. The sound of gold and iron clashing is endless. Countless slashes poured out crazily. Two figures, one large and one small, completely unequal, collided violently in the air. From the sea, everyone was killed on Bridget Island. ZZ, steaming hot. The terrifying flames of hell are not really close yet. The sand on the coast has been melted directly. Large areas of seawater are constantly being evaporated by the terrifying high temperature and even boiling. It makes one's scalp tingle. Wei Guo, leap off Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin jumped to the ground, holding Napoleon in hand, black and red lightning intertwined and swept out fiercely. Whoosh, the terrifying sword energy shockwave penetrated the atmosphere. Comes crushed. God avoids, Ren's eyes are sharp. There is an amazing surge of hockey on both arms. Intertwined with the indestructible Emperor Dazizi and the extremely monstrous Emperor Yama. Without showing any signs of weakness, they both struck out boldly. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky. Two huge sword energy shockwaves collided there. The light is dazzling and terrifying 28. It's impossible to look straight at. Yuahuhu. Wow, the fierce wind pressure kept raging. Wave after wave of monstrous waves arose on the turbulent sea. Swept in all directions. Come on, Charlotte Linlin. The feet stamped hard. The human figure is as fast as lightning. His eyes were filled with fierce fighting spirit. In the cold light, the two swords had cut through the atmosphere, and they were waving wildly. Let me see if you, the four emperors, are worthy of your name. Mama, I really dared to say it, little. Charlotte Linlin smiled instead of angry. Not to be outdone, he also continued to block Ren's offensive. And, from time to time, they launched fierce counterattacks. Charlotte Linlin is a born monster. It is extremely powerful, invulnerable, and capable of both offense and defense. Whether it's armament hockey or conqueror's hockey, they both outperform the current Ren. But Ren has already entered the human animal form. And relying on his innate racial talent, he independently extinguished the flames in the back of his head. Both strength and speed have greatly increased, and even the temperature of the hell flames has become extremely terrifying. With the blessing of two supreme sharp knives, Emperor Yama, and Emperor Great Freedom, the attack power is even higher than before. His body is fast and his speed is as fast as a ghost. coupled with the observation Haki, who has already reached the ultimate level and can foresee the future in a short period of time and predict the enemy's plans first. Deal with Charlotte Linlin, the pirate emperor who is bulky, has more strength but lacks speed. On the contrary, it seems to be at ease. Neither of them could do anything to the other and fell into a stalemate. Advertisement, rumble, suddenly, the ground rumbled. Suddenly trembled. It transformed into a huge and ferocious unicorn beast. Roar, as if he had a sense of life, with his mouth wide open, he was crushing Charlotte Linlin from behind who was fighting against Ren and had no time to clone. People can't help but change their color in shock. Damn it, Prometheus yelled, it turned into a huge fireball. Like the second sun, carrying a rolling heatwave. Crushed it down hard. Boom boom. The fire surged into the sky. Waves of heat waves kept coming. The strong wind carried large and small rocks and gravel and raged in all directions. Mama, are you similar to the ability of the Golden Lion, Shiki? You are really insidious. A hard fight with Ren. Charlotte Linlin raised her eyebrows and smiled evilly. However, my top-grade Homits is not a vegetarian. Prometheus, she suddenly jumped on Prometheus and rushed high into the sky. Zeus caught the giant and turned into a black thundercloud, shining with endless rain. Looking down at Ren below, observation Haki locked onto him. A sudden tug. The great god of freedom is the god of heaven. Rumble, thunder and lightning, one after another terrifying lightning. As if they had self-awareness, they all attacked Ren. It's useless. The face does not change, he didn't even prepare to dodge at all. I don't know when, but a raging flame suddenly burst out from the back of his head. There it burned. Boom boom countless lightning flashes. Continuously bombarded down. The messy ground was shattered into pieces by the blast and was in a state of disarray. The place is full of devastation and smoke billows. Brush, however, an unscathed figure, rushing out of the thick smoke at an astonishing speed. Along with the terrible heatwave, the astonishing hell flames kept pouring out. He spread his wings directly and rushed towards Charlotte Linlin in the sky like a stream of light. Carrying endless firelight, the two swords struck fiercely, with murderous intent. An attack of this level is not painful or itchy to me at all. Kenking between the electric light and flint. The two figures clashed dozens or hundreds of times. The terrifying flames completely flooded the place. The earth has turned into rolling magma, boiling there. Thundercloud Zeus screamed. Directly evaporated by the endless flames of hell, completely destroyed. Locked by Ren. Advertisement can't even escape, Zeus. Charlotte Linlin's expression changed drastically. Prometheus and Napoleon were even more shocked, angry, and a little frightened. Hateful. Step on Prometheus. The angry Charlotte Linlin has endless murderous intentions. Released the extremely powerful Haki and swept out with Napoleon in hand, powerful country. Call out, the terrifying sword energy shockwave. It tore out and penetrated the sky, however, Ren was as fast as lightning and narrowly avoided the blow. Boom boom. The terrifying shockwave continued unabated and penetrated the turbulent place on the Kangjiao. It makes people break into cold sweat. Are you angry? This is interesting. The corners of Ren's mouth rose. He swallowed a blue wave ball directly. Charlotte Linlin looks down from above. Holding a pair of extremely sharp knives, the muscles all over his body were pulsing, and veins popped out. Strengthen your brain power. Strengthen your wrist strength. True dual sword style. Next moment, it has an amazing momentum and can't stop turning on. The 033 majestic armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki in the body continued to flow out of his arms like a torrent, being pulled by Emperor Yama, and blessed by the two swords. And the indestructible Emperor Dazi, it perfectly blends the aura of Emperor Yama. The two knives produced a strange pulsation, becoming sharp and cold. It seems as if they have really become one and integrated. The smell makes people feel a little frightened. Pluton. A loud shout. Two extremely terrifying slashes tore the sky apart. Intertwined together, they bloomed with dazzling light and brilliance. Crushed down without mercy. Powerful country, Charlotte Linlin is amazing. Not to be outdone, Napoleon swept out again, blood hell. There was a stalemate for a moment. The shockwave of the sword energy she swung was directly crushed by the ruthless force. Charlotte Linlin's expression changed drastically. Big Mom's bloated figure roared unwillingly, together with the sun Prometheus under its feet. However, with lightning speed and no haste, he crushed directly onto Charlotte Linlin. That unstoppable blazing slash continued unabated. In an instant, he fell into the magma below. Mother. Boom. The astonishing shockwave collided with the dazzling slash. How can it be? All of them were blasted down from high altitude by Ren. The two superlatives, Napoleon and Prometheus, screamed in horror. Boom boom hash. What? Call out. Chapter 353 Steel Balloon, the Unkillable Monster. Boom boom, on the coast of Bridget Island. The hot red magma fluid is boiling and surging. High in the air, looking down at the bubbling lava lake below. Covered in red scales and carrying jet black wings, Ren, who looked like a humanoid monster, let out a long breath. Although the Haki in the body will not be exhausted, it is obviously not easy. Although under the action of the two supreme sharp knives, Emperor Yama and Emperor Dazizai, the power of this move is indeed doubled, but the consumption not too small. And this time, On the distant sea. On top of Mom's hymn number that's not far away yet. How can it be? I thought I was sure of victory. With a monocular, Parasparrow was observing the battle with a smile on his face. His whole face couldn't help but change drastically, and his eyes were about to fly out. He lost his voice in disbelief and panicked. That guy actually suppressed my mother. Not only killed Zeus, but also blasted my mother into the magma. What? Zeus was killed. Mom was blasted into the lava. Hey, are you kidding me? It's the most advanced Homits? Lord Perrow's brother, did you read that correctly? Mom is invincible. Hearing this, the pirates and members of the Charlotte family were around. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. In their minds, how could the invincible, 4 emperors of Big Mom be suppressed? Moreover, the opponent is only the 4th biggest Drakard of Beast's pirates. Of course I read it right. Parasparrow had cold sweat on his head, but he still managed to remain calm. While nervously paying attention to the battle situation in the distance, he said loudly, however, even if she falls into the lava, nothing will happen to my mother. She is a born monster. As that guy, so powerful, follow the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, the butter minister, Garrett, who is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has a good figure. He stared at the islands in the distance with his eyes wide open, somewhat unbelievable. That blood prison Ren is about 10 years younger than her, right? She was actually able to suppress her mother, gurgling. Bridget Island. A magma lake hundreds of meters wide suddenly exploded. A fat and embarrassed figure rushed out, bathed in the hot magma. Mama, I haven't experienced the feeling of being hurt for a long time. Charlotte Linlin, who was gray-faced and disheveled, was furious, with blood bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Advertisement: a large amount of the body was burned, and he was a little embarrassed. But his bloodshot eyes were filled with horror, glaring fiercely at Ren high in the sky. Revealing unspeakable anger and murderous intent, he laughed angrily. I really underestimated you, blood prison kid. No, those 2 knives don't seem to be simple items. She looked at the 2 extremely sharp knives in Ren's hands with awe-inspiring eyes. Those 2 knives gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. She had noticed before that those 2 knives were not simple. But I haven't paid much attention to it yet. I just didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. As a steel balloon, she suffered serious injuries. It stands to reason that the other party's chamber energy is definitely not that strong. Can't this tear your tough skin? You are truly a steel balloon? Ren's eyes narrowed. Although I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Enma Tianzi can directly release a more powerful haki. Emperor Da Zizi is even able to perfectly blend 2 completely different auras together. The 2 complement each other. The 2 phases are superimposed, and the power is unparalleled and irresistible. To put it bluntly, if it had just been replaced by Kaido, the beast. If this most powerful creature in the sea, land and air is too arrogant, does not have full combat power, and does not dodge or dodge, it will be more serious. He was sure to leave permanent scars on the opponent's body, and they were deep enough to show the bones. But even under such circumstances, Charlotte Linlin's defense could not be truly torn apart. Just relying on the powerful haki, he caused some internal injuries to the opponent. It's really hard to believe, however, it is such an opponent that is interesting. The corners of Ren's mouth rose. There was endless fighting spirit in his eyes. Holding the 2 knives tightly, the cells in the body seemed to be jumping for joy. Yuahuhu. The whole person rushed out like lightning. Like a dark red stream of light, in an instant, he rushed in front of Charlotte Linlin. The double swords covered with haki are intertwined with black and red lightning, and a scalp-numbing aura flows. Arrives with a brutal attack. Clang. Charlotte Linlin is not to be outdone. The Napoleon in his hand kept waving it out. With disheveled hair and an ugly and fat face, she looked ferocious and murderous. How many times can you use such a move? Let me see how long you can last. Yuahuhu. Wow. A terrifying collision. The earthquake caused the earth to crack and the magma to boil. On the sea surface, huge waves were surging and churning endlessly. Advertisement: black and red lightning continued to intertwine and shine, spreading in all directions. Especially on the mother anthem on the distant sea, the pirates of the Charlotte family can still feel the terrible sense of oppression even from an extremely long distance. I couldn't help but feel a little numb on my scalp. Terrified. Then let's see how far you can push me. Ren's eyes are blazing. Licking his lips, he grinned wildly. The blood began to boil. Come on, let's continue fighting. Kang. Chong. Can this guy still do 2 things at once? He blocked the cold light and the sudden attack of Emperor Yama. Dangerously, he dodged the extremely sharp Emperor Da Zizi coming from across the air. Charlotte Linlin was forced to step hard and retreat violently. The whole person's pupils shrank sharply, those gleaming swords. They actually displayed completely different sword skills. It was as if the 2 people had a tacit understanding to attack and surround themselves. Kai, Lee's good. Kai, without waiting for her to stabilize her figure. Ren's violent offensive, it has come again one after another. Clang. An accident. Charlotte Linlin was blasted away by the astonishing chop wave. She was a little embarrassed and furious. Powerful country, his eyes were murderous. Swinging Napoleon, brazenly tearing the atmosphere. Cracked out hard. Call out, terrifying slashing waves, distorting the atmosphere. It penetrated and blasted towards Ren. Pluton, Ren was full of fighting spirit. The blood in the whole body surges and every fighting cell is excited. The momentum kept rising. The two swords crossed each other and they rushed out in panic. Shoo, shoo, two unparalleled slashes intertwined together. The light is dazzling and unstoppable. Destroy the ancients and crush them. Boom boom. Ah, Chapter 354. The Tough Charlotte Linlin, the new Blue Wave Ball, 4th update. Kang. Pin. As time goes by, the sun shines brightly. On Bridget Island, there were constant loud noises and roaring noises. The battle between Ren and Big Mom has no intention of stopping, but is becoming more and more intense. Crackling. The fire was soaring into the sky and thick smoke was billowing. The originally blue sky was dyed dark red. A large area turned into boiling magma. Rumble. A violent collision, intertwined with black and red lightning. From time to time, the earthquake makes the island rumble and the sky changes color. Astonishing waves of chops spread out in random directions. Crashing. Crashing. On the sea, wave after wave of extremely exaggerated waves surged endlessly. Waves of billowing flames from hell, wrapped in terrifying heat waves, couldn't help but sweep in. Roasting Charlotte Linlin, a natural monster, trying to continuously consume the water in her body. Kang. In an instant, the sound of gold and iron clashing was extremely harsh. The two figures with astonishing momentum were as magnetic as lightning. Napoleon, who was entangled with Hockey, struck hard with two supreme sharp knives. Rumble. 773. The hot magma rose into the sky. It's like an endless torrent, surging out. The momentum was like an overwhelming force, blocking Prometheus, who had absorbed astonishing heat and was about to be crushed with astonishing power. Mama, mama, blood prison, your strength is weakened. Charlotte Linlin's mouth was bleeding. The whole person's hair was disheveled, he was extremely embarrassed, and he looked like an evil ghost. Feeling that Ren's power had obviously begun to weaken, she stared at the young monster in front of her and smiled ferociously. Can't you hold on any more so soon? The words have not yet finished, she exerted force suddenly. He knocked Ren out hard. Napoleon raised his hand and swept it out boldly, powerful to the country. Buzz. The astonishing sword pressure suddenly distorted the atmosphere. It turned into a violent shockwave, crushing it. Brush. A flash of scarlet flashed across his eyes. Ren, who had predicted this scene in advance, stamped his feet and flapped his wings. Advertisement. The whole body looks like electricity, extremely fast, and moves sideways like a ghost. He narrowly avoided the fierce attack. Boom. Boom. The astonishing sword energy shockwave continued unabated and hit the mountaintop behind. Let it explode directly. Seabay, gravel flying, smoke and dust flying. A concave ditch was left, which was shocking, makes you sweat. Tisk tisk, you are indeed a born monster. Ren's eyes flashed. Eyes fixed on Charlotte Linlin. Under the steel balloon, like an extremely tough defense, even if he uses the blue wave ball, he strengthens his brain power and wrist strength at the same time, and uses the Dejen dual sword style with double focus. He could only suppress the opponent and cause some minor injuries. What a short and weak guy. Is there anything you can do? Charlotte Linlin smiled ferociously and rushed forward with murderous intent. I can still hold on for another 10 days and 10 nights. 17. Kang. Sparks sputter. Ren's two swords are intertwined. Blocked Charlotte Linlin's attack. Short and weak. His face turned dark and the corners of his mouth twitched. He glared at Charlotte Linlin fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear this. Do you want your daughter to give it a try? Kang. Chong. Charlotte Linlin sneered. He waved his sword wildly, without losing any of his offensive power, and said playfully, If you are willing to join my army, it is not impossible to consider it, mama mama mama. If a guy like Ren is willing to join her, what is a mere daughter? However, the premise is that you have to sleep with me first. Charlotte Linlin is extremely tough. As a pirate who has been around the New World since you were a child, what kind of ugly and vulgar words have you never heard or said? She stared at Ren with burning eyes, not hiding her greed. She licked her lips and said with a strange smile, No matter what, I, the mother, have to inspect the goods for my daughter first to see if your kid is a silver gun. Candle heads. Mama mama mama. She never gave up. To give birth to an heir with the blood of Lunaria. Even if she wants to recruit Ren as her son-in-law, Charlotte Linlin will not give up her idea. As for what other people think, she doesn't care. Does the dignified pirate emperor still care about what those ants think? Ren's face turned dark, looking at that ugly, ghost-like face. It almost made him sick. Clang. The two swords were brandished. Advertisement. The two figures kept colliding fiercely there. He looked directly at Charlotte Linlin, where he sarcastically said, You are really a great mother. I think so too, mama mama. Charlotte Linlin is not ashamed. Staring at Ren in front of him, he said with blazing eyes, The Wangguo, I created dreams of gathering all the races in the world, and there is currently only one race left. One of them is your Lunaria clan, Copper's Ren, come to me. I can make you the vice captain of the Big Mom Pirates and the king of all nations. She is full of enthusiasm. There, she said seductively. When the time comes, even if you want to marry any of my daughters, I will not object. Mama, mama, mama. The more I see Ren being so outstanding, the more Charlotte Linlin wants to give birth to a child with Lunarian blood. Especially, considering that there are currently only 3 Lunarian tribes left in the world, each of them is a powerful person with a reputation throughout the sea. She firmly believes that if she can give birth to children who inherit her own blood and the Lunarian blood, they will definitely have monster talents that surpass Katakuri. Become her most perfect masterpiece. When the time comes, just train them up. What beasts Kaido, what red hair Shanks, it can definitely be defeated in one fell swoop. Sorry, I refuse. Ren looked stunned at this aspect. A woman who has no regard for ethics and worldliness can't help but feel a little chilly. Kang. He swung his sword without hesitation. By the power of Charlotte Linlin, powerful country. He flapped his wings and retreated violently. This is the perfect occasion. His eyes flashed. The flames are raging, written by Prometheus who is trying to sneak attack him. Roar, stay out of the way. A green, somewhat strange blue wave ball appeared in his hand. He looked directly at Charlotte Linlin, full of fun. Just use your 4 emperors to verify its true power. Sparks sputter. Huh? In Charlotte Linlin's doubtful eyes. Ren's swords suddenly returned to their sheaths. It was immediately torn into pieces. The blade struck hard. Mama, is this a drug that squeezes potential and enhances combat effectiveness? Charlotte Linlin smiled ferociously and rushed up to Napoleon. Kid, a man can't do it by taking drugs alone. The new green-blue wave ball was thrown into his mouth. Chapter 355. The Resurrected Mermaid Gene? Mokilin? Roar, the roar of the beast shook the sky. The flames are billowing and the heat wave is coming. The earth rumbles, being continuously melted into magma and even directly vaporized. Even the nearby sea has been boiled alive. It's boiling and steaming. Crackling. The flames are rolling and the fire is soaring into the sky. Black and red lightning can't help intertwining and twisting. With golden horns on its head and red scales, the majestic flame beast looked up to the sky and roared. Stepping on the auspicious clouds, standing in the sky. Extremely violent. Mama, is Zung's perfect body? Staring at the giant unicorn in front of him, holding Napoleon in her hand, Charlotte Linlin didn't take it seriously and smiled strangely. I thought there could be some amazing performance. Such a huge body has certainly grown in size, but I believe it will definitely not be as flexible as the human animal type. On the contrary, it is the best target for her. Huh? My body. Woo. Haven't had time to speak yet. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn beast, was shaken all over. It felt like the sleeping genes in my body had been awakened. Buzzing. The already huge beast's body suddenly shook violently. The next moment, its body is no less than that of a giant. It expanded again at a speed visible to the naked eye, 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. The red dragon scales and skin turned into black and green at a speed visible to the naked eye. A giant monster that was hundreds of meters high, with thick scales and was bathed in dark red blazing flames. The huge black shadow looked like a prehistoric monster from the abyss. Just standing there gives people infinite history. It makes one's scalp tingle. This guy, what's going on? He looked at the huge creature in front of him that was dark green in color and covered with dense scales. Prometheus, who was torn into pieces and finally recovered, screamed. Somewhat shuddering inexplicably. Mama, isn't it a fiery red unicorn? And it's also getting bigger. Advertisement looking at the surrounding earth that is constantly being melted into magma and bubbling with heat. Charlotte Linlin pressed her feet, and her bloated body jumped directly onto Prometheus' back. His hair was blazing with flames, and he looked like an evil ghost. Mom, his flames are even more terrifying. Napoleon changed his color in shock, and shouted with great fear. It's better not to collide with him head-on, I won't be able to bear it. Feel the terrifying heat wave that rushes towards your face, as if it is going to burn everything. It felt that if there was a head-on collision, it might be melted directly. Mama, what an interesting guy. Staring directly at the huge monster with terrifying momentum and billowing flames in front of him. The unimaginable high temperature made Charlotte Linlin's skin feel like it was dry and cracked. Full of surprise, he grinned. The phantom beast species, the unicorn form. Is there such a form? The opponent's current form. It was completely different from the Summit War. Not only has the whole body turned green, but it also seems to have grown in size by more than 1 or 2 times. The huge beast, which is hundreds of meters high, covers the sky and the sun, and is bathed in blazing flames, just like a doomsday beast. If it had been anyone else, they would have been trembling with fear and lost their will to fight just by facing each other. However, no matter what it is, your fate has been determined. She looked hard, menacing and aggressive. Napoleon wrapped around hockey, intertwined with black and red lightning, suddenly started swinging. Without mercy, he struck out fiercely. Copper's Ren, become my husband or son-in-law, you choose it yourself. Powerful country. The scream was piercing. The terrifying sword energy slashing wave. The atmosphere was distorted, and they were bombarded mercilessly. Kirin Seal. It transforms into a black unicorn beast with terrifying eyes and extremely ferocious power. The right leg, like a pillar holding up the sky, is wrapped with black and red lightning, and is surrounded by unimaginable hell flames. Severely crushing the atmosphere. Stomping down violently. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky. The terrible heat wave swept in all directions. The dark red fire flooded everything and burned everything to death. The magma liquid is rolling and splashing. Wallala. Wallala. The sea was boiling and turbulent. Wave after wave of exaggerated huge waves set off violently there. Advertisement continuously, they poured into the depths of the sea. Zero. Accompanied by a deafening roar. Zero, please give me flowers. The entire sea area is in panic, including countless fish, shrimps, sea beasts, and even sea kings. They were all trembling and crawling there, as if swearing surrender to their king. I see. Moki Lin, who was unbelievably huge and terrifying, roared ferociously. Stepping on the auspicious clouds that rose into the sky, he rushed to the sky at an astonishing speed, looking down at the island below with majesty. Because of the genetic medicine. Have the genes from the mermaid revived? Feel the incredible changes in your body. And there was Emperor Li, who couldn't help but surge, and was so full that he couldn't help but want to scream. There is also the sharp rise in the bloodthirsty impulse that can't wait to kill, even the desire for blood, and the twisted desire that tries to destroy everything crazily. Zero. People were a little surprised and uncertain. Logically speaking, Tony's potion shouldn't cause any problems. But the other party ignored one thing. He is a hybrid between the Lunarian tribe and the mermaid tribe, and he has genes from mermaids hidden in his body. The new blue wave ball is mixed with the force zone of genetic medicine. By stimulating the recessive genes in his own body, the various ancient fish bloodlines accumulated over endless years from the mermaid mother's side have been upgraded and fused in an unimaginable way. He can feel it. My body is constantly undergoing some wonderful changes. Thunder roaring cannon. The huge, dark green unicorn beast stood high in the sky, locking Charlotte Linlin. Although it's a bit unexpected, in terms of the result, it seems to be pretty good. Ren's eyes were blazing, and the flames were fierce. Mouth. Wah. Penetrated the atmosphere fiercely. Nor will he be drowned. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth. The dazzling light and radiance are constantly intertwining and converging there. Waves of hot breath came out. It is very possible, even if it falls into the sea immediately. Charlotte Linlin below could not help but change her color in shock. Brush. A dangerous aura could not help but fill the air. Unstoppable. Blast out. Boom. The highly compressed, blazing, and dazzling laser cannon made it impossible for people to look directly at it. Lightning flashed. Wah wah GG, but what Ren is sure of is that it's not just his strength that has increased exponentially. Chapter 356. Bree's cry for help, the terrifying Peros. Boom. Crashing. Crashing. Earth-shaking loud noise. Can't help but echo throughout the entire sea area. The sea stirred up huge waves, churning endlessly. Bang bang. Boom. Boom. Bridget Island. The confrontation was incredibly fierce. The black and red lightnings are constantly intertwined and shining, like dragons and snakes dancing, spreading and spreading. Two waves of terrifying breath made people breathless. The huge collision still didn't stop. Terrifying roars came from time to time, with no intention of directly determining the winner. On the sea in the distance, the Queen Mother anthem was parked there, almost being overturned by the exaggerated waves. Ah, that monster. Is Blood Prison Ren? Isn't it a red unicorn? Why did it turn into dark green? Gulu. 1/3 of the islands have been completely wiped off the sea. Can Mom really stop that monster? Always pay attention to the movement of Bridget Island in the distance. The pirates of the 303 Big Mom pirate group couldn't help but turn pale and tremble. The children of the Charlotte family, headed by the eldest son Perisparrow, were originally full of confidence. Everyone's scalp was numb and uneasy, their invincible mother. Is it really possible to defeat such a monster? Bulu, Bolo. Suddenly, the phone bug in Perisparrow's pocket rang. Is the battle over Katakuri over? He wiped his sweat, subconsciously took it out, and pressed the answer button. Moses, this is Perisparrow. As expected of Katakuri-sama, brother Katakuri is so awesome. Is the battle over so soon? On the side were Pokmus, Garrett and others. They all looked over and pricked up their ears, trying to regain their confidence. Brother Peros, I am Bree. However, the phone bug simulates the outline of Bree, the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family. I cried bitterly there, not caring about anything else, and immediately cried for help. Help. What? Hearing Bree's cry, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Bree? What happened to you over there? Perisparrow's heart skipped a beat and he asked loudly. Did Kaido of the Beasts rush over? Whoa, no, Kaido didn't show up. Bree's voice was full of panic and she broke down in tears. Our army suffered heavy losses. Sister Comport, Brother Dafu, Brother Owen, and Baron Dandan were all defeated. That Fei Liubao King Kong is a monster. Sister Comport is no match for it. Advertisement, there are also other cadres of the Beasts Pirates who are even more powerful than the 6th Cell. They also have a large number of pacifists who are exactly the same as the 7 warlords of the sea. Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear, has a huge body, is invulnerable and can fire lasers, causing heavy losses to our army. Brother Katakuri is being attacked by those guys from Beasts Pirates, and he has been injured. Wow, woo. What, really? Are you kidding me? I heard Bree say that. Perisparrow, Pokmus, Garrett and others couldn't believe their ears. Everyone was shocked and screamed hysterically. The fleet led by Katakuri was defeated? How could the invincible Katakuri in their minds fail? The most perfect masterpiece of the Charlotte family, against those Beasts Pirates who are not even big signs and disasters, was actually injured. It's over. Parasparrow turned pale. The whole person slumped on the ground helplessly, his eyes dull. There is no longer the high spirits and assurance of victory that he had before. No, Brother Parrows, we have not been defeated yet. Press your lips tightly. There was a bit of nervousness and excitement on her pretty face. Looking at the island where huge noises continued to be heard in the distance, and the confrontation was so intense that it was unbelievable. Garrett clenched her pink fist and said loudly, as long as Mom can take down that blood prison Ren, everything can be reversed. Yes, you are right. Parasparrow came to his senses and nodded hurriedly. He took a deep breath, forced himself to stay calm, and told the phone bug, Bree, listen, immediately. Ah, how did you break into the mirror world? Are you CP9? I am a user with the ability of the door fruit, so just surrender and capture me, Tempest Kick. Ah, however, at this time, Bree's terrified screams came through the phone bug. Immediately afterwards, there was a click, and the communication was suddenly interrupted. Bree, Bray, Parasparrow, Garrett and others couldn't help but change their colors. My heart sank to the bottom. They looked at each other and subconsciously looked at the blazing island in front of them, with thick smoke billowing from it. Everyone clenched their fists tightly, full of tension and anxiety. Now, they can count on it. If Big Mom can solve the blood prison as soon as possible, Ren rushes to help Katakuvo. Boom boom. The rolling flames kept raging. It burned to the point where the magma lakes were boiling and ruthlessly evaporated. The entire sea area was boiling and steaming. Roar. The dark green unicorn giant beast covered the sky and the sun with unparalleled power. The Optimus pillar-like right leg was covered in thick scales, entwined with the extremely powerful Haki and hellish dark red flames. The atmosphere was distorted and he stepped down violently. Kang. Sparks sputter. Two unimaginable forces collided violently. Advertisement. The airwaves visible to the naked eye rippled in layers, raging in all directions. It's shocking. Breaking into a cold sweat. Mom, I can't stand it anymore. The temperature of his flames is so terrifying. Even though Napoleon was covered with Haki, he was still burned red and screamed. 0. Faintly, there is a tendency to melt. Moreover, this is still in the case of a mid-air collision. Stop talking nonsense. Charlotte Linlin, with disheveled hair and blood dripping from her eyes, roared angrily with fierce eyes. At this moment, she was completely different from the previous high-spirited person. There were burnt marks all over his body, making him look miserable and miserable. That's right, Charlotte Linlin, who is said to have a body of steel, was burned by the terrifying flames of hell. He had to cover his whole body with Haki to defend himself from Ren's unimaginable flames that burned everything. What kind of monster is this? Carry Charlotte Linlin in midair to prevent her from falling into the lava lake below. Looking at the flaming monster in front of him, the devil-like Prometheus was filled with horror. Even my sister's steel skin was burned. But it didn't finish its sentence. That unparalleled power directly crushed it and Charlotte Linlin on its body. Boom flew out. Boom. The heat is rolling, stepping on the bubbling lava lake. The dark green unicorn giant beast refused to let go and chased him. I didn't expect that kind of drug to actually increase Haki's strength. Charlotte Linlin, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth and knocked out, stared at Ren in front of her fiercely, somewhat unbelievable. His own dignified 4 emperors, the strength was actually crushed in all directions. Even the opponent's Haki is vaguely able to compete with himself. It actually penetrated her tough steel skin and injured her internal organs. Moreover, she never expected that the terrifying flames could not even block her own invulnerable steel body. Just touching it burned her, the feet stamped hard. A new blue wave ball is used. The irritated Charlotte Linlin became ferocious and roared there. The effect of the medicine indeed exceeded his expectation. That high-temperature flame can burn everything, even magma can evaporate. What an incredible defense, Big Mom, you are so proud. The mermaid genes hidden in the body were stimulated and revived, and the entire body underwent incredible changes. Boom boom. He swung his sword brazenly and slashed at the invulnerable unicorn beast in front of him, mighty country. Rampant and rushing at an astonishing speed, if it had been anyone else, there wouldn't even be any scum left. Bathed in the raging flames of 5.2 hell. The strength gained by taking drugs to squeeze out your potential. I don't believe how long you can last. He really didn't expect that the opponent's defense was so strong. Avoiding the incoming raging flames. His combat effectiveness has been increased in all directions, and his overall strength, speed, defense, etc. have skyrocketed. Even Haki has been amazingly strengthened. The whole person is murderous and extremely violent. Completely suppressing the natural monster Charlotte Linlin. All he could do was burn her. Chapter 357 Kaido arrives and flees? Boom boom. Bang bang the sun is rising. Time keeps passing. Unknowingly, the day rises and the night falls. 1 day and 1 night have passed. On Bridget Island, 2 completely unequal figures, one large and one small, were still fighting fiercely there. Clang. The 2 swords blocked the incoming slash, but Ren's arms shook violently. The whole person was still crushed and flew out. Call. The back of his head was in flames, rushing out of the ruins like nothing happened. In human animal form, covered in scales and blazing flames, Ren couldn't help but let out a long breath. Even the sweat didn't even break out, it was already evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. Holding the 2 swords tightly, his eyes were fixed on Charlotte Linlin in front of him. Emperor Yama. This supreme sharp sword is indeed very useful, but Haki consumes too much. If it weren't for being an esper in the form of a phantom beast, a unicorn. His resilience and endurance are astonishing, and he can no longer hold on for a long time. Mama, blood prison, can't you hold it any longer? Walking on the 30-year-old Prometheus, who is like an evil ghost and keeps burning. Covered in blood, covered with burn marks, and extremely miserable, Charlotte Linlin was smiling ferociously there. His eyes were filled with awe-inspiring murderous intent, and he rushed towards Ren without hesitation. Kid, you must be proud of being able to push me to this level. The strength gained by taking drugs is ultimately an external force. The atmosphere is torn apart. Napoleon entangled Haki, intertwined with black and red lightning, and struck hard. Give up. You can't beat me, mama. Since yesterday morning, fighting with Bloodhell Ren till now. The other party has used strange drugs several times in a row. Moreover, his strength increased sharply every time, and he was able to compete with her, and even suppressed himself for a time. Charlotte Linlin was so annoyed and frustrated. Even though he was a powerful 4 emperors, he couldn't win against a young brat. Making her increasingly irritable, some lost patience. Kang. Sparks sputter, 2 knives intertwined. Ren blocked Charlotte Linlin's attack. Advertisement. With that amazing power, he rushed into the air. Wei Guo. Charlotte Linlin looked sharply. The blade crushed the atmosphere and struck out violently. Brush. Between lightning and flint, when a man spreads his wings, he is extremely swift. Narrowly evaded Charlotte Linlin's attack. The astonishing chop wave continued unabated and hit the mountain in the distance. There was a loud noise and smoke billowing into the sky. He fights and retreats at the same time, extremely slippery. Still at ease. I told you, you can't kill me, Charlotte Linlin. Ren was all smiles. There is no fear, he cannot kill the monster Charlotte Linlin. But even without using the blue wave ball, it is impossible for the opponent to kill him. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* pursue him. But the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. Sheng Sheng stopped and of course looked at the distant sky. This breath. It seems that the battle between you and me is coming to an end. Sensing the outrageous momentum, Ren smiled playfully. The results he wanted to verify were already very clear. With two supremely sharp knives in his hands, coupled with the miraculous effect of the blue wave ball, he has the ability to continuously improve due to these. It can be said that I am no longer afraid of these monsters. Even, it has been able to compete head-on and truly threaten the opponent's power. If it weren't for Charlotte Linlin's monster-like steel skin. If it had been anyone else, they would have been burned to ashes by his terrifying hell flames. Although it is still some distance away from directly challenging Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. But he believes that this day will not last long. The only thing lacking, it's just that the battery life of Haki itself is insufficient. It takes more time to polish and refine. Hateful. Eyes covered with terrifying bloodshot eyes, staring fiercely at the black shadow appearing in the distant sky. Charlotte Linlin was furious and gritted her teeth. Kaido. Advertisement. She couldn't help but become furious. They mobilized a large number of troops and lost so many people, but they were still unable to capture Blood Prison Ren. Instead, she was seriously injured. But the other person was jumping around like nothing happened. Doesn't she have no respect for the four emperors? B. A dragon, 100 beasts. Kaido. Why is he here? Didn't you say that he was confronting Ochaku and the red-haired ones? Damn, it's exactly this time. Trouble, on the distant sea. Queen Mother anthem above. Perispero, Pokmusk, Monder, Garrett and other pirates from the Big Mom Pirates. Through the monocular telescope, I noticed the majestic blue dragon coming across the sky in the distance. Everyone's heart was racing and their jaws almost dropped to the floor. His face turned pale and he was a little frightened. Brother Peros, let's go next. Garrett was a little panicked. Quickly, turn around. Perispero was covered in cold sweat and ordered loudly without hesitation, evacuate here. Hear the words. Garrett, Pokmus and others all looked at Perispero blankly. Hey, are you leaving mommy? Brother Peros. Monder, the 19th son of the Charlotte family, said loudly with excitement. Other Big Mom Pirates officers, as well as members of the Charlotte family, all looked over, a little surprised. At this time, they ignored their mother and ran away. Isn't it too greedy for life and afraid of death, ruthless and unjust? Idiot, who do you think your mother is? Perispero's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he looked directly at the leaders of the Charlotte family and reprimanded them righteously. She is a born monster, no one can kill her. He secretly wiped away the cold sweat, but there is no trace of righteousness on his face. He was afraid that others would see that he was really guilty and wanted to run away. After all, if it is because of his performance of running away from battle, if something happens to that mother, and he, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, wants to take over the Big Mom Pirates, these younger brothers and sisters will be in trouble if they disobey him. If we stay here, we will only become her weakness when the beast's pirates threaten her, don't you understand? Perispero held the candy cane and said loudly and impassionedly, even when the monster Ren in the blood prison takes out his hand, it will be difficult for us to leave. If Mom gets distracted during the battle because of his children, we will be totally responsible for her death. Listen to me, turn the rudder quickly, and get out of here first. Yes, Brother Peros. Chapter 358 The Strongest General? Surprised Jin. Oh, 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 the Cyan Dragon laughed. Landed on Bridget Island. Lin, I haven't seen you for decades, it's really embarrassing. Kaido of the Beasts, in human form, was there laughing. Looking at Charlotte Lin, whose body was covered in blood and her hair was disheveled. I unexpectedly glanced at him, alive and well, alive and still. However, I feel relieved when I think of the other party's racial ability that is almost immortal when combined with the ability of the Phantom Beast species in unicorn form. Kaido, you be asterisk 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 D, you actually have the nerve to appear in front of me. Charlotte Lin's face turned dark, he glared at Kaido fiercely and with murderous intent. Back then, she wanted to take him in as her younger brother, and she took great care of him from the time he joined Rock's Pirate. Even after the disbandment of Rock's Pirate, he directly gave Kaido the ability of the fish fruit, fantasy beast species, and blue dragon form that he had finally snatched away. Trying to develop him into his right-hand man. As a result, this kid was not loyal and took the fruit and ran away. Not long after, I heard the news that the other party had set up his own business and founded Beasts Pirates. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Boss Kaido, why did you come here? Didn't you say you can separate yourself? Ren was a little surprised. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he transformed back into his human form. He put away Emperor Dazizai and Emperor Yama and said with a chuckle, but if you don't come again, I will prepare to retreat. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Kaido, the beast, carried the mace and explained to Ren. The red-haired guy is used to pretending, and he didn't prepare to take action at all. Laozi was about to go up with Jin to kill, but the Ochaku guy recognized I gave up and retreated with my men in disgrace. That guy Jin has also rushed to King Kong's side. So that's what it is. Ren nodded. This is not surprising. That guy Ochaku can be said to be the goalkeeper of the Four Emperors. It is said that a few years ago, the Red Hair Pirates came to power by stepping on the Ochaku Pirates. And Blackbeard, who was imprisoned directly after being destroyed by him, became a guinea pig and could never stand up again. Without his intervention, he would have provoked Ochaku in the future and even occupied his old pirate island, Hive Island. It cannot be denied that as a big pirate who has been able to stand firm in the New World for decades and dominate one side, the other party still has the strength to challenge the Pirate Emperor. But it's just a challenge. If you really want to fight to the end, it will only lead to your own death. Angering the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, which is said to be invincible in a single fight, obviously has no good consequences. Kaido is not a man of faith. You too, don't let me chat with you like no one else is around. Charlotte Lin's eyelids twitched. He was so angry that his veins were exposed, and he burst out in anger. Holding Napoleon in his hand, the wolf attacked Kaido of the Beasts. Pay attention to the enemy in front of you, Wei Guo. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido, the beast, looked at him sternly. Advertisement carrying Ba's IG, he ran out like lightning. The ferocious mace was intertwined with black and red lightning and was swung out without mercy. Fighting hard with Charlotte Lin. Boom boom. Woo hoo hoo. Crash. Terrible airwaves kept sweeping across. The clouds surged high in the sky and turned into dark clouds in a blink of an eye. The devastated earth was ruthlessly torn apart, and massive amounts of magma continued to splash. The sea boiled, setting off exaggerated huge waves that surged in all directions. Oh, Lin, don't be so impatient, looking directly at the angry Charlotte Lin. Kaido bared his teeth and said to Ren, who was not far away without looking back. Ren, you can leave first. Don't do unnecessary things. It seems that he is worried about Ren interfering in his battle with Charlotte Lin. One sentence. Then I'll leave it to you, Ren shrugged. The wings flapped and flew directly into the distance. Kaido doesn't need to intervene himself, he is naturally happy and relaxed. Mama, Kaido, you have grown up in skills. Seeing this, Charlotte Lin, who felt slighted, laughed angrily. He waved the blade and struck hard. I still treat you as that little brat, aren't you a little too arrogant? Oh, ha ha ha. Swinging the mace, Kaido laughed loudly. That's all because of the old calendar, Lin. Keng. Black and red lightning intertwined. The mace and the blade collided in the air. The terrifying power caused the sea to surge. Clang, clang. Crack. Bang. The whole island rumbled and trembled. Two huge figures were constantly fighting fiercely. Wave after wave of astonishing huge waves, churning endlessly, swept into the depths of the sea one after another. Rumble. Two unimaginable momentums collided violently there. The terrifying collision of conquerors caused the sky with surging dark clouds to crack open. It was indescribably shocking. Tisk tisk, as expected, compared to these real monsters, it's still a bit worse than rats. Over the sea. Looking back at this battlefield, looking at the cracked sky, Fu En's eyes were burning. But he believes that it won't be long before he can reach this level. Even surpassing these monsters in one fell swoop. Advertisement, bang. Bang. Boom boom, and at this moment. As far away as Marikal Island, a figure covered in blood and struggling to hold on. After all, he was exhausted and fell there, lost consciousness. The strongest general of the Charlotte family, Katakuri, was surrounded and killed by King Kong, Lucci, Brian Tunney, Foz Fu, Wappa and others, and was defeated. Did you fall down? This guy is really tenacious. Backquote no way, his observation hockey, which can predict the future, is too troublesome. A series of figures with astonishing momentum surrounded it. After confirming that the other party was unconscious, someone fetched seastone handcuffs and locked him directly. He is indeed the strongest general, and he can actually hold on until now. The astonishing electric light gradually dissipated. Holding the thunder tomahawk, looking bruised and swollen, King Kong was panting and sighing. I'm convinced. Katakuri's strength indeed exceeded his imagination. Especially after using the power awakened by the special Paramecia Nuo fruit, it is even more powerful. With so many strong men, they were able to hold on for such a long time even under the siege without sparing any effort. Especially the most powerful King Kong was targeted first by Katakuri. That is to say, it has rough skin and thick flesh, otherwise it would have fallen down long ago. I don't know what's going on with Ren. The clouds were turbulent, and Lan Shi, who was a little embarrassed, landed on the ground and looked at the sea in the distance with worry. Don't worry. Wappa shrugged. In this sea, if he wants to leave, no one can keep him. Huh? Karina suddenly felt something and looked into the distance. Only the distant sky is visible. A black stream of light flew past. It's Mr. Jin, Qian Li's. Notice the movement in the sky. One of the pirates named Beast's Pirates was overjoyed and shouted. This guy really knows how to choose the right time. Covered in blood and somewhat miserable, Fozzie Fuzz grinned. Seeing Jin arriving late, he was extremely unhappy. Not to be outdone, he wanted to overpower Lucci, his former CP9 colleague. As a result, he was repeatedly targeted by Katakuri and suffered several heavy blows from the strongest general. It really hurts a lot. Pteranodon flew over. It transformed into a tall black figure. Looking around at the Beast's Pirates who were cleaning the battlefield, detaining these prisoners, and preparing to burn the bodies of the Big Mom Pirates and Homids together. He noticed Katakuri lying there dripping with blood and miserable. There is also the pacifist who looks exactly like the tyrant, Bartholomew Bear. You really surprised me. Jin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, full of surprise. He thought he needed to take action himself. Chapter 359. Marine's Actions, the Wretched Kizaru. Marshal Perusalino. We received information from the intelligence personnel assigned to the Big Mom Pirates. Blood Prison Ren and Big Mom fought for a day and a night on Bridget Island, with no winner or loser. Former G1 branch, new naval headquarters. In the marshal's office, the deputy chief was nervously reporting. As that monster coppers Ren, Kizaru, who was reviewing the documents, frowned and said helplessly, with his difficult ability, it is really difficult for Big Mom to take him down. Is there anything else? He turned his pen, raised his head and asked. Yes, it is said that the war on Marikal Island has ended. The adjutant reported. The fleet led by Katakuri, the strongest general of the Charlotte family, suffered an unprecedented defeat. Oh, Kizaru looked solemn, when the four major signs are not taken action. The Beast's Pirates actually blocked the fleet led by the Charlotte family's strongest general. And it was a victory. It's incredible. The real trouble is not just this. At this time, an old figure walked in. Crane Vice Admiral. Saw someone coming. The adjutant saluted there 130. The opponent turned out to be Vice Admiral Crane, the chief advisor of naval headquarters and known as the Marine think tank. Kizaru was stunned and motioned for the other party to sit down. Grandmahi, please sit down. Before the surveillance ship we sent lost contact. TNG flinched from the news that just came back. Crane Vice Admiral is also welcome. He calmly sat down at his desk and said, 100 Beasts Kaido has personally rushed to Bridget Island. That Ochaku guy flinched, which is what I expected. Advertisement Perusalino tilted his lips, not particularly surprised. In his opinion, although Ochaku is a figure, it is not enough to leave a name in history. If the opponent had the courage to go all out and start a full-scale war with the Beast's Pirates, they would not have been so easily stepped on by the Red Hair Pirates. In addition, it is said that the Beast's Pirates used the Pacifist army in this battle, which is suspected to be the pacifists we lost in the Summit War. Crane Vice Admiral said quietly. What? Kizaru's pupils shrank sharply. His expression changed and he stood up suddenly. In the previous Summit War, the pacifist who was originally scheduled to show off his skills and kill the Whitebeard pirates suddenly disappeared. Moreover, his subordinate Zan Momomaru, who was regarded as his disciple, was even killed. Previously, naval headquarters had always wondered whether Blood Prison Ren was causing the obstruction. In this way, their suspicions have undoubtedly been confirmed. Kaido couldn't have kidnapped the Pacifist Legion from under Marine's nose. Crane Vice Admiral said in a deep voice, this must be the work of Coppers Ren. It seems that the pacifists still have big loopholes. Kizaru's expression changed, and he said helplessly, it's not safe enough to just rely on the authoritative chip to issue orders. He didn't expect that. The blood prisoners actually openly threw the pacifists they stole into the war. If we go to war with the Beast's Pirates, can we directly control those pacifists? Crane Vice Admiral asked, although she knew some information about the Pacifist Legion. But Kizaru, who used to be the head of the Marine Science Force, undoubtedly knows the details better. Perusalino spread his hands. That may require Dr. Vegapunk or the five elders themselves to take action. However, I have already reported the relevant situation to Dr. Vegapunk. The newly produced pacifist should no longer have such a problem. He added. Then he looked solemn and said in a deep voice, Adba. The main problem now is the war between the Beast's Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. If one party really falls, then we, Marine, will have to take action. Bulu, Bolo, advertisement sudden. The phone buzzed on the desk. Kizaru raised his eyebrows, picked up the phone directly, and pressed the connect button. Moses, this is Kizaru. Marshal Perusalino, this is the G-15 branch and I am Vice Admiral Dole. The phone bug imitated the outline of a woman, and reported in a deep voice. The surveillance ship we sent to the Tucker Sea area received intelligence. The Kaido of the Beasts who just arrived at Bridget Island had an incident with Big Mom. A fierce battle. But in order to avoid exposing the target, the submarine force cannot get too close. I don't know the specific situation. Closely. Kizaru was there giving orders. Yes, put down the phone. Kizaru's face became solemn, and he directly ordered in a deep voice to the adjutant. Ask White Dragon to lead 20 warships and immediately head to the outskirts of the Toto land waters to stand by. Once it is confirmed that Big Mom has been defeated, they will directly invade the All Nations, take Cake Island, and take away the lair of the Big Mom Pirates. Facing the Blood Prison, Ren and the Beasts, Kaido. No matter how you look at this monster, Charlotte Linlin has little chance of winning. In particular, General Snag had been captured by the Beast's Pirates before. Now even the fleet led by the Charlotte family's strongest general, Katakuri, has crashed on Marikal Island. The remaining 2 Admiral stars obviously do not pose much of a threat. Are you going to capture it? Crane Vice Admiral was a little surprised. Since when did Kizaru become so courageous? Can the position of Marshal Marine really change a person? Let's not talk about whether the world government wants to dominate the waters of Toto land. Kizaru touched his chin and said, the wealth accumulated by the Big Mom Pirates over decades, as well as the historical texts collected, cannot fall into the hands of other pirates. Marine has suffered too much loss in the past few months, and now that the sea situation is turbulent, this year's world government funding will inevitably be affected. A smile appeared on his wretched face, and he said with a crooked mouth, perhaps, we can replenish some energy from the Big Mom Pirates. Crane Vice Admiral. I have been working on it for a long time, just to take advantage of it. Chapter 364 Emperors form an alliance. The shocked Big Mom Pirates. 3 days passed by in a hurry. The whole sea is watching nervously. This conflict between the Beast's Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Waiting for the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom to decide the winner. I don't know when, the Ark Proverbs rushed over from Melakal Island and docked on the sea. Including Jin, the fire disaster, Lucci, Wappa, Lanchi, Karina, Violet and others. It's all up there. Everyone is waiting. Boom boom. Bridget Island. The huge movement finally stopped. Has the winner been determined? Looking at the islands in the distance. Jin raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Watching this scene from a distance, Ren shrugged. It doesn't look like a winner is decided, but it looks like 2 old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time are discussing and chatting. His increasingly sophisticated observation hockey is no showpiece. The 2 still extremely powerful auras on the island, as well as the voices of the 2 communicating, could not be hidden from him. In fact, Ren could guess from the beginning that it was unlikely that the 2 would win. Because, although the battle between Kaido and Big Mom was extremely fierce, they never really risked their lives to fight from beginning to end. Although it's not as easy as saying they're sparring. But there is absolutely no such ruthlessness and murderous intention that directly kills the other person and makes it a life or death affair. They didn't decide the winner. Whether it was Big Mom or Kaido-sama, they were all alive and kicking, and they didn't even get hurt. All the time. Using the ability to stare at the fruit, he observed the situation on Bridget Island. Violet shook her head and said loudly. For some reason, the 2 of them sat there and started chatting. She looked strange. He was beaten to death just now. Suddenly there was chatting and laughing. Moreover, despite their age, these 2 people are still side by side. What's the situation? Hear the words. Lucci, Kaku, Huolun, Karina and others were on the side. They all couldn't help but be shocked and confused. Advertisement. What's the situation? You won't get tired of fighting, so prepare for a truce first. Wait until you regain your strength before continuing? Da. A huge arc sailed across the sky. Soon we flew to Bridget Island. In the distance, I saw 2 tall figures, sitting there facing the south. Oh. Carrying the wine gourd, he took a big gulp of wine. The high-spirited Kaido turned his head, bared his teeth directly at Ren, Jin and the others and said, Ren, Jin, you came just in time. We have decided to join forces. Join forces? Except that Ren has already eavesdropped on it. Not to mention Lucci, Kaku, Wappa, Karina and others. Even Yan Calamity Jin, who had followed Kaido for the longest time, couldn't help but be stunned. I never expected that the 2 people who had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights would actually shake hands and make peace, announcing that they would join forces. It's just a bit confusing. Mama, that's right. Charlotte Linlin, who had disheveled hair and was a bit embarrassed, grinned. Although I really want to kill you guys. Let's put aside the past grudges. Looking at the inexplicable crowd in front of Zhenjing. The 2 monsters loudly announced in unison. Starting today, the Beast's Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have officially formed an alliance. First seize the world, and then fight happily. Oh. Mama, on the outskirts of the Tucker Sea area. A gorgeous pirate ship lay across the sea. The dark wings spread across the sky. Human body shape is extremely fast, it's Blood Prison Ren. Everyone is on alert and ready to face the enemy. I spotted the flying figure on the sea. One of the pirates named Big Mom Pirates shouted in panic. Damn it, how did that guy find us? We are obviously so far away. Parasparrow, the leader, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Somewhat uneasy. Brush, Ren's body was like electricity. Advertisement 0. Please give me flowers. Avoiding the incoming cannonballs, he reached the top of the pirate ship. Don't be so impulsive, it may cause misunderstanding, he said with a smile and crossed his arms. You guy, Parasparrow was about to say something. But suddenly, the whole person froze, staring at Ren's right hand. In the other party's hand, there was a small piece of paper. His pupils shrank sharply, and a doctor's voice called out, Is that Mom's life card? For a moment, the eldest son of the Charlotte family couldn't help but feel his heart sink to the bottom, and became a little desperate. Mom has been defeated and caught by the other party? No wonder the other party was able to find them accurately. What, damn it, did that guy take my mother's life card? The pirates present. They all couldn't help but turn pale with shock, some couldn't believe it. Has the mother they thought was invincible been defeated? Hateful. The alliance between Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom is a bit abrupt. Leaving them all stunned. The pirates of the Big Mom Pirates were naturally unwilling to be captured like this. Mother. But there came from above, that very familiar voice, always majestic and arrogant, and brooking no disobedience. Fight him. Ren raised the corner of his mouth and said, Next, we Beasts Pirates are going to invite everyone from the Big Mom Pirates here to visit Wano-kuni. Garrett glared angrily at the figure above, but it is obviously not a bad thing for him and will not affect his next plan. He thought that Blood Prison Ren was planning to capture himself and others. He was about to bite the bullet and attack Ren directly. But in the blink of an eye, a phone bug was thrown towards them, and they couldn't help but be stunned. Really, I'm sorry. Maybe, the Big Mom Pirates can be included in the future. Parasparrow, are you there? Parasparrow answered the call subconsciously. Although his face turned pale, he still gritted his teeth and said loudly, Don't think we will give in. Chapter 361 Return the Captives. Ashamed Katakuri. What did you say? Bridget Island. Parasparrow is heard mentioning Katakuri's defeat. Originally, he had just returned to the Mother Anthem, washed away his embarrassment, and put on a brand new outfit. Johnlot Linlin became majestic again. His eyelids were twitching. That guy from Katakuri was defeated? Yes, Mom. Parasparrow broke into a cold sweat. Bracing his scalp and making careful calculations, he said, I estimate that there is a high probability that we will be captured by them. Oh, hey, I was just about to tell you, Linlin. On the opposite side, Kaido, the beast, received a report from Flame Calamity Jin. Although he was a little shocked in his heart, he didn't show any signs of it on his face. He grinned and said to Charlotte Linlin with some pride. Although we have announced an alliance, it is because Lousy owes you a favor. For the sake of Ren, let them keep it as much as possible. Just think of it as Lousy returning the favor to you. These are two different things. Charlotte Linlin glared at Kaido fiercely, and said angrily, You kid, don't even think about defaulting on the debt, it's a lifetime favor. Oh, Ren, give her back, Kaido shrugged. The whole person was laughing in high spirits. Damn it. You bastards. Hateful. Soon arc proverbs above. A series of embarrassed figures handcuffed by Seastone were escorted up. Each and every one of them was half dead, covered in wounds, extremely. He kept struggling there and yelled angrily, especially the leader, Katakuri, who had just regained consciousness not long ago. Even more so, the canthus of the eye is about to split apart and is inextricably close. Some gnashing of teeth, because, in this battle, many of their younger brothers and sisters were killed. How can he not be angry? Brother Katakuri, Sister Compert. Seeing the captured Katakuri and others, advertisement. Garrett, Monder and others were shouting in disbelief. Garrett, Katakuri, Compert, and Snag turned their heads subconsciously, looking disgraced and excited. Meet the leader Charlotte Linlin and others, somewhat inexplicably at the same time. Immediately I was overjoyed. Mother, you still have the nerve to call me Mom. Looking at the eldest daughter Compert, the second son Katakuri, the third son Daifuku, the fourth son Owen. All of the children whom he had placed high hopes on were actually captured. Charlotte Linlin's face turned black and her whole body was shaking with anger. I'm sorry, Mom. Covered in wounds, with a bruised nose and face, Katakuri was extremely weak and lowered his head. He was so ashamed that he said, I was careless. Compert, Dafu, Owen, Snag and others on the side heard this. They all couldn't help but feel ashamed. They are the children of the Charlotte family. To be captured so easily, it's so embarrassing. Mama, you are really my good friends. She glared fiercely at these ashamed children, laughed angrily, and gritted her teeth. It's so impressive, it's so embarrassing for me. He just announced that he would form an alliance with Kaido of the Beasts. Moreover, it was she who initiated the war against the Beasts Pirates. Originally, she had been unable to win a Blood Prison Ren, but she had become disgraced instead, which was already a bit embarrassing and made her feel angry. As a result, Katakuri, the strongest general she valued most and regarded as her perfect masterpiece, was captured. There is nothing more humiliating than this. Now, how could she raise her head in front of Kaido? Brother Peros, what's going on? Seeing the two pirate emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin present, Katakuri's pupils shrank. He couldn't help but frown, and asked Perospero in confusion. It's like this, Katakuri. Perospero explained there. Mom has decided to form an alliance with the Beast's pirates. Advertisement no matter how arrogant he is on weekdays. He also had to admit that they failed in this war. Perospero was extremely happy that his mother made a wise decision and formed an alliance with the Beast's pirates. Otherwise, he felt that facing the two monsters of Bloodhell, Ren and Beasts, Kaido, this usually invincible mother might really fall here. Even the two generals Katakuri and Snag, as well as a large number of Charlotte family children were captured by the Beast's pirates. After this wave, their Big Mom pirate group is afraid that they will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, he said so. Marine's fleet is already wandering around the outskirts of Toto Land's waters, watching eagerly. And it was the new Marine Admiral, White Dragon, who took action in person. Once something happens here, I'm afraid Marine will immediately invade the waters of Toto Land. Even the two generals Smoothie and Cracker led their troops to stop it in time. I'm afraid it may not be possible to stop it. What? Allying with the Beast's pirates? Hear Perospero say that? Katakuri, Compert, Dafu, Owen and others all couldn't help but change their expressions. Mom, this matter. Katakuri was filled with excitement and turned to look at Charlotte Linlin, wanting to say something else. Katakuri, I have decided on this matter, Charlotte Linlin said, full of dominance and intolerance. Oh, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it's easy to handle. 2.9 looked at the captured cadres. Kaido couldn't help but bared his teeth and said with a smile. War inevitably involves casualties, so let's put aside any grudges for now. If you want to fight, we should wait until we conquer the world. He didn't expect that Jin didn't rush over. King Kong, Ulti, and Foz Fu were actually able to lead the troops and block the attack of the fleet led by Katakuri, the strongest general. Moreover, he also won a great victory. All of these important cadres of the Charlotte family were captured. It really makes him look good. Ren nodded towards Dr. Brian, Soup. Gia hee, you guys can untie it yourself, with Ren's permission. Dr. Brian threw a bunch of keys directly to Perospero. Chapter 362. Aunt wants to send her daughter away. Jin's assist, 4th update. Mama. Oh, asterisk. On the Queen Mother Anthem, at the suggestion of Charlotte Linlin. A simple banquet is going on. But there had just been a life and death war, and the pirates from the Big Mom camp and the Beast's pirates camp were naturally at war with each other. They were wary of each other and full of hostility. The atmosphere is not very good. Of course, what do the cadres below think? Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom didn't care. The little brother and eldest sister of the past were sitting there cross-legged, happily drinking wine and recalling the prosperous years of the past. The warm atmosphere was not affected by other people at all. It even infected the other people below a little bit, making the atmosphere less awkward. Mama, blood prison, finished a bowl of wine. With a smile on her face, Charlotte Linlin looked at Ren below. I heard from Kaido that your kid is going to marry her daughter? She didn't expect that Kaido, the Beast, wanted to marry his daughter to him. This gave her some ideas. Thanks to Boss Kaido for being so considerate, I have no choice but to be shameless and become his son-in-law. O3 Ren held up his wineglass and said with a smile. Oh, that's right, it will be the night of the fire festival in a few days. Kaido laughed and said, Linlin, you can't be absent. We will officially announce our alliance by then. Of course. But I also have a suggestion. Charlotte Linlin smiled strangely. Since it is an alliance, ordinary alliance relationships are too fragile. Boy, do you want to marry my daughter? What? Hear the words. Not just Katakuri, Perospero, Compert et al. It's Lucci, Wappa, Karina and others. Everyone was stunned. Hey, Linlin, he is Laozi's son-in-law. Put down the oversized wineglass. Kaido glared at Charlotte Linlin and said dissatisfiedly, are you trying to steal Laozi's people through marriage? Although he doesn't care about Yamato's life, but the dignified governor of beasts also wants to save face. How could he go back on his word and cancel the wedding between Ren and Yamato? After all, the entire Beast's pirates already know about this. Mama, such a guy cannot be bound by just marriage. Charlotte Linlin said directly, I just want to add a little weight to our fragile alliance. That's not okay, although I don't know what Charlotte Linlin wants to do. Advertisement, but Ren smiled and shook his head and refused. I have agreed to marry Yamato, the daughter of the boss of Kaido, and the entire Beast's pirates already know about it. The date has been set, and Onigashima has begun to prepare for the wedding. Matters cannot be changed at will. Oh, Linlin, just give up, pour a bowl of wine. After drinking it in one gulp, Kaido laughed and said, Mama, don't get me wrong. He stared at Ren with intense eyes. Charlotte Linlin smiled strangely and said, I'm not asking you to choose one or the other, but I'm asking you to marry my daughter and Kaido's daughter at the same time. What? Everyone present. Everyone couldn't help but be a little stunned. Oh, giggle, do you want to join in the fun too? Kaido raised an eyebrow. Suddenly I became interested. Looking at Charlotte Linlin with some surprise. but he is not worried at all that Ren might fall to Big Mom. Because it is very clear that the other party's ambitions cannot be restrained by a woman. In this world, Kaido is the only young monster that can be subdued. Mother, Katakuri hesitated to speak. Shut up, Katakuri. Charlotte Linlin glared at Katakuri with fierce eyes. You are just my son, don't try to tell me what to do. You lost the battle and I haven't settled it with you yet. Yes, Mom. Katakuri took a deep breath, he retreated helplessly and swallowed all the words that came to his lips. You want to marry your daughter to me? I have very high standards. Ren looked at Charlotte Linlin and spoke with a smile. No matter how generous the other party is, it is impossible for him to marry Simuji. Garrett, come here. Charlotte Linlin looked directly at her 18th female butter minister, Garrett. Mom. Garrett was stunned, he stood up in shock, a little at a loss. But he didn't dare to disobey his mother, so he could only come over. Naturally, I had some guesses in my mind. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Mama, how are you? Garrett looks beautiful and has a good figure. Charlotte Linlin was full of pride and looked at Ren. My daughter, is she worthy of you? She looks okay, but her strength is too poor, Ren commented. He had to admit. Advertisement Garrett, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, is indeed fair and beautiful. But as there were more women around him, his hobbies gradually became more extensive. I prefer those with some special features, although I have never met, I think about it. Smoothie's long legs are more attractive, Garrett's eyes widened. His face turned red and he glared at Ren angrily. You. She is the dignified butter minister of the Charlotte family, but the other party actually despises her for her lack of strength. Charlotte Linlin looked at Ren speechlessly. I've heard of people who think their wives are ugly, but I've never heard of people who think their wives are weak. Do you want to marry a wife, or do you want to marry a thug? Ren shrugged and said with a smile, if you are willing to marry General Smoji to me, I can consider it. Puff, hear Ren say this. The expressions of Katakuri, Parasparrow and others change. They all couldn't help but glare at Ren. You guy, you're going too far. Damn it, don't be too arrogant, blood prison. The grumpy Owen gritted his teeth in anger and glared at 947 the other party. Don't be too arrogant, Big Mom Pirates, don't wait for anyone to say anything. Jin, who was holding his arms at the side, had already spoken calmly. Ren shoulders the important task of reviving the Lunarian clan. For the sake of future generations, of course his wife must have better qualifications. After all, your Charlotte family has many children, good and bad, and Mr. Kaido only has one daughter, Master Yamato. You can't just randomly choose one and expect to be on an equal footing with Master Yamato, right? Master Yamato, he awakened Conqueror's Haki at the age of 8. What? That's right, Ren. I didn't expect that the other party would protect his nephew so much. How can she compete with such a monster? This is related to his face as the governor of beasts. What Jin said was not unreasonable, hear the words. Members of the Charlotte family present. He glanced at Jin in surprise. It's not like any crooked person can be on an equal footing with Lousy's daughter. Oh, ha ha ha. But he didn't mean to refute. They couldn't help but shrink their pupils, shocked. Kaido heard this, but this cheap uncle is so considerate. But Garrett's expression couldn't help changing, and she felt so embarrassed that she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Did he think so? Even Charlotte Linlin was a little surprised. Awakening Conquerors at the age of 8? Kaido's daughter, is she so talented? Chapter 363 Greedy Ren, buy one get one free. Mama, do you want to revive the Lunarian clan? This is not an easy task. On the Queen Mother anthem, Charlotte Linlin laughed. Heiko has already boasted. If it were taken back directly, it would be too embarrassing after all. Especially, after the run on Yan Calamity and Jin just now. If you just give up the marriage proposal in despair. Isn't she Charlotte Linlin recognized as her own daughter? Not as good as Kaido's daughter. I can marry Smoothie to you. Charlotte Linlin's face changed, and she finally said directly to Ren, but after all, she is the star of the Charlotte family and the daughter I value most. She will still stay in the Big Mom Pirates and serve as the fruit minister of the all nations. Anyway, we have formed an alliance. When the time comes, whether she comes to you or you come to her, it will be easy. Of course she was reluctant to let Smoothie leave the Big Mom Pirates. However, Jin just mentioned that Ren wanted to revive the Lunarian tribe, which made Charlotte Linlin have a more passionate idea. Even if she has no chance to combine with the Lunarian tribe and give birth to a child of that tribe's blood, as long as Smoothie can be pregnant with the Lunarian tribe's blood. All their nations will be able to have members of the Lunarian bloodline. In this way, he will be a big step closer to his dream of gathering all races. Oh, ha ha ha. Beasts Kaido laughed and said, Linlin, then the alliance between us Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates will become even closer. He had no objections to these at all. Anyway, there is no way Charlotte Linlin can poach Ren. And with Ren's methods, he might just let the other party lose his daughter and lose his troops, turning the Charlotte family's generals around. Kaido must admit that this guy is really good at women. Even my idiot daughter, who was stubborn and wanted to be like Kazuki Oden and refused to repent no matter how much he taught her, was treated submissively. Personality has changed a lot, it's unbelievable. In this case, I have no objection, good things delivered to your door. Naturally, people will not refuse. He pointed at Garrett next to him and said to Charlotte Linlin with a smile. But if Smoothie still stays in the Big Mom Pirates and is not really married, I can't suffer too much. Otherwise, those who don't know better would think that I am marrying into your Charlotte family. On weekdays, there must be someone who brings tea and water by your side, right? He opened his mouth like a lion, not worried about Charlotte Linlin falling out at all. Advertisement, in other words, even if the other party gives up directly, he has nothing to lose. Originally, the other party wanted to take the initiative to give away his daughter. Of course he understands Charlotte Linlin's thoughts. It is nothing more than wanting his daughter to be pregnant with a child with Lunaria blood. Complete the missing races in Toto Land. But even if Smoothie, the dessert star, really got pregnant after marrying him, do you want to keep your children in the Charlotte family at that time? It's up to the other party to decide. What do you mean? My heart skipped a beat. Garrett's almond-shaped eyes stood upright. The whole person couldn't help but jump up. Her pretty fair face turned red and she glared at Ren. Isn't it enough for this B************ D to marry two pirate princesses at the same time? He actually stared at her. And what does it mean to serve tea and water? Let her be a maid. This guy Ren. This big radish. And in the lower seat, Lan Chi, Karina, Violet and other women on the side. His eyes were full of resentment and his teeth were itchy. This man is good at everything, it's just too fussy. You guy, don't even think about it, don't go too far. Are you trying too hard? Hear Ren say this. Parasparrow, Katakuri, Daifuku, Owen and others all had their eyelids twitching and their faces turned dark. I didn't expect that the other party would be so greedy. He actually wanted to marry two children of the Charlotte family at the same time, and he didn't even join the Big Mom Pirates. Do you think this is a business? Buy one get one free? Mama, you are such a greedy man. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but be stunned. Advertisement. He stared at Ren in surprise, then grinned and said, however, considering that you are from the Lunaria tribe, I agree. A day and night of fighting. Although there are some tricks, I use drugs to support it. But Ren's strength has already been recognized by her. And I believe that if the other party is combined with Smoothie, they will definitely produce excellent offspring. She had personally witnessed the Lunaria tribe's exaggerated racial talents. As long as the Charlotte family can have members of the Lunaria clan. It's not that she can't accept the other party's request. As for Garrett, a dispensable butter minister, for the Big Mom Pirates, it is not that important. Staying with Ren in the blood prison can also maintain fragile interests. What if one day blood prison Ren really falls out with Kaido, the beast, and is poached by her? Mom. Not only was she not angry when she saw Charlotte Linlin, but she agreed readily. The expressions of Katakuri, Parasparrow, Compert and others changed drastically. Mother. Garrett stood there stunned. Her pretty face turned white. There is no doubt that she was used as a tool to win over blood prison Ren. Moreover, she is not even the head wife, she is just equivalent to a dowry. For a moment, Garrett's eyes turned a little red. Touching his pink fist, he glared angrily at the smiling Ren. Some hated with itch, young, handsome, powerful. It is undeniable that such a man would be perfect if he could be his future partner. When she first heard Charlotte Linlin mention it, her heartbeat was inevitably a little faster and she was a little fanciful. But in this case, what does it mean to her? Buy one, get one free. One is the only daughter of Kaido, who awakened Conqueror's Haki at the age of 8. She is amazingly talented and handsome. One is the only female star of the Charlotte family, with a bounty of more than 900 million belly, and she is incredibly powerful. Whether it is the mysterious Princess Guiji or her sister Smoothie, they are all beyond her reach. However, the mother always told the truth. Even Katakuri Ni, a general, did not dare to disobey his will. What's more, it's her. Chapter 364, Smoothie. Maybe it's good but not useful. What, far in the middle of New World? Smoothie, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family who is one of the 4 dessert generals and has a bounty of 932 million baileys, is leading the pirate fleet to guard the outer waters of Toto Land. Be on guard against the fleet led by the White Dragon of the Admiral of Headquarters, which is eyeing them there. Hearing the news from Parasparrow, the whole person couldn't help but froze. Hey, brother Parrows, are you kidding? Smoothie, who had wavy white hair, good looks, and a tall figure, grabbed the phone bug and said loudly with excitement. That kid is only 17 years old, right? She couldn't believe it. Aren't you going to war with the Beast's pirates? Why did you form an alliance after fighting? That's all, you want to marry her, the dessert star, to the Ren of the blood prison of the 4th catastrophe of Beast's pirates? Moreover, she, a great general of the Charlotte family, still wants to share the same husband with that daughter of Kaido? Isn't this too ridiculous? Is this real? Mom wants to marry sister Smoothie? Smoothie 280's flagship juice number. Smoothie's 2 long-legged twin sisters, Strom and Sneyman, were both astonished. Somewhat stunned. As the dessert star of the Charlotte family, Smoothie, who has both strength and beauty, can be said to be a unique flower in Toto Land. In the past, pirate captains and even the royal families of other kingdoms in the New World often proposed to their mother, hoping to marry the female star of the Charlotte family. But they were all rejected by Charlotte Linlin without hesitation. In order to win over the people from the blood prison this time, you actually spent so much money? I'm not kidding, this is my mother's decision. The other end of the phone bug. Far away in the second half of the New World, on the Queen Mother Anthem in the Tucker Sea. looking at the distant arc proverbs above the sea, and the giant blue dragon flying away in the sky. Parasparrow, who had just finished the banquet and was communicating with Smoothie privately, wiped his cold sweat and said in a low voice, "And not only you, Garrett will also be the dowry." Advertisement, what, a day, Smoothie froze. The two sisters, Strom and Snayman, who were standing next to them, couldn't help but be confused. Not only do you want to marry Smoothie to Bloodhell Ren, but you also want to buy one and get one free? Your wedding is scheduled for a week from now, which is the night of the Beasts Pirates annual fire festival. Parasparrow was a little helpless. I may be a little pressed for time, but there is no way. What Mom means is that you finish the wedding first, and then hold a tea party later to make a grand wedding for you. We are rushing back to the waters of Toto Land now. You may need to make some preparations. Then we will follow Mom directly to Wano Kuni. Personally, he is relatively opposed to this marriage. After all, Copper's Ren is the fourth natural disaster of the Beasts Pirates, and he is not a member of their lot family like other pirates. If something goes wrong, wouldn't the Charlotte family lose their generals and soldiers? But the decision of Charlotte Linlin, the Queen. These children dare not object at all. Don't even dare to destroy it. Hateful, _ Smoothie turned dark. Gritting his teeth in anger, he hung up the phone angrily. Okay, what are you doing? She looked at the undulating sea, feeling a little irritated. Cruel, violent, ruthless, callous, ruthless. That mother has been so powerful in the minds of the children of the Charlotte family for a long time that they are both in awe and fear. Charlotte Linlin's decision was one that even she, the most favored female star, would not dare to disobey in the slightest. However, we really underestimated the Beasts Pirates. We didn't expect them to be so powerful. Strong, the 15th girl with tall long legs, long orange hair, and a somewhat fat body, sighed. No wonder my mother had to swallow this breath and form an alliance with the Beasts Pirates. The Katakuri fleet suffered a disastrous defeat. Naturally, they had already received the news. At the beginning, I received intelligence from the front line. I was shocked, speechless, and couldn't believe my ears. You know, the Big Mom Pirates send out not only Katakuya, the strongest general. Advertisement, there are also powerful cadres such as Compert, Dafu, Owen, and Baron Dandan. In addition to tens of thousands of Homits and pirates, there is a total of 20 egg tar boats in the pirate fleet. But this kind of camp was completely defeated in a short period of time. It's unbelievable. Really, thinking of the tragic defeat of Katakuri's fleet. Smooth's eyes were full of fear, and he frowned and said in a deep voice, the fleet led by Katakuri's brother was defeated without even dispatching the big sign. She really didn't expect it. In his mind, the invincible Katakuri brother was actually defeated like this. The Beasts Pirates sent out only Fei Liubao. She wouldn't mind too much. This star of the Charlotte family has always been proud and arrogant. He took out a reward sheet and looked at it carefully. Naturally, there is some reluctance. Maybe it's just fancy but not useful. Looking at the young and handsome figure on the reward list, Smooth curled his lips in displeasure. If it is under normal circumstances. Speaking of which, this brother-in-law, whom I have never met, is really handsome, Sister Smooth. Not to mention Kaido himself. Looking at his compatriot Sister Smoothie with a smile, he said teasingly, when the time comes, you, a fruit-extracting person, don't go too far. Even the 4 major signs of drought, labor disasters, fire disasters, and natural disasters were not used. But the thought of sharing a husband with others. Strom crossed his arms. It's really incredible, being betrothed to such a young, handsome, and powerful man. What is this thing called? From inside the proud 4th-dimensional pocket. Slender and tall, with a high red ponytail and full of heroic spirit, Snayman, the 16th daughter of the Charlotte family, chuckled and said, I'm so excited. 17 years old. Surprisingly young. Chapter 365 Roger's Rocks? Kizaru's complaint. Yuahuhu. Above the blue sea. A huge arc sailed across the sky. King Kong, Kaku, Babo, Ulti, Peguin, Foz Fu, Karina, Jabra and others are all on it. Flame Calamity Jin and 100 Beasts Kaido had already left first. There are other wars on the front line that need them to deal with. Did not return with Ren and the others. And above it, the tall figure of the pacifist PX3 stood there. And located in the castle inside his body, in the gorgeous hall. Luo, Lucci, Huo Lun, Wappa and the others, all gathered here. Finally I can take a break, looking out at the scenery outside through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Ren stretched out, and the black wings on his back were spread out. The next war will come to an end, and the next battle plan will be discussed after the Fire Festival and the Big Mom Pirates officially form an alliance. But at that time, I'm afraid it's not just about grabbing territory. In all likelihood, we will directly target the other 4 emperors. Sir Ren, will the alliance between the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have an impact on our plan? Lucci asked in a deep voice while sitting on the sofa nearby. For them, maintaining the 4 emperors format in New World is currently the best choice. Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom are ambitious. Such a big fanfare is definitely not just a superficial alliance. Maybe, they will directly unite and launch a decisive war against the other 4 emperors. So, whether it is the Red Hair Pirates of the Iron Wall pirate group or the new 4 emperors and Cross Guild that have just established a foothold in the New World, they may be facing an unprecedented crisis. The plan is not static, and will naturally have to be changed accordingly. Ren turned around, smiled and said, there is really no need to break the current four emperors pattern, we still need time. But the Big Mom Pirates can form an alliance with the Beast's Pirates, so in order to protect themselves, the Cross Guild can naturally form an alliance with the Red Hair Pirates. The remnants of the Rocks Pirate versus the remnants of the Roger Pirates, don't you find it interesting? Advertisement here. Ren say this. Luo, Lucci, Huolun and others were all stunned. If you think about it carefully, this is really the case. Kaido and Big Mom were both members of Rocks Pirate when they were young. Clown Shanks was an apprentice pirate of the Roger Pirates when he was young. Although it is said that the Clown Buggy, the Four Emperors, does not live up to his name. But the problem is that others don't know. As long as we ensure that the Four Emperors pattern is not broken prematurely, war is not a bad thing for us. Ren crossed his arms and said there. The cruelest battlefield is often the best way to improve strength. These losses will not have any impact on us. When you have accumulated enough strength, you are ready. Even if the Four Emperors pattern is not broken, he will take the initiative to overturn the order of the old era. If someone is eliminated during this period, it can only be said that they're too weak. That's right, everyone present had bright eyes and high fighting spirit. Each of them is extremely confident and certainly does not want to lag behind others. Moreover, they have been fighting continuously these days, experiencing battles of life and death. Several people indeed found that their own strength had improved a lot. In particular, everyone wants to be Ren's right-hand man in the future, and they secretly compete with each other not to be outdone. They are all staring at that position. What, and this time? The entrance to New World. The new naval headquarters with the red line in the background. After receiving the report from the G14 branch, Kizaru was surprised. 100 Beasts Kaido and Big Mom are fighting each other, so they just dismissed Wang Yan. Didn't you say you were 3 days and 3 nights older? Instead of showing real fire, you still showed feelings? Yes, after their armistice, Ren's Arc, Proverbs, and the female Kai of the Big Mom Pirates, Mama Shingetsu, began to contact each other on Bridget Island. Furthermore, our surveillance ship discovered that the children of the Charlotte family, including Katakuri, Snag, Daifuku, and Owen, who were supposed to have been defeated and captured, all appeared on the Queen Mother anthem of the Big Mom Pirates, above. Advertisement 0. Please give me flowers. The phone bug simulated the outline of Vice Admiral Dole, the base commander of the G14 branch, and reported in a deep voice. It can be confirmed that the Beast's Pirates have already fought against the BIGMOM Pirates. Closely monitor the actions of the Big Mom Pirates. At this time, Marine Vice Admiral Crane hurried over. Grandma Crane. Kizaru just hung up the phone before he could say hello. The Chief Staff Officer of Naval Headquarters had already taken the lead and said, Paluzolino, something big has happened. What's wrong? Kizaru's heart skipped a beat. I just received news from within the Big Mom Pirates. They suddenly started secretly preparing the items needed for the wedding. Point 0. Kizaru's expression changed. For a while, I started to complain about Aokiji who gave up his job. Crane Vice Admiral had a solemn face and said in a deep voice, combined with Big Mom's sudden ceasefire with Kaido of the Beasts and even the release of those prisoners, I speculate that they are likely to marry the Beast's Pirates. Now, we are really going to be in big trouble. Kizaru's face changed, and he said helplessly, I really became the Marine Marshal at the worst time. Wouldn't it be better if you took over the position of Marshal directly? Although we still don't know what's going on, we have to prepare for the worst. Crane Vice Admiral said quietly. The former Rocks Pirate may be resurrected But of course we know how terrifying the Rocks Pirate forces were in the past. Rocks Pirate, he regretted becoming the Marine Marshal. Although he had not officially joined Marine when Rocks Pirate disbanded, Perusolino's pupils shrank sharply and he took a breath of air. Marriage? My heart almost jumped out of my chest and I couldn't sit still anymore. You mean? The Big Mom Pirates are going to form an alliance with the Beast's Pirates? It almost made Marine unable to breathe. Why do you have to resign and leave? Isn't it better to be his social beast while working hard and fishing? 11 BP Chapter 366 The Correct Usage of Butterfruit, 3rd Update. In the castle. In a luxuriously decorated room. A figure with fair skin, wearing a red short skirt and a graceful figure. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the clouds passing by outside. Is this my destiny? She had a complicated mood and was a little dazed. Astonishingly, she is the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, Butter Minister Garrett. That's right, she didn't leave with the Big Mom Pirates, but stayed behind. As a dowry, stay with Ren, she never thought that one day she would. They were actually used as tools for marriage and were ruthlessly married. In other words, it's not that I'm not mentally prepared. They are the children of the Charlotte family, and it is impossible for each of them to decide their own marriage. But, at least even if it is arranged to marry with other powerful, 4-9, forces. It's not like buy one get one free. Her majestic Butter Minister of all nations is actually just a dowry tool. The callous approach of Mother Charlotte Linlin, for the first time, Garrett felt chilled. There was even more unspeakable grievance in my heart. These children are in the eyes of their mother. Is there really no emotion at all, just a tool that can be used, taken life and death, and thrown away after use? Click. Suddenly, the bedroom door was opened. Garrett looked over subconsciously. Look at the person coming. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She took a few steps back and asked in a panic, why did you come in? This is my room. Why do you think I came in? looking at the woman staring at him like a frightened deer. Ren raised his eyebrows. Did Khalifa arrange for you to be here? This secretary is. Consider it, I can reward that girl with hundreds of millions more later. Come over, close the door, no one is used to Garrett. Open your hands and speak lightly. There are too many women in love at the moment, and he doesn't have that much time and effort. Just follow the normal process and get the quality right. Over time, feelings naturally arise. Advertisement. Of course, that is for sensible women. If he still can't figure out his position after a long time, he won't get used to it. Just think of it as an extra RBQ. What do you mean? Garrett's face turned red and she asked warily. What else can you do? Ren rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, it is your duty and responsibility to help me change clothes, bathe, and live my daily life. Otherwise, why would Charlotte Linlin ask you to come here? He wants the other person to come over, not just because of its beauty. What's more, she is a user with the ability of Butterfruit. He has fully experienced the bubble bath of Passia, the paramecia bubble fruit user. But I haven't tried oil massage yet. What? Don't even think about it. Garrett's face darkened. He glared at the man in front of him angrily. This B***************************************** D. Did he really think of her as a maid? Although it is said to be a dowry, she is also the daughter of the Charlotte family, just like Sister Smoothie. I advise you to figure out your identity. Do you still think you are the Butter Minister of Toto Land? Ren sneered and said politely, how about I call Charlotte Linlin now and ask her to come over and take her daughter back, and then send her back after she's been trained? If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a user with Butterfruit abilities. It made him feel a little interested on a whim. To be honest, he may not like it yet. Not to mention the confidant around him, none of them are worse than Garrett, a member of the Charlotte family. As the fourth natural disaster of Beast's pirates. Even if he hasn't really taken action yet, he has Wano-kuni in his hands. Just guard resources like Wano-kuni. He only needs to say what kind of woman he wants. It is estimated that Black Maria, the old madam, will make all the arrangements for him the next day. After training, the package will be delivered. As far as he knew, since Jin ordered. Black Maria had already selected many beauties in Wano-kuni and sent them to Onigashima. It's being trained and I haven't had time to send it to him yet. I guess I'll wait until the fire festival is over. It should be almost done. Garrett's eyes turned red. Staring at each other angrily, full of grievances. Advertisement, but when I think of that mother's furious look, I can't help but shudder. I can only grit my teeth and accept my fate. Resisting the urge to kill, he stepped forward to undress Ren. As a user with the ability of Butterfruit, you should be able to massage with oil, right? Ren lifted her chin, looked into the yellow eyes and asked with a smile. Looking at that handsome and charming face, Garrett's eyes widened. Her face turned red, she turned her head and said, I don't know how, I haven't learned that. It's okay, I'll guide you, Ren said. It's okay if your skills are unfamiliar. Just give it a good training, don't go too far. Garrett's eyes were red. Biting his lip, he glared at Ren angrily. What does this B************* D think of her? First, give me a detailed introduction to the ability of the Butterfruit. To that aggrieved, sad and angry look, Ren turned a blind eye and sat directly on the sofa. He patted his thigh and signaled, he needs to fully understand the capabilities of Paramecia Butterfruit. Only then can we guide the other party to develop and utilize it better and serve ourselves. Don't go too far. Wait, I'll sit down. Garrett was naturally reluctant at first. But when I saw Ren taking out a phone bug with a red shell directly from his pocket, my eyelids twitched. She remembered that it was Charlotte Linlin who gave the other party 2.8 before she left. Gritting his teeth, he sat down in frustration. My ability is to restrain the opponent by manipulating it with my hands and creating butter out of thin air. Being held in Ren's arms. Her whole body was trembling, and she said with a red face, as long as the target bound by butter hears the call of the ability user, the body will quickly lose its autonomy and be at my mercy. You can also use your hands to create a collar made of butter and throw it at your opponent. Once caught, you will be restrained. So, his big hands gently caressed the smooth skin. Ren commented and asked, then, can different butter be made? Yes. Garrett trembled all over, pressed Ren's claws, and nodded repeatedly. Then help me push the oil first. Use unsalted butter. Chapter 367 Garrett. Mom, you abandoned me first, open black lens bracket fourth update close black lens bracket. The next day, early in the morning, people felt refreshed and left the room. Garrett, who had been pretending to sleep with tears in the corners of her eyes, opened her eyes. Looking at his flawless white body, the clearly visible red and purple marks, he glanced at the blood red stain again. Frowning, he endured the discomfort and finished dressing. The whole person is lying on the bed with a big character. He remained motionless, looking at the ceiling like a god of medicine. What does this mean to her? This is the same as the marriage I once fantasized about, the Prince Charming the first once fantasized about. Completely different, handsome enough. But this man is too rough. Yesterday, she was tortured so much that she almost fainted. All in all, the other party doesn't know if they want to give themselves a blow. It has nothing to do with gentleness, she felt like she was almost broken. How? Not long after, the door opens. Dressed in a white lace secretary outfit, the sexy Khalifa walked in. Looking at Garrett lying there dazed and silent, she smiled and asked, "Oh 3, unhappy? You are lucky to be able to follow Master Ren, but don't be ignorant." Khalifa is filled with pride. He pushed up his glasses and said, "That gentleman is the future king of the world. The longer you follow the other person, the more you realize that the other person's potential is limitless." She firmly believes that Ren will become the king of the world. King of the world. Garrett's eyes moved. He glanced at her and said sarcastically, "What an ambitious guy. Aren't you afraid that Kaido will hear this?" Kaido has known for a long time that Master Ren is not someone who wants to be subordinate to others. Sooner or later, he will challenge him. Khalifa disagreed and smiled lightly, but he and Master Ren are both the same people. They are extremely confident and even arrogant, thinking they can overwhelm the other party. Don't use your own eyes to measure a monster like that. That Lord Kaido has been waiting for Lord Ren to challenge him. In this world, who can become the Pirate Emperor, and who is the real fool? Including your mother, Charlotte Linlin, she is just hedging her bets when she marries you and your sister, General Simuji. Advertisement, in addition to wanting to obtain the descendants of the Lunaria clan. Even if one day, Kaido is really defeated, Lord Ren will still be an ally of the BIGMOM pirates. Yeah? Garrett's pupils shrank. She really didn't expect that Charlotte Linlin had such a plan. Khalifa looked at her and asked with a smile, "What kind of existence do you think a 17-year-old young monsters like that can fight the 4 emperors for a day and a night without getting hurt? Can 17-year-old Kaido or 17-year-old Big Mom do this?" Garrett was shaken all over. I couldn't help but gasp a little. Although, she thought she had overestimated Chang'en as much as possible. But, maybe all of them underestimated this walking natural disaster. In other words, subconsciously underestimate the other party. Deceiving oneself and others, being arrogant and unwilling to face it. There is a kind of person who is born to be looked up to. Khalifa shrugged. His eyes were filled with admiration and with unspeakable enthusiasm. That's Ren. Although in the beginning, he had no choice but to join Ren. But later, I gradually became deeply impressed by the other person's strength and charisma, and recognized the other person from the bottom of my heart. Even if that man took possession of her very domineeringly. She had no complaints or rejection. Over the past few days, Khalifa couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of her heart every time she witnessed Ren's terrifying and tenacious will while practicing. That man had already conquered her physically and mentally. Let her be willing to give it all, to follow, to worship. Garrett was silent. Even if it were her, she had to admit that it was really a terrifying monster. No one can predict how powerful the opponent will be if given some more time. Maybe, my invincible mother, maybe he might be surpassed by that ambitious man. Finally, you, who have been used as a marriage tool by the Big Mom pirates, decide what kind of fate you want to choose. Khalifa finished. Then he left on his own. Master Ren's patience and tolerance are limited. This is a kind reminder. By the way, we're going to Wano-kuni in 2 hours. Advertisement. Click. Watch the door close. Garrett's pupils shrank. There was a stir in my heart. Wano-kuni. She came to the window. Looking at the scenery outside, I couldn't help but purse my lips. Damn it. He rubbed his fist tightly. The yellow eyes were filled with deep confusion and helplessness. Khalifa's hint just now was already obvious. She is a woman who wants to completely disconnect from the Big Mom pirates and regard herself as Blood Prison Ren. Or as the Charlotte family's spy, stay with Blood Prison Ren. A choice must be made between the two, which will determine his future. For a moment, Garrett's expression changed, and her eyes were full of struggle. But at the same time, I felt some unspeakable unwillingness and resentment towards the mother who decided her own fate in just a few words and gave her daughter to others as a gift. Why can Sister Smoothie, who is the dessert general of the Charlotte family, be superior to her? Even if she is married, she can still stay in Toto land and be your general. Upright. Stay with Ren for a long time. Observe the other person's heart and read her thoughts clearly. Really? Khalifa pushed up her glasses and smiled slightly. A wise choice shows that she is not stupid yet. Mom, you took the initiative to abandon me. This was not arranged by Ren, but they did it spontaneously. All ceased to exist, and at this moment, Violet smiled lightly. It looks like you don't need to train me anymore. Because, whether it is her or Violet and other women, this has nothing to do with jealousy, the former power, the former status. We will never allow a guy with different intentions and a wrong attitude. It is also a test for Garrett. A beautiful figure was making a strange okay-like gesture. And she, the butter minister who could have ruled an island and was a leader of the Big Mom pirates, was thrown away like cargo to the Beast's pirates, and lost everything inexplicably like this. Did you make a decision so quickly? Garrett didn't know that it was in the bedroom next door. There was a strange light shining in his eyes, staring at him through the wall. Chapter 368 Jealousy? 5,000 Dao Power? Outside on the deck. Naturally, Ren doesn't know the little plans of Khalifa and Violet. He had just come out of the castle and was preparing for morning exercises when he directly felt 2 resentful glances. It comes from Karina and Lanchi, 2 girls who have gotten up early to practice without knowing when, and never let up. He was already thick-skinned and said hello with a smile as if nothing had happened. Good morning, everyone. Take your time and wear high-concentration sea stone. Start to warm up. Ren, it's so boring to exercise alone. Let's be your opponents. Lan Chi and Karina, 2 jealous little men, came over and spoke with smiles. There they were gearing up and watching with eager eyes. Oh, Ren raised an eyebrow. Are these two girls trying to rebel? We don't need our abilities, let's practice sparring with your physical skills. The quirky Karina narrowed her crescent eyes and said with a smile. Do you think that if I wear sea stone, I will be easy to bully? Ren looked at the two of them sideways, full of amusement. Karina's face turned red and her heart stopped beating, and she denied it. Of course not, but we also want to verify the results of these days of practice. After all, as you said, Ren, you can't always rely on fruit abilities. Lan Chi also spoke plausibly, but they tried. That's 100% concentration of sea stone. After putting it on, he instantly became powerless, let alone the fruit ability. I can't even lift dumbbells weighing tens of kilograms. Just barely able to walk normally. I believe that even Ren would not be able to exert that much strength. It's not like they haven't seen the opponent's training on Ghost Island before, and he can't even produce 500 power. These days, the two people's training results are not small. If we join forces, we should have no problem taking down the opponent. It will definitely beat the opponent into a pig's head. Speak hard. Hey, that's 100% pure sea stone. Being stimulated by Ren and his group created great pressure. These days, Ulti, who has also begun to practice hard with Peggy Wan, complained. I think you two want to take the opportunity to teach Master Ren a lesson, right? The strength of Karina and Lan Chi, she has seen it before. It doesn't matter. Advertisement. Ren waved his hand. Looking at Karina and Lan Chi, he smiled and said, since you are so confident, of course I will satisfy you. The two girls knew him as an old man. As early as when he was practicing on the island of Kurdive, he wore sea stone to practice day and night, and he had exceeded his own limits time and time again. Even wearing 100% pure sea stone, the power he can exert is still ridiculously strong, already exceeding 5,000 Dao power. Not to mention, in the recent battle with Charlotte Linlin, he used the new blue wave ball made by Brian Tunney, and his body underwent incredible changes. The power of normalcy, it has doubled several times. Moreover, he can feel his own genes. Wonderful changes are still happening all the time. It may take a long time for the complete transformation to be completed. Moreover, he had already verified it privately. Even if you fall into the sea, although you are still weak and unable to move, you will not drown at all. Being able to breathe freely in the sea like those mermaids. Wait until the practice using sea stone comes to an end. He already has an idea for the next stage, the bottom of the sea. It is not necessary to be able to use the fruit's ability in the sea and exert its full combat effectiveness. At present, that is somewhat unrealistic. But try your best to be able to swim inside like an ordinary fish or human being. Then let me test your power first. Chiba, not far away, Fukuru, who was sweating profusely from training, said with interest. Like a round sphere, it rolled directly over, shave. Karina stepped hard. He has no ability to use it, but his whole body looks like electricity. A hard kick. Bang, Fukuru was like a ball, she kicked him out hard. Flying towards Lan Chi. Humph. Lan Chi refused to be outdone. Accumulating power with his right foot, he kicked out violently. Bang. Fukuru was sent flying again. He turned a corner and rushed towards Ren again. I'm sorry, Ren. Ah. Ren raised an eyebrow. The right hand that is wearing sea stone handcuffs is raised slightly. Throw it out. Boom, Fukuru is like a ball, flying straight out like a cannonball. Advertisement. Not to mention Karina and Lan Chi. This scene made Lucci, Kaku, Ulti, Peggy Wan, Foz Fu and others who were training. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils, somewhat surprised. A layman looks at the excitement, an expert looks at the door. Ren's casual blow may seem like an understatement, but it's actually very powerful. Can you still exert such powerful power even with such high purity sea stone? What a monster. Asterisk backquote #6 styles of games hands together. The chubby body returned to its original state. Fukuru was there measuring the power of the three of them. If a normal marine soldier's power value is 10, then Karina's power value is about 350 power. Hee, horse tiger. Karina opened. The training these days has not been in vain. Of course, the main reason is that Logia Thunderfruit's abilities are amazing. With the development of the fruit's ability, it is also constantly stimulating and strengthening the physical quality of the ability user. Otherwise, she would have been a person with a Taoist power worth less than 100. It's impossible to make such a big improvement in just 2 months or so. This is without using the fruit ability, the power displayed by pure physical skills. Lan Chi's power value is 380 power, then you have to work hard, Lan Chi chuckled proudly. Of course, Lan Chi still felt a sense of crisis when she heard that the two people's Dao power values were so close. Fukuru's eyes suddenly widened. Master Ren's Taoist power, eh? He secretly made up his mind to work harder before carrying out the execution. The gap between the two cannot be evened out all at once. Karina gritted her teeth. I will definitely surpass you next time, Lan Chi. Hateful. Karina's face froze immediately. But Fukuru next sentence, however, the next moment. Can't believe the sound of gain and loss. 5,000. Although Karina has the assistance of Logia Thunderfruit, she also has the help of Logia Yenyan Fruit, and she is a warrior of the Sandia clan and has received strict training since she was a child. No matter how hard the other party tries, he will never stand still. She will not lose to the other party. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and stared at Ren blankly, a little dumbfounded. Hey, it's not bad. Banshee raised her chin proudly. Because, Lan Shi's Dao power value actually exceeded her own. Chapter 369 Ren. You just deserve a beating and your skin is itchy. What? 5,000 power, real or fake? Is it like that even if you wear a sea stone? Are you kidding me? There was silence. Looking at Ren in disbelief. The power Ren showed just now. Although it looks very strong, is it really that exaggerated? Isn't this impossible? The two girls, Karina and Lan Shi, were even more stunned. My jaw almost dropped to the floor, some scalp tingling. Tisk, tisk, this is really amazing. Lucci was full of surprise. When he was in Eni's lobby, his normal power value was more than 4,000. Since losing to the Straw Hat Kid and being forced to leave the world government, these days he has devoted more energy and time to training and has been fighting on the battlefield from time to time. It can be said that there has been considerable progress and transformation. Although he has not tested it, he is confident that it does not count as a fruit ability. His power value should have reached more than 5,000, or even more than 6,000. However, Ren can achieve such data even when wearing high-purity sea stone. Especially, the other party just made an understatement and tossed it off casually. There was no real serious testing at all. This simply made him unable to believe it. Hiss. Jabra, Kumadori and others couldn't help but gasped. Even Bebo, Shachi, Peijin and others are no exception. They have also practiced the 6-position physical skills with CP9, and naturally they have measured their own Dao power of 640. This man is wearing high-purity sea stone. You can completely torture them. As expected of Lord Ren, Luo was exercising and sweating profusely. I can't help but sigh there. These days, he asks Ren for swordsmanship whenever he has time. But he didn't ignore Ren's other identity. That is a veritable great swordsman. Strength is just a part of its own strength. If you fight with a sword, the combat power you can exert is absolutely incredible. Maybe, even if you are wearing high-concentration sea stones. Even hockey can still use it easily. Are you kidding me? Fozzie Fu jumped to his feet. He lost his voice in disbelief and was full of excitement. Hey, Fukuru, you guys didn't make a mistake, did you? He, the former CP9 elite, is currently not using his fruit abilities. Under normal circumstances, it is just a mere 6,000 Taoist calendars. In other words, Ren is almost surpassing him wearing a sea stone? Foz Fu, I can't be wrong. Chirp, Fukuru said something back to him, looked at Ren in amazement, and couldn't help but said, and Master Ren didn't use any force at all just now, right? Advertisement. He stamped his feet. It turned into a ball again and flew towards Ren. Master Ren, please give it a serious try. Oh, Ren's face was calm, but he didn't refuse. His right fist, which was handcuffed with sea stone, was clenched. No special power-generating techniques were used. A straight punch, a simple blast, call, a powerful blow. The atmosphere was crushed like lightning, in the eyes of everyone with sharply shrinking pupils. Bang! Hit the ball, causing Fukuru's eyes to bulge and he vomited blood. The whole person flew out like a cannonball, fly straight out of the Arc Proverbs. Fukuru, isn't this too exaggerated? Everyone present. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Some were speechless in disbelief. No one expected that the power of Ren's simple punch could be so exaggerated. Bang bang. Fukuru, who had recovered as before, looked pale. There with Moonwalk, he reluctantly lost his strength and returned to the Ark. Ahem, I'm very sorry, Master Ren. Blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and he said with a wry smile. Bah, I'm too arrogant. Your Dao power has definitely exceeded 10,000, and I can't test it at all. 10s of thousands? Everyone couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Even the two siblings, Ulti and Peguin, couldn't help but open their mouths. Staring at Ren blankly. What kind of monster is this? In other words, the other party is wearing high-purity sea stone. Can you torture them all? Wearing a sea stone, is it worth tens of thousands? Lucci's eyes were burning. He thought, should he follow Ren's example and practice wearing a sea stone? Even if he can't be as exaggerated as his opponent, at least he won't let sea stone weapons become his Achilles heel. Minimize the threat sea stone poses to yourself. Let's not mention these. Ren waved, AFDJ, his hand, not surprised. He naturally knows his own Dao power value. Currently, sea stone is still very restrained towards this ability user and poses a considerable threat. But there is one thing, it may not be clear to others. Although sea stone can seal his own fruit ability. But it is impossible to seal the innate racial ability of the Lunaria tribe. In other words, as the sea stone's resistance continues to increase, the power it can exert becomes more and more powerful, and he can still use the power emperor of the Yunalia tribe with ease. If you continue to exercise unremittingly, sooner or later, even if he is wearing a sea stone, he will be able to melt it with the flames generated by his body alone. Advertisement to him, even if it doesn't completely break the curse of devil fruit. As he continues to grow stronger, sooner or later the effect of these curses will become weaker and weaker, unable to affect his own safety. Ren firmly believes that Kaido is better than Kaido. My future self is truly the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. You too. Ren turned his head and looked at Karina and Lan Shi, showing his white teeth. Didn't you just want to verify your progress? Next, I will satisfy you. Hear Ren say this. Look at that, vicious, look. The two women's faces turned pale. It's over, etc. Karina's scalp feels numb. Breaking into a cold sweat, I have to make excuses, I think. I don't want you to feel that, I want me to feel. People's eyes are full of amusement. The fists holding the sea stone were clenched tightly. In the sharply shrinking gazes of Lucci and others, it became as dark as ink and shone with a metallic luster. Kangdang. The iron chains clanked. Ren smiled evilly and raised his huge fist. I think you two have stiffened your wings. In 4 words. Itchy skin, you need a beating. Shunpo, run quickly. Lan Chi, Karina's hair stood on end. The whole person has not had time to turn into lightning. Ren's fist had already taken the lead and hit her belly mercilessly. At the same time, his right leg struck Lan Chi's buttocks hard. The two women who were about to turn into elements and run away were sent flying out in confusion. Boom. Staring directly at the two women who had smashed through the wall, looking a little gray and grimacing, grinning in pain, covering their abdomen or buttocks, and getting up in embarrassment with tears in their eyes. Ren twisted his neck, clenched his fists and said with a smile, the next step is training time. If you dare to use your fruit ability to dodge, you will spend the next year wearing a sea stone. What? Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but change her color. They are no better than Ren or Yamato. They really have to wear sea stones all the time and cannot take them off for a year or so. The feeling is really tortuous. Spare me, Ren. Yes, I don't dare anymore. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts? It hurts. If you want to be strong, you must first learn to take a beating. Boom. Damn it, I'll fight you. Tempest kick. Shaving finger pistol. Bang bang. Chapter 370. A generous gift from the serpent? Winning over? Open black lens bracket 3rd update close black lens bracket. Just came out of PX3 Inner Castle. Garrett, who witnessed this scene, was in a daze. Is this his true strength? Wearing 100% pure seastone handcuffs can exert such terrifying power. What kind of monster is this? This is Master Ren. Khalifa on the side smiled, full of pride. Her eyes were burning, looking at Ren's stalwart figure. His eyes were filled with unspeakable admiration. Even more revealing is his undisguised admiration. Ren is invincible, even if he wears a sea stone. Violet said there, however, there are more and more outstanding women around him. This made Violet feel more or less inexplicably in crisis. After all, she followed him in the first place in order to save her father, King Riku, and her niece, Rebecca. But he traded everything he had to the other party. It is equivalent to Ren's private property or a female slave. Different from Robin, Lan Chi, Karina, Khalifa and others, the identity is a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, she has the ability of Paramecia Gaugeo fruit, which can help the opponent patrol the territory and can better distinguish people's hearts. Confidence can come in handy and help people. Don't worry too much, you will completely fall out of favor in the future. But what troubles Violet is that she has absolutely no confidence that Ren will be able to agree to help the Liku family regain their country and regain the throne. Even if it is clear, Doflamingo may not be able to stay alive for long. But the real trouble is, the other party can also support others to become kings. Rather than having to choose the Liku family, I guess so. Garrett's eyes were intense, he strengthened his previous decision. This man does have terrifying potential. Not to mention the king of the world, but maybe he can really replace Kaido, the beast, and become the new pirate emperor. She was well aware of her current awkward situation. Charlotte Linlin had many husbands, and the children of the Charlotte family had many fathers, but eventually these people would be abandoned after they lost their use value. The end is more miserable than the last. There are obviously many women around Ren, and she is not missing at all. If he cannot show his worth, he may even be considered an undercover agent of the Charlotte family, and will not be welcomed by the other party or even the women around him. Then, her future fate may not be much better than those of the nominal fathers. But, among the brothers and sisters of the Charlotte family, who will stand up for him? Even Sister Smoothie is cold-blooded herself. Advertisement. It left her in awe. The other party may not necessarily help her. Maybe even suppress her. The only one she can rely on is herself. Mom, don't blame me, you forced me to do it yourself. Clenching her pink fist, Garrett made up her mind. He made up his mind that when Ren comes to see him next time, he will take the initiative to leak the information about the Big Mom Pirates to him. Prove your own value and position. Gain the other person's trust. Gia hee hee, it's really a rapid progress, just came out of the lab. Witnessing this scene, Dr. Brian smiled strangely. It seems that the new blue wave ball added with genetic medicine accidentally stimulated the recessive genes hidden in Lord Ren's body and revived them. The genes of various ancient mermaid tribes continue to merge and merge. Once such a mutation is truly completed, what kind of changes will it show? It's really exciting. When Ren came to see him, Dr. Brian was shocked when he learned of such changes. Through continuous testing and verification in various aspects in the laboratory in the castle inside the body, he deduced that the other party's body was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Various hidden genes are competing, merging, and eating with each other. This is not a bad thing. Upgraded should be benign. It will only make Ren stronger and stronger. At present, the other party already has the ability to breathe freely in the water like a mermaid. Even if you fall into the sea, you won't drown, became a real monster. Welcome back, Lord Ren, Lord King Kong. Lord Ulti. Not long after, Arc Proverbs officially flew over the huge waterfall. After entering the inner sea of Wanokuni, I arrived at Onigashima, where countless pirates cheered and jumped for joy. Obviously, we have already talked about the achievements of Ren and others. Everyone was excited, full of enthusiasm and admiration. Robin, Nami, Karina and Lan Chi, who had been severely punished by Ren, had their noses bruised and their faces swollen with tears in their eyes. They had already been treated by Manchili. Together with Violet and others, they happily waved to Robin, Nami and others who did not follow the expedition and stayed on Ghost Island. They jumped off the ark one after another. Thank you for your hard work, Master Ren, welcome back. Black Maria smiled. Advertisement wearing a gorgeous splendid kimono, it is charming and charming. The gaze he looked at Ren was so unabashedly hot that it almost melted. She had heard that this man once fought against monsters like Big Mom for a whole day and night without losing. Zero, please give me flowers, he even injured Big Mom. And he himself was unscathed. This made Black Maria, who had grown up in Wanokuni and had a strong character, even more certain that her choice was correct. Looking at Ren's heroic figure, his whole body couldn't help but feel a little soft. I wish I could throw myself into my arms right away and hold the other person in my majestic arms. Hey, Maria, have you forgotten us? Looking at Black Maria, her eyes were completely focused on Ren, and she actually ignored herself. Foz Fu said somewhat unhappily, sorry, everyone, welcome back. Black Maria turned her head and said with a smile. Haha, I heard that you were beaten badly, Foz Fu. Foz Fu's face darkened. I heard that if King Kong hadn't arrived in time, he would have turned from a sick cat to a dead cat. Ulti added venomously. You foul-mouthed brat, no one will treat you as a mute if you don't speak. Fozzie Fu glared. Who is the one with the bad mouth? Fumofu, Ulti retorted without showing any signs of weakness, gritting his teeth angrily. If you weren't such a B************************************ D. Your saliva was flying everywhere. My mother and Xiaopei would have I don't know how to wear a mask. You guys want to fight? Fozzie Fuzz grinned. He is afraid of inhuman monsters such as Ren and King Kong and does not dare to make trouble in front of them, but it does not mean that his unruly character has become humble. In his eyes, except for King Kong, a monster that has already qualified as a disaster, he is the strongest Fei Liubao. Robin looks beautiful in a blue kimono. She came to Ren, winked there, smiled and said, Ren, General Orochi has sent you a gift. Correct, Peggy Wan sweated. I ignored the few people who were fighting. But he didn't expect that the other party would send it to him before he was ready to come to ask for it. He quickly grabbed his sister. Ulti glared at the other party and rolled up his sleeves unceremoniously. Just hit him, who is afraid of you? Chatted with Lan Chi, Karina, Violet and others for a while. It's his congratulations on officially joining the Beast's Pirates and becoming the fourth, big signboard. Of course he knew what the gift was. Sister, be white. Oh, Ren raised his eyebrows. It really surprised him. Ren went straight to Robin, Nami and the other girls. In terms of status, they are all above Ulti and Peggywan. It seems that I want to win over you. Chapter 371, Fantasy Beast Species. Great Entrance Form, Lion King Simba, 4th Update. Thunder 8 trigrams. At this time, a swift figure rushed over. Mace in hand, Wolf swung at Ren. It shocked many people. Kong. The violent mace, intertwined with black lightning, struck. But it was easily held up by a gorgeous blade. A strong wind swept across. It makes people unable to open their eyes. It's Master Yamato. It really doesn't matter the occasion. There is no way, only Master Ren can suppress her. The pirates named Beast's Pirates were all accustomed to this, and even more helpless. She is Kaido's daughter. Garrett, who was following Khalifa and others, couldn't help but widen her eyes. He stared blankly at the extremely tough figure wearing a kimono and holding a mace to fight with Ren. But why is the other party wearing handcuffs like a prisoner? Ren, you are so uninteresting. Even, 763. Conqueror's entanglement is of no use, it is just a greeting. Yamato immediately put away the mace, inserted it into his waist and glared at Ren. You didn't even bring me with you. Then it depends on whether you are obedient or not. Ren put away the Emperor of Freedom, and spoke with a smile. HMPH. Yamato huffed and curled his lips. Of course she didn't understand what the other party was thinking. I always want to become that kind of little woman who is always obedient. She doesn't want it, however, this one is getting stronger and stronger. Although she didn't use much force just now, she still used armed colors. But the other party was so relaxed that even armament hockey was useless. He easily blocked his own attack, however, if you don't use the armed color. GN, who had finally been repaired and strengthened by Dr. Brian, was about to be cut out again. The two knives this guy has are really sharp. Okay, don't stand here anymore. Black Maria stepped forward and said with a smile. The celebration banquet for everyone has been prepared. Lord Ren, please invite me. Thank you. Ren nodded. Without refusing, he nodded towards Luo Ying, Nami and the Parsi people. Then he led the team straight ahead, inside the spacious hall. Ren was not with Fuzifu and other flying six cells. Black Maria prepared a separate living room for her. Robin, Nami, Karina, Yamato and other girls are all gathered here. As for King Kong, Lucci, Kaku, Luo and others, she naturally arranged for the geishas in the veranda to receive them. Do not know why. Advertisement ulti is the sixth born. Also arranged by Black Maria. Oh. Ren took the gift box handed over by Robin, and when he opened it, there was a devil fruit inside. Yes, this is Kurozumi's gift. However, the reason why this gift appeared was entirely due to his arrangement. However, Ren didn't expect that the big snake would be so straightforward and give the fruit to him. I checked the devil fruit illustrated book. Robin said with a smile. This is the ability of the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, and great entrance form. Of course she knew Ren's full plan. However, it is obvious that the Kurozumi snake is not a fuel-efficient lamp. As the beast's pirates become more and more popular, they control the lifeblood of all aspects of Wano Kuni. The other party already had a faint sense of crisis. Trying to win over Ren. Devil fruit? Does the phantom beast have the ability? Look at the fruit in Ren's hand. Yamato, Ulti, Black Maria, and Garrett sitting at the end were all shocked. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the rare zone phantom beast ability. This is really amazing, Black Maria was surprised. Is that guy Orochi so generous? Ulti's eyes widened. The other party was willing to give such a precious phantom beast ability to Ren? Of course he's not that generous, sitting next to Ren elegantly. Robin poured the wine for Ren and chuckled. I think Orochi doesn't know what this ability is, so he just regarded it as an ordinary devil fruit and gave it to Ren as a meeting gift. It seems that that guy is also a little wary of that Lord Kaido, and he wants to win over you, Ren, and he even gave him devil fruit. Is Kurozumi afraid of that Kaido guy? Yamato is full of surprise. Aren't the other party and Kaido on the same team? Garrett glanced at Yamato, her eyes full of surprise. Is the other party really Kaido's daughter? Why is there no respect at all for Kaido's father? But when I saw Ren, Robin, Khalifa, Ulti and others next to me, I was not surprised at all, but seemed to be used to it. There was more and more doubt and confusion in my heart. HMPH, this guy is looking for death. He is not a good general. If he wants to make any conspiracy, Master Kaido will definitely kill him. Ulti took a sip of wine and said with disdain. Just a dispensable puppet general. Ren chuckled. It would be a bit ridiculous to try to win over me based on just one fruit. The memory fruit has been obtained. Next, he selects the right candidate. It's time for Kurozumi Orochi to die. More than that, Ren. Robin's face was full of smile and he blinked his beautiful eyes. Advertisement looking at Ren, he said with a smile. He also asked Kwang Shilong to send many beauties. It is said that they are all geishas who have just been carefully selected and trained. Someone has become famous. Ren the big snake really knows what he wants and wins his heart. Unfortunately, he still has to die, that rascal. Hear the words. Lan Chi, Nami, Karina and other women. They all couldn't help but their almond-shaped eyes stood up, and their teeth itched with anger. I can't wait to go directly to the Shogun's mansion and beat up Kurozumi. Sir Ren, Miss Robin has sent them to my place. Black Maria holds a cigarette stick and puffs out smoke. She blinked her beautiful eyes at him and said with a smile, do you want to meet me? Let's not talk about this for now. Ren waved his hand. He stood up and walked outside. This fruit came just in time. In the hall outside, they were being entertained by those beautiful geishas, including Foz Fu, King Kong and other Feimu brothers, and Lucci, Kaku, Zero and other heavy hitters. They all looked at Ren in surprise. Subconsciously came out, Master Ren. This is devil fruit. Looking at the devil fruit in Ren's hand, everyone was a little surprised. As his confidants, Lucci, Kaku, Wappa and others were naturally mentally prepared. That big snake guy sent you an interesting thing. Ren simply said 1.1. He walked directly to the rostrum. In the surprised eyes of many pirates, looking towards the square below, Jung arrogantly occupied a large area, and no one dared to come close. Simba shouted. Simba, come here, roar. Hear Ren's calm voice. The extremely ferocious Simba jumped up with a start. Papienpidian ran under the rostrum, shaking his head and tail at Ren. Eat it. Ren has no nonsense. Directly threw the fruit in the form of the phantom beast species and the great entry towards it. In order to prevent him from causing trouble on the Ghost Island, this Lion King has long been trained by him to be docile. Brush. Simba has no doubt about him. The several-meter-tall beast jumped up and opened its bloody mouth. In everyone's stunned eyes, swallowed the devil fruit. Doll. Chapter 372. Low-end version of Titan, Flower Fruit's counterattack. Hiss. This is it the ability to become gigantic again? Gulu. He has become bigger than the giants. Indeed, it should have reached the size of the ancient giants. And just like Master King Kong, he has turned into a human form. But it's still not as exaggerated as King Kong. The entire beast's pirates. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and stared blankly at the giant thing in front of them. Even Luo, Lucci, King Kong, Karina, Ulti and others were all surprised. In the blink of an eye, the Lion King Simba, who had eaten the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, and great entrance form ability, turned into an exaggerated giant. A huge dark blue body, standing upright, with a ferocious face. It is about 30 meters tall, which seems to have exceeded the limit of normal giants. It has reached the minimum standard of the ancient giant race. And it looks extremely strong, it's intimidating. But it is different from the transformation of King Kong in the form of the Phantom Beast Titan. Simba has no hair on his face and his head is bald, making him look like a monk. However, the limbs that have transformed into human-like palms and soles, as well as the chest and other parts, still retain thick golden animal hair. Roar! The Lion King Simba transformed into the complete Taoist form and became the monk soldier giant. I was shocked when I saw the changes in myself. Subconsciously, he looked at Ren in surprise. He spoke a little awkwardly. Ren. Sir. This is the ability of the Ren fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Great Entrance form. Looking at the Lion King Simba in front of him, whose size is the same as that of the giants, Ren crossed his arms and said, So, you can become like King Kong. It seems that the body size after transformation should be related to the body size and strength of the ability user. It was not that he was unprepared for the fact that the Lion King turned into a monk soldier bigger than the giants. After all, it is said that the Great Entrance Tao is a monster as huge as a mountain, which often transforms into the image of a monk soldier, and some are large or small. The Komatsu fox, which is as big as an ordinary garden dog, can transform into a 4-meter-tall denbune with the power of the Phantom Beast species and the Great Entry form. Lion King Simba is in normal condition. The height is no less than 5 or 6 meters. When people stand upright, it is no less than mining. Plus being one of the big 3 on Ruskin Island. His own strength is not weaker than the ordinary Marine Elite Vice Admiral. He turned into a giant man more than 30 meters tall. Not surprising. Great Entrance? A legendary monster? Another rare zone Phantom Beast ability. Advertisement. And it's from the Ren fruit series, not to mention those low-level pirates. Even Foz Fu, a 6th born, was a little shocked. He stared blankly at the monk soldiers in front of him who were so majestic and so fierce that they made people break into cold sweat. This is obviously not a half-baked ancient race of giants like the barbarian tyrants. If trained, the wisdom conferred by the Ren fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Great Entrance form to the opponent would probably not be lower than that of humans. Even if the strength is not as good as King Kong, I'm afraid it won't be too weak. Are you the same as me? King Kong's eyes were burning and full of interest. Staring at the extremely tough Simba who turned into a human monk soldier. Unexpectedly, Ren got another human fruit, Phantom Beast species, and the ability to enter the Tao form, and fed it to the Lion King brought from Ruskin Island. However, no matter how big the other party becomes, they can't compare to him at all. That's really exaggerated. Follow Ren. He looked up at the huge thing in front of him. Black Maria's eyes were filled with strange colors and she couldn't help but marvel. She knew very well that the strength of the lion in front of her was quite strong, and even Haki had mastered it. Now, I am afraid that I am fully qualified to serve as a flying 6 cells. Simba. Ren asked directly in front of him, besides being able to grow in size, do you have any special abilities? I feel like I can still transform freely. Simba scratched his head. In everyone's surprised eyes, its size actually began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned into a strong man about 4 meters tall. Getting smaller. Ulti's eyes widened. The original Lion King Simba was not smaller than the one in front of him, right? According to legend, there are large and small entrance paths, some 2 meters high, 4 meters high, and even as tall as a mountain. Holding the cigarette rod and blowing out the smoke, the charming Black Maria smiled at Ren and said, this should be its own ability, it can change the size at will. Ren shrugged and nodded. Although it may not have any attached elemental abilities, it's not bad to be able to change forms freely. This is a low-end version of the Phantom Beast Titan form. However, it is not completely without advantages. The Great Entrance form of the Phantom Beast is more flexible than the Titan form of the Phantom Beast. Although it does not have the ability to control thunder, it can freely change the size of the Dao body. However, with the Taiwan cheat device called Blue Wave Ball. This advantage is not outstanding, overall, better than nothing. After all, even if it is a fantasy beast species ability. There are also gaps between them. This is normal. You should just follow Fukuru, he will teach you, Ren said directly. From the beginning, he didn't have high expectations for the ability of the Phantom Beast species and the Great Entry form, but he didn't feel disappointed either. Advertisement with Simba's basic strength if he can be trained well. It is obviously no problem to become a disaster-level powerhouse. Moreover, its huge size means that it can learn the fighting skills of the giants. If only Hikoku could be mastered, still very good. The party continues. The difference is that in the Hall of the Kadri area, there is another Lion King, Simba, who has transformed into a monk soldier. In the blink of an eye, it was until noon. The banquet was declared over. Some tipsy people. I was just about to go back to my courtyard. Brush. Brush. The petals were flying. White jade hands grew out from the side. He was pulled directly to the yard next door. Robin, looking at the smiling figure in front of him. Ren raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Is there anything else? Without warning. The door, with the jade hands growing directly from above, was closed. Ren is such a carefree man. Beautiful eyes blinked lightly. Robin crossed his arms. Her beautiful figure was smiling, and she was complaining. I just went out, married Charlotte Linland's daughter, and bought a girl. But how long do you want me to wait? Two jade hands grew out of thin air, searching for things. Although the movements are a little jerky, they are still gentle and neat. Ren took a breath of air. So, you counterattacked? There was a flash of fire in his eyes, smiling at the beautiful figure in kimono in front of her. It's not that he is hypocritical, it's that he really has no chance. However, those girls have been educated by him several times now. At least I now understand some rules, and I no longer think about fighting over each other and engaging in guerrilla warfare raids every day. I don't care, Ren is always messing with people, it's my turn. Robin did not stop using flower fruit, and said with a smile. Otherwise, I will very angry. Don't go out to attack again, I am at the bottom of the list. She is obviously the real girlfriend that Ren recognized first. Hiss. Come on, people are helpless. I closed my eyes, opened my arms, and felt calm. If I don't go to hell, will I go to hell? Chapter 373 2 Robin's ability to be versatile? It's a blessing, not a curse, in a courtyard full of flowers. Ren came to the Japanese living room. He sat on the sofa, looked at Robin who was staring at him eagerly and unwilling to let go, and closed his eyes weakly. Today, I will leave the rest of my life to you. Although it is extremely comfortable, I don't know why. Looking at the smiling and harmless Robin, Ren inexplicably thought of Brother Chang who was hit by a hatchet. Subconsciously, he shrank his neck, feeling a little chilly. Robin is such a caring big sister, it shouldn't be blackened, right? That's not okay. Looking at the handsome face so close at hand, I was haunted by it. Robin shook his head gently, his eyes full of smiles, and said with a smile, not only the second half of his life, but also the first half of his life, he can't let it go. Ren belongs to me? Saying, she folded her hands, in Ren's stunned eyes. The petals were flying, and a beautiful figure appeared there. Shockingly identical to her. Ren's eyes widened and he looked at Robin in surprise. Your ability can already develop a clone. The other party is going to give me a big surprise. These days, apart from daily physical training, I haven't done anything. Looking at Ren's surprised and happy eyes, Robin's moist petals rose slightly. Every day, I follow the advice you gave me. Even if I am busy most of the time, I will try my best to allocate as much energy as possible to exercise fruit. Calendar. With continuous training, physical fitness has increased significantly. As her strength leaps forward, the development of Devil Fruit's abilities becomes even more astonishing. It seems that I can easily use the ability of flower fruit to create a flower clone that looks like myself. How long can your clone exist? Watching the clone coming in front of you, you trembled. Ren, who couldn't help but gasped again, couldn't help but ask curiously. He had to admit that flower fruit's ability was indeed very buggy and too practical. If the abilities of Paramecia flower fruit and Phantom Beast Kirin Form were placed in front of him, he might really choose flower fruit. So it's more than just two fists that can't beat four hands? Developing to ultimate is not just about giving you two hands, it's as simple as 998. Not without flaws though, but sometimes such shortcomings turn out to be advantages. Like, now, advertisement, although I still can't exert too much fighting power. Sharing the senses with the clone, the wonderful feeling made Robin, who was very close to Ren and relatively open-minded, couldn't help but blush slightly. But she raised her white chin slightly and said proudly, but under normal circumstances, it's okay to last for an hour or two. Does Ren regret not finding me sooner? Robin blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Ren with a smile. Flower fruit's ability often sneaks through. Watching the other party's various, live broadcasts. She knew best that Ren liked these tunes best. Ren was speechless. When it comes to this aspect, even the gentle and intellectual Robin becomes petty. It seems that this intimate elder sister has been dissatisfied for a long time. With more and more women around me, it is indeed inevitable that some people ignore each other. Of course, Ren would never admit his mistake. He just made the same mistake that all men in the world make. It's just a little extravagant. What's wrong? Incredible. Looking at two identical, charming Robins. Just like twins, it is difficult to tell the authenticity. Is this telepathy? Ren smiled and stretched out his hand to test it. The next moment, both Robins couldn't help but tremble. They all felt as if they were electrocuted, a little soft. Apparently, both are equivalent to her due to shared senses. Don't make trouble, as a punishment for you, Ren. Robin's pretty face was rosy, her crescent moon eyes were narrowed, and she hummed. You can't do anything today, you have to be at my mercy. The petals are flying. Several hands appeared out of thin air. Grabbed Ren's hands. Who told this guy to always ignore himself? She was always unhappy that girls like Lan Chi, Nami, and Karina got there first. It was obvious that he and Ren decided to be a couple first. It was a rare chance that she would be teased by this troublesome guy. How many clones can you create at most? Although he was a little helpless, he didn't struggle. Ren, who felt extremely comfortable, asked curiously. Advertisement deep in my heart, I can't help but look forward to it. N Robins, wouldn't it be N times happier? The complexion is rosy. Shivering and Wei Wei fight side by side with their clones. Robin rolled his eyes, a little helpless. Ren, it's not good to be too greedy. With her current strength, it would be good if she could perfectly control a flower clone. How many more do she want? Of course, this is obviously not the limit of Flower Fruit's capabilities. If you give her some more time, she can develop it in depth according to Ren's guidance and suggestions. Wait until the physical training catches up and your physical strength reaches a higher level. There should be more. You misunderstood, I just wanted to verify the limits of your abilities. His face is not red, his heart is not beating, and he speaks righteously. Don't count on Robin as a combatant though, however, it is still necessary to understand the strength of your own woman. He must know the basics before he can feel at ease. Then, what about it? Robin's clone was a little helpless. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. Put away the two swords Ren placed beside him. Have Zhao Hao. You also know that it is not sharp or malicious. A smile flashed across his jewel-like eyes. She hesitated and chuckled, then let Ren see it. B. The petals are flying, in the blink of an eye. One on the left and one on the right, two beautiful figures. The two sides of the sofa seemed to blossom and bear fruit, appearing out of thin air. Although he was only half length, he looked exactly like Robin. He looked round at Ren. How? Robin was a little proud, although she can't create more clones yet. But he can use the ability of Flower Fruit to transform into 2.5. I'm convinced. Ren marveled. He closed his eyes and said, please be sure not to show mercy. Haha, chapter 374. Shocked Garrett, unwilling Yamato? Kazuki Oden is a big idiot, Kazuki Oden is a big idiot. The next day. Early morning, Ghost Island. As always, the familiar Yamato-esque broadcast echoes. Here we go again. Master Yamato, damn, I beg you, stop making noise, woo-woo-woo. Let's have a good sleep. Early in the morning, my dream was disturbed. Countless pirates were crying and complaining. Although at first, listening to Yamato who has always admired Kazuki Oden, it suddenly felt very fresh to broadcast like this. But doing this every day has long since made them tired of it. Especially, as a low-level pirate who is always drunk and dreaming, living day by day. When they are not on expedition or having other combat missions. Naturally, they like to sleep until they wake up naturally. This young Master Yamato, is he so energetic every day? In Ren's courtyard, Garrett looked at the two maids who were dressed in black and white and were no less beautiful than herself, and couldn't help but ask. After the banquet ended yesterday, she had been waiting for Ren to come back. As a result, no one was seen until late at night. This made Garrett feel a little disappointed. 433. Moreover, what surprised her was that there were two unusual maids in Ren's courtyard. They are all capable people. Khalifa also specifically reminded her that it was best not to bully Pacia and Elizabeth with theirs. Claiming that it is Master Ren's treasure, only Ren is worthy of using them. I heard that Kazuki Oden was the heir to the former General Wanokuni and was later defeated by Kaido-sama. However, the young and ignorant Princess Anahime saw the scene where Kazuki Oden died generously and was shocked because of the incident. Pacia, who was dressed in a white maid uniform, introduced helplessly, I accidentally picked up the sailing diary written by Kazuki Oden when he went to sea, so she has had an extraordinary admiration for Kazuki Oden since she was a child. In Lord Ren's words, he was brainwashed. This also angered Kaido-sama, who was often beaten violently, but this Anahime-sama has a very stubborn character and will never repent. In anger, Master Kaido even had her put on seastone handcuffs that would explode if she left the island without permission. He often beat her to death. The relationship between the two fathers and daughters has always been tense. Master Yamato is on this island. My status is very embarrassing, just like a prisoner, without any privileges. Until, AFFH, later, Lord Ren came here. Listen to Pacia's introduction. Advertisement. Garrett was a little stunned. I feel like my three views are about to be subverted. Are these really father and daughter? One is willful and rebellious, stubborn. The other is brutal, cruel, cold-blooded. The way Kaido treats his daughter is even more exaggerated than her mother. According to Pacia, if Yamato hadn't inherited the blood of ghosts, he would have been starved to death or beaten to death. However, to worship the enemy to such an extent because of a diary is really hopeless. Garrett was speechless. She always felt that there was something wrong with Yamato's brain. Shush, Lord Garrett, please don't talk nonsense here. Elizabeth's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly covered Garrett's mouth and lowered his voice to remind him kindly. His Royal Highness Yamato may run over to find Lord Ren at any time, and she doesn't follow common sense and may even climb over from the cliff. If she is, it would be bad if she heard it. She is very powerful. In the entire Beast's Pirates, only Lord Kaido and Lord Ren can completely suppress her, not even Lord Jin. If you make her angry and get angry suddenly, you'll be in trouble. They don't have the strength like Ren. Not to mention stopping the opponent, I'm afraid they can't stop Yamato's blow. What? Hearing this, Garrett's pupils shrank sharply. I couldn't help but gasped. Can't even the fire disaster defeat her? Her Katakuri brother, as the strongest general of the Charlotte family, had fought against Fire Calamity Jin many times over the years when the Big Mom Pirates clashed with the Beast's Pirates. It's almost always a deadlock, if Jin couldn't take down Yamato. Doesn't this mean that her Katakuri brother may not be able to defeat him? Is Kaido's daughter so powerful? Lord Garrett, Conqueror's Haki, as a leader of the Big Mom Pirates, you should know something about it, right? Pacia asked with a smile. I know, I heard she awakened Conquerors at the age of 8. Garrett said with some pride. But it's just a Conqueror's qualification, Katakuri-chan also has it. Speaking of which, she was a little sad. He was treated like cargo by Charlotte Linlin and thrown to Blood Prison Ren, the fourth natural disaster. Advertisement. Who in the entire Charlotte family really cares about her? No, that's not what I want to say. Pacifist shook his head and said softly. Master Ren once said that the New World possesses conquerors Haki who are as strong as the Crucian carp crossing the river. But on the surface, there are only a handful of strong people who have mastered the advanced skills of Conqueror's Haki and the Conqueror's Haki. For example, the four emperors basically have the ability to entangle Conqueror's Haki in attacks like armament Haki. What do you mean? Hearing this, Gaff's eyes widened. She did faintly hear her mother talking about the topic of Conqueror's entanglement when chatting with Katakori's brother. The strongest general of the Charlotte family has yet to master the power of Conqueror's entanglement. Much to their mother's dismay. Well, even among owners of the same Conqueror's Haki, the gap between them is huge. Elizabeth on the side couldn't help but sigh. This young Master Yamato, although he is often beaten to death by Kaido-sama, has already mastered the power of Conqueror's entanglement at a young age. Ren, there is a final struggle to be made. I heard she is Big Mom's daughter. No intention of stopping at all. Not familiar. What? Yamato's eyes widened and he jumped in anger. Is that lecherous guy going to find that spider spirit Black Maria again? Said. He ran directly out of the window and disappeared. Damn it, I still want to challenge him. As for Garrett, she did meet him yesterday. XT. A white figure broke in through the living room window. The night of the fire festival was approaching, and she didn't want anyone to arrange her fate. Elizabeth and Patsia were not surprised. Yamato was carrying the Meisaken, looking around there, and noticed the three women. Pacia, Elizabeth. Where's Ren? At this time, fortunately, what I just said was not heard by the other party. It's okay. Seeing this, Garrett couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing the other party's furious look, Elizabeth said helplessly, You may be disappointed, Lord Ren has not come back. Chapter 375. Ren. Good and fun-loving, and at this moment. In Robin's courtyard, the chaotic bedroom was filled with the atmosphere of unknown battle. Well, Ren. Robin, who was a little exhausted after being guided by Ren to correctly develop flower fruit's abilities, lay there lazily. He grumbled, half asleep and half awake, mumbling in his dreams, unwilling to open his eyes. He didn't even want to move his fingers. Stop making trouble, let me sleep for a while. In other words, I really can't spare any energy. Even after using Mancelli's healing tears, due to the constant use of the fruit's ability, there was still no physical strength left. However, what touched Robin a little was, Ren dotes on her very much and is not willing to hurt herself. It was far less rough than the live broadcast she usually spied on. My heart was filled with warmth and joy, and I loved this man so much. There are many tricks, and you were playful and fun. I'm talking about you, Robin. Ren spoke with a smile. He had no intention of doing anything. He believes that as long as Robin practices hard, he can develop flower fruit's ability to the ultimate level. The future is promising, and the combat effectiveness is absolutely ridiculous. Be able to keep up with your own pace, will not be easily left behind. Humph. Robin blushed, covered her head and rushed away. I won't have breakfast, you can go and do what you're supposed to do. They agreed that they wanted to punish the other party severely. As a result, in the end, the initiative can only be returned obediently. I have to admit that the flower clone is indeed very powerful and has unlimited potential. Ren caressed her pretty face and said with a smile, So, Robin, you should work harder during training. After saying that, he stopped disturbing the other party. Leave with a smile. Master Ren returned to the courtyard. The two maids, Patsia and Elizabeth, were overjoyed and came to welcome him. Ren. Also following was Garrett, who was at a loss. Good morning, everyone. Ren smiled and nodded as a greeting. Sir Ren, His Highness Yamato just came to see you. Patsia reported with a smile. I said I want to challenge you again. Let her go, she will definitely come back later. Ask someone to prepare breakfast and bring it over, remember to have more. Ren raised an eyebrow. He sat directly at the coffee table in the courtyard and gave orders. He is naturally very clear about Yamato's desire to fight, but this matter is the will of Kaido and cannot be changed. The most important thing is that he himself agrees. Moreover, no matter how many times she challenged herself, she could not defeat herself. Advertisement. No one is ready to let go. The twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches your thirst. He has always approved of Ms. Zhang's words. There is only one passage to the female heart. Over time, feelings naturally arise. Occasionally, it won't work if the road is blocked. It doesn't matter if you haven't been in love for a long time. Wait until he loses patience and interest. The obedient ones are kept, and the left and right ones are raised and given a little preferential treatment. He will not be merciful to anyone who is disobedient, or even tries to threaten or hinder him. Yes, I'll tell them right away. Then Pacia turned around to contact Onigashima Kitchen. Elizabeth on the side stepped forward skillfully, and the adult pressed her shoulders. He looked at Garrett, who was standing there blankly, looking at him but hesitant to speak. Wearing a pink short dress, it covered her beautiful buttocks and half of her fair thighs, and her curves were moving. Sit. Ren raised his eyebrows and patted his thigh. Garrett's face turned red, but she had already made up her mind and naturally would not refuse Ren's approach. Seeing that he was interested in me, I felt a little relieved. He came forward and sat down, in his arms. Seeing Garrett being so obedient, Ren was a little satisfied. He held her gently with his big hands, caressed her fair and smooth legs, and asked with a chuckle, "What do you want to tell me?" Garrett glanced at Elizabeth hesitantly. "Don't worry, Elizabeth is one of our own," Ren said with a smile. As for whether anyone is monitoring it, he had already warned the royalist, and the other party did not dare to send anyone to monitor him again. Moreover, his observation haki, who has already cultivated to ultimate, is not a decoration. Elizabeth, who was massaging Ren's shoulders, could not help but feel warm in her heart even though she already knew that this adult trusted her. Looking at each other with blurred eyes, full of unspeakable admiration. Mom's homage is actually not without weaknesses. Garrett gritted her teeth. She blushed and expressed her gratitude. Suppressing the soft feeling all over his body, he bowed his head in Ren's ear and whispered, "As long as I have my mother's life card, I can intimidate and even order those homages. Moreover, my mother sometimes suffers from sorexia. Once she attacks, she will lose her mind and deny her relatives. Unless she eats the delicious food she wants, she will continue to destroy everything in front of her. Over time, she will slowly lose weight due to hunger." "Huh?" Ren raised his eyebrows, with a smile in his eyes. "How dare you tell me all this? Is your daughter going to betray her mother, Charlotte Linlin?" He naturally knows all about Big Mom's weaknesses and flaws. "No, she abandoned me first. She treated me like a commodity and gave me away as soon as she said she would give it away." Garrett gritted her teeth with a hint of resentment. "I have finally seen it clearly. We claim to be a family on weekdays, but in her eyes, we children are just tools at her mercy." She took the initiative to hold Ren's neck, looked at that handsome face, bit her lip and whispered softly, "I have lost everything and become your woman. The water thrown by the married daughter, unlike Sister Smoothie, who is still left as a general in the Charlotte family, I know where I stand. 0. Please give me flowers. Furthermore, I also believe that a person like you will never have any worse achievements in the future than Mom, Kaido and the others." Advertisement. She was originally very confident in her appearance and figure. "I met Robin, Nami, Karina and others, and they were all as good as me. Even maids like Pacia and Elizabeth are no exception." Garrett knew very well that except for her somewhat attractive body, the only thing she has of value to Ren is the information in her mind about the Big Mom Pirates. In addition, there is also my identity as a member of the Charlotte family, which may be of some use. After all, although she was married off, she was still a member of the Charlotte family. "You are very smart." Ren looked into her yellow eyes. Touching her pretty face, she couldn't help but smile. Whether the other party is lying can naturally be judged by his observation haki, which is increasingly improving and can vaguely sense the target's emotions and malice. 0. I don't want to be like my mother's husbands in the past, and become a tool that is discarded at will. Garrett looked at Ren eagerly and said seriously, "Please believe me, I will never betray you." Speaking of which, she gritted her teeth and said firmly, "If you need it, Ren, I can be your pawn in the Big Mom Pirates." I felt a little uneasy. She has made up her mind to risk everything. But I am still afraid that the other party will not want to believe me. "Don't be nervous." Ren smiled lightly. Feel the anxiety and uneasiness in the other person's heart. Anyway, in the final analysis, a Big Mom Pirates group is not necessary for him. Instead, we can consider making her the next generation's queen of all nations and leading the Charlotte family. However, the problem is not happy, if Smoothie is discerning enough. If Garrett can cooperate, we can indeed control the Big Mom Pirates better. He alone can't do it. After all, I want the Nalia clan to become a true clan of gods. He also needs to replan and take a long-term approach. In order to revitalize the Lunarian clan, but a Big Mom can keep giving birth to babies like a sow. At that time, we can only work hard for Uncle Jin or Uncle Azazel from the Cross Guild. But that's interesting, if we can catch each other in the future. Obviously it's not that easy to conquer. Smoothie, a female star who has always acted ruthlessly and decisively, is far more loyal to Charlotte Linlin than other children of the Charlotte family. He lowered his head slightly and kissed her. "You are mine. As long as you obey me, you are the same as Khalifa and Violet." Should we attack the BIGMOM Pirates? Chapter 376. Rapidly increasing strength. Ren. Not long after, a large amount of delicious food was served one after another. Ren is usually a person who likes to feast. It was rare to enjoy the intimate feeding of Garrett, who was overjoyed to see herself accepted and gradually let go. But the good time was soon disturbed by the turbulent Yamato, who broke in. Gurgling, looking at the dazzling array of delicious food. Yamato's mouth watered as he smelled the alluring fragrance. Her eyes sparkled. "Just right, I haven't eaten yet." "Sit down." Ren let go of Garrett, who had a pretty and rosy face, and looked at Yamato with a smile. "Sir Ren knows that His Highness Yamato must not have eaten yet, so he specially prepared your portion," Pacia said with a smile. "Then let's start." Yamato got up early in the morning to warm up and was very hungry. Naturally, he was not polite to Ren. "Start feasting there." While saying vaguely, "By the way, I want to challenge you later, eh? Aren't you still giving up?" in Garrett's dumbfounded eyes. Ren also quickly ate the 987 meal there and said with a smile, "Okay. No matter how many times, it's no problem. However, if you lose, you have to agree to another condition." "You say?" Yamato puffed out his cheeks. He swallowed a large piece of meat with bone. "Thank you." He took the milk from Pacia and drank it in one gulp. Looking suspiciously at Ren, who always felt that his eyes were fiery and a bit malicious. Let me explain first, I will never devote myself to you. You'll know when the time comes. Ren smiled slightly. There was an indescribable smile in his eyes. This girl needs to be straightened out first. It's time for the next step of tuning, full of wine and food. The two met at the coast. Luo, Lucci, Kaku and others had already practiced there one after another. Lord Ren. Although the place where Black Maria arranged for them to be served by geishas was very evocative. After all, seeing Ren getting stronger and stronger, everyone feels a lot of pressure. Naturally, we don't want to be unable to keep up with the other party in the future. Can only rely on great willpower. Leave the gentle country and devote yourself to hard work. Even women like Lancy, Nami, Khalifa, Karina, Perona, Violet, etc. are no exception. They also don't want to be just vases. Ren, even Nami, who was a bit lazy at first. I personally experienced the despair of the Summit War and realized firsthand the powerlessness of the weak. In recent days, I have mustered up my energy and redoubled my efforts. Are these guys working so hard? Out of curiosity, Garrett followed over with Pacia and Elizabeth. Looking at everyone who was sweating profusely and had obviously been practicing for a long time, they were a little stunned. If she remembered correctly, these guys had just returned from fighting outside, right? Moreover, even on Arc Proverbs, I insist on practicing. Advertisement. This is something she has never seen in the Charlotte family. Generally speaking, there are only younger members in Toto Land, and the group will be detained for training. They, the adult members of the Charlotte family, have to realize themselves on their own. Therefore, there are many lazy people. Even those who work hard are mostly lax. Most people spend 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets. Because Master Ren is getting stronger and stronger, everyone is very stressed, Pacia said with a smile. She and Elizabeth, Ren's personal maids, often train hard in private. After all, everyone wants to seize the opportunity to become stronger. Even if they can't become as powerful as people like Karina. But I try my best to stay in front of Ren-sama for as long as possible. Yamato, you really don't want to give up. Looking at the energetic Yamato, Violet was speechless. Come on, Yamato. Nami made a face at Ren, and encouraged Yamato with a pink fist. I support you, defeat this guy Ren. For a while. Even Luo, Lucci, Wappa and others. They also gathered around and watched the battle with great interest. It is not always possible to observe such a top-level battle. Maybe you can gain something, then let's get started. Yamato is no nonsense. She always felt that she didn't want to fight in her heart, but her fighting spirit was high. Taking this battle very seriously, he drew out his mace Aegean and pointed it at Ren. Ren, I will definitely defeat you. As he spoke, his whole person changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He immediately entered the human-animal form. This is. Garrett's eyes widened. Don't be surprised. His Highness Yamato is a user with the ability of the dog fruit, the phantom beast species, and the great mouth true god form. Pacia introduced him with a smile. Another phantom beast species? Garrett's pupils shrank sharply and she couldn't believe it. One beast, Kaido, one blood prison, Ren, and one great ape king, King Kong. Yesterday, there was another lion king, Simba, who gained the ability of the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, and great entrance form. Although, as the daughter of Kaido of the beasts, she guessed that the other party was probably an Esper, and his abilities were not too bad, she never expected that he was also a phantom beast. Beasts Pirates. Since when have there been so many people with phantom beast abilities? You know, the Big Mom Pirates currently don't even have a rare Logia. It's incredible. Yamato, no matter how hard you try, you can't defeat me. Ren said with a smile, full of confidence. The battle with the strong is the best way to improve your strength. A few days ago, he had gained a lot from the fierce battle with Charlotte Linlin that lasted for a day and a night, risking his own life. Moreover, the mermaid genes hidden in his body were awakened by the genetic medicine carried by the new blue wave ball. He began to undergo an unknown transformation, and his physical strength once again achieved a breakthrough. Not only your own conqueror's hockey, it also increases greatly with your personal courage. Even armament hockey has improved greatly. Then let's try it, it's on. When I see the other person, I have no intention of transforming. Yamato did not hesitate, holding a mace and running towards him, Thunder 8 trigrams. In the blink of an eye, Aegean was surrounded by black and red lightning. It crushed the atmosphere severely, drawn towards Ren. Advertisement, the technique of cutting the sky and drawing the sword. Ren's eyes narrowed. In an instant, the terrifying cold light flashed away. Kang. The terrifying blade collided with the mace in the air. Boom. Boom. The earth was torn apart mercilessly. The shocking impact kept spreading. Black and red lightning kept intertwining, jumping, and spreading in all directions. The already turbulent sea suddenly boiled. That's. Looking at the collision scene in the air, Garrett opened her mouth wide. I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, however. There was a stalemate for a moment. Ren moved suddenly. Another knife was unsheathed like lightning. It tore the atmosphere apart and struck wildly with a reverse grip. Kang. Yamato's hair stood on end and he immediately retreated. He waved his mace to block, but Ren was unyielding and waved his swords wildly. The offensive was so fierce that it had no intention of giving the opponent any breathing space. Clang. The confrontation between the two of them was like the tip of a needle against the awn of wheat. It is extremely intense, dangerous and unpredictable, and it is dazzling. Tisk tisk. Master Ren's strength has become stronger again. After all, he can fight Big MDIM all day and night without losing. Even in human form, he has unimaginable power. Seeing Ren's unparalleled performance, Luo, Lucci, Nami and others were fine. Hiss. Is this the strength of Princess Guiji? Garrett, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. That's what you said. Yamato gritted his teeth and glared angrily at the other person. Don't underestimate people, damn Ren. If it were Yamato 2 years later, he would be able to force himself to use the fruit ability. The fighting spirit has never been higher. Extremely tough, wielding the mace, he launched a counterattack. I didn't expect Kaido's daughter to be so powerful. Boom boom. Yamato, if you can force me to use my human animal form, I will lose today's competition. His armament hockey is roughly on par with the current Yamato. Ren was full of pride, looked directly at Yamato and smiled. Obviously there's a lot of difference. Of course, after constantly competing with himself these days, Yamato has not stood still, and his strength has also improved a lot. Although Ren didn't use 3.7 abilities, the opponent was able to block their mother for a day and night without losing, and even killed Rei Zeus. Sacred Foot White Snake Zone, she was at full strength. The two swords were pointed directly at each other. Kang. But compared to his progress, but its own observation hockey and Conqueror's hockey completely crushed the opponent. Chapter 377. Collapse of Yamato, Soul Fruit, boom boom. Time passes. The entire battle process did not last long. However, the battle situation is very fierce and dangerous. The entire coast was riddled with holes, devastated and in disgrace. There was no suspense. Yamato lost again. Yamato, no matter how hard you try, you can't defeat me. Ren put away his sword and stood up. Looking down at the opponent, he said calmly, unless I don't want to win, no one can make me lose. Because the fruit ability is not used, not even the racial ability of the Lunarian tribe is used. Face the challenge of going all out against a strong player like Yamato. Although he was inevitably a little embarrassed and had some injuries, he was much better than Yamato after all. Especially, with that monster-like physique and powerful Phantom Beast fruit ability. By the end of the battle, the injuries were basically healed. After all, Ren is not a masochist like Kaido, and fighting is no better than practicing. It is obvious that you can dodge attacks, but you must rely on your own defense and recovery power to bear it with your body with full confidence. As a result, he was tortured so badly that he became physically fit. Before the battle is completely over, no one can predict whether there will be any emergencies. Let yourself get hurt too badly, that's stupid, ahem, damn it. Yamato, covered in blood, fell there unwillingly. She was full of excitement and tried to stand up, but she couldn't move. I was so shocked that I covered my face with tears streaming down my face. I lost again. Woo woo woo. Wow wow. I never expected that I would lose so miserably. Unexpectedly, Ren's fruit power was not even able to be forced out, and he was already completely tortured. It's really unacceptable. Especially, thinking about the fire festival in a few days, and that D father will force him to marry Ren. This Princess Dongji has always claimed to be a man and strong. Completely collapsed at this moment, no image at all. Howling. Yamato, be good and don't cry. He is a monster, don't compare with him. Sister Yamato, let me treat you. Advertisement, Yamato-chan, stop crying. No one expected it. Yamato is such a strong person, but he is on the verge of emotional collapse. Nami, Karina, Violet and other girls rushed forward to comfort her. At the same time, the little human Princess Manchili quickly used the power of the healing fruit to treat her. Although Ren was merciful just now, the sword has no eyes after all. If you want to determine the outcome as soon as possible, it is naturally impossible not to make a heavy move. If such an injury lasts too long, it's also very dangerous. It seems like it was a huge blow to her, Ren shrugged. But he didn't mean to go over to comfort him, otherwise, this girl will never be able to position herself correctly. Because Master Ren, your strength has improved so much these days, Master Yamato was confident that he could catch up with you. Beside her, the tall and graceful Black Maria was smiling. Holding the cigarette rod in hand, she said with a smile, but after this challenge, she has realized the cruel reality and found that she can't see any hope of catching up. Looking at Ren's beautiful eyes, she blinked. His bold and ardent eyes were full of unspeakable admiration. For her who has a strong personality, it is such an honor to be able to follow such a man. It is conceivable that given time, the opponent's strength will definitely catch up with that Lord Kaido. At that time, Tien Yubaju will directly become the deputy governor of Beast's Pirates. Jia hee hee, Lord Ren is indeed getting stronger and stronger. Dr. Brian said with a strange smile, while full of pride, there is also some pressure. Ren is realizing his goal step by step and heading towards the top of the strong. He, a genius scientist who claims to be no weaker than others, cannot hold him back. Pato, please bring out Big Mom, Ren said directly. Al, Big Mom? Pato stood aside, full of surprise. He bared his teeth and smiled. Li Shishi, leave it to me. Luo, Lucci, Ulti and others on the side were all a little surprised. They naturally know Pato's abilities very well. Garrett, who didn't know it, was filled with confusion. Transform into her mother? Huali Pato quickly took out a deformed leaf. I copied my own tail and wrote the name Big Mom right there. Advertisement immediately, throw out the deformed leaves. Bang! Smoke filled the air. A huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Fat and bloated, with a face full of flesh, it's 8 meters high and full of oppression. Mother. Garrett's eyes widened. This is exactly the same, it is difficult to tell the truth from the false. Pato, to what extent can her soul fruit ability be achieved? Looking at the Big Mom in front of him, Ren asked directly, can you steal other people's souls and create homits? Lee hee, of course you can, Pato said confidently. On the side were Luo, Lucci, Kaku and others. Everyone's eyes lit up and they became interested. They have all seen the homits lives of the Big Mom pirates. Some special homits are indeed very effective. Tony, bring out the whirlpool spiders and the pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties captured these days. Ren ordered directly to Dr. Brian. He was going to make 2 homies. Let's see how effective it can be. Looking at the huge figure full of oppression. Mama, I understand. This is Big Mom, 4 emperors. Why is she here? Issue soul torture to them. Life or dead. The tall figure came to the big vortex spider and others. Is this a soul spell? One after another, figures wearing handcuffs and covered with bruises were released. Big vortex spider, steel diamond and other pirates with bounties worth hundreds of millions. Big Mom, extract their souls. Ren directly ordered, all of them. Controlling PX3, directly from inside the castle. Gia hee, right away. Brian Tunney smiled strangely. No, do not want. As they trembled and watched with fear and despair, they directly activated the ability of the soul fruit. Taking huge steps. Hateful. All of them couldn't help but change their expressions. Chapter 378 Gift to Nami, Adam and Eve. F. Please, don't. Forgive me. Damn Big Mom. If you want to kill, kill. For a while. The smell of terror. Over the past few days, with the Beasts Pirates campaign, they have successfully captured pirates such as Steel Diamond, AO, and Vortex Spider, with bounties worth hundreds of millions. It made them feel cold and frightened. On his body, he couldn't help but perform the soul material visible to the naked eye. Even as captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, Big Vortex Spider, AO, etc. were a little tough and looked at death without begging for mercy. But fear of Big Mom is still unavoidable. The ability of the soul fruit cannot be blocked. Didn't wait for their response. Facing these frightened pirates, Big Mom took action directly. Soul after soul was ruthlessly extracted by her. A body that had lost the breath of life was left behind. What? Garrett was stunned. His eyes widened and he was speechless. Even my mother has the ability. Pato's ability is the canine fruit, phantom beast species, and raccoon form. Passia introduced him there. It can do whatever it wants and change anything in its mind. Even the transformed espers still have fruit abilities, but they're just not as powerful as real people. Phantom beast species, raccoon form. Another phantom beast species? Garrett was stunned. Moreover, do phantom beasts still have such exaggerated abilities? She felt even more grateful for her choice. Following Ren, the future is boundless and bright. If you think too highly of yourself and try to fight against the other party because of the identity of the Charlotte family, you will probably die in an ugly way. You should have seen the Sun Prometheus on Big Mom's ship. Can you control Big Mom to create a homits like it? Ren ignored the corpses and asked Pato directly. I remember you said, boss, that Prometheus was made by Big Mom's own soul, right? Pato scratched his head and said helplessly, I'm afraid not, unless we can get the soul of a powerful person like her. That's right. Ren nodded, his right hand stretched out directly. Brush. A ball of extremely blazing crimson flames surged out. In the blink of an eye, a rolling heat wave hit my face. Let the Black Maria and others on the side change color. They all retreated violently. Inject half of your soul into it and turn it into the strongest homits. Just call it Adam. Ren spoke directly to Big Mom. As for what kind of flame is used, it doesn't really matter. The key is the strength of the soul that gives homies life. Just like when fighting Charlotte Linlin on Bridget Island, although Sun Prometheus could not possess the temperature as high as the flames of hell, he was able to ignore the burning of his hell flames that could even evaporate magma. So, did he specifically want to summon the flames of hell? Advertisement, as you command. Big Mom smiled strangely. He stretched out his hands without directly touching the flame. The soul power visible to the naked eye surged out like a bubble. Give you life and follow my will. Come out, Adam. Under everyone's gaze, the flames are blazing, burning and jumping. A ferocious grimace appeared on it. Ho 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 ho, master, I am Adam, and I am happy to serve you. The fierce flames shrank and turned into a smiling sun like a child's painting. There he showed a smile and said to Big Mom. Big Mom pointed at Ren and said, no, he is your master, and you will serve him from now on. Yes. Adam came to Ren obediently. Ho 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 ho, master. What a good kid, stay aside for now. Ren touched it and said with a chuckle. Although not necessarily as powerful as Prometheus. But at least intellectually speaking, it's not that useless. Still useful, although it is said that low-level homies will be restrained by high-level homies. But he wasn't prepared to let it fight Prometheus either. It was just a whim, and I wanted to try out the power of the soul fruit. Tianhe was a little out of control and broke down crying. He looked at Adam, with tears in his eyes, full of surprise. She came back to her senses with pear blossoms and rain. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn red, and she turned around shyly to wipe away her tears. Following Nami, Karina and others, they came over curiously. Ale? What is this? Lan Chi, do me a favor, Ren said directly to Lan Chi. Bring out some thunderclouds. Okay, leave it to me. Lan Chi smiled confidently. With a stroke of his hands, clouds visible to the naked eye surged out. It turned into a dark thundercloud intertwined with wisps of electric light. Put the rest of your soul into it and bring out a thundercloud for me. I want a female one. Ren directly ordered. Big Mom, just keep calling it Eve. It was specifically pointed out that Lei Yun should be female, just right to be paired with son Adam. Mama, okay. Big Mom activates its fruit power again. The soul power visible to the naked eye couldn't help pouring into the dark thunderclouds with lightning and thunder. Give you life, come out according to my will, Eve. B. Huge thundercloud, an anthropomorphic expression suddenly appeared. Immediately, it began to shrink and turned into a white cloud like cotton candy. Floating down from the sky. Ho 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 ho, Master. I am Eve and I am willing to serve you. The newborn thundercloud Eve, advertisement with a red anthropomorphic smile. There he squinted his crescent moon eyes and said happily. Mama, no. Big Mom, pointed at Ren. Remember, he is your master. Backquote, Master, I am Eve, please give me some advice. Eve floated in front of Ren and said happily. Good boy, please go aside first. Ren nodded with satisfaction. I have to say that the ability of the soul fruit is really too buggy in this aspect. It is actually possible to create a homit's life with an independent personality out of thin air. I'm Adam. Adam fell from the sky. There he said to Eve. Eve, I am the boss. Ho 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 ho, Eve hummed in response. I don't want it, I only listen to the master. You two need to get along with your children. Seeing this, Ren chuckled. Amazing. Lan Chi, Karina, Ulti and others are all a bit incredible. Lucci, Kaku, Wappa, Horan, Peggywan and others, they all marveled. It was an eye-opener for them today. I can only sigh that the world is so big and full of wonders. In the blink of an eye, with the power of the soul fruit, such a life form can be created. Wow, Nami saw this. I couldn't help but my eyes were shining. He ran up and couldn't put it down and hugged the two Hodes. He looked at Ren eagerly and begged. Ren, can you give them to me? Awesome. Please, okay? Didn't I know you were talented in this area? Ren smiled. Touching Nami's little head, he smiled fondly and said, I was planning to give it to you. Even if she doesn't speak. Originally, he was planning to give it to the other party. After all, Huali Pato is by his side. If he wants it, he can find a stronger soul next time and build it carefully. And so far he has not found an ability that really suits Nami. Sun Adam and Thundercloud Eve just make a perfect pair, and it is indeed a good choice to stay with this girl. The two working together can really bring out her talent for controlling the weather. The key is that when not in use, you can store them in Huobe and Yunberry Noodle Shop respectively. Just let Dr. Brian slightly modify the weather stick. Very convenient. Really? Hearing Ren care so much about him. Nami was overjoyed and jumped up happily. She hugged Ren happily, and Shuizi, who was quite impressive, pressed hard on him. I love you to death, huh? Chapter 379 Small Sky Island, Queen of Weather, Time flies. One day passed quickly. The sun sets in the west, at dusk, after dinner. In Nami's small courtyard, stick shadows danced. I saw a beautiful figure, very excited, turning the brand new weather stick that Ren just sent over, made by Dr. Brian. Ho, Nami looking. Ho, Nami-san. Both ends of the weather stick. A red fireball and a white cloud. Fly out one after another. Full of excitement. There, they all said to Nami in unison. We are very satisfied with our new home. It would be great. Seeing Adam and Eve, the two homies did not object to being included in the fire shell and cloudberry. Nami narrowed her crescent eyes and said happily, we will be fighting partners from now on, please give me your advice. She pressed the switch. The weather stick that was as tall as a person shrank directly and was actually less than the length of two fists. It was really incredible for her, amazing. Nami's eyes shone and she said happily, the new weather stick, it's really great. As long as you like. Ren touched her head and said with a smile, however, things with a sense of life can no longer be put into the 223 fourth dimensional pocket, and can only be placed around the waist. Shoulder bag C. He would not allow her to stuff anything with life consciousness into her fourth dimensional pocket. Although the weather stick itself is not conscious. But if it is used to pretend to be homies, it is not allowed. Even if they are usually inside the shell, it is equivalent to a different world, isolated from the outside. Nami blushed. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the other party. She naturally knew what the fourth dimensional pocket Ren was talking about was. Come back, I couldn't put it down and played with it for a while. Holding the shortened weather wand, he activated the shellfish device above. Nami ordered directly to Adam and Eve on the other side. Adam, Eve. Yes. Adam and Eve, whose bodies were almost 1 meter wide, shrank again and flew into both ends of the weather stick. They entered the fire shell and cloud shell inside respectively. Disappear. Ren, thank you. Nami held Ren, filled with joy. Advertisement: with the help of these two homets, her combat effectiveness will inevitably soar. If Adam and Eve had been present during the Summit War, she might have been able to give full play to her talent in weather manipulation and escape with the Straw Hat crew. In the first half of the Grand Line, there is a small man-made sky island called Visalia. Ren smiled and said, "There are a group of meteorological scientists who specialize in weather research, and their research results are very suitable for you." Man-made sky island? Nami's eyes widened. Can such a thing be done? Ren nodded. He pinched her pretty face and chuckled. If you can master those cutting-edge weather knowledge, your ability as a navigator and the ability to control the weather will definitely be improved, and you may even become a real woman who conquers the weather in the future. She is called the Queen of Weather. I am asking people to search for the whereabouts of this sky island. I will take you there when there is news. That's great. Nami was pleasantly surprised. The woman who conquered the weather, the Queen of Weather. Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. And to be honest, if there were two hometses, Adam and Eve, to help. She doesn't have to be an esper. You only need to work hard to train physical skills step by step according to the practice plan Ren set for yourself. Combined with the new weather stick, you can control stronger weather to fight. While it can greatly improve one's own combat effectiveness, it does not need to be cursed by the sea and can swim freely as before. Anyway, she didn't expect to become as strong as Ren. Then how should you thank me, Nami? He gently lifted Nami's chin. Ren raised the corners of his mouth and asked with a smile. As he grew taller and taller, he activated life return and shrank to 1.8 meters. But he still looked down at Nami, who was only 1.7 meters tall. Can you bear it? Nami's face turned red. His watery eyes responded with a desire to refuse. But looking at Ren, I couldn't help but hesitate. She knew very well what happened between the other party and Robin yesterday. Moreover, I had a battle with Yamato early in the morning. Hardly any rest. A man can't say no. Ren holds the little thief cat. Feeling that steely will, Nami was completely relieved. As expected, this man cannot be judged by common sense. His physical fitness is completely monster level. Nami, who was being hugged up, subconsciously held Ren's neck. He hesitated for a moment, but still bowed his head in his ear, blushing and whispered softly. Then no matter what your request is, Ren, I agree. This is what you said. The corners of Ren's mouth rose. With an indescribable smile in his eyes, he said a pun in Japanese. Let Eve out first. Advertisement, eh? Nami's eyes widened. She realized something and her pretty face turned red. Ren, you can't be the lover. This time, is it going to be above the thundercloud? Speaking of which, when I was at Sky Island before, I really didn't have the opportunity. Because at that time, neither she nor Robin nor Ren had pierced that layer of paper. It's just that the relationship is relatively close on weekdays. What are you thinking about? Ren knocked Nami on the head and reprimanded him righteously. I just want to properly guide Nami on your theft skills. It's not okay for a person to just be a man of the highest rank, to be a good gentleman. Ah, Nami was stunned. Some are confused, but when she noticed the smile in Ren's eyes, she suddenly woke up. Some pitifully begged for mercy. Ren, can I take back what I just said? Of course not, it's too late to run away now, soon. Nami released Eve again. There Ren smiled and said, Eve, get bigger. Yes, Lord Ren. Thundercloud Eve looks like cotton candy. Zooming in at a speed visible to the naked eye, it transformed from a mini size into a white cloud several meters wide. Come on, Eve, let's go for a walk. It's late at night, what's there to see? That's really stupid. He could only tremble and give orders to lay in Eve. Brush, soft and really comfortable. He couldn't help curling his lips and muttering angrily. That guy Ren is the worst. Ho 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 ho, yes, Nami-san. Karina noticed this scene with her strong mental network. Leaning in Ren's arms, and in the courtyard next door. It should be more comfortable in a while, jumping onto Lei and Eve's body easily. He held Nami, who was a little nervous, and jumped lightly. That iron will made Nami blush. Carrying the two of them, they flew into the distance. Eve soared directly into the air. If she believed it. Chapter 380 Hera, Big Mom's Desire. And at the same time, just as Nami is on top of the clouds. It's time to prepare for the new course that Ren has arranged for you even if you overwork and study hard. In Ren's compound, because the challenge failed, Yamato had no choice but to bite the bullet and come to fulfill the promise. Just now, as usual, I was wearing all kinds of exquisite clothes. Dressed in a sky-high outfit and walking like a model. Walking on the catwalk there, posing and posing in all kinds of ways. It seems to have taken shape. It was an eye-opener for Garrett. Is this Kaido's daughter? Study completed. Yamato getting ready to leave. Watching Pacia walk in with a plate of fresh fruit. Have you prepared any fruit today? I don't really want to eat it. She was a little depressed. Because he lost to Ren so easily, he couldn't even force the opponent to use the fruit's ability. Your Highness Yamato, this is Ren-sama's arrangement. Pacia's eyes were filled with smiles. All right. Yamato frowned. That guy Ren, what are you trying to do again? I hope you admit defeat, still full of determination, facing death as if it were home. There is no escape. I'm offended, Your Highness Yamato. In Garrett's dull eyes, Elizabeth smiled and took out a rope. Yamato, who showed no resistance, was tied up, hung there, and blindfolded. That exquisite rope craftsmanship and skilled technology. Take her breath away. Later, Garrett saw Pacia taking banana fruits. Gently peel it off and bring it to Yamato. Be good, Your Highness Yamato, just open your mouth. That be asterisk 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 key. And this time, far in the middle of New World. Outskirts of Toto Land Sea area. Woo hoo hoo. Crash. It rained heavily, lightning and thunder, crazy slave soldiers. On the sea, fierce wind pressure blew. The sea surface was boiling, causing huge waves. Advertisement: several marine surveillance ships were directly overturned by the exaggerated waves. Rumble. A huge thunder and lightning struck straight down from high altitude. A huge warship was penetrated in an instant. Let it sink to the bottom of the ocean. Boom, ho, ho, mom. A huge thundercloud, carrying Charlotte Linlin, appeared in the sky. Beside, follows son Prometheus. Watching myself create a new creation, the highest level Hormet's thundercloud Hera to replace Leia Zeus. Charlotte Linlin grinned and laughed with satisfaction. Mama, Hera, you are indeed much better than that good-for-nothing Zeus. From today on, we are partners. Prometheus flew over. I couldn't wait and showed my hospitality there. Be my girlfriend, Hera. I told my mother that I wanted to have a girlfriend, so my mother created you. I don't want to, I only listen to my mother, Leia Hera said with disgust. Hearing Hera reject him, Prometheus was dumbfounded. Hey, is this possible? Mama, we need to get along well. Charlotte Linlin smiled and said, you are all good children. Yes, Mom. And on the sea not far away, Smoothie's fleet reunited with the Queen Mother Anthem which had just returned. Brother Peros, Brother Katakuri. Smoothie, who was tall and heroic, greeted Perospero, Katakuri and the others. Thank you for your hard work, sis, Katakuri said there. The look he looked at his sister was a little complicated. I couldn't help but think of my other sister Garrett who had been sent to Ren's side. He had wanted to stop the marriage. As a result, they were scolded by their mother, Charlotte Linlin. Mama. Not long after Charlotte Linlin returns aboard Thundercloud Hera. Landing on the Mama chant, the new Thundercloud Hera attracted the attention of many people. Mom, it's great that you came back in time. After sizing up the top-level homies Hera who replaced Thundercloud Zeus, Smoothie said helplessly. Those marine guys have been too restless recently. I'm under a lot of pressure. Mama, don't worry about those marine guys. Charlotte Linlin smiled ferociously. I will deal with them when the time comes. She really didn't expect it. Marine actually wanted to take advantage of the situation. Naturally, this account cannot be settled like this. However, the most important thing right now is to form an alliance with the Beast's pirates, and there is no time to deal with guys like Marine. She asked directly to Smoothie, Smoothie, my daughter, are you ready? The dress has been made as soon as possible, and it should be ready tomorrow. Advertisement. Smoothie nodded helplessly and asked tactfully, it's not that I object to your arrangement, Mom, but is it necessary to rush it like this? Mama, don't you want to join in the fun? Charlotte Linlin stretched out her big hand, touched Smoothie's head, and said with a smile. You know, I like the excitement the most. 0. Please give me flowers. Moreover, Copper's Ren's strength is indeed beyond my expectation. She couldn't help grinning, licking her lips, and said with a strange smile. I have a hunch that this guy Kaido. It's going to be a big fall. What? Hearing this. Katakuri, Perospero, Smoothie and others. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Somewhat shocked. Their mother had previously fought against Blood Hell Ren and Beast Kaido. Since she said so, doesn't it mean that Blood Prison Ren's strength? Already on the verge of catching up with Kaido, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Is this true? Mom, Smoothie couldn't believe it. He is only 17 years old, right? It is precisely because he is only 17 years old that I am so sure. 0. Charlotte Linlin sneered and said, Mama, just wait and see, in a few years, Kaido will be pulled down by him sooner or later, and he will have to pay the price for his rashness and arrogance. Although she is violent and arrogant, she is not without brains. Thinking about it afterwards, in the battle with himself, Ren showed amazing talent and rapid growth rate. It really makes Big Mom unable to help but feel a little scared. Hiss, Smoothie couldn't help but gasped. I couldn't help but become a little curious about that Blood Prison Ren. More importantly, he has the amazing racial abilities of the Lunaria tribe. However, even the mother of the 4 emperors is so sure that Kaido, the beast, may be pulled down by Blood Prison Ren. Blood Prison Ren is so powerful because of his young age. This makes Charlotte Linlin a descendant of the Lunarian tribe. This shows how amazing the opponent's strength is. She naturally knows how arrogant and proud this mother is. Not just because of his powerful Phantom Beast fruit ability. In her opinion, each one of them is a powerful person with a reputation in the sea. However, Flame Disaster was able to compete on par with Katakuri, whom he regarded as a perfect masterpiece. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were blazing, full of unspeakable greed. The Lunaria tribe's innate abilities are really exciting. Mari. Currently, there are only 3 Lunaria tribes left in the entire sea. She was a little repelled by the marriage. Smoothie, my good daughter, your mission is to get pregnant with that brat's son as soon as possible. The worst ones all have the strength of Yan Calamity Ember. More eager. Mountain. Chapter 381 The Four Disasters Gather, historical text. Kaido-sama. Welcome back, Lord Jin, Lord Quinn, Lord Jack. 3 days later. Early in the morning, all members of Onigashima gathered. Welcoming the beast Kaido and others who have returned from the expedition. Major signs such as fire disasters, labor disasters, and droughts are back under the leadership of Governor Kaido of the Beasts. At the same time, the legendary barbarian tyrant returned. Yo, are these welcoming me? Quinn, who was as round as a rubber ball, stood on the bow of the ship, twisting his body. No matter how you look at it, you are not welcome to this idiot, right? Jin on the side crossed his arms and spoke calmly. But, is that guy your nephew, Jin? Quinn was holding a cigar in his mouth, looking at Ren, the leader of the team in front of him, and smiled softly. Tisk, surprisingly young. I advise you not to provoke him, Jin Police said, 747. It's not that he was protecting the calf, but simply to remind Quinn of this disaster. Otherwise, if this guy was stupid enough to offend Ren, he probably wouldn't even need to take action. Even those unruly and submissive guys under the other side can take care of this big poster. After all, those guys can suppress even the strongest generals like Katakuri. Jin was impressed. Do you think Lousy is that idiot like Jack? I'm not that stupid. Quinn shrugged. He still knew very well how exaggerated the strength of this fourth natural disaster was. A guy who can fight a monster like Big Mom for a day and a night and escape unscathed is definitely an out-and-out monster. Maybe he will also be the future lieutenant governor of the Beast's Pirates. Naturally, he would not offend stupidly. Clumsy Jack, do you hear that? Breathing smoke. Quinn chewed on her cigar. Looking at the tall and fierce Drought beside him, Jack said, if you, Drought, don't want to be roasted into a fish, don't mess with that guy. Don't think that he is easy to bully because he is young, he is a real monster. Brothers, I understand. Drought Jack broke into a cold sweat. Advertisement he was submissive and kept nodding his head. Boss Kaido, thank you for your hard work, welcome back. Ren crossed his arms. Step forward with a smile there. Say hello to Kaido, the leader of the beasts. At the same time, Dao nodded towards his uncle Jin. Then he looked at the two big names, Quinn and Jack, who were examining him, and said with a smile. This is Uncle Quinn, and Brother Jack, right? First meeting, you two. I am Copper's Ren, he didn't mean to cause trouble. Get the head start and give the other party an idea to show off. After all, if we take over Beast's Pirates in the future, it would be great to bring these two guys together. Even if it's not possible, there's no need to make it so unpleasant right now. Wahahaha, you are much more polite than that guy Jin. Seeing Ren so knowledgeable, he is not as arrogant as the rumors say. Of course, Quinn would not put on any airs. She patted her chest and laughed and said, if you need anything in the future, you can always come to me. Isn't this very sensible? He didn't feel at all that the other party called him old. After all, if the other party calls him brother, wouldn't he be a generation shorter than that guy Jin? Hello, Ren, we will be our own people from now on. Drought Jack nodded dully, although I don't know why I'm a generation shorter for nothing. But he's not completely brainless, and naturally he won't show any expression. Oh, good, all 4 signs are here, coastside. Seeing Ren, Quinn, and Jack, they didn't have any conflicts. The formidable beast Kaido, who was as powerful as a beast from the wild, laughed loudly, and even the barbarian tyrants are back. We, the Beast's Pirates, haven't been like this in a long time. Said. Kaido, the beast, crossed his arms. He looked at Bao Huang, the secretary, and Black Maria, the 6th cell in charge of organizing these matters. Bao Huang, Maria, have the wedding and banquet been arranged? The Big Mom Pirates are all guys who have their eyes set above their heads. Then don't lose the face of us Beast's Pirates. Please rest assured, Kaido-sama. The Royal Emperor responded there. Everything has been arranged. The wedding procedures on the festival night have been worked out and discussed with Lord Ren. Black Maria responded with a smile. I don't have any problems here, I'm just waiting for the guests to arrive. Advertisement, very good. Baisho Kaido nodded with satisfaction. The next step is to wait for Linlin and the others to come over. By the way, Ren, is there any problem over there? Kaido looked at Ren. He still understands Yamato's stubborn temper very well. Such a grand celebration involves the face of myself and the Beast's Pirates, so I can't let that girl mess it up. Especially when we are still preparing to announce to everyone our official alliance with the Big Mom Pirates Union. He, Kaido, also wants to save face. I'll convince her. Don't worry, Reggae said with a smile. If there's going to be trouble, let your civet cat come up with a replacement first. Kaido bared his teeth and said indifferently. Anyway, for you Ren, as long as the person in the bridal chamber remains the same, right? Oh. Robin, Nami, Karina and others on the side. They all couldn't help looking at each other and sweating. Are you sure this is biological? By the way, Nico Robin. Kaido of the Beasts said directly to Robin. We have found another piece of historical text. I will trouble you to translate it later. Historical text Steel of Beasts Pirates. I heard that there is a three-eyed clan member in the Charlotte family, but he probably hasn't awakened that power yet. The reason why he wants to join forces with Charlotte Linlin. Mr. Kaido, I wonder if that guy from Big Mom is willing to hand over the historical text. It had already been translated by the surviving archaeologist of Ohara. Even if you are defensive, you can't stumble the opponent in this regard. I just want to gather the strength of both sides and get the ancient military officer first. Got another piece of historical text? As for the translated content? He did not refuse and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this is my job, Your Excellency the Governor." At worst, one translation of the historical text is enough for each person. However, what makes Kaido a little disappointed is that the translated text does involve the whereabouts of the three ancient weapons. Robin's eyes lit up, or just follow her own wishes. Kaido nodded and said directly, "I will talk to her then. Since we have already formed an alliance, there is no point in hiding it." But the strongest among them, Uranus, is suspected to be in the hands of the world government. Once Ren's side is completely ready, it's time to change the governor of Beast's pirates. Jin said there, "If we can get the part in her hand, we might be able to get information about the ancient weapon." At most, he would reveal some information about Ancient Weapons 5.4 from time to time to whet the opponent's appetite. Chapter 382 Barbarian Tyrant, the Fifth Thunder Disaster King Kong. Wow, these guys are so big. Is this the legendary ancient giant race? Watching behind the large fleet, that was a tall, grotesque, non-human monster that covered the sky and the sun. Luo, Lucci, Wappa, Robin, Karina and others couldn't help but widen their eyes and were a little amazed. Although it is not that they have never seen King Kong's transformed form, they have also seen the battleship, San Juan Wolf's electric version at naval headquarters. The size far exceeds that of these ancient giants. But seeing so many barbarian tyrants at once, I couldn't help but be shocked. I heard that these guys are all the experimental subjects of the world government's private experiments on human enlargement that failed. Boss Kaido spent a lot of money to buy them back. Ren asked as he looked at the terrifying and intimidating barbarian tyrants. At first they were all ordinary giants, but they were secretly captured by the world government and sent to Punk Hazard for experiments on ancient giants. Quinn introduced there. The result is like this. Each one has a low IQ, only knows how to destroy, and is completely out of control, and the wine quality is too bad. There he complained. These barbarian tyrants were conquered by Lord Kaido with his powerful force. I'm usually fine and relatively calm. 09 After getting drunk, he went crazy and did not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy, only destroying wildly. That is, they, Beast's pirates, can accommodate such a guy. Of course, when it comes to attacking cities and forts, these guys are indeed quite capable. So far, I have really made a lot of efforts to expand the territory of Beast's pirates. The group soon arrived at the Hall of the Horned Skeleton. Oh, hey, is this guy the lion? Kaido, the beast, stared at the copper bell with his big eyes. He looked at King Simba who had transformed into a human form, about 4 to 5 meters tall, dressed as a monk. Looking at the other party, he couldn't help but say with interest, that guy Orochi really gave Lousy a big surprise. The ability of the Ren fruit, phantom beast species, and great entrance form? Jin was full of curiosity. He didn't expect that he had just found a great ape king, King Kong, who had the ability of the human fruit, phantom beast species, and titan form. In the blink of an eye, Ren gained another Ren fruit, the ability to create a phantom beast species, and a great Dao form, and cultivated a lion king. He still had some idea of the strength of that lion. It's more than enough to serve as a flying 6 cells. It's really surprising. Quinn is also incredible. Jack on the side couldn't help scratching his head. Are the phantom beasts so worthless? Although it's not as good as the phantom beast titan form, it's still pretty good. Ren said with a smile. With some training, it will be a good fighting force. Oh, just right. Advertisement. Kaido laughed. He took a swig of wine and came to South Asia. Looking down at the audience, the Beast's pirates shouted loudly. Young men, Lousy wants to announce a few things. For a while, Jin, Ren, Quinn, Jack and others all followed him. The noisy pirates below suddenly fell silent. They all looked at Kaido on the podium, waiting for the other party to speak. I believe that in the war with the Big Mom pirates, everyone has seen the strength of King Kong. Beast's Kaido is high-spirited. Pointing at King Kong who was following Ren, he suddenly announced, from today on, King Kong will be the 5th signature of our Beast's Pirates, Thunder Disaster. Eh? Lord King Kong? Do you want to be the 5th biggest brand? Marvelous. Oh, at the beginning, there was silence. They were all shocked by the sudden announcement by Governor Kaido. Immediately, countless pirates reacted and became excited. After all, in this battle, the monster-like strength of King Kong, the flying 6th brother, was obvious to all. Even Katakuri, the strongest general of the Big Mom pirates, was not able to directly suppress it. It is well deserved to become a big sign. Am I going to become a big celebrity? King Kong, who was following Ren, couldn't help being a little stunned. Congratulations, King Kong. Ren crossed his arms and said with a smile, from today on, you will be the 5th disaster on Beast's Pirates' new signboard, Thunder Disaster. Thank you Duocean Ren. Although he was a little surprised by Kaido's announcement, he was not particularly surprised. After all, King Kong's strength is obvious to all. Moreover, his IQ is not bad either, and he is becoming more and more human-like objectively. It is completely different from the barbarian tyrant who has no brute force. Ah woo woo, at Ren's signal, the great ape King Kong stood up. There he grinned, full of excitement, and beat his chest. Thank you, Mr. Kaido. Long live the governor, thunder disaster, thunder disaster, thunder disaster. King Kong, King Kong, King Kong, the pirates of Beast's pirates. They all raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Advertisement as a member of Beast's Pirates, they once again witnessed the birth of a disaster, making them proud. In particular, the other party's powerful strength has been recognized by everyone from the bottom of their hearts. There will be no doubt at all. Wahahaha, we Beast's Pirates are really getting stronger and stronger. Although a little surprised by Kaido of the Beast's decision. But Quinn quickly came to his senses and laughed there. The fifth plague? Drought Jack raised his eyebrows. But I didn't mean to object. They have all heard about the great ape King Kong's achievements. One punch crushed that unruly and annoying guy Sasaki. He also led the fleet of Beast's Pirates and defeated the fleet led by Katakuri. Although, there are many other factors involved, but this strength is indeed qualified as a big sign. Of course he would have no objection. This 687th time, we lost a flying 6 compatriot in the war. Raise your right arm high, looking down at the pirates in the audience. Kaido, the beast, said loudly, of course, that's because he is too weak. Half a month ago, Fei Liubao was originally full. One man unfortunately died on the front line during the expedition. Although as an enemy, the pirate group that provoked the Beast's Pirates regardless of life and death has been destroyed by Jack himself. But the Fei Liubao could not be saved after all. However, Kaido did not feel sad or disappointed. Those eliminated by this cruel sea can only be said to be waste. Totally not worth the wait. All in all, now there are 2 vacancies among the 6 flying compatriots. Kaido raised his arms and said loudly, I announced that one of the vacancies will be filled by Rob Lucci, who single-handedly defeated Snag, one of the 4 desert generals of the Big Mom Pirates. Me? Hearing this, Lucci, who was following Ren, was stunned. Immediately, he showed a faint smile, glanced at the usually arrogant Fozzie Fu, and said with a playful look, this is really exciting. What? Make this guy a flying 6 cells? Fozzie Fu's eyes widened. Now, wouldn't he be able to overwhelm the opponent? Oh, Lord Lucci, that's awesome, long live. Chapter 383. The fight between Fei Liubao. Thank you, Lord Governor, for your cultivation. On the high platform, Rob Lucci, the newly promoted 6th cell, is smiling. There he saluted Kaido, the beast. Then I will be disrespectful. Oh, this is the reward you deserve. Kaido laughed and said, as long as he contributes to the Beast's Pirates, Laozi will never hesitate to give him a high position. Although Rob Lucci is just an ordinary zone ability user, not even an ancient ability user. According to the past, Kaido, who is almost paranoid in this regard, hopes that at least all the flying 6 cells will be able users of the ancient species. But the opponent's dazzling performance forced him to pay attention. So, the location of the last flying 6 cells. Kaido, the beast, looked down at the pirates with fiery eyes. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty and cruelty, and he grinned and said, I will give you all a chance to compete. Let's have a fight. The winner is Fei Liubao. Oh, I heard Kaido, the beast, say this. All the pirates in the audience had blazing eyes. Everyone was so excited that they raised their arms and shouted. Oh, fighting? Ren on the side raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but chuckle and stepped forward, then let me set up a stage. Rumble. No warning. The whole square shook violently. A large number of pirates staggered around. The earth seems to have a life consciousness, surging there. In the blink of an eye, in everyone's shocked eyes. A huge arena appeared there. Hiss, this is. That's quite an exaggeration. For a time, not only the pirates were saved. Even Quinn, Jack and other cadres couldn't help but look at Ren in surprise. I didn't expect that the other party's ability was so exaggerated. Wahahaha, in this case, then let me be the referee. Quinn, who has always liked to join in the fun, happily volunteered. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Quinn. Kaido, the beast, smiled. Carrying a wine gourd and drinking freely, he sat down cross-legged and prepared to watch a play. Who else wants to go up there? Ren chuckled. He looked at Kaku, Horan, Wappa, Karina and others behind him. We won't join in the fun, advertisement. This kind of fighting scene should be left to you men. Lan Chi, Karina and other girls all said with smiles. Then I'll go join in the fun, Jambaloo stood up and said with a smile. Naturally, he knew that his strength was lacking. However, this kind of fighting is exactly what he needs. Able to hone oneself to the greatest extent, feel sorry. We are not prepared to give in, CP9 among the crowd. Needless to say, Lucci has become a flying 6 cells. In addition to Kaku, who was hiding his strength, 3 zone ability users, including Jabra, Fukuru, and Kumadori, all stood up with fighting spirit. As for Paramecia ability users, Bluno and Khalifa are relatively weak. Naturally, I had no intention of participating. I am coming too. Although the hope is not great, we are not trying to compete for one. Shao-Chi and Peijin looked at each other. Two ancient zone ability users who had already been exposed to the public also stepped forward one after another. As Ren's old subordinate, facing the temptation of Fei Liubao's position. If they don't go up to compete and just stay here and watch, what do they want to do? Are you half-hearted and willing to rebel? Trafalgar Law, what about you? Baisho Kaido raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo, who seemed indifferent. You are their captain, right? Although the other party cannot compare with Ren. But no matter what, he is one of this year's supernovas. He is also an Esper of Op fruit. Of course he heard about it. Your Majesty the Governor, I know my current strength, so I'd better hone it for 2 years and see if I can compete for a new big sign. Luo's eyes were sharp. He chuckled and said, rather than following the steps, I prefer a blockbuster. Oh, hey, interesting guy. Kaido grinned. He looked at Greg Holland. Are you the former Marine Rear Admiral Greg Holland? Are you not interested in the position of Fei Liubao? He had to admit that Ren's vision was very vicious. The selected subordinates are all quite good and have good strength. Given time, the achievements will not be too low. Of course, the premise is that you can run long enough to survive on the cruel New World battlefield. In this sea, the geniuses who survive are the strong ones. A dead genius is nothing. Horan shrugged. Pointing directly at the Lion King Simba on the side. I can't beat this guy, so I'd better not join in the fun. Advertisement without revealing the ability of the Phantom Beast, the giant Buddha form. He really can't beat Simba, the Lion King, who has obtained the ability of the Phantom Beast species in the Great Entry form. Nothing can be done to the other party, of course, with its own advanced observation hockey. The other party couldn't do anything to him. Roar, and the Lion King Simba was also roaring there. The position of Fei Liubao is mine. He couldn't wait to jump off the high platform and rush to the arena. It doesn't understand the concept of humility. All I know is that King Kong was once a member of the Fei Liubao, and he was usually very impressive. Whatever you want to eat, someone will prepare it. Make him greedy. Who wants to challenge me? In the arena. Lion King Simba becomes huge. A huge figure over 30 meters tall stood there. The hand was holding a mace covered with barbs that made people's scalp numb. There he held his head high, his chest high, and looked around. Baring his teeth and grinning, he was extremely ferocious. It's intimidating. Gulu, such a monster, it's simply impossible to defeat. Countless pirates who were originally excited and wanted to compete for the position of flying 6 cells changed their colors in shock. Nolihao. It was like a bucket of cold water being poured down, chilling me from head to toe. Shivering. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch and cold sweat flowed. Don't be too arrogant, it's okay, little doubtings. I allow you to come together. Janbalu, Jabra, Shao-Chi and others, who were originally prepared to retreat, looked at each other. There are also 3 CP9 members who have been expelled, Jabra, Kumadori, and Fukuru. I ran away with a fighting spirit. Go B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** turn around and give up. Looking down at the trembling pirates below, boom boom. He rushed forward without hesitation. Dare you underestimate us? Pounced straight out. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it transformed into a ferocious beast. Sorry for disturbing you, roar, roar. Xingbalu, Yuanqi, Peijin and others are excited and ready to take the stage to challenge. Chapter 384 Big Mom's Contempt, Admiral White Dragon? Roar, not long after. Above the arena, a tall figure who looked slightly embarrassed, had a violent aura, and was extremely fierce shouted. Who else is there? The figure who was in a state of embarrassment, with a bruised nose and swollen face, was blown away. It was Xingbalu, Jabra, Shachi, Peijin and others. There are no surprises. They were crushed. Seeing Simba's unparalleled performance, the pirates who originally wanted to challenge him immediately retreated. Including some ambitious ones who think they are no weaker than others. The fishman Sasaki was demoted to the rank of Shen Da. Right there. Damn it, what kind of monsters did that guy from Blood Prison Ren find? Looking at that daunting and extremely violent huge figure. Sasaki, who had finally recovered from his injuries and was excitedly preparing to challenge and regain his lost position as Flying Six Cells turned dark. How to fight this? Just one great ape king, King Kong. Now, here comes another Lion King, Simba. Blood Prison Ren, the fourth natural disaster. Where did he find these monsters? Oh, hey, this guy is pretty good. On the high platform, Kaido, 100 beasts, took a swig from a wine gourd and said with great interest. Does the ability of the phantom beast species, the great entrance form, allow it to freely change into multiple forms? Have to say, the strength of the Lion King Simba is 260. It was much better than his psychological expectation. If you look at it this way, it won't be long before Beast's pirates will have a sixth, big sign. There is no brute force, but the fighting skills are too rough, and they need to be trained. Jin was commenting there. The battle between Lion King Simba just now was completely the same as that of a wild beast. Straightforward, simple and rude. Some attacks that were completely dodgeable actually resisted without dodging. Although he won the victory, he also suffered a lot of injuries. That is to say, its hard power is strong enough, and the space of the arena is limited, so that CP9 agents such as Fukuru and Jabra cannot give full play to their combat advantages. Otherwise, they will face the siege of Jabra, Jambaloo, Zaki and others. But it's not just injuries. Advertisement, the time is too short, and I haven't had time to teach him further. Ren, who was standing aside, crossed his arms and said with a smile, wait a few days, throw him on the battlefield and hone his skills for a while. That should be almost it. Wahahaha, no one dares to challenge again? I saw no one coming up again. Quinn, who acted as the host, held up the microphone and said loudly and impassionedly, I declare the winner, Simba. Let us celebrate the new Fei Liubao, oh. Simba. 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 Lord Simba. Countless pirates were mumbling there. 3 days passed by in a hurry. Soon, the day of the fire festival arrived, and Wano Kuni welcomed an important guest. A huge pirate ship arrived belatedly. Queen Mother's hymn was supported by Jin and others. Arrive at Ghost Island. Mama. Charlotte Linlin grinned and said, is this the Ghost Island? It's really good. Oh, Linlin, you are too slow. Shanglu Kaido, who came to greet the former eldest sister, laughed and said, I thought I couldn't catch up. The other party didn't arrive for a long time. He thought Big Mom was going to regret it. Sorry, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin apologized and said helplessly. We encountered a troublesome guy who kept harassing us and tried to stop us from coming. No way, Parasparrow said there. That B********** D Marine Admiral, White Dragon, is too powerful. Oh, Ren came to greet him and raised his eyebrows. Admiral White Dragon. Even Kaido, Quinn, Jin and others were surprised. Unexpectedly, the Big Mom Pirates would clash with the new Admiral of Headquarters, White Dragon. Linlin, have you fought with that guy? Kaido became interested and asked curiously. Mama, you are just a little arrogant little fly relying on your ability. Charlotte Linlin said disdainfully. A small character not worth mentioning. A brief confrontation with the Admiral White Dragon. She has already tested out the other party's reality. The ability of Logia Air Fruit is indeed incredibly powerful. Advertisement, but if you put aside the fruit ability, it is still unclear whether the opponent can beat his second son, Katakuri. Armament hockey and observation hockey are not particularly good. Barely reaching the advanced threshold, is that so? Ren crossed his arms with a strange look on his face. Judging from the expressions of these members of the Charlotte family, it is obvious that they have not suffered any loss. Based on Big Mom's contemptuous tone, it can be seen that the strength of the new Admiral White Dragon is probably not much better. It is possible that most of his strength lies in the ability of the Logia Air Fruit. Maybe Kizaru, who is already a Marine Marshal, still relies on the fruit ability. He looked around and found that the two generals Katakuri and Cracker had not arrived. Instead, he noticed the 3 Smoothie Sisters on the pirate ship. 2 are thin and 1 is fat, and those exaggeratedly long legs are very conspicuous. He smiled and nodded at the 3 sisters. Tisk, is that my future brother-in-law? The 16th female Snaeman raised her eyebrows and pointed at Ren. This heroic beauty with long legs boldly winked at Ren. He's even more handsome than the photo, the 15th female, Strom, said with a smile. It's not just them, there are many members of the Charlotte family who didn't go on the expedition last time and haven't met Ren yet. They were all looking at each other curiously. Humph, it's just too fussy. Even Smoothie couldn't argue with that. This Copper's Ren is really too handsome to say the least. Except for being a little younger, he is almost perfect. Of course, the biggest problem is that the other party is too bothered. It made her slightly unhappy. You all have come a long way, and it's been a long journey. Thank you for your hard work. Yan Calamity Jin, who was following Kaido, said there. The fire festival will officially start at 8 o'clock tonight. It's still early. Please go inside and rest first. Mama, I'm really looking forward to it. Think of the food for the banquet. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but her eyes shone and her mouth watered. Looking at Black Maria's outfit, her eyes lit up and she said with a strange smile. By the way, I'm going to dress up as an Oran to get here. No problem, Big Mom. Black Maria on the side was holding a cigarette rod and said with a smile. Please leave it to me to arrange it. I guarantee your satisfaction. Kaido, the beast, opened his arms and laughed loudly. Oh, today is the day when we form an alliance, so we must drink to the fullest. Chapter 385 Fire Festival, Alliance and Wedding. The Fire Festival has begun. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, the anticipated evening has arrived. The pirates of the Emperor's Big Mom Pirates and the Beast's Pirates gathered there. Even Kurozumi Orochi, Wanakuna's general, came with his samurai and brought heavy gifts. On the Ghost Island, the lights are brightly lit. Quinn, the warm-up king, has already volunteered to be the host. The round figure sang songs and danced awkwardly on the stage, driving the atmosphere. Mama, it's so lively. Even Charlotte Linlin, who was dressed as an Oran in a kimono, was very satisfied with her outfit. Of course, the face covered with flour looks like a ghost. Charlotte Linlin, who is already old, shabby and ugly, is as terrifying as a ghost, making it impossible to look directly at her. Personally, I cannot accept such aesthetics at all. Young ones, on the high platform, Beasts Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, 2 emperors, stood side by side and announced with a smile. Starting today, we Beasts Pirates officially allied with the Big Mom Pirates to form the Pirate Alliance. Everyone, drink to your heart's content, cheer to your heart's content, celebrate to your heart's content. After a night of partying, the world will be ours. Oh, listening to the governor's brief, yet sonorous and ambitious announcement. The Beast's pirates, Big Mom pirates, and the samurai were all a little excited. They all raised their weapons high, their faces turned red, and they shouted excitedly. Wahahaha, the exciting moment has arrived. Quinn stood on the stage. Accompanied by the strong music rhythm, he twisted his round body like a rubber ball. He held up the microphone there and said loudly, "Now, I announce. Ren, the 4th natural disaster copper of the Beast's pirates, is marrying Princess Anahime of the Beast's pirates and the 10th of the Big Mom pirates. The wedding of 4 female stars Charlotte Smoothie has officially begun. Invite 3 new people to come, Lord Ren. Master Yamato, Lord Smoothie, watching the lights begin to gather, the 3 figures shine out. Beast's pirates and the pirates of the Big Mom pirates." They all shouted excitedly there, "So handsome. Ren, advertisement, it's too handsome, no, I'm in love. Is that really Master Yamato? Hiss, she's so beautiful that she's completely unrecognizable. Sister Smoothie, you are so beautiful today, Ren today. It's not a suit, it's not even an ugly men's kimono. Instead, it was designed based on Jin's warden's clothes. It was a well-cut, extremely stylish white military uniform. His handsome face and perfect figure were highlighted vividly. The countless female pirates and geishas present couldn't help but shine with their eyes and scream. The eyes looking at the 2 brides were filled with unspeakable jealousy. It's Smoothie, the star of the Charlotte family, and Yamato, who was still somewhat resistant. After seeing each other, they couldn't help but feel a little lost. Is this their future husband? Yamato standing on Ren's left side. She is wearing a gorgeous embroidered kimono, dressed up in a colorful and gorgeous way. Originally, the makeup artist wanted to apply white powder on her and Sakura's peach heart-shaped lipstick, but Ren stopped her. Because he really couldn't stand that kind of underworld makeup. And Smoothie is standing on the right side of Ren. She is wearing a white wedding dress, looking dignified and beautiful. Coupled with those exaggerated long legs, it adds a bit of temptation. HMPH. Scumbag, because of the merger. Looking at the lights gathering together, the tall and handsome figure attracting everyone's attention. In the corner, Robin, Nami, Karina and other women gathered there. Looking at Ren, his eyes were drawn. The impeccably perfect groom. He is their ideal person. Bro, the bride is not them. Although Ren promised to give them a grand wedding in the future. Lan Chi, Nami, Karina and the others couldn't help but feel a little sour. He kept pouring wine there and got very drunk. Advertisement. Pretty face flushed. Please give me flowers 00. Mama, Ren, my daughter will be left to you. You must treat her well. Wait until the 3 newcomers arrive. Charlotte Linlin looked at Ren with satisfaction, laughed and said, "It's best to give me 10 or 8 grandsons as soon as possible." Mother. Listen to Charlotte Linlin's words of tiger and wolf. Even a veteran general like Smoothie couldn't help but blush. She is not as capable of giving birth as this mother, and she often gives birth to several births, or even 10 births. Oh, Yamato, I never thought that my father would be able to see you get married. You must give birth to a big fat grandson for me as soon as possible. Looking at Yamato's colorful appearance, he looks completely different from usual. Although he puffed up his cheeks towards this girl, he didn't want to see his father being dissatisfied. But Baisho Kaido still pretended as if nothing had happened, and laughed and said to Ren, "Ren, I will leave my daughter to you. Please don't worry, you two, I will treat them well. If a person's face is not red, his heart will not beat." He patted his chest and said with a smile, "As for what will happen in the future, it still depends on their own choices." For a moment, the 2 kind, father-in-law, and mother-in-law, of Kaido and Big Mom gave instructions again, full of ardent care and blessings, to the 3 newlyweds. Keep your mouth shut and you will have a son soon. That's right, the 2 of them were together from beginning to end. They all hope that their daughters will not have the blood of the Lunarian clan. Give birth to children with strong bloodline. Of course, this is not a problem for Ren. After all, he originally wanted to revitalize the Lunarian clan. Of course, the more children, the better, soon. The wedding ceremony came to an end. Yamato was threatened by Ren. Even if there is 100,000 reluctances, nothing will happen. Along with the bride and groom, the 3 newlyweds were sent into the bridal chamber. The atmosphere of the banquet was extremely lively. An all-night carnival is going on Ghost Island. Kaido of the Beasts, who was very drunk, even cried loudly. Ooh. Chapter 386 Smoothie and Garrett. That night, in Ren's courtyard, the 2 brides, Yamato and Smoothie, were arranged in 2 rooms. Sister Smoothie. Garrett looked complicated. Looking at this dignified and beautiful long-legged sister in a wedding dress, her eyes were full of envy. You are so beautiful today. Lively wedding banquet. The impeccably handsome groom. It's a pity that the bride can never be herself. Garrett, are you here too? Looking at Garrett, Smoothie was stunned. Speaking of which, she has not seen him since she arrived at Ghost Island today. Because just putting on makeup took a lot of time, and she also had to listen to the introductions from sisters who were already married, and she was very uncomfortable with the complicated etiquette that she would need to follow in the upcoming wedding. But it's finally over. The groom of 563 is very handsome, unexpectedly handsome. It even made her heart beat a little at that moment. Start subconsciously looking forward to the future. I was originally Sister Smooth's dowry, Garrett said with a smile. There didn't seem to be any dissatisfaction. I've also heard about Mom's arrangement. Looking at this sister with a smile that always seemed a bit forced, Smoothie sighed helplessly. I'm so sorry, Garrett. She could understand Garrett's grievance. After all, if you can stay in the waters of Toto Land, you will be married to a pig. He can still serve as a member of the Charlotte family and continue to serve as a cadre in all nations enjoying extraordinary power. To put it harshly, it's even considered cheating. Those useless men don't even dare to fart, but Copper's Ren is obviously different. Especially, Jale didn't realize that she was sent to Blood Prison Ren by Genlot Linlin, the fourth natural disaster. On weekdays, I am afraid she is no different from an ordinary woman. Maybe the other party can take care of the Charlotte family. A little bit of status, it's not your fault, Sister Smoothie. Garrett shook her head. After all, even a general like you, Sister Smoothie, can't resist Mother's arrangement. Yeah, we can't resist. Advertisement, Smoothie said with emotion. As a member of the Charlotte family, all the glory and power are brought by my mother. We children cannot go against her will. Garrett didn't show it on her face. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. This Smoothie sister is indeed the most loyal to the Charlotte family. To actually say such a thing. At this point, she doesn't care what happens to Charlotte's family. She wants to live for herself. As long as Ren needs it, it is a betrayal of the Charlotte family. It doesn't matter to her. Ren, what kind of person is he? He hesitated for a moment. Smoothie looked at Garrett and couldn't help but ask. What aspect does Sister Smoothie want to ask? Garrett looked strange and asked with a pun. Of course it's character, what else could it be? Smoothie rolled his eyes. Looking at this little sister, she said speechlessly. He is just a little bean, but I can squeeze him dry. Undeniable. Copper's Ren is very handsome and very powerful. But that aspect, after all, has a lot to do with body shape, right? As Paramecia, a person with the ability to squeeze fruits. His fighting power is trustworthy. However, she once heard from her mother that Ren was still over 3 meters tall after turning into human animal form. Moreover, the shape is very special, and it still retains most of the characteristics of human beings. Even its appearance is human-like. As a long-legged person, if it weren't for the racial advantage, theoretically the normal height should be more than 3 meters, which might be okay. What do I want with this? Think of this. Smoothie blushed slightly. But he subconsciously tightened his legs. Such a handsome man is indeed an ideal partner. Judging from Garrett's intentions, the combat effectiveness shouldn't be too bad. In terms of personality, he is relatively strong and egotistical. Garrett blushed and said softly, but if you obey him, it will be easier to get along with him. He is not as violent as the outside world reports. She smiled to herself. Advertisement, she has a deep understanding of how strong Ren is. Even a spider spirit as big as Black Maria can completely handle it. Not to mention those with long legs like Sister Smoothie who are only over 4 meters tall. As for that aspect, Sister Smoothie, you'd better ask for your own blessings, she said meaningfully, then said goodbye and left. I have no intention of staying here anymore, because Garrett heard the noise outside. The man has returned. I just don't know which room the other party will arrive first next. Garrett couldn't help but think, but before leaving, I caught a glimpse of the dazzling wedding dress of this Smoothie sister. She couldn't help but feel a little sour. I had the opportunity to wear a beautiful wedding dress and hold a grand wedding. After closing the door, the smile on Giali's face faded. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. The beautiful face is full of loss. Ah la la, who doesn't sing loudly when he offends us? Ren, smelling of alcohol, walked over with a smile. Especially according to the normal process, I have to drink with Big Mom and Beast Guy 1.1, 2 monsters with amazing alcohol capacity. But this man still cares about himself. Little fool, stop feeling sorry for yourself. After a brief taste, Ren let go of her and patted her face. Go. 05. Otherwise, not only the cadres of the Beast's pirates, but also the brothers-in-law, aunts-in-law, and aunts-in-law of the Charlotte family. Although she is not the bride, her eyes widened. If you don't cheat, it would be really difficult not to get drunk. Ah, I didn't. Fulight's pretty face turned red as her thoughts were easily seen through. Next moment. No. He looked at Ren, who smelled of alcohol but was wearing a white dress and was incredibly handsome. There was a click, looking at Garrett with a smile. Looking at the face so close at hand, his whole body softened. They lined up one by one to salute, but besides being shy, Garrett couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Her eyes were a little confused. This is already the result of Kaido and Big Mom hoping that he will come back soon to create humans and continue the bloodline of the Lunarian clan. My heart feels sweet. Chapter 387 Family Status, Blood Prison vs. Juicer Girl. Japanese-style door, was gently pulled away. Looking at the figure appearing in front of him, Smoothie, who was sitting there in a pure white wedding dress, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Looking at each other in surprise. I didn't expect Ren to come back so soon. Moreover, she thought this husband she had known for less than a day. Usually I go to Yamato's Princess Anahime first. Unexpectedly, he came directly to me. Unexpected. Ren said with a smile as he looked at Smoothie, who looked dignified, beautiful and yet sexy in a wedding dress. Those long legs are really eye-catching. On it, there's a rose flower tattooed on it, which adds a bit of wild beauty. It makes people's eyes light up, kind of. Smoothie nodded slightly. As a general who has experienced battles for a long time, he is used to seeing big scenes. Her personality tends to be cold, but she is not as shy as the younger sisters of the Charlotte family. Although I was curious as to why the other party came to me first instead of going to the more familiar Yamato. But Smoothie didn't bother asking. She didn't dislike her handsome young husband. He was not prepared to let the relationship between the two parties become too tense. Especially, she still has the mission of being a mother. Thinking back on the procedures that the sisters in the Charlotte family taught me over the past few days. Kai-13 hesitated for a moment, then took the initiative to get up. He stepped forward and untied Ren's clothes. Although his movements were a bit unfamiliar, they were surprisingly gentle. If word spreads, the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates will be shocked. Is this still the feared, ruthless, and cruel dessert star of the Charlotte family? Are you going to take a shower? The smell of alcohol hits my face. Let Smooth frown slightly. Together? As Smooth undressed him, Ren's eyes were filled with smiles. This legendary juicer is not as difficult to get along with as imagined. That's just right. As for why he didn't go to Yamato. The main reason is that the food in the pot can no longer escape, so he is not in a hurry. Also, those who don't want to directly fight the girl on their wedding night. Ruining the good atmosphere. $7. Smoothie's pretty face blushed slightly. But he didn't mean to refuse. Then let me change my clothes first. Looking at the exquisite wedding dress on her body, it was the first wedding in her life. Smoothie didn't want to damage it. At least I can keep it as a souvenir. No, just go ahead. Gently hugging Smoothie's long legs, Ren smiled and said, I want to appreciate your beautiful posture in your wedding dress alone. The next moment, in Smoothie's surprised eyes, his entire body suddenly expanded and grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. No less than her long-legged counterpart. Advertisement. A pair of golden fish appeared above their heads. Moreover, that muscular, ridiculously strong body had some red dragon scales. But the face, limbs, etc., nothing has changed at all. Can you do this kind of thing? You really surprise me? He opened his mouth slightly. Smoothie didn't know what to say. Is it an accident or a surprise? Ren hugged her gently. He looked directly into her jewel-like eyes with his deep eyes and asked with a smile. Then it depends on your next performance. Looking at the perfect figure in front of me. Smoothie came back to his senses and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. There was no shyness, his eyes were full of boldness. He looked straight at that handsome face, licked his lips and said, maybe, both. Yeah? Ren chuckled. I also want to know how powerful your dessert general is. Then you, the fourth most famous person in Beast's Pirates, please pray that you don't get drained by me. Haven't tried it yet though, but as Paramecia, a person with the ability to squeeze fruits. Smoothie is extremely confident in his own fighting ability. There he showed no signs of weakness and was provocative. Since you are so confident, how about making a bet? Controlling the astonishing size of Yukiko, looking at the arrogant Smoothie, Ren suggested with a smile. What bet? His face was a little rosy, but Smoothie had no intention of resisting. Let's give it a try. Ren looked down at her and said with a smile. The winner is king, the loser is speechless. Formally confirm the family status of you and me from now on. Please rest assured that the separation of public and private matters has nothing to do with the power of the two parties and will not embarrass you. But if you lose, you have to listen to me in private. What about you? Smoothie raised his eyebrows, becoming interested. Full of confidence. How could I lose? Do you understand the gold content of squeezed fruits? Of course. Ren said with a smile. Wait, you are not allowed to use sea stone. Smoothie thought of something and added there. Haha, do you think I still need to use sea stone to deal with you? Ren laughed angrily. With his phantom beast Kirin Form, Lunarian clan, and mermaid genes, he has a monster physique. To deal with Smoothie, a mere general, he, Copper's Ren, still needs to rely on a mere sea stone to cheat. Is his armament hockey just for show? Do you understand the value of Conqueror's entanglement? How could he lose when the flying dragon rides on his face? Then I'm looking forward to seeing you willing to admit defeat. Smooth squinted his eyes and said with a smile, little, brother. Such a way of getting along. On the contrary, she found it very interesting. At least Ren is not a person without interest. Advertisement. For a time, I started to look forward to the future life. Ah. Ren narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light and full of playfulness. Sister Smoothie, you said that. I can't pretend that I didn't hear it. Crack. Bang. Invisibly, electric sparks flickered. The two soon met each other at war. Just like the tip of a needle against the awn of wheat, you meet your opponent in chess. He completely let go of his scruples and started a formal discussion. Clang. It must be said that Smoothie's swordsmanship is superb. The uniform does not affect his combat capabilities at all. Coupled with those long legs, it adds assists plus the ability to squeeze fruits. Exploded fighting power. Let everyone be a little unexpected. The power is astonishing, and the ultra-high-frequency offensive is dazzling. The steel-like blade was almost broken. Smoothie was full of high spirits and extremely proud, like a victorious general who would not spare anyone when he was in power. Juice Giant. Thunder 8 trigrams. People had to get serious. He used the ultimate move he stole from Kaido. Boom. The ferocious mace tore through the atmosphere. Hockey, wrapped in darkness, is indestructible. Smoothie, who was originally so proud, almost couldn't hold on anymore and his eyes turned white. He almost lost consciousness and fell there. God avoids. Water splashes. The mist rolled. Ren takes advantage of the victory and pursues it. It thrust out in an unstoppable direction. It is simply prepared specifically for the fruit's ability. Relying on the powerful swordsmanship that has been continuously honed through hundreds of battles. Only then did he turn around the situation that was about to fall into a disadvantageous situation. He immediately gained the absolute upper hand. Ren, I give up. Finally. Both sides point to the end. Ming Jin retreated his troops and officially declared the battle over. The staggering Smoothie was defeated and tremblingly begged for mercy. I'm convinced, you are simply an out-and-out monster. She was sincerely convinced and willing to accept the defeat. Looking at Ren in front of him, his face turned pale. Some incredible eyes were filled with fear. He was frightened by the opponent's powerful swordsmanship. It is simply unimaginable that the opponent's combat power is so exaggerated. Even if Ren deliberately suppressed his own strength, he didn't even use Conqueror's entanglement. As the strongest female star of the long-legged clan in the Charlotte family, even if she exerts all her strength, her abilities are at their ultimate level. After all, he is not his opponent. Concession. Chapter 388 Yamato. Kazuki Oden is a big idiot. Kazuki Oden is a big idiot. Early morning. As always, Yamato's sonorous and powerful broadcasting voice echoes on Ghost Island. I cannot stand it anymore. Master Yamato, please spare me. Damn it, why? Isn't she already married? Please, we don't care whether Kazuki Oden is an idiot or not, we just want a good sleep. Countless people had a night of partying. The pirates who slept soundly late at night or even into the early morning. They all covered their ears and started crying and howling in a state of collapse. No one expected that Yamato, the ghost princess, had just held her wedding and was unwilling to rest. Lord Ren, where is the combat power of your fourth signature card? Early in the morning, as a newlywed wife, Her Highness Guiji was so energetic. Doesn't it disgrace your handsome and majestic image? This guy. The pirates of the Big Mom Pirates. Together with the eldest son Perisparrow, Compert, Dafu, Owen and other members of the Charlotte family. Everyone was woken up, and while they were a little dissatisfied, they were also a little surprised. If you ask about it, you won't know if you don't ask. If you ask, you will be shocked. Good guy, I didn't expect that this Princess Gaiji would be a problem child. While speechless, everyone couldn't help but feel a little bloating about their misfortune. 05. In Ren's courtyard. Yesterday, we fought with the long-legged star of the Charlotte family until 4 or 5 in the morning, and finally won the battle. Ren, who had been resting for less than 2 hours, was woken up. This voice is Kaido's daughter. Smoothie, who was a little sleepy and extremely lazy, rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Ren in front of him. The fight between the two was too fierce. The intense discomfort has kept her from recovering until now. Ren buried his head in the soft snow and took a deep breath. That guy Yamato really needs a lesson. Didn't he tell her to let her rest for a few days? He was dissatisfied. Are you jealous because you didn't go to her? Caressing Ren's handsome face. Smoothie, who has a pretty and rosy face, has teasing eyes. Advertisement suddenly, she suddenly had a handsome little husband, which she found very interesting. Subconsciously want to pamper the other person. Especially, this little husband is still very strong. She can be satisfied in every aspect. She was not willing to marry me in the first place, how could she be jealous? Ren closed his eyes, holding the amazingly elastic Schwazi, and said nonchalantly, that girl has gender cognitive disorder, she always thinks she is a boy. I am training her, but she has not completely corrected it yet. If he guessed correctly, Yamato either hid the mace under the bed or under the pillow yesterday. Just wait for him to break in and give him a thunderous 8 trigrams to wake him up. He fantasizes about making this fourth natural disaster more powerful. Don't worry about her, she should calm down, just keep sleeping. Holding the extremely comfortable large pillow, Ren continued to sleep. Smoothie looked at Ren, who was childish and unwilling to move away. While feeling a little speechless, I couldn't help but chuckle. It's really. She was already tired and didn't want to think too much. Holding the natural disaster pillow, I fell asleep quickly. Ren, until the sun rises 3 poles. A heroic figure burst in through the window. Holding a mace, he shouted with fighting spirit, let's duel. Kay was stunned, looking at Smoothie in front of him. Sister Yamato, it's very impolite for you to break into someone else's room without permission. Although a little speechless, but Smoothie wasn't upset. Not paying attention to Yamato in front of him, he stretched his waist lazily and said with a smile, but you may be late. His whole body was filled with smiles, and his whole body and mind felt extremely comfortable. Even his skin seemed to have improved a lot. It looks radiant and wild. Yamato asked directly, where's Ren? Looking at the smug Smoothie. In his eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of hostility. Speaking of it, she felt a little unhappy and full of anger. Last night, she had been guarding against Ren breaking into her room and trying to do evil to her. She even put the mace under her pillow. I'm just waiting for this guy to give him a thunderous 8 trigrams to wake him up if he wants to do something to me. As a result, we waited until dawn. Advertisement not to mention Ren's figure, not even a ghost was seen. I asked Pacia and the others early in the morning and found out that they had rested directly at Smoothie's place last night. This made Yamato feel inexplicably uncomfortable. It's like something that should belong to you has been taken away. She knew very well that Ren, the fourth natural disaster, and Smoothie, the star of the Charlotte family, had just met yesterday. You don't seem to be that bad, right? She was so angry that she went straight to the broadcast. As a result, I waited and waited, but no one showed up. I couldn't hold it any longer and broke into CG's place. Unexpectedly, I still haven't seen each other. I don't know about that, Smoothie shrugged. Regardless of Yamato being here, he casually showed off his proud figure and stood up. But the strong feeling of discomfort made her frown. Unexpectedly, with the physique of a general like her, she rested for so long. He hasn't fully recovered yet. That guy is really a little monster. Smoothie couldn't help but sigh. The battle between the two people, putting aside the military confrontation and fighting each other with all their strength, inevitably resulted in some injuries. It really gave her some taste. Subconsciously licked his lips. Sister Yamato, you probably don't understand that feeling. She suddenly wanted to give the other party a thunderous 8 trigrams. I haven't seen Pacia, Elizabeth, Karina and others before. What's going on? But is that kind of thing that comfortable? That mother shouldn't leave Wano-kuni so quickly, right? It really made Smoothie feel a little jealous. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates have just formed an alliance. Smoothie smiled. Ren said that she was no match for the other party, and she was still a little unconvinced. The two actually became sisters. Subconsciously, he tightened his grip on the mace. Really? That B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** this, Yamato couldn't help but ask curiously. He raised his chin with a bit of pride, but after all, she was the one who took the lead. Is Ren so cruel? Yamato. I heard that this guy not only has Conqueror's qualifications, but he has also mastered Conqueror's entanglement. Why is this eccentric woman speaking so harshly? Chapter 389, Slippery Fruit and Ripe Fruit. Lord Smoky, this is what Lord Ren ordered, Yamato left in a huff. And the two beautiful maids, Pacia and Elizabeth, have already received orders from Ren. Bringing the fragrant breakfast to Sri Lanka's room. That guy is quite considerate, look at the dazzling array of delicious food. The corners of Smoothie's lips raised slightly. After a fierce battle, she consumed a lot of food and developed a huge appetite. You're welcome to have your meal there. Slowly taste Wanakuna's unique specialties. Not long after, I got Pacia's report. He said that his two sisters were here. Sister Smoothie, Strom and Sneyman were brought in. Look at Smoothie, although his walking is a little unnatural, he is still radiant and graceful. The two couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. Strom crossed his arms and his eyes were full of teasing. It seems that Sister Smoothie, you should be very satisfied with last night. The three sisters are triplets. They have always been close and talk about everything. In private, these topics are not avoided at all. Is that guy so powerful in combat? Sneyman was full of surprise. On their way here, I also encountered 937 blood prison Ren. But the other person looked in high spirits, as if nothing was wrong. He also specifically pointed out that Smoothie might not be convenient today and asked them to come here to see this sister if they had time. At first, they had some ominous premonitions, fearing that Smoothie, the star of the Charlotte family, would be abused. It turned out clearly that was not the case at all. Forget it, that guy is an inhuman monster. Facing his two sibling sisters, Smoothie didn't have any shyness. He spread his hands and said helplessly, I even used my ability to squeeze the fruit, but I couldn't shake him. Hiss, Strom and Sneyman gasped, subconsciously tightening their long legs. The opponent's fighting power is so terrifying? How proud is this sister? They know it very well. Advertisement: the female star of the Charlotte family, who has always been strong in her life, is willing to be defeated. This brother-in-law is really not simple. The three sisters chatted happily there. Regarding Ren's performance, there were bursts of exclamations from time to time. In my heart, I couldn't help but change my view of the big pirate who was frightened by the blood prison and killed people without blinking an eye. Cruel to the outside, gentle to the inside, strong yet tender, this is the perfect husband. Both Strom and Sneyman couldn't help but feel a little envious. Overall, that guy is good at everything, but he's just a little too bothersome, Smoothie said helplessly. Of course, Smoothie still doesn't know whether the other party is pretending. It's just that the senses it gives her so far are pretty good. This is already very good. At least, it shouldn't be like the new and the old, Sneyman sighed with emotion. They, the daughters of the Charlotte family, are just tools for the mother's marriage, and they cannot make their own decisions in life. It's great to meet a man like Ren, Lord Smoothie. At this time, Pacia and Elizabeth knocked on the door. In the surprised eyes of the three Smoogie sisters, they walked in holding two boxes. This is... Smoothie raised his eyebrows. This is what Master Ren ordered, saying it is a meeting gift for your compatriots, Strom and Sneyman, Pacia said with a smile. Oh, meeting ceremony? It's not just Smoothie. Both Strom and Sneyman were surprised. Really? He has a heart. Smoothie couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. It seems that although the two are politically married, but the other party is still a very responsible man. She couldn't help but think about how this young and handsome newlywed husband made her look so good in front of her two sisters. So, how should we reward the other party tonight, BDEI? However, in her current situation, she may not be able to recover so quickly. I don't know if I can hold on. If it really doesn't work, we can only find a solution elsewhere. Thank you so much. I want to see what surprises this brother-in-law can give us. Sneeman, who was straightforward and heroic, stepped forward with a smile without any hesitation. Advertisement. He took the box and opened it. This is? Sneeman's pupils shrank sharply. The 16th daughter of the Charlotte family was stunned. In other words, not only her, but also Smoothie and Strom were so surprised that they were speechless. Standing up subconsciously. That fruit has strange patterns and strange shapes. How could they not know each other? Devil fruit. Strom was a little dazed. Subconsciously, she looked at the other box held by Elizabeth. That, it can't be the same. But she wasn't finished. Sneeman had already stepped forward to open it. Sure enough, a peach-shaped, smooth and shiny fruit. Present there. Above, there are more labels. Paramecia slippery fruit. Smoothie was surprised. Master William specially prepared this for Master Strong. It is said that this fruit can not only enhance combat effectiveness, but also have a beautifying effect. Elizabeth smiled and said, as for the effect, Master Strong, you will know after taking it. What? The label above made her a little confused. When I heard that slippery fruit has beautifying effects, I was instantly attracted to it. Cosmetic. Among the three sisters, whether it is Smoothie or Sneeman, they are both beauties that cannot be taken away from. Paramecia ripe fruit. Ripe fruit? What specific ability is it? As the second child, she was a little embarrassed. Strom's eyes lit up. Is there such an effect? Pacia introduced there. But it can only mature the physical age, but the psychological age will not change. Looking at the slippery fruit, he couldn't help but point to the fruit in Pacia's hand. And things affected by the fruit's ability cannot be reversed or restored to their original appearance, so they need to be used with caution. Even Sneeman was a little moved. You are born with a body that is prone to obesity. No matter how hard you exercise, you cannot lose excess fat. What about this? On weekdays, it would be a lie to say that I don't envy Smoothie and Sneeman. According to Master Ren, the ability of ripe fruit can make any object it comes into contact with ripen and age instantly. It can also ripen people, such as an 8-year-old child, turning him into an adult instantly. Chapter 390. Smoothie. You shouldn't win the bid so quickly, right? Hiss. Is it so powerful? The three sisters' eyes widened and they couldn't help but gasp. Obviously, the two devil fruits given by Ren are not ordinary abilities. In fact, it can almost be said that they were specially selected for Sneeman and Strom. This is really too valuable. Strom sighed. Although I really wanted it, I was obviously embarrassed to accept it. Tisk. That guy is really generous. Sneeman on the side couldn't help but marvel. Devil fruit cannot be bought with money. Even among the children of the Charlotte family, there are only a handful of people who can acquire devil fruit abilities. This meeting gift is too heavy. In the final analysis, the combination of Ren and Smoothie is completely a political marriage between two major forces. They are not so thick-skinned and have the nerve to accept such a heavy gift directly. But my good impression towards people will undoubtedly die every day. This brother-in-law is really generous. Please feel free to accept it, my lords. Pacia and Elizabeth said with smiles, this is Lord Ren's wish. That guy is really thoughtful. Even though it was Smoothie, he was a little surprised and happy. Her pretty face was filled with smiles. I never expected that Ren could be so generous. He turned around and gave 2 devil fruits to his 2 sisters. Doesn't this show that you are still very important in the other person's mind? My heart felt warm and unspeakable, although the Beast's pirates have officially formed an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. But after all, it is only a temporary alliance. In the final analysis, they are still potential hostile forces. It's even unclear when the fragile alliance between the two parties will break down and become enemies again. Under such circumstances, Ren was willing to give 2 devil fruits to his sister as a meeting gift. She smiled and said to Strom and Sneeman, who were obviously a little moved, since it is your brother-in-law's wish, you two just accept it. A brief time together. Smoothie knew it very well. Although this man is very romantic, but he is definitely not the kind of loser who can't walk when he sees a woman. Advertisement. He is not so obsessed with himself that he is willing to sacrifice everything. I can only say that the other party's courage is indeed extraordinary. This made her appreciate it a little. I am looking forward to the future more and more. Especially when I think of my mother's mission. She couldn't help but blush a little and subconsciously look down at her flat belly. You shouldn't win the bid so quickly, right? HMPH. That guy is so generous. At this moment, in the courtyard next door, Karina, who was gathered with Robin, Nami and others, was humming softly. With her strong inner network, what happened in Ren's courtyard could not escape her surveillance. Based on her understanding of Ren, a playboy, there are also 2 devil fruits given away, especially the Paramecia slippery fruit. I'm afraid this guy just ate Smoothie, the female star of the Charlotte family. He has already set his sights on these 2 sisters-in-law from the long-legged tribe. Ren, that guy's weird habits, there is also a strong desire to collect. It's getting more and more speechless. T4J. Hey, we're at a huge disadvantage like this. Mama, do you want us to hand over the text of history for nothing? Are you kidding me? Nico, Robin is the only one who can decipher the text of history. That woman is in your hands. How do we know whether the rubbings you gave us are true or false? Oh, giggling, doesn't your Charlotte family have a three-eyed clan? As long as you can share all the historical texts, in addition to the translations, we will also hand over to you the rubbings of the historical texts we have here to ensure that neither party will suffer. No, the customer must add some conditions. Oh, it's impossible. And this time, in the hall of Onigashima, intense debates and arguments continued to spread. It was once full of gunpowder and tents, almost got into a fight. Ren, who was talking with Yan Calamity Jin and others, accompanying Kaido, the governor of the Beast's Pirates, and Charlotte Linlin, Parasparrow and others about the alliance between the two parties, suddenly sneezed inexplicably. Touched his nose. Advertisement with his constitution, he shouldn't catch a cold, right? Please give me flowers, however, those two sisters-in-law should have received their gifts, right? Thinking of this, a smile flashed in Ren's eyes. Paramecia slippery fruit. It was stripped from Alvida, who was captured from Logue Town and sent to the deep-sea prison together with the clown Buggy during the Impel Down. It just matches the chubby second among the three sisters of the long-legged clan, the 15th daughter of the Charlotte family, Strawn. People are still very confident in their own vision. Although Strom is a little fatter, he is a potential stock. If you can lose weight, you'll be fine. The three smoothie sisters can be said to be the most normal multiples in the Charlotte family. And slippery fruit can do just that. Not only can it make people's skin smooth and supple, it can also directly remove excess body fat, and paramecia ripe fruit. It was stripped directly from the body of the Kazuki clan's retainer Xiao Nin. Not long ago, when Rob Lucci, Brian Tunney and other CP9 were on vacation in the Flower City, they accidentally discovered this ripe fruit ability user. The other party was hiding in the corner, trying to find out the information about Lucci, the new Flying Six. As a result, he was blocked by Lucci, Kaku, Jabra and others. Directly stripped of his abilities by Dr. Brian. This morning, I met two sisters, Strom and Namung. On a whim, he used the telephone bug to give orders to Pacia and Elizabeth. Let them give these two devil fruits as greeting gifts. After all, he's not just ready to take the Beast's Pirates into his hands. Since the Charlotte family came to the door themselves. Naturally, we can't just let it go. Needless to say, 16th girl Snamen. She is a long-legged beauty with heroic appearance and charming appearance. Regardless of appearance or figure, she is no less than her sister Smoothie. I just don't know what kind of effect Strom will achieve after acquiring the slippery fruit ability. It stands to reason that her appearance should be no worse than that of Alvida after her image changed drastically. For the Smoothie Sisters Rice Bowl, Ren is quite looking forward to it. Chapter 391. Incredible Changes, Amazing Slippery Fruits. Hiss in Ren's courtyard. The sound of gasps echoed. After watching and eating the paramecia slippery fruit, he went to the toilet, and when he came out, he was completely different from the original Strom. Not only does the skin become smooth and supple, but the obesity is completely gone. With her golden hair hanging loose, her whole person looked bright and beautiful. The exaggerated zero-friction smoothness makes even clothes slide directly to the ground. That perfect figure makes people nosebleed. Hey, is it true? Isn't this too exaggerated? This is really incredible. It's like a completely different person. The two sisters, Smoothie and Snamen, couldn't help but open their mouths and looked at the figure in front of them in disbelief. Even the two beautiful maids Pacia and Elizabeth, 807. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, a little dumbfounded. Although we already know that paramecia slippery fruit can beautify, we have certain psychological preparation. But I didn't expect the effect to be so exaggerated. Are you really Sister Strom? Snamen stepped forward. Looking at that beautiful figure with impossibly smooth skin. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched it. With a Jeezy sound, it actually slid over. I didn't expect the ability of the slippery fruit to be so amazing. It can even slip away excess fat. In the blink of an eye, his image changed drastically. Strom, who was almost unrecognizable, smiled and looked gorgeous. I was shocked myself. Completely unrecognizable. Snamen sighed. If Strom hadn't become like this under their eyes. Moreover, the personality and voice have not changed, so they all wonder if they have been transferred. However, it would be too difficult for the other party to just kidnap Strom and replace her with a peerless beauty who, like them, is a semi-long-legged person. More importantly, this is simply an insult to the intelligence of the Big Mom Pirates. I believe no one would do this. Do you have any clothes, Sister Smoothie? Strom blinked. He raised his chin and said with a smile, my original clothes were too big. Advertisement, I'm a little jealous, Smoothie snorted. I feel like my glory has been suppressed. Strom's changes made her somewhat uncomfortable. He stepped forward and wanted to pinch the face of this compatriot sister, but it slipped over easily. So smooth? She raised her eyebrows, a little speechless. He found his own clothes and gave them to Strom. It's still a little loose, but I can barely wear it, Strom said helplessly after changing his clothes. The well-proportioned, smooth and beautiful figure made the two sisters Smoothie and Snamen jealous. Brother-in-law is too partial. Looking at Strom, who suddenly turned into a great beauty, Snamen said with envy. I almost want to change with you. Of course she also ate paramecia ripe fruit, but that thing doesn't have such a powerful beauty effect. I used to envy you too. Strom was also very satisfied, but no more now, She was so satisfied with Ren, her brother-in-law. There was even some indescribable gratitude, and the favorability level was directly maxed out. This kind of fruit ability is simply perfect for me. Later, please thank my brother-in-law for me, Sister Smoothie, Strom said. Thank him for me too, Sneeman added. She was envious of Strom, but she was also very satisfied with her ability to ripen fruits. New, Smoothie crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Two sibling sisters who grew up together and were very close to each other have both acquired quite good fruit abilities. She was still very happy for them. In particular, those two devil fruits were a meeting gift specially prepared by Ren's husband for his two sisters-in-law. Other Charlotte family brothers and sisters do not have such treatment. This just shows that in people's minds, I am not a dispensable tool. Now, we three sisters are a veritable beauty team of the Charlotte family. Sneeman put his arms around Strom's shoulders, then put his arms around Smoothie and smiled. Three sisters stand together. The pictures complement each other and have a long history. Three pairs of beautiful long legs are even more eye-catching. It's hard to take your eyes off, that's right. Hee. Advertisement not long after negotiations between the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates. Because they had been fighting for a long time, no one was willing to give in, and the atmosphere was too tense. At Ren's suggestion, it had to be suspended, agreed to continue tomorrow. Mother, it was getting late. The two sisters, Sneeman and Strom, bid farewell to Smoothie. As soon as I returned to my residence, I saw Charlotte Linlin returning with Perisparrow, Compert and others with a look of surprise on her face. Sneeman. Who is this guy, so beautiful? When did the Beasts Pirates have a beauty with long legs? See Sneeman and Strom. Charlotte Linlin, the eldest daughter Compert, the second daughter Mond, and the third daughter Armand were all a little surprised. Immediately, his image changed drastically, and Strom, who was completely different from the original one, caught his attention. If you want to make a joke, you have to change it to a funny one. We are not blind yet. Mom, Brother Perros, Sister Compert, don't you all recognize me? Charlotte Linlin and others were stunned. What? Hey, what's the joke? Are you strong? Especially since the negotiation with Kaido, the beast, did not go smoothly, she was feeling angry. Mom, she is indeed Sister Strom, can't you recognize her? Sneeman said with a smile. Sneeman. Who is this guy? Charlotte Linlin frowned and asked impatiently to Sneeman. But they are not the kind of guys who can't move when they see a woman. Hear the words. Dafu frowned. Perisparrow, Dafu, Irving and others couldn't help but feel red in their eyes. 1.3 looked at this long-legged beauty who called herself Strom speechlessly. Please, this beautiful lady, the obvious difference between you and Strom. Perisparrow said speechlessly. Do you think we are fools? She doesn't have the patience to talk about this with a woman here. With a smile on his face, Strom greeted happily, I'm Strom. Although he was attracted by the other party's eyes, he felt a little moved. Chapter 392 Absolute Smoothness, the ability to corrupt everything. Hey, Sneeman. In a Japanese-style corridor, Charlotte Linlin's face darkened. Squinting his eyes, he looked down at Strom and Sneeman, showing a serious aura. I'm not in a good mood right now, and I'm not in the mood to joke with you here. The negotiation with Kaido, the beast, did not go well. The guy refused to give in, which made her feel very unhappy. Naturally, he didn't have the patience to listen to Sneeman's daughter and a strange woman, who appeared out of nowhere performing such a clumsy drama in front of him. In her impression, the 15th girl was a fat guy. How could she suddenly turn into a beautiful woman with a well-proportioned figure and smooth and beautiful skin? Mom, don't be angry, it's like this. Understand Charlotte Linlin's temper. Strom didn't dare to show off, and hurriedly explained. When we went to find Sister Smoothie, Copper's Wren gave Sneeman an IA-13th meeting gift. I became like this after eating Paramecia slippery fruit. I really am Strom. What? Real or fake? Paramecia slippery fruit. Is that guy Ren so generous? Can slippery fruit make people beautiful? Hear Strom say that. It's not just Charlotte Linlin. Perisparrow, Compert, Armand and others were all a little surprised. He looked at Strom in disbelief, but he didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, Sneeman next to him looked confident. It made them doubtful. Yes, Mom, Strom didn't lie. Sneeman also added there. That slippery fruit has a beauty effect, and Sister Strom slipped away all the excess fat, so it became like this. Don't talk about you guys. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, Sister Smoothie and I wouldn't be able to believe it. Said. Sneeman pulled out the long sword at his waist. He slashed at Strom very rudely, under the incredible eyes of Charlotte Linlin, Perisparrow, Compert and others. Advertisement the moment the gleaming blade touched Strom's shoulder. As if the entity was not struck, the angle shifted strangely. It slid away with a Z-Lu sound. You see, Sister Strom's appearance has not only changed, but her skin has become smooth and tender. Even if a sword is struck on it, it will slide away. Sneeman put away his sword, pointing to everyone. Strom was unharmed. Mama, that's it. Charlotte Linlin's anger immediately dissipated. She did not doubt Sneeman's words, because she was confident that Sneeman did not have the courage to lie to herself. That guy Ren is so generous. She looked at Strom, who had changed a lot in front of her and became beautiful, and grinned. It seems they get along well. Yes, Mom, even Sister Smoothie is very satisfied. Strom said with a smile. Seeing Charlotte Linlin believed in him and the impatience on his face disappeared. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and felt even more helpless. Whether it's her or the other brothers and sisters of the Charlotte family. For this ruthless, cruel and violent mother, everyone respected and feared her to the extreme. You simply don't dare to resist or go against the other party's will. Even if you speak on a daily basis, you have to be careful, for fear of saying half a sentence wrong. Don't even dare to joke. Mama, is that right? That would be great. Charlotte Linlin said happily. In this case, maybe it won't be long before all nations will be able to have members of the Lunaria tribe. Although her marriage to Smoothie and Ren was completely a political marriage. But the good relationship between the two parties proves that the chance that Sigi will not be of Lunaria bloodline is much higher. Moreover, Blood Prison Ren, the fourth natural disaster, may also be attracted by them. Allah. Compert stepped forward. I wanted to touch Strom, but he slid right over. There, he said in surprise. I didn't expect that slippery fruit could have such an effect. Slippery fruit? It's like a different person. Advertisement, completely unrecognizable. Perispero, Dafu, Irving and others were on the side. It's also incredible. Moreover, no one expected that the blood prisoner would be so generous. He actually gave devil fruit to Strom and Snaeman as a meeting gift. The female members of the Charlotte family who were present were even more surprised by Strom's earth-shaking changes that day, and at the same time, they were a little jealous. Mama, Snaeman. Charlotte Linlin looked at Snaeman. Then you also got new abilities? Yes, Mom. Snaeman smiled brightly and said with some enthusiasm. I have obtained the ability of Paramecia ripe fruit, which can make any object ripen and age. It's like this. Said. Determined to show off her new abilities to these Charlotte family brothers and sisters, she pressed her right hand directly on the rockery next to her. Old 393 chemical corrosion. Next moment, the whole person's eyes were glaring. The right hand shines with a strange light, in the surprised eyes of Perispero, Compert, Armand and others. The rockery several meters high in front of you seems to have been eroded by wind and frost for a long time. It has been eroded and corrupted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into wind and sand. The rockery is corrupted. Compert's pupils shrank sharply. It's so jealous. Armand, the third daughter of the Charlotte family, sighed with emotion. Not to mention Snaeman's ripe fruit ability, which looks quite strong. I believe that no woman would not want Strom's smooth fruit ability alone. After all, it is a woman's nature to love beauty. Even the female members of the Charlotte family are no exception. Mama, is the fruit ripe? It's a very interesting ability. Charlotte Linlin grinned. Then you have to thank that guy Ren very much. Although it is not clear whether Ren did this to win over the three smooth sisters. But Strom and Snaeman are both members of the Charlotte family. For her, the stronger these children are, the better. It is beneficial and harmless to the Big Mom Pirates. Chapter 393 Smoothie's Reluctance and the Challenge Before Departure. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. After fierce disputes and negotiations, Kaido and Big Mom finally took a step back and reached an agreement. The new pirate alliance also has clear goals and plans to directly launch wars and unify the New World. Work together to defeat and eliminate the New World 4 Emperor's forces such as the Red Hair Pirates and the Cross Guild, expand your own territory, and at the same time seize the historical texts and road sign texts held by these forces. The two parties share historical information, first work together to find out the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, and go to the legendary island of Raftel to obtain the legendary One Piece. Seize the ancient weapon that can destroy the world, launch an unprecedented huge war, destroy the marine and world government, and seize the world. After that, everyone will fight based on their ability. Early morning. In Ren's courtyard, Smoothie was defeated. The whole person's face was crimson, and he lay there limply. She was sweating profusely and responded feebly. Ren, I can't do it anymore. That won't work. Ren was a little dissatisfied. It's so early in the morning, and he hasn't even started to exert force yet, so you can't hold on anymore? Smoothie was helpless. Let me help you say it, it's not that she is too weak, but that the other party is too monster. Moreover, she came prepared with a mission. In order to ask for advice from others, I often don't feel ashamed to ask. I have been working hard these days. If she hadn't been strong, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Taking the initiative to talk for Ren, she said there. Brother Peros said that the two sides have concluded the negotiations and reached an agreement. We may leave today. Looking at the handsome figure in front of him, the hesitant Smoothie was full of reluctance. I can only work hard silently. Well, we will launch a comprehensive plan next, launch a war with foreign countries, and prepare to join forces to eliminate the other 4 emperors and unify the New World. Caressing Smoothie's head, Ren closed his eyes lightly and nodded. Seize the historical text, my field ancient weapon. But even if the 4 emperors join forces, I guess the plan will not go too smoothly, and the war will not end so easily. After all, neither the other 4 emperors nor the world government are fools, sitting back and watching the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates grow. Not to mention what the reaction will be from the world government and the new naval headquarters. He was not prepared to let Kaido of the Beasts and the Big Mom pirates' plan come true so easily. After all, Ren knew very well that he was still far from being able to challenge Kaido, the strongest creature on land, sea, and sea head-on. It will take some time. Don't worry, even though we belong to one side, but I will go over to see you often. I can see Smoothie's reluctance. He patted the other person's smooth and pretty face, smiled and said, if you have time, you can come and see me. And in the future, the two of us should often take joint actions, and there will be many opportunities to meet. Advertisement, Smoothie nodded slightly and remained silent. For 3 days, the two continued to compete, and with Ren's help, they fully developed their fruit abilities. A variety of new combat styles are unlocked, even if no one says it. At this age, he is like a wolf and a tiger. If she had time, she would definitely come to find him if she had time. After all, the relationship between the two is already very close. At least, it's much better than Smoothie imagined at the beginning. Although a little more fussy, but this handsome, powerful man. It can indeed satisfy her fantasies and needs for a life partner. You are really tenacious. A long time. Smoothie coughed lightly. Finally, the man who was as motionless as a mountain. He frowned slightly, feeling helpless. Ren, I want to challenge you again. Soon, he became the pride of Charlotte family dessert star. The 14th daughter of the Charlotte family couldn't help but muster up her courage, her eyes filled with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Before leaving, she made up her mind to save her dignity. After all, men are forgetful creatures. She wants to say goodbye in a different way. With strong strength, you can truly conquer the opponent. Let this little man remember himself. I accept your challenge. He raised his eyebrows. Ren readily accepted the challenge. He controlled the astonishingly large Shuizi and said with a chuckle, no matter how many times you challenge me, I will be the winner in the end. No matter how hard you try, you will end up just like that girl Yamato, who keeps losing after fighting and defeating. That's not necessarily the case. Smooth's eyes were sharp and he was full of fighting spirit. Don't compare me with that girl. The body is like electricity. The momentum is strong and sinking. Directly launched an attack. Clang. To this day. Ren's swordsmanship is superb. How can it be compared with Smoothie's? He has already perfectly digested all kinds of collected swordsmanship and mastered it. Created his own swordsmanship school. Advertisement. Sharp and invincible. Of course, as the strongest female star of the Charlotte family. He also possesses the ability to squeeze fruits from paramecia, and even armament hockey has been trained to be quite powerful. Smoothie's strength is indeed extraordinary, especially in the past 3 days, under Ren's guidance. She seized the opportunity, asked for advice day and night, and often asked without shame. His swordsmanship has improved greatly, and he has continuously developed his fruit abilities to fully enhance his combat effectiveness. The two of them kept fighting, which was very fierce. Admit defeat, you can't beat me, Smoothie. The long sword is indestructible and sweeps across all directions. People are at ease and open their mouths with a smile. No way. Smoothie resisted stubbornly. The ability to squeeze fruits, armament hockey, is all used. But Ren's armament hockey is undoubtedly more powerful. The ability of the Phantom Beast, the unicorn form, takes it to the next level. Unparalleled defense, tough as iron, invulnerable. Let Smoothie try his best. There is no way to shake the other party. Clang. Confrontations continued. The sword energy poured out and water splashed. The sea is churning and moving. Dazzling. He rolled his eyes and fainted. The two figures criss-crossed each other, out of reach. Let's just say you win this time. The murderous sword pointed directly at its vitals. She was seriously injured and groaned weakly. Charlotte Linlin sent someone over to notify Smoothie, the Star General, to get ready. Just like the tips of needles facing each other, their momentum is astonishing and they refuse to give in to each other. Remind Big Mom that the pirates are preparing to leave in the afternoon. The two sides decided the winner. Time passes bit by bit. Looking at the high-spirited Ren, Smoothie said with reluctance, I will definitely win it back next time. In the end, I can only accept defeat, no matter how hard Smoothie tries. Until 3 o'clock in the morning, Pacia came over to urge me. You lose. Stand. Patting Smoothie's rosy and pale face, full of stubbornness, N smiled and said, my big sister Samoji. The confrontation stopped. Chapter 394 Captain John's Treasure? Surprised Aokiji. Now, just when the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast's Pirates formally reached an alliance and were preparing to leave Wano-kuni. Far in the front and middle half of New World, in the Kalfu Sea area. Several pirate warships that were almost the same as the Marine Standard warships, but with different colors and paintings, and flying the flag of the Cross Guild, arrived here. There I rode the wind and waves and moved forward slowly. Really? Inside the cabin. Clown King, Buggy, full of excitement. He grabbed Aim Shiryu's collar tightly and lost his voice in disbelief. Captain John's treasure is here? If nothing else happens, it should be true. Shiryu of Rain, one of the 4 major Uranus, the leader of the Cross Guild, showed a faint smile. The archaeologist next to Lord Ren, the son of the devil, has deciphered the treasure map left by Captain John, and said it's right here. Very good. Buggy's eyes were shining with excitement. Gudong, but having said that, it's a shame that Lord Ren can come up with so much funds. Big Barrel Chote was drunk there, and said with a strange smile. Otherwise, there is no way that the Cross Guild's stall can continue to open for 350. Recently, some people have begun to complete the Cross Guild's bounty and gather around General Marine's head to collect the reward. The vice president of the Cross Guild, Fallen Angel, Azazel, bold and grandiose, was sitting there. He was tall, crossed his arms, and said helplessly, "If you don't have the money to pay, it will be a big trouble to wait until the guild's credit goes bankrupt before trying to re-establish it. The gold sent from Ren alone is not enough at all." However, when those underground forces saw that the bounty issued by the Cross Guild on Marine was having an effect, they have begun to express their willingness to provide financial support. Among them, the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tetsulo, has promised to help us in this regard, provided that we cannot take action against the business he controls. The Golden Emperor, who claims to control 20% of the world's Baileys. That's a fat sheep, Shiryu of the Rain said with a grin as he licked his lips. Although it controls 20% of the world's Baileys, there may be some moisture. But not to mention other things, just the 10-kilometer-long giant ship Guren Tesoro, which is even recognized by the world government as a member country of the world, government, and Marine cannot arbitrarily take action there, but Gilder Tesoro Zoro collected a large amount of gold from all over the world to build it. The value is immeasurable. Advertisement, Golden Emperor? The clown Buggy's eyes were hot and full of greed. Are you going to rob him? He naturally knows the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tetsulo. It depends on whether he understands or not. Fallen Angel, Azazel sneered. If they wanted to get rid of the beggars, they wouldn't mind letting the Golden Emperor know what the real Pirate Emperor was. And except for the tribute from the Golden Emperor. I heard that when Rock's Pirate disbanded, Captain John had no interest in the territory, so he robbed most of the treasure and left with his men. In addition, he loved money as much as his life, so the wealth he accumulated after decades of traveling the sea must be unparalleled. If only I could get Captain John's treasure again. Then the financial problems currently faced by their cross guild will be almost completely solved. By the way, Vice President Azazel, didn't Big Mom and Beast say they were going to form an alliance? Shiryu of Rain thought of something and said in a deep voice, "We have just established a foothold in New World and have not yet fully established ourselves. I am afraid that they may be the first to target us." 1. What? Buggy the Clown's expression changed drastically. He was so shocked that he broke into cold sweat. Isn't it the end? We are not afraid of 1-4 emperors, but if 2-4 emperors join forces, how can we stop them? He is still very clear about the current strength of the Cross Guild. Furthermore, even with the hidden power of Ren in Blood Prison, I'm afraid they can't stop the two major forces of Big Mom Pirates and Beast's Pirates from joining forces. It's not possible, but it will definitely. Fallen Angel. Azazel was certain. It's hard to be picky. After all, the Red Hair Pirates have been famous for a long time. They are the famous Iron Wall Pirates. It is said that the strength of the vice captain, Ben Beckman, is not as good as that of the Red Hair Pirates. F.A. Shanks is so inferior. He patted Buggy on the shoulder. So, whether we can successfully block the menacing Big Mom Pirates and Beast's Pirates depends on you, Buggy. Ah, lean on me. The clown Buggy, who was so frightened that he burst into tears, was immediately stunned. Advertisement. He rolled his eyes for a moment and looked at Fallen Angel, Azazel speechlessly. The pirates at the bottom don't know about your strength as a three-legged cat, don't you know? Aren't you and the red-haired brother sworn brothers? Azazel looked at him and said with a smile, "That guy is not a fool. With the Beasts and Big Mom forming such a blatant alliance, it is impossible for him to not have a sense of crisis and just sit back and wait for death. Don't you think it's interesting for the two inheritors of Roger Pirates will to face off against the two remnants of the Rocks Pirate? Shanks. Shanks?" Buggy the Clown was so shocked that his eyes flew out. This is not about bowing down, but about cooperation. On the island of Egret, Captain Buggy, Vice President Azazel, we have arrived at Aiglet Island. Looking at each other, people stood up one after another. Reached? Buggy the Clown, Azazel, Shiryu of the Rain, and others all couldn't help but smile and look forward to it. At this time, Clown Buggy nodded suddenly. One person and one penguin looked at the menacing pirate fleet in surprise. Azazel was not angry, but said calmly, "In the face of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates Pirate Alliance, we can't stop them, and they can't stop them either." A pirate hurried over and reported there, "Is Captain John's treasure real?" "Oh," and at this moment, Lala, what's going on? Aokiji scratched his head. "This island, I remember, is a desert island of little value, right?" Thinking of the red-haired guy's proud look, he felt a little reluctant. "No, how could I bow to that guy?" "Go outside." Makes sense. Chapter 395 Buggy. "Aokiji, do you want to come to my place?" "Ah ha ha ha, John Treasure, who has been sleeping here for a long time, your Uncle Buggy is here." Looking at the island getting closer and closer ahead. The clown, Buggy, is in high spirits and his loose robes rustle. On the observation deck above the mast, a lookout used a monocular to observe the situation in the distance. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply and he broke into a cold sweat. Full of panic, the clown Buggy, Azazel and others looked down and screamed, "Captain Buggy! There's an incredible guy appearing there, it's Marine Admiral Aokiji." "What?" Hearing this, Buggy the Clown, Nozomi Aim, Otaka and others. They were all a little shocked. Why did that guy appear here? Rain Shiryu was surprised. "Is there anyone else?" Azazel asked directly. "No, it's just him and a huge penguin." Gudong, I heard that he has resigned from the position of Marine Admiral. Do you want to kill him?" The big wine barrel carried the wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth, he asked murderously. A Marine Admiral who had resigned would be considered dead by them. First believe Marine won't do anything, right? Don't worry, let's see what that guy is going to do. The clown Buggy, who was a little panicked, heard that Aokiji was the only one. Subconsciously, he glanced at Azazel, Shiryu and the others around him, as well as the pirate warships with a large number of people gathered around them. He regained his composure instantly and felt confident. If you dare to hinder us, just kill him directly. Fallen Angel, Azazel said calmly. But in his heart, he thought about the plan revealed by Ren when he contacted him in private when the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates were just about to form an alliance, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Soon, the pirate fleet is coming menacingly. Log in one after another. A large number of pirates holding guns. Aokiji, who was sitting calmly on the beach and drinking wine calmly, was surrounded by people. Watching with eager eyes. Hey, I'm just passing by here on a trip, is it necessary to use a knife or a gun when I come up? Aokiji said helplessly. We are pirates and you are Marine, stop joking. The leading cross-guild cadre held the blade and was full of hostility. Advertisement. No, don't get me wrong, I am no longer Marine. Aokiji waved his hand. He stood up and dusted his pants. He said calmly, didn't your cross-guild say that? As long as the Marine general who has a bounty on his head quits Marine, he will no longer have a bounty on him. I remember you did cancel my reward, right? Resign? Who would believe this reason? Aokiji glared fiercely in front of him. The pirate from the 5th floor, Freezing Hell, who was selected as a cadre, smiled ferociously. I think it was because of the failure of the Summit War that you, the Marine Admiral, were expelled from the world government, right? Besides, Lousy suffered so much when he was caught impelled down, but it's all thanks to you. Aokiji, Lousy have been waiting for this day for a long time. Boys, open fire for me, go to the Seastone Network, kill him. Although the opponent is Marine Admiral, he is incredibly powerful. But they grabbed a lot of Seastone net guns from impelled down, specifically used to target people with this kind of ability. There are also strong men such as the Clown King Buggy and the Fallen Angel Azazel. He is not afraid of the other party at all, Ice Age. In an instant, the cold air surged. There were hundreds of pirates with swords and guns around. All of them, including the cadre who was once a prisoner in Freezing Hell, were frozen. Please, although I am no longer a Marine Admiral, but my strength is not something you can fight against, right? Aokiji pushed up his sunglasses, half of his body condensed into ice, and his lotus body filled the air. He looked at the Clown Buggy and others who had just started to land and were walking towards this side. What do you say? Ah ha ha ha, you are worthy of being a Marine Admiral. Those idiots under my hands were instantly frozen by you. Buggy the Clown looks down at Aokiji. There is Azazel beside you. He is confident and not afraid of the opponent at all. He asked with hostility, Aokiji, you guys are not here to steal the treasure, are you? This idiot, Rain Shiryu, is speechless. How can anyone reveal their purpose right up front? Treasure? Aokiji looked at the Clown Buggy, Azazel and others with some surprise. I see. Are you here to hunt for treasure? I thought you were here to trouble me. We don't have that much time. With your ability, if you want to escape, we may not be able to stop you. Glancing at Buggy the Clown, Fallen Angel, Azazel looked calm. Looking directly at Aokiji, flames were blazing from the back of his head, and his body exuded a fiery aura. But if you dare to hinder us, just stay. Advertisement. No, I don't want to fight a guy like you. Aokiji waved his hand. *07 He really has no interest in fighting Azazel. This monster is simply unkillable, too difficult. During the Summit War, he was so suppressed that he felt aggrieved. Even if I wasn't distracted by the fact that Buddha's Sengoku was stabbed by Bloodhell Ren. The opponent's strength is not necessarily weaker than his. What's more, there are Shiryu and others of Rain. I heard that you rejected the position of Marine Marshal and resigned from the position of Admiral, even quitting Marine? Clown Buggy asked curiously. This is the information they got from Ren. He didn't expect that there were such idiots in the world. For getting such a high position as Marshal Marine, he even resigned from the position of Marine Admiral. Ah, I couldn't find a just answer there, so I left. Aokiji didn't care and responded calmly. Ah ha ha ha, then do you want to come to our place? The Clown Buggy grinned and asked with a strange smile. Perhaps, if you look at the world from another angle, you will find different answers. He was panicking and even more confused. I have no idea why Azazel would recruit such a dangerous guy like Aokiji. But is it really worth trusting? Aokiji frowned, looked directly at the Clown Buggy in front of him, and said speechlessly. Although first left Marine, do you think I will trust you easily? I never expected that the other party would actually recruit Aokiji, the former Marine Admiral. Captain Buggy. The Clown Buggy smiled strangely and said, you don't think that I invite you to join the Cross Guild just because I trust you, do you? The pirates around were all shocked. Have you heard? Kaido and Big Mom have joined forces. What will this sea look like next? Ha 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 ha. Do not make jokes, people use each other based on various values and purposes. The so-called pirates don't need to trust each other to get together. As long as they have the same interests, they can become partners. We are all the same in terms of not trusting others. But it didn't look too surprising. What? Looking at Buggy the Clown in disbelief. As a former Marine Admiral, he is powerful. Azazel, Shiryu of Rain, Bacchus Chode and others on the side were all a little surprised. Are you kidding me? Ah ha ha ha, Aokiji, did you understand me wrong? Chapter 396 Huge Treasure, 5 Devil Fruits? Ah, I did hear something. Aokiji looked deeply at Buggy the Clown. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, once Kaido and Charlotte Linlin unite, it will be equivalent to the resurrection of the Rock's pirate of the past. In this way, you will face a lot of pressure, right? I don't think their pirate alliance will target your cross guild. Ah ha ha ha, Kaido, the beast, can join forces with Charlotte Linlin, and I can naturally join forces with the red hair. The clown Buggy smiled strangely and said, Lousy and Shanks have been on the same boat and have been sworn brothers since childhood. Speaking of it, history is always surprisingly similar. It is reincarnation again. Rock's pirate versus Roger pirates. Do you feel it? The wave of the new era is coming? He grinned, full of arrogance. Opening his arms, he hunted, 603, in his robes, and said loudly and energetically, no one can stay out of the matter, whether it's Marine or world government, or you who think you are free from pirates and Marine, sink. How about it? Do you want to take advantage of the situation and get on the Cross Guild's ship? Perhaps one day in the future, you will be in a different position, see a different scenery, and find the answer you want, but not necessarily. Say so. But according to the instructions of Fallen Angel, Azazel, the clown Buggy was acting there. I couldn't help but feel shocked and a little jumpy in my heart. To the outside world, the ensuing collision, isn't this the showdown between Captain Roger and Rocks? And Aokiji happens to be Garp's disciple, so what role does the Marine Admiral play in it? Standing on the side of the world government, he had to join forces with the Roger pirates to turn the tide and save the hero Garp of the Celestial Dragons? No, this time, hiding behind the scenes of the Cross Guild is Ren, the man whom Marine hailed as the most despicable conspirator in history. Waiting for the end of this, hero, I'm afraid it will go down with history. Very different. Alala, what you said really makes sense. Aokiji raised an eyebrow. He scratched his head as if he had a headache and stared at the clown Buggy in front of him. It's really troublesome. I seem to be a little excited. Destiny is so wonderful. So, is he going to be Mr. Garp? You don't have to give me the answer now. When do you want to join the Cross Guild? We welcome you, ha 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 ha. Buggy the clown laughed. He turned around and walked towards the depths of the island, looking high-spirited and said, young boys, let's go. Take them to Thaw. Fallen Angel, Azazel ordered directly. His flames can certainly unfreeze these guys as well. But for such a trivial matter, it was not his vice president's turn to come personally. Advertisement, yes. The group of people ignored Aokiji, the former Marine Admiral, and walked towards the island one after another. Soon, according to the information from Ren, found the mountain where Captain John buried his treasure. Boom, the flames are billowing. The huge mountain was ruthlessly conquered. An exaggerated huge hole appeared in front of everyone in the Cross Guild. The dazzling golden light is dazzling, dazzling with jewels and jewels. It blinded the eyes of the pirates present, all kinds of jewelry, crowns, gold bowls, silver bowls and other gold and silver products. Massive amounts of gold, silver and jewelry were piled up there like hills. Dazzling. There is simply no place for the eyes. But that's not all. Walk into the huge cave. There are also heavy and countless gold bars, stacked into exaggerated pyramids. In addition, there is a large amount of Bailey cash. There were boxes of them lined up there, shocking. Hiss, this is, Gulu, is this Captain John's treasure? The legend is indeed true. Get rich, get rich. Ha ha ha, a pirate's eyes immediately turned red. Even Shiryu of Rain, Bacchus Chode and others couldn't help but have their hearts beating hard. These treasures are simply too exaggerated. If only one warship comes, I'm afraid it may not be able to transport it away. It can be compared with the Golden Emperor's Gulen Tesoro. Wow, Buggy the Clown pounced on him. Captain John's treasure, Lousy finally found it, ha 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 ha. He burst into tears and was full of excitement. Trembling, it hugged a cluster of gold and silver jewels as tall as a hill. Tisk, tisk, that's really exaggerated, advertisement. Azazel was a little surprised, although he has some mental preparation. But I still didn't expect the legendary John treasure to be so exaggerated. These treasures are enough for the development of the Cross Guild. Let them completely solve their somewhat stretched financial problems. You can feel free to develop and expand. It is said that Captain John has a keen intuition for treasure hunting, which is his innate talent. Buggy the Clown was very excited. He grinned from ear to ear and said with great joy, these treasures were not only plundered by him, but quite a few of them were found by him hunting for treasure. Most of the treasures buried in history were found by him. This is, located in the deepest part of the treasure. 5 locked treasure boxes inlaid with gems appeared there. Azazel, Aim no Shiryu and other officials stepped forward. Each opened one. Devil fruit? They all couldn't help but shrink their pupils. There is actually a devil fruit in each of the 5 treasure boxes. It's really shocking. 2 unknown devil fruits. The other 3 are labeled. A Paramecia Jingjing fruit. A dragon fruit ancient species ox dragon form. A zone rat fruit phantom beast type scythe weasel form. Tisk, tisk, what a generous act, Shiryu of Rain said there. I remember that Captain John, he is not an Esper himself, right? The legendary big monster Kamaitachi. Not bad ability. 5.3 was very interested, picked up a devil fruit and played with it, and Azazel smiled. A rare phantom beast ability can be found. This John treasure really gave them a great surprise. Yes, because he often has to go to sea to salvage sunken ships or treasures hidden on the seabed, Captain John is unwilling to become a capable person for fear of being cursed by the sky and the sea. Speaking of which, the clown Buggy gritted his teeth angrily. It's all because of that B*********** D Shanks, who made me eat the devil fruit. Otherwise, Lousy's life wouldn't have become such a mess. He was originally very good at water. Even Pluton Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, had to surrender. I originally determined to form my own pirate group like Captain John in the future and find all the treasures in the world. Just because he ate chop fruit, he became a landlubber who couldn't swim. As a result, my entire life plan was disrupted. Chapter 397 The world is shaken, assassinated Marine Rear Admiral. Open black lens bracket A grand wedding on the night of the fire festival, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Big event, Beasts Pirates and Big Mom officially form an alliance, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket The strongest pirate alliance appears. Rock's pirate is resurrected. Close black lens bracket. Shocking. Blood Prison Ren marries the daughters of the four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom. Open black lens bracket With the four emperors joining forces, where will the world go? Close black lens bracket. One of the top 10 most mysterious treasures in the world, John's treasure is now available. The Guild of the Cross announced that John's treasure has been found. Open black lens bracket Assassinated Marine Rear Admiral, close black lens bracket The next day. Early in the morning, countless newsbirds, carrying a large number of newspapers, he flew to all parts of the world. The explosive news headlines stunned countless people across the sea. The sea shook, the world is in an uproar. What? Hey, is this true? Big Mom has formed an alliance with the Beasts Pirates? Hey, are you kidding me? What on earth is going on? Gulu, a woman who conquered the weather, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. The two pirate emperors who fought 18 times not long ago and fought to a bloody head have actually joined forces. Then aren't they invincible? The four emperors joined forces. It caused panic and uneasiness among countless people. People remain skeptical about whether Marine, whose reputation is declining, has repeatedly failed in battles, and has become a lackey of the world government, can maintain the situation. After all, Naval Headquarters was determined to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and his private identity as the posthumous son of Pirate King Roger. As a result, not even a Whitebeard pirate group could be dealt with. Not only was the lair destroyed, but even Marshal Marine died. What we have to face this time is the cooperation of four emperors. Rock's pirate, Gulu, is this true? It's unbelievable, are you kidding me? Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts, these guys are actually on the same boat? In particular, the World Economic News did not respond to the threat of world government. It directly introduces in detail the Rock's pirate, which was at its peak as the overlord of the New World. It shocked the world inexplicably and was too shocked to speak. Rock's pirate, advertisement Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, Ochaku, Silver Axe, Captain John. These famous pirates are all members of Rock's pirate? Their captain's name is Rock's -Zebek 2 in contrast. The Guild of the Cross announced the discovery of Captain John's treasure, which was listed as one of the 10 most mysterious treasures in the world. Instead, it didn't attract much attention. The popularity was overshadowed by the breaking news of the alliance between Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. On the contrary, there was actually a Marine Rear Admiral in the Naval Headquarters who was assassinated by greedy people while performing a mission, and his head was taken to the Cross Guild to collect the reward. It caused a great sensation. Moreover, the Cross Society announced that it would provide shelter to the people. Not only did he offer a huge bounty of hundreds of millions of Baileys, but he also sent the other party and his family to a safe place to live. Save his family from worries, to avoid the pursuit of world government and marine. As soon as this news was announced, the sea instantly shook. Not only the pirates, but also the people at the bottom and the bounty hunters couldn't help but move. An officer named Marine General was a little trembling. Like a street rat, started to feel anxious, because, after finding John's treasure, the wealthy Cross Guild has announced that it will directly adjust the reward for Marine from the initial general level officer to a captain level officer. They even directly issued bounty lists for some naval headquarters captains. This made countless Marines panic and feel uneasy. Damn it, new naval headquarters. Kizaru's face turned dark and he slapped the table hard. He had always liked fishing and was good at cultivating chi, but he was really P***D off. Once upon a time, they're the only ones Marine has put a bounty on for others. Today it turned out to be the other way around. The pirates openly offered a bounty to them. The point is, someone is really brave enough to take Marine's head to claim the reward. And the pirates readily fulfilled their promise. This is simply a huge shame. Cannot accept. Even more intolerable. Marshal Perusalino, Hack Rear Admiral, he died so unjustly. Advertisement. A Marine colonel wiped away tears there, gritted his teeth and sobbed. While chasing the pirates, he was shot in the back by a civilian he had just rescued from the pirates. That damn murderer happily carried his head to the headquarters of the Cross Guild to collect the reward. He clenched his fists tightly, filled with grief. Not only for my boss Hack Rear Admiral, but also for my own uncertain future, I feel uneasy and pessimistic. 3 days ago, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Hack, who was the base commander of Marine's 75th branch, received a request for help and led Marine to hunt down a group of pirates. As a result, the pirates were not wiped out, but they didn't expect that this Hack Rear Admiral would be assassinated from behind by the people they had just rescued from the pirates. Moreover, the murderer brutally chopped off his head. Take it to the Cross Guild to collect the reward. The key is that this Hack Rear Admiral is different from other Marine generals. In the past, the reputation among the people was very good, and there were never any rumors of bullying the people. Even when chasing pirates, we must strictly restrain our subordinates as much as possible to minimize the losses to the civilian population. Even more than once, he was accidentally injured while trying to protect people who were held hostage by pirates. Do your duty with all your heart, chase down pirates and protect the people at the bottom of 773 in order to practice justice. In the end, this is what happened. You also have to worry about whether you will be stabbed in the back by the people you just rescued. It would be unacceptable to anyone else. Is there any royal law for this? Is there any heavenly principle? We didn't underestimate the Cross Society, but we underestimated the hearts of the people. Counselor he on the side breathed a sigh of relief. There he said to Kizaru, I heard that some underground forces who were waiting and watching have begun to change their attitudes and secretly support the Cross Guild. Even the reward can be collected in the underground world, and the murderers will be provided with necessary shelter. I heard that some Marine captains have been affected and are preparing to submit their resignations. We can't keep going like this. I heard Crane Vice Admiral say this. The Marine Marshal Paluzolino's face was as solemn as ever. The key is that now the guys from Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts are restless and have formed a pirate alliance, and they are ambitious and want to take action. It's been such an eventful time. Paluzolino smiled bitterly. He really regrets becoming the Marine Marshal. I'm afraid the real troubles are not just these. At this time, the Dark Horse Vice Admiral walked in with a serious face. Vice Admiral and Kizaru couldn't help but feel their hearts sinking. There is an ominous feeling. Chapter 398 Neo Marine, targeted Vegapunk. What? Wano-kuni, the Island of Ghosts. Ren, who just sent away the Big Mom pirates. Received Robin's report. Some were surprised. Zephyr left with a large number of generals and officers to form Neo Marine. Ren really didn't expect it. Black Arm Zephyr is so decisive. At this time, it had directly separated from Marine and established Neo Marine. However, the things the world government has done have already shaken the faith of a large number of Marine generals and made them alienated. It is not surprising that he left with Black Arm Zephyr. Yes, this is the information from Spandam. Robin chuckled there and said, the world government intends to make the pirate who once cut off the right arm of Black Arm, Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, become the new 7 warlords of the sea, which completely triggered Zephyr's anger, dissatisfied. Not only T-Pen, Smoker, Hina and others, but also quite a few Dove generals and officers. Even the few naval headquarters vice admirals such as Flying Squirrel and Kong Ming who were not married and had no worries left with Black Arm Zephyr. They were all once students of Black Arm Zephyr, and they lost confidence in world government and Marine. Ren nodded and said nonchalantly, it's not surprising that he left Marine with Black Arm and practiced his own justice. The world government has always been aloof, treating itself as a god, and being arrogant. In order to protect the face of the celestial dragons and show their inviolable majesty, Marine was ordered to raise the butcher's knife towards the Sabaody archipelago. The damage and blow to oneself and Marine's prestige was too great. Coupled with the unprecedented defeat of Summit War, it directly led to a complete loss of public opinion. Not only does it let the world see through its hypocrisy and cruelty. I also saw the weak and incompetent side of this behemoth, as well as his stern and evil side. There will only be more and more people who dare to rise up and challenge it. Black Arm Zephyr's own Neo Marine, it's just the beginning. Advertisement, I heard that the world government is extremely angry and wants to list Neo Marine as a rebel organization and order Marine to eliminate it, Robin said. She was extremely happy inside. Regarding the split of Marine, it can be said that we are happy to see it happen. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to the world government and the new naval headquarters led by Kizaru. Even if possible, Robin really wants to appreciate what those old guys who are so high above the world and control the highest power of the world government look like. Let them fight on their own, Ren sneered. Right now, we have more important things to do. Okay, let the Cross Guild release the news, praise the Black Arm, Zephyr for his understanding of justice, etc., praise and kill the Neo Marine, and put them on the fire. At the same time, it is announced that the bounties on Neo Marine generals and officers will be cancelled. Something came to mind. He added, although Neo Marine is still the enemy in the final analysis, this will undoubtedly allow Neo Marine to fully relax its hands and feet and concentrate on fighting with those Marine guys. It also makes the gap and prejudice between Marine and Neo Marine wider and wider. Mutual doubt and hatred. You said your original intention was for justice and to fight pirates? Then why did the pirates only offer a bounty to us Marines, but not to your Neo Marines, and even took the initiative to cancel the bounty? Is there some collusion between you? What kind of hidden agreement was reached in private? Clear. Robin smiled and nodded. She knew she wasn't great at fighting. But we will do our best to handle the team's internal affairs, logistics, intelligence and other matters properly. Let this man completely let go and focus on what he has to do. To realize his dreams and ambitions. Listen to what you just said. Are there any other arrangements? Generously sat on Ren's lap. Looking at that handsome face, Luo asked curiously. Are you going to fight again? Advertisement. Well, the island of the future, Egghead, is known as Egghead Island. He gently hugged the soft waist. Ren had no intention of hiding it. Is it that genius scientist? Vegapunk? Robin raised an eyebrow. Well, if he can't be used by me, then I have no choice but to kill him. Ren's face was calm. His eyes were full of sharpness and coldness. The technology there is also what we need now. In the original trajectory, Dr. Vegapunk's clone, Desire. The virgin flame that was created for the world government and used as the energy source for the ancient weapon Uranus left a deep impression on him. There is also the Seraph project, specifically designed to replace 7 warlords of the sea. He has a high prestige among the Marines. He led a group of Marine generals and officers to set up their own business, and the influence was extremely bad. Once publicity spreads, it may have a chain reaction, and more Marine generals will leave to join Neo Marine. It is guarded by the Marine Admiral and is heavily guarded. Just in time, Black Arm Zephyr's departure caused Marine's internal divisions and its strength to drop sharply. It's not an ordinary trouble. If you plan carefully, Ren wants to kill Vegapunk, which is not a problem. It can be said that as long as there is mental arithmetic, there is no intention. To be honest, it would be quite tricky to let them fully grow. After all, Black Vein Zephyr is the former Marine Admiral. Moreover, as a member of the Lunarian clan, Ren would never allow Dr. Vegapunk to blaspheme the blood of the God clan. He won't give the other party any chance, but he wants to seize Dr. Vegapunk's research results. After retiring to the second line many years ago, he has been committed to cultivating the new generation of Marines. Robin pointed out the biggest problem directly. However, at this stage, Dr. Vegapunk should have just cut off his brain and completed the creation of 6 clones. Obviously, he has not completed this yet. With Pato's ability, there are also Violet, the staring fruit user, Bluno, the gate fruit user, and Khalifa, the transparent fruit user. Ren nodded and couldn't help but sneer. Now, Kizaru and those Marine senior executives are probably very busy, thinking about how to deal with the aftermath, right? The world government obviously attaches great importance to Dr. Vegapunk, and even sent a Marine admiral to sit in Egghead for a long time. If it wants to take action there, Marine will not sit idly by. Chapter 399 The Furious Kaido Attacks. You want to attack Egghead? In the skeleton hall, Kaido, who was discussing the expedition with Yanban, Yangban and others, looked at Ren in surprise. Isn't that the Marine scientific research base under the world government? It's not that easy to take action there. We're not ready for a full-scale war with Marine, are we? Yan Calamity Jin, Labor Calamity Quinn, Drought Catastrophe Jack and others were all a little surprised. Several branch bases such as Marine G14 and G13 are nearby, and the Vice Admiral with Naval Headquarters is in charge. And the key is, Admiral T. Dolphin also sat there for a long time. If we attack there, it will be a formal declaration of war on Marine. The Marine of today is no longer the Marine of the past. Ren said calmly. We are not afraid of him at all. Boss Kaido, I think you have seen the threat of pacifists, right? He looked directly at Kaido of the Beasts and said in a deep voice, this is just the first generation of pacifists. If there is a second generation, a third generation, or even other more astonishing large-scale ones, destructive weapons are not an ordinary threat to us. That guy from Vegapunk is indeed a big trouble. I heard 313 Ren say this. Kaido, the Beast, could not help but frown. Of course he knew very well that Marine was currently extremely weak. During the Summit War, Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku died in battle, Marine Admiral Akainu died in battle, and Marine Admiral Aokiji resigned. The hero Garp was disheartened and returned to his hometown to support his family. Even Black Arm Zephyr is gone. Of the 3 admirals, only one Kizaru is left. Even though the world conscription has given them new combat power, they will never be as prosperous as before. And the Beast's Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have officially formed an alliance. I'm not afraid of Marine, unless the world government takes action personally. But the key point is Dr. Vegapunk worth it for them to immediately break up with Marine and start an all-out war? This was obtained from my experimental base in Punk Hazard. It was left there by the Marine science team when there was a poison gas leak accident 2 years ago. Ren stops talking nonsense. He directly took out the blue artificial devil fruit. I heard that it was an artificial devil fruit created by Dr. Vegapunk using the blood factor of Boss Kaido. Currently, he has no talents worth cultivating. Advertisement. Moreover, Munch fruit can already rob others of their abilities, so this devil fruit is not that important to him. Dr. Bryan's research is making good progress. It's no longer needed. What? Kaido's expression changed drastically. The whole person couldn't help but stand up suddenly. He stared at Ren, or rather stared at the artificial devil fruit in his hand. That be ******** D Vegapunk. Is that time? Jin couldn't help changing his color and clenched his fists tightly. Reminds me of some bad memories. Kaido-sama's artificial devil fruit? Did that guy once extract the blood factor of Master Kaido and study it? Quinn was shocked and inexplicable. He and Vegapunk were both former members of the Mads team, so they are no strangers to each other. At first, I thought this thing was a failure. Ren's face was solemn. Looking directly at Kaido, who had a gloomy expression, he said in a deep voice, However, after Dr. Brian's verification, it is not a failure as Vegapunk claims, and it even has the same qualities as your fish. The ability of the fruit phantom beast species and the blue dragon form is exactly the same. What, are you telling the truth? Kaido changed color in shock and couldn't sit still anymore. He was a little surprised and angry when he took over the artificial phantom beast dragon form ability that Ren handed over. The fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form ability that I finally obtained from Charlotte Linlin were copied so easily by the other party. This obviously made BIDF a little unacceptable to him. Jin, Jack and others were all shocked, somewhat unbelievably voiceless. Doesn't that mean that 4+ Punk has the ability to mass-produce fantasy beast species? Hey, are you serious? Quinn's eyes almost flew out of his head, and he couldn't believe his ears. Is that damn Vegapunk ahead of them all again? Although I don't know if he can awaken, Dr. Vegapunk's creativity can be seen as Madara. Ren nodded. Looking at Kaido, whose expression was changing, he said bluntly, add in the pacifists, Boss Kaido. You can imagine how much of a threat such people are to us in the world government. Advertisement: the reason why he summoned the beasts Kaido. Naturally, it's not just the technology that Vegapunk wants to master. I also want to confirm whether the world government will personally end it next, or even use the mysterious national treasure. Anyway, with observation Haki's ability to foresee the future, his near immortality fruit ability, and his ultimate flying speed, Ren is confident that he will not be killed easily and will be able to protect himself. I believe that Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, will not be killed so easily. Of course, if Kaido of the beasts is unfortunately killed. So sorry, he accepted beasts pirates rudely, roar. The next moment, accompanied by a terrifying momentum. Of course, the worst case scenario is to destroy everything in Egghead. Lousy can't get it, and you, the world government, can't get it either. It directly transformed into a pteranodon and fluttered its wings. Rushed towards the sky. Uncle Jin, you go first, I'll prepare some things first, and I'll catch up later. Kaido of the beasts is angry though. The huge roar of the beast Kaido echoed throughout the Ghost Island. A giant green dragon soared into the sky. He was determined to obtain the technical information of Vegapunk. Jin, you be ****************** D, don't give orders to me, Quinn yelled dissatisfied. But he is not a fool, and naturally he will not lead everyone in Kaido of the beasts to confront him head-on. He nodded and then gave instructions to Quinn, Jack, King Kong, and others. Quinn, Jack, King Kong. You three will stay on Ghost Island and stay on the stand for now. Ren, Jin. The giant green dragon rushed into the distance. Let's go to Egghead. Moreover, to attack an Egghead, 3 of them are enough. 47. But Jin has turned into a black stream of light. Ren said directly. After all, our goal is not only to destroy Egghead, but also to obtain Vegapunk's technology. Jin's eyes were stern. Chapter 400. Ren's target, Big Mom is dispatched? Ren. Master Ren. Soon Karina, Bluno, Dr. Brian, Violet, Hualipato and others all rushed over one after another. They had already received Ren's call. The 5 of you act together, but once you succeed, you will leave immediately. Ren looked at the few people, his face was more serious than ever before, and he said in a deep voice, Pato, you are responsible for following Tony. Remember to transform into the mirror fruit user Bray and the teleportation fruit user, and be ready to act or evacuate at any time. Karina and Bluno are responsible for sneaking into the exploration target, and Violet is responsible for hiding in the mirror world, using the power of the staring fruit to cooperate with the search for the island. Once you receive my warning or you sense any danger, immediately enter the gate fruit or the alien space of the mirror world. Do not stay on that island. Because even I can't predict what will happen next. Vegapunk, a genius scientist who claims to have scientific research capabilities that surpass the current human beings for 500 years, is of immeasurable value to the world government, especially impossible sit back and watch as he and his epic-making research results fall into the hands of pirates. It's impossible to confirm whether the world government will ultimately use their national treasure directly, or the entire island may be completely wiped off the sea in an instant. The power of the legendary ancient weapon is so amazing that it is currently impossible to estimate. This time the action, it is undoubtedly extremely risky. So much so that Ren wasn't even prepared to take too many people there. Even if it has many bug devil fruit abilities, but obviously, this is also an important opportunity to test the world government's trump card. If given the chance, Ren wouldn't mind destroying the mysterious national treasure suspected to be Uranus. Yes, I heard Ren speak so seriously. Karina, Dr. Brian, Bluno and others could not help but feel awestruck and did not dare to be careless. Next, I will bring this mirror with me. Ren took the mirror made of morphological memory alloy that Dr. Brian had prepared in advance, and directly told the transformed raccoon Pato. Pato, you first use the deformation leaves to transform Bree, and let her take you into the mirror world. Stand by. Yes, boss. Advertisement. Huali Pato threw the transformation leaf and directly transformed into Bree. Using the ability of the mirror fruit, several people were sent to the mirror world. I heard that Vegapunk is a user with the ability of Paramecia brain fruit. He cut off his head and separated it, relying on an antenna to receive radio waves. His head is still getting bigger to this day. He calls it the Punk record. Ren brings a mirror. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, flying towards the distant sky. At the same time, across the mirror world, Dr. Brian, Karina and others gathered in front of the mirror said, "And that guy has too many ideas and is too busy." So he specially created 6 clones, representing the 6 sides of Vegapunk, namely integrity, evil, thought, wisdom, rage, and desire, so that he can share the information recorded by Vegapunk every day. No matter it is Dr. Brian, the scientist. Bluno, Karina, Violet and others were all stunned. I have to say that this world government's chief genius scientist is truly amazing. He actually made 6 clones without making a sound. Moreover, it seems that they all have amazing scientific research capabilities. I'm afraid that even if it's not as good as the original body, it won't be much worse. Let's confirm the target of the operation. Looking at the sea passing by below, Ren said in a deep voice. The first target is Vegapunk's body, then the Punk records and his clones. Finally, there are other technologies, weapons made by Vegapunk, etc. By the way, there's a giant prehistoric robot there, get rid of him if you can. Ren recalled the relevant information about Egghead Island. Gia hee hee, if I can swallow Vegapunk's brain, all his skills will be mine, D. Brian said excitedly. Full of expectations, this action, although full of danger. Please give me flowers, but for him, it is also a huge opportunity, the kind that makes people jealous and crazy. Advertisement. What if we could rely on the ability of Munch Munch Fruit to swallow Dr. Vegapunk's brain and merge it with itself? He can obtain everything from Dr. Vegapunk in disguise. By then, he will be truly the #1 scientist in the world. Well, if nothing can be done, just try to devour his 2 robot clones, which represent thoughts and wisdom. Maybe we can gain something too. You are right, there is indeed such a risk. People are not sure. Make an appointment. Oh, giggle, if nothing can be done, then we will destroy everything. Hasn't she always wanted the technology to enlarge the human body? I'm sure she will be excited. In other words, does that mean that Dr. Brian has transformed into a Vegapunk clone like Desire, that cannot be controlled by the Vegapunk body to a certain extent? Ren, you're here. 0. Kaido, the beast, frowned and said in a deep voice. Then just call that guy Linlin. If you can't catch the Vegapunk body, try your best to catch the clone that represents the Desire, pictured as Ook. Boss Kaido, with the abilities of Kizaru and Bylong, I'm afraid they will be able to get here soon. Ren carried a mirror on his back and rushed to the Cyan Dragon, where he asked. Besides, we know what kind of reaction the world government will have, and maybe they will use unknown forces. Should we call Big Mom? Certainly, the desires of living things are often the most uncontrollable, but they are most likely to be controlled by us through coercion and inducement. Not long after, Ren extinguished the flames on the back of his head, increased his speed, and easily caught up with the 2. If Dr. Brian swallows the 2 robot clones of Vegapunk, will he get everything from each other? Thousands of meters in the air. The giant Cyan Dragon and the jet black pterosaur were galloping there. Chapter 401 Egghead, the shocked T-Dolphin. Mama, I didn't expect Kaido that you would actually take action against Egghead. Soon, received a call from Ren. When Kaido proposed human body enlargement technology as a condition, Big MQM was instantly moved. After all, after meeting those brutal tyrants of Beast's pirates, she is very greedy. Immediately arranged for Parasparrow and others to be on standby. He directly rode Thundercloud Hera, took Sun Prometheus, and joined Kaido, Ren, and Jin. Vegapunk. That genius scientist who surpasses the current wisdom of mankind for 500 years. Her eyes were shining, she grinned at Kaido, the beast, and laughed. Kaido, if you don't give him to me, I will treat it as if you have repaid the favor you owe me. Mama. You think beautifully, Linlin. Kaido, the beast, responded angrily. Of course, it is impossible for him to agree, and it is a condition that he can propose the technology of enlarging the human body. 393. Even the artificial devil fruit, he wasn't going to give it to anyone. Even this most powerful creature in the sea, land and air cannot tolerate the fact that someone else in this world has the same ability as him. Then, let's talk first. Charlotte Linlin said directly. I want more than just the technology to enlarge the human body. Whether it's blood factor technology or pacifist-related technology, I want it. Now that you are involved, she is not a fool. How could she let go of such an opportunity? Naturally, the lion opens his mouth. No way, don't go too far, Linlin. Seeing Charlotte Linlin pushing her even further, Kaido decisively refused. If he hadn't considered the deep connection between world government and marine, he wouldn't have been prepared to involve them at all. Vegapunk, a genius scientist, is determined to win. No matter what happens, everything will be completely destroyed. No one gets it. One day he didn't want to. Among the new generation of pacifists mass-produced by the world government, there is a guy with the ability to take the form of a phantom beast and a blue dragon, or a clone of himself. That's simply unacceptable. However, if you can get Vegapunk or the technology to get artificial devil fruit, he will be able to realize his dream and create an army of beasts, all of which are truly zone ability users. Why do we need those unsightly and low-strength gift givers? Knowing that Vegapunk can create a real zone devil fruit, even the abilities of the zone devil species can be perfectly reproduced. Kaido has become somewhat disdainful of the failed products provided by Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo. Let's talk about this later, we can discuss it later. Ren said solemnly. Don't think that we have a guaranteed victory, otherwise we may fall short of the success, or even lose the rice. If it's just Marine, it's okay. Now that their strength is greatly reduced, they won't pose much of a threat to us. The key is that on the world government side, it's hard to say whether those guys will use unknown powers beyond imagination. Makes sense. Advertisement regardless of Jin himself. Or the 2-4 emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. They couldn't help but stare blankly, then confirm the plan first. Ren said directly there, I will break into Egghead Island directly and let out the new admiral of the T-Dolphin. Then Boss Kaido, Big Mom and you 2-4 emperors appeared together and besieged that guy with all your strength, trying to kill him in the shortest possible time and weaken the world government in Kaiku's calendar area. Uncle Jin is responsible for infiltrating, finding Vegapunk, and catching him. What do you think? Good, of course Jin will have no objection. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at each other and nodded. In fact, Fuin wanted to find Vegapunk himself, but he wanted to join forces with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin first to kill the Admiral, the T-Dolphin, in a short time. That can weaken Marine's combat power to the greatest extent. Even admirals like Kizaru and White Dragon arrive. There is nothing you can do to get them. When the time comes, it is said that we will be able to pursue the victory and expand the results. Leave 1 or 2 with the highest combat power. In addition, I just want a quick victory. Before the world government reacts and makes up its mind. Get what you need to get, as long as I can get the Vegapunk clone and the Punk records. Even if it is really impossible to grasp the true nature of Vegapunk, it is not unacceptable to Ren. Yuahuhu. The wind howled. The sea is churning violently. The climate seems extremely harsh. A towering island is vaguely visible. It stood there like a huge eggshell. Mama, is that Egghead Island? Thousands of meters in the air. Looking down at the distant islands, Charlotte Linlin's eyes were burning. Kaido, who transformed into a blue dragon, was full of murderous intent. Then let's start taking action. I'll go over first, you guys stay hidden, brush. Ren's voice fell. In an instant, it swooped down from an altitude of 10,000 meters. It turned into a black stream of light and rushed towards Egghead Island. Didi. The moment we approach this sea area. Advertisement, they are huge mechanical sea beasts with traces of technological transformation on many parts of their bodies. It rushed out from the sea, extremely ferocious. The bloody mouth opened, revealing the black muzzle, all aimed at the figure in the air. However, William was too lazy to bother with them. Dodged one after another incoming shells. At an astonishing speed, he bypassed the sea beasts that kept pouring out. Close to Egghead Island. Beep, beep, Egghead Island. A shrill siren echoed. The target has been confirmed. It is Beasts Pirates' 4th natural disaster, Blood Prison, Ren. Location, East-South Blue Bank, everyone is ready to fight. On this island, a marine, government personnel, scientific researcher. Everyone was alarmed. Some were shocked. No one expected that Blood Hell Ren would suddenly attack the island. What? The T-Dolphin, who was playing golf leisurely on a beach, suddenly changed his expression. Throw away golf clubs, he ran towards the moving coast. Boom, boom, coast defense artillery and laser cannons were launched one after another. 5.7 kept attacking Ren, who was getting closer, but was easily avoided. Instead, the mechanical sea beasts from behind continued to rush out of the sea and scrambled to attack. They were all blown to pieces. Get rid of the obstruction first. Just set foot on the coast. Ren's foot suddenly stamped. Without waiting for the pacifist guards, the Marines and government personnel stationed here began to attack. Rumble, earth. Even the entire island, it shook suddenly. The territory of the Overlord, the tide of the earth. As if it had a sense of life, it was lifted up directly. Like a huge wave, it couldn't help but surge in all directions. Everything on this island, including the pacifists, Marines, and agents, must be submerged. Boom, boom, boom. Ah. Chapter 402. The 4th Disaster versus Admiral T-Dolphin. Rumble. Ah. The screams continued. The whole island was shaken continuously. Egghead Island was originally full of science fiction and futuristic feeling. It became ruins in an instant. It turned into a hell on Earth. A large number of marine and government personnel, and even scientific researchers. All were buried ruthlessly, together with those pacifists who have invulnerable bodies and can release laser beams so powerful that they can easily subdue hundreds of millions of pirates. No exception. All were sunk hundreds of meters deep into the ground. Look around. It's all in ruins. Only the huge eggshell, floating above the entire island, shrouded in clouds and mist, is still intact. Destruction is always much simpler than construction. Ren, as the initiator, felt a little emotional. However, it seems that I got an incredible thing. He chopped it with his feet. The earth surges like a swamp. A huge figure appeared in front of him. Full of science fiction, the Man of Steel is a bit exaggerated in size, but full of traces of battle. Rust Madara seems to have experienced endless years. Ah. Egghead. That be D. I can't spare him. The walking 18 natural disasters, people live up to their names. That ancient robot, hateful, now. The research and development layer above the giant Egghead. Through surveillance, we noticed the tragic situation below. Vegapunk's main body and its clones were all shocked. While furious, he was also a little worried. Gia hee hee, that's great. Dr. Brian came out directly from the mirror. Looking at this giant ancient robot, his eyes lit up. There is such a huge robot. Take it away. Ren said directly. Right away, Brian Tunney, who had already integrated PX3 and could use the power of the fortress fruit in disguise, ran to the giant ancient robot. Directly control the PX3. The power of the fortress fruit was activated. Put this giant robot into the castle. Huh, it's reached its limit. If it gets bigger, there's no way to get rid of it unless I swallow it directly, Dr. Brian said there. Don't dawdle there, hurry up and make the next plan. Sensing a strong and familiar aura that was approaching, Ren reminded. But be careful, his research and clones are not decorations. Don't get killed. Understood. Dr. Brian Tunney immediately got into the mirror. And, use his abilities directly, advertisement. Make a huge mirror smaller. B****************** D, blood prison. A figure roared. Violent fist marks, covered with stone. Wrapping around Haki, he hit hard. Kang, between the electric light and flint. A flash of cold light flashed, and the blade was unsheathed. Enma Tianzi wrapped around Haki and blocked Chokaji's furious fist seal. Yuahuhu. The shocking impact tore apart the messy earth. The sea churned, and 5 splashed out. Alala, T-Dolphin, long time no see. The fire in the back of his head went out. This greatly increases one's own attack power in an instant. Even in human form, he can easily block the attack of the Marine Admiral, the T-Dolphin. With a smile on his face, Ren looked directly at the wretched face of the T-Dolphin and said with a smile. However, you don't seem to have changed at all. You guy. The T-Dolphin's eyes were stern, full of anger and murderous intent. But, don't wait for the extremely frightened and angry T-Dolphin to finish. His eyes were sharp, full of strength and dominance. Another blade was unsheathed like lightning and slashed out. I'm sorry, I've become stronger. Kang. Sparks splashed. The T-Dolphin wrapped around Haki's fist seal, barely able to block the incoming blade, and had to retreat. However, there were shocking scratches on it, crackling. The next moment, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The terrifying dark red flames were burning. The earth was directly melted into magma, causing the T-Dolphins who were about to charge up again to change their color in shock. The image of Ren in front of him has changed drastically, and he has entered the human animal form. It has golden horns on its head, and its face still maintains a human posture, but 2 sharp fangs protrude. The whole person turned into a humanoid monster more than 3 meters tall, covered with red scales and bathed in the flames of hell. T-Dolphin. I have wanted to kill you for a long time. Ren's eyes were cold and murderous. The blade was intertwined with black and red lightning, burning with blazing flames. The whole person rushed forward violently, double sword style great purgatory. Kai. A loud roar broke through the air. 2 gleaming blades wrapped around the astonishing conqueror's Haki, carrying terrifying flames, ruthlessly tearing the atmosphere apart and slashing forward. A gorgeous trajectory was drawn, with endless murderous intent. Makes your scalp numb. The T-Dolphin changes color. But he was not to be outdone. The giant rock fist entangled Haki. Advertisement he blasted out brazenly, rock fist impact. Kang. Chong, in an instant, 2 figures. A fierce confrontation ensued. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on, refusing to give in to each other. At the same time, the earth continued to surge, and was crushed again in the blink of an eye. It seems like 2 parties are constantly fighting for control of the earth. Boom. Boom. The rock fist marks that were chopped to pieces and melted into magma were replaced by a large amount of new rocks that continued to gush out. Relying on the ability of Logia Tutu Fruit, he was able to block Ren's fierce offensive. This guy has really become stronger. T-Dolphin, who was completely suppressed and seemed to be struggling, was a little frightened. Several times, the rock covering Haki was almost cut open by the opponent, injuring his body. Crackling, the flames are billowing. The heat wave couldn't help but hit my face. It simply wants to burn everything, leaving no trace of life. 623. In the blink of an eye, the entire land turned into a terrifying magma lake. It was boiling and bubbling there, horrifying. How? His eyes were extremely sharp. The 2 swords were like electricity, and they kept slashing out. Ren, who was unyielding in his power, spoke with a sarcastic tone. You, Marine Admiral, do you only have this much strength? In the past, he tried his best, but he could only survive as a T-Dolphin who was still on the waiting list at that time. To this day, relying on the sharpness of the 2 supreme sharp knives, as well as its own rising strength. Confront the newly appointed Marine Admiral again. But he has been able to do it with ease. Try your best to try to seize control of the earth. With his fruit ability completely defeating the T-Dolphin, he also suppressed the opponent steadily. He stamped his feet violently. Boom boom W, he just wanted to curse. What? The T-Dolphin changed color. His Logia Earth fruit ability has been mostly restrained. The territory of the Overlord Chaos of Hell. One after another, there are huge and extremely ferocious magma beasts. As a result, he was crushed by the opponent. Lava lakes surge. Even if there is no need to use the blue wave ball. Ho ho, relying on its huge mouth and carrying a billowing heat wave, it came mercilessly towards the Marine Admiral, the T-Dolphin who had just been promoted for less than a month. The imposing Ren had a stern look in his eyes. The T-Dolphin's face turned black. What can he do? Chapter 403. Frightened Kizaru, Vegapunk. No, Marshal Perusalino. Now the entrance to New World. The new naval headquarters of the former G1 branch. The adjutant hurried over, sweating profusely, and reported. A signal for help came from Egghead Island, claiming to have been attacked by Blood Hell Ren. The T-Dolphin Admiral is fighting with him now, asking for support. What? Originally, it was because Black Arm Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, left with a large number of Marine elites to found Neo Marine, which was a bit distressed. Kizaru's face changed drastically as he was busy discussing the aftermath with Crane Vice Admiral. Huoran stood up, extremely surprised. I never expected that I had just received information that the Big Mom pirates had left Wano Kuni and headed towards the waters of Todo Land. I turned around and heard the news. Blood Prison Ren, that B*************** D actually attacked Egghead. Is he a Vegapunk? Crane Vice Admiral sitting at his desk. His face was more serious than ever before, and he couldn't sit still. Now we're in trouble. She was a little helpless. With the defeat of naval headquarters in the Summit War, their vitality was severely weakened. The pirate forces in New World peeked into Marine's reality. He has begun to provoke unscrupulously. I'm afraid that he is just the vanguard, and the real troublesome guy is still behind. Perusalino looked serious and said in a deep voice, let the branch base near Egghead Island send fleet reinforcements quickly. Let Admiral White Dragon rush over immediately. Only his ability can do it in the shortest time. Get there and support the T-Dolphin in time. Yes, Vegapunk has no room for error. I need to go there in person. Watching the adjutant leave in a hurry, Kizaru, who was in a terrible mood and had a gloomy look on his face, looked at Vice Admiral Crane and said sternly, Grandma Crane's headquarters will be left to you and Green Bull. He felt that nothing good had ever happened since he became the Marine Marshal. The troubles I encountered were simply more than those in my Marine career in previous decades. Who makes him unable to resist the temptation of Marshal Marine? Maybe I shouldn't have gone through this muddy water. Kizaru smiled bitterly. Don't worry, Crane Vice Admiral nodded slightly. Right now, only Kizaru and Hakuryu have the ability to reach Egghead quickly. Moreover, the headquarters needs someone with the highest combat power to be in charge. Advertisement, especially since the former Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku died and the hero Garp has returned to hiding. Momosagi alone is still not enough, because the Marine Admiral's duty is not only to guard the naval headquarters. At the same time, he is also responsible for guarding the safety of the holy place Mariajoy. In case of any emergency or some plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain. The consequences could be disastrous. Brush, golden light shines. Flying out directly from the open window, rushing towards the distant sky. In the marshal's office. Looking out the window, I don't know when there were dark clouds covering the sky. Is it going to rain? Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but pursed his lips. T-Dolphin, you have to hold on. The ominous premonition in her heart made her pray. With a faint look in his eyes, he sighed softly. Sengoku, where will Marine's justice go? However, no one could respond to her. The other two members of the former Iron Triangle are no longer there. The man who had been secretly in love with her for decades but dared not speak could only bury his feelings in his heart forever. Even another close comrade, Black Arm Zephyr. He also took a large number of Marines' backbones to leave Marine and founded Neo Marine. And is her own persistence right or wrong? Perhaps, only time can give her an answer. Marshal Perusalino, a Marine colonel, came running up sweating profusely. Not seeing Kizaru, he was stunned for a moment. What's up? Crane Vice Admiral. The Marine colonel saluted and said hurriedly, the latest news is that not only the Blood Prison Ren, but the Fire Disaster Jin also appeared in Egghead 1. I know, let's get down. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes were calm. This was what she expected, because guys like Blood Prison Ren are thoughtful and deep. It is impossible for a person to go to Egghead to cause trouble alone. I am afraid that not only the fire disaster will appear there, but also the beast Kaido. Advertisement: the worst outcome is that Big Mom, who just left Wano Kuni, is included. And at this moment, far in the second half of New World. Egghead Island. Whoosh. Boom. Boom. A large number of laser beams are constantly scanning. However, Flame Calamity Jin, who transformed into a pteranodon, had an electric form. Like a black stream of light, it constantly dodges the incoming lasers. He was hit by a large number of laser beams and forced his way through the airtight defense system. Damn it. It's the fire plague of Beast's pirates. That guy is from the Lunarian tribe and can ignore damage. For a while, Vegapunk himself and his clones are packing their things and preparing for emergency evacuation. She is tall and looks like a little girl, representing the violent Vegapunk clone. In order to study the Lunarian race's racial abilities, various inhuman endurance experiments were conducted on him at the Marine Experimental Base in Punk Hazard. In the horrified eyes of Vegapunk and others, What? Of course they recognized Jin. Vegapunk as the main body. Gia he, I'm afraid you can't escape. The evil clone, Lilith, and the desire clone, York, are about to escape. It can only be this way. Extraordinary, carrying a backpack that had just been packed. An air door suddenly opened. He actually nodded in agreement without hesitation. Then I'll trouble you. They couldn't help but their expressions changed drastically. Looking at the surveillance screen, Yan Calamity Jin, who had passed through the defense system unscathed, was coming at him fiercely. The short Vegapunk had an apple-shaped antenna on his head and a big tongue. Jiao Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. I'm afraid that guy hates me so much that he gnashes his teeth. I must not be caught by him. Elatus, whose hair was divided into two colors, held a technological glove and said loudly, "Original body, let's stop him. You, Lilith, York and the others should evacuate first." Chapter 404. The severely injured T-Dolphin, the five elders who cannot sit still. Boom boom. Egghead Island. There were constant loud noises and thick smoke billowing. Each one is lifelike, as if it has a sense of life. The terrifying magma beast is ravaging madly. Rock giant. The T-Dolphin roared there. The whole person turned into a rock giant about 10 meters high, covering Hockey's rock fist mark, constantly bombarding the incoming magma beast. Boom boom. Double sword style G Pluton. Ren's eyes narrowed, attacked with murderous intent. Hockey, who couldn't help but exert powerful force, slashed out from the air with his gleaming double swords, intertwined with black and red lightning. A terrifying slash, blazing and eye-catching, it tore apart everything like a ravage. Unstoppable. Rock fist impact. The rock giant is astonishingly powerful. Hysterical, pumping his fists unwilling to be outdone. A violent shock wave crushed the atmosphere and blasted out. Boom boom. Amazing collision, tearing the earth apart. The dazzling light and radiance are incomparable to the eyes. T-Dolphin's mouth was bleeding from the corners, and the rock giant was pushed back continuously, almost unable to stabilize his body. Mama, well done. At this time, a bloated and tall figure. Holding a huge blade that resembles 707 people, and accompanied by a huge sun. Riding on a fluffy anthropomorphic thundercloud, it flew over. Oh, it's Lousy's turn. Immediately afterwards. A giant green dragon soared into the sky. The T-Porpoise, which was already a little aggrieved by being suppressed by Ren, changed its color in shock. Big Mom, Kaido. He was so shocked and angry that he shouted, "Are you going to start a full-scale war with the world government? Stop threatening me with world government." Elbaf's gun Wei Guo. Charlotte Linlin smiled ferociously. The blade suddenly swung. Cracked out hard and violently. Advertisement, buzz. The terrifying sword waves distorted the atmosphere. It directly crushed the rock giant that the T-Dolphin turned into by using its fruit ability. Justice clash. The T-Dolphin fought back hard. An elbow strike blasted out hard, but he was still beaten backwards. The petrified right arm was directly destroyed in half. Oh, Vegapunk is ours. The giant blue dragon rushed down from the sky and transformed into a human animal beast, Kaido, BIDG, with an electric figure. Swinging a ferocious mace, black and red lightning intertwined, overwhelming the atmosphere. Show no mercy and come with a sudden blast, thunder 8 trigrams. Boom boom. The rock giant was caught off guard and was directly blasted into pieces. The T-Dolphin vomited blood and flew out. Unwillingly, he yelled, "Kaido." God avoids. The next moment, people have endless murderous intentions. There is absolutely no intention of giving the other party any chance to breathe. Emperor Yama shines with an eerie red light, like a bottomless pit of greed, constantly plundering his hockey. Wrapped with powerful black and red lightning, arrives with a brazen blast. Boom boom. The rocky body surface was ruthlessly shattered. The T-Dolphin's face was distorted and he vomited blood. Shockingly large holes were torn across his body. Flying out like cannonballs. Mama, it's not over yet. Charlotte Linlin smiled ferociously, and Napoleon, burning with blazing flames, wrapped around Hockey and struck hard. Broken blade, Emperor's sword. Oh, giggle, isn't that a bit too bullying? Kaido laughed. But he was not lenient at all. The whole person jumped up high and flew over the T-Dolphin in an instant. The mace was intertwined with black and red lightning, and it was violently blasted from top to bottom. Zhang Sanshi Yin Nai Luo. Only a dead enemy is a good enemy. A rolling heat wave hit my face. Ren, covered in flames, grinned. Advertisement. He even wanted to make a quick decision and take the lead in getting rid of this marine with the highest combat power. There is no thought of recovering the fruit's ability at all. The double sword swung diagonally. Bravely slashed out. Double sword style. Great purgatory. Rumble. And at this moment, far above the red line. Holy place Mariajoy, among the powers. Damn it, and jail that be *********************************************** D. Do the Beast's pirates want to declare war on the world government? Copper's Ren, that man really doesn't stop for a moment. The Beast's pirates have just formed an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. Are they impatient to take action? No matter what, Vegapunk must not fall into the hands of these pirates. Reports of an attack on Egghead were received. The 5 elders looked livid and a little angry. I never expected that Blood Prison Ren would suddenly kill Egghead. Obviously, the target can only be Vegapunk, a talented scientist who has scientific research capabilities that exceed the current human being's 500 years. There is news from Marine that Kizaru and Hakuryu have passed by. A masked CPO official knelt there and said, but the latest news is that the 2 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, have appeared there. 2 pirate emperors, plus a Blood Prison Ren. I'm afraid Admiral T-Dolphin may not be able to stop. Saint Satan leaned on a cane and frowned and said, Kizaru and Bylong Lone are not safe enough. It seems that I have to go there myself. To be on the safe side, I'll go with you too. Nishu Langsheng pushed up his glasses. Holding first-generation Kitetsu, he slowly opened it. Accompanied by a teeth-searing friction sound, the slightly unsheathed blade flashed a strange red light. A flash of bloodthirsty scarlet flashed in his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. It's been so long since I've been in the lower realms. If you have no choice but to kill Vegapunk, Saint Wachuli spoke quietly. Although it's a bit regretful, if the situation develops to the worst, this will be the only way. Saint Mosh nodded with a solemn face. It's not just Kaido who thinks so. Compared to letting Vegapunk fall into the hands of pirates, the 5 elders would also rather destroy everything. Come here, bring that invincible slave PX0. Barcelona Bear here immediately. Saint Sarton gave orders there. He said calmly. Only his ability can allow the two of us to reach Egghead quickly. I hope it's not too late. Yes. 12 BP Chapter 405 The Transformed Frankie? Punk Records? Ah, Egghead Island. I do not know how long it has been. A figure fell there. Most of his body was burned away by the raging flames. The blade of the cold light pierced through the chest mercilessly. Goodbye. Looking at the remaining upper body, which was burned to a bloody pulp, his eyes were wide open, and the T-Dolphin had lost the breath of life. People looked indifferent. Terrifying flames surged out. In an instant, the entire Cha-Do was reduced to ashes. Oh, hey, another Marine Admiral has fallen. Holding the ferocious mace, Kaido grinned. Who is this? Mama, I really want to see the expressions of Marine and the top guys in the world government. Big Mom couldn't help but laugh. In just a few months, Marine suffered heavy losses one after another and had already lost all its majesty. In the Summit War, a Marine Marshal and a Marine Admiral were lost. Although the old and frail Whitebeard was left there forever, it can be said to be a complete defeat after all. Immediately afterwards, the hero Garp retired and resigned Aokiji. Now, the 3 admirals who had just been replaced with great difficulty have lost one more. If word spreads, I am afraid that in the eyes of the world, Marine, who used to be the overlord of the sea, will have no prestige at all. Let me tell you, the boss moved that thing away. Kaido, the beast, looked up into the sky, staring at the huge eggshell. I'm afraid that the world government has left some lifeguards on it. It would be troublesome to be able to continuously point out the direction and be hit accurately. Ren reminded helplessly there. If he could be taken away, he wouldn't come up and destroy the island's facilities without hesitation. Who knows what is going on with that national treasure held by the world government? In case of a direct dimensionality reduction attack. This is no joke. Mama, let's not talk about this anymore. Charlotte Linlin jumped on Thundercloud Hera and directed it to rush towards the high school. Go and get your gap on first. Linlin, you guy, don't even think about causing trouble. Baisho Kaido saw this. It directly transformed into a giant blue dragon hundreds of meters long and roared into the sky. Catching up with Charlotte Linlin, he rushed towards the mist-shrouded Egghead R&D floor. It looks like it went smoother than expected, but something unexpected happened up there. Ren really didn't expect that he would take care of the T-Dolphin so quickly. However, his observation hockey can judge. Jin, Dr. Brian and others above encountered obstacles when capturing Vegapunk. Is there another acquaintance? That somewhat familiar aura made Ren sneer. Next moment, he fluttered his wings, rushing to the high-altitude R&D level at an astonishing speed. Shoo W advertisement. A large number of laser beams keep coming. However, the current defense system of Danto Island is far from being as tight as it was in the original trajectory 2 years later. There was no way to stop strong men like them, so the 3 inhuman monsters Ren, Beast Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were ignored. Shock that amazing laser beam. Force your way through. Boom WI saw a group of pacifists, besieging Jin there. But it doesn't pose much of a threat to him. Mama, where's Vegapunk? A pacifist was chopped into pieces with one knife. Charlotte Linlin was full of ferocity and was there shouting. Boom. Lots of parts splatter. A pacifist body flew out like a cannonball and was directly destroyed. Beast's Kaido is fierce and unyielding, reminding, oh, Linlin, you don't want to be slippery. Vegapunk belongs to us Beast's Pirates. He can give the technology of human body enlargement to Charlotte Linlin. But I will never hand over Vegapunk to the other party. If Kaido had known about it from the beginning, he would have easily killed the T-Dolphin. No matter what he said, he would not agree to call Charlotte Linlin over. But think about it, 2 long-established 4 emperors, plus Ren, who although young, is already equivalent to the emperor's deputy, besiege a guy who can reach the level of Marine Admiral. How could it possibly last so long, if it is the veteran 3 Admiral, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru? It might last a little longer. Wawa GG, 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Light pressure gloves, Atlas critical strike, boom. Not far away, the electric light shines and the roar continues. Karina, a user with the ability of Logia Thunderfruit, was actually fighting against a huge girl, and she couldn't get any benefits at all. The opponent's gloves are weird, it seemed to be able to directly hurt her body. Kyla. A knife split open a building. Noticed Brian Tunney's confrontation with a cybernetic man full of science fiction. Tony. What are you doing? Ren frowned. Lord Ren, there is no way. I was going to catch Vegapunk, but I ended up getting entangled with this guy. Avoiding the laser beams that were constantly attacking. Brian Tunney was overjoyed and shouted loudly at the same time. He is the shipwright from the Straw Hat crew, who was transformed by Vegapunk. Please give me flowers. Advertisement, are you, Cobbers Ren? Frankie, a completely different person than before, looked at Ren in shock. The whole body is full of science fiction feeling, and it is equipped with various weapons. It is simply more exaggerated than a pacifist. You are really lucky, you can't die like that. Looking at the modified man Frankie, Ren said directly. My goal is Vegapunk, can you stay out of the way? But the next moment, a flash of scarlet flashed across his eyes. I foresee a certain scene. His eyes flashed. Although you are Luffy's former companion, I will never let you hurt Uncle Vegapunk. Frankie raised his arms directly, not only revealing the muzzle of the cannon in his palm. Moreover, various parts such as the mouth, shoulders, and chest have all undergone changes. The black gun barrels were aimed at Ren and the others. The dazzling light keeps shining. Laser Frankie was full of determination. Without hesitation, he would launch a fierce attack. You can just leave here. I don't have time to waste time with you here. However, Ren's eyes are full of coldness. It had already rushed out like lightning. With lightning speed, it flew in front of him, making Frankie pale in shock. The blade in his hand was intertwined with black and red lightning, tearing the atmosphere apart. It hit Frankie brazenly. God avoids, boom boom. Ah! Lots of parts splatter. Frankie's steel body was torn apart mercilessly. The whole person vomited blood, flew out like a cannonball, and split into pieces. Leave Vegapunk to me. Ren directly asked Dr. Brian in a deep voice. Have you confirmed the location recorded by Vegapunk? Not yet. On the mirror behind Brian's back. Violet's voice came. Found it. At the 3 o'clock direction, about 600 meters away. Bluno, you take Tony over there directly, and take the punk records away first. Ren said directly to Bluno, who had just opened the air door and appeared not far away. He estimated that Marine Admiral Kizaru would arrive soon. But it is not clear whether there are other reinforcements. There is a high probability, such as Admiral White Dragon. The world government probably won't sit idly by. Yes, Lord Ren. Chapter 406. Cruel Ren, Kazaruv's Kaido. Wawa GG, bang bang. With insulating light pressure gloves, Vegapunk's violent clone keeps punching the air. Karina, who was gleaming with electricity and extremely fast, was shaking hard. You guys are really tenacious. Because she already knew that the other person was Vegapunk's clone, Karina did not regard the other person as a little girl. The same to you. Atlas clenched his fists. He looked a little embarrassed, and there were more than one trace of electric burns on his body. Apparently, the Esper facing Logia Thunder Fruit. She was not as relaxed as she thought, but no matter what, I will never let you harm the main body. However, the words have not yet fallen, without warning. Kai. A frightening cold light flashed. Atlas, who was confronting Karina, screamed. He was directly chopped into two by the sudden appearance of 567, Ren without mercy, and fell there. But no blood was spilled. Along with the electric sparks, large pieces of electronic devices were scattered. Ren, Karina was not surprised. Her inner network had already sensed Ren's voice. Take her and hand her over to Tony. Lock her up first, Ren said directly. Finished. With strong insight and color, instantly locking onto the next closest target. Boom boom. The flames were blazing. It burned directly through the extremely thick metal doors one after another. Smelt them into molten iron, makes your scalp numb. What? A strange-looking robot with the word 3 on it was shocked. The second, don't wait for what the other person does. Ren's blade has slashed out, directly split Edison, who represents the thought avatar, into two. Kill him mercilessly, because it is clear that most of these guys are robots. As long as the core of the head is not completely destroyed, it will not die at all. So he showed no mercy at all, cut the mess with a sharp knife. Next, Ren grabbed Edison's head directly, advertisement. The next target was locked and penetrated through the portals. Oh, tell me, where are the 4 punks? A tall and violent figure. Violence destroyed the laboratory walls and broke in. With Ren on the left and right, a humanoid figure wearing a helmet blocked the way. 100 Beasts Kaido, Blood Prison Ren. I met Ren and Kaido. The face of Vegapunk's clone Shakia, who represents integrity, changed drastically. The whole person felt as if facing a powerful enemy, full of vigilance. Ren, that is? See the football-like head on Ren's hand. Kaido was surprised. He obviously didn't know about Vegapunk's clone. Edison. Sakamuni changed his color in shock. Kai. The blade passed across. Shakia's head fell off. Picked up directly by Ren, but they all retained consciousness. There he shouted. B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** not the main body. But they have a certain value. Ren said directly to Kaido, the beast. If you can catch Dr. Vegapunk, as long as he has this genius scientist firmly in his hands. Ren doesn't mind letting the Big Mom pirates share some technology with the beast's pirates. Because, with the entire Egghead Island being destroyed, it is predicted that in the next 2 to 3 years, Even if the two major forces obtain the technical strength of Vegapunk, they will not be able to make a huge breakthrough. At least, it won't pose much of a threat to yourself. Moreover, scientific research requires a lot of funds. Especially the initial R&D investment is like a bottomless pit. Even the world government cannot provide sufficient funds for Vegapunk, a talented scientist, and is only willing to invest in areas where real benefits can be seen. As a result, Vegapunk was in a flood of thoughts and couldn't wait to turn all the wonderful ideas in his mind into reality. Vegapunk was very short of money. In order to raise more scientific research funds, his evil doppelganger, Lilith, even had to act as a villain to rob. Even under their coercion and inducement, the other side had to compromise and only develop technologies that could be used in warfare, and the investment was unimaginably astronomical. It happens that these two major forces are responsible for making money and blood transfusions. Anyway, in the end, they are all making wedding clothes for themselves. He is equivalent to prostitution for nothing. People are extremely confident and even arrogant about themselves. I firmly believe that if I give myself some more time, I will be able to surpass Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, and replace him. In other words, if he really cannot defeat the opponent in the future, then it proves that one's ability is nothing more than that. Seriously become Kaido of the Beast's second in command. It's not unacceptable, so that's it, Kaido suddenly realized. But that's it. Both of them couldn't help but change their expressions. Immediately, he noticed a quite powerful aura that suddenly appeared nearby. Boom boom. Outside world. Advertisement. There was a violent sound of fighting. It's Kizaru. I guess there will be other reinforcements coming soon. Ren's eyes narrowed. There he said in a deep voice. Boss Kaido, go and stop them first. Leave Vegapunk to me, said. Don't wait for Kaido's response. He directly lifted the heads of Sakamuni and Edison. Heading towards the depths of the experimental base, he ran towards the next target that had already been locked by his observation hockey. Oh, giggle, I'll leave it to you, Kaido laughed. Carrying the mace, he rushed outside. Emperor Dan Gong. Call out. Boom boom. The astonishing shockwave and laser beam collided fiercely. Fierce wind pressure, accompanied by billowing heat waves, kept sweeping across. Lightspeed kick. But the next moment, there was a flash of light. Boom. Jin's pupils shrank sharply. The whole person could barely react. The arms were crossed, blocking the light speed kick that came in an instant. But he was caught off guard and was kicked out by that powerful and heavy blow. I won't let you succeed, pirates. The right foot that slowly lowered itself was dazzling. At this moment, Kizaru was completely gone from his usual carefree attitude. He was more serious than ever before, showing a hint of murderous intent. Kizaru, Jin, who was kicked away by 5.1, roared there. Hachiku Magatama. Kizaru crossed his hands. The extremely dazzling light mirror condenses out. The astonishing light bombs poured out crazily towards the flame calamity ember. Boom boom. The flames were raging and the smoke was billowing. The intense light and glow make it difficult for people to look directly. As a member of the Lunaria, such an attack can't kill you directly, right? Kizaru said there, but he could no longer care about the entanglement. It will turn into a rain of light and rush towards the depths of the R&D level. Oh, Kizaru, Lousy has been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, a tall figure with terrifying momentum rushed out like lightning. The ferocious mace is intertwined with black and red lightning. It blasted over brazenly, thunder 8 trigrams. Boom boom. Chapter 407 Self-Destruction, Admiral White Dragon. Kaido received palladium. Boom boom the other side. The sound of gold and iron clashing was extremely deafening. The flaming blade collided fiercely with the huge mechanical fist seal. Hera, Prometheus, Napoleon, combined. Here, Mom. Sound light cannon. An extremely dazzling beam of light blasted out. Boom. And the strong laser beam impacted together. An unimaginable violent explosion occurred, setting off violent heat waves. The light is so dazzling that people cannot look directly at it. Mama, is this what Vegapunk created? He looked at the giant robot in front of him that blocked his triumphant attack. Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled and she smiled loudly. Not bad. You guy. Control the giant robot and block Charlotte Linlin. Lilith, who represented the evil clone, was a little shocked. She didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. She was driving Vegapunk's Power 1, which can be said to be the pinnacle masterpiece of Vegapunk at present, but she couldn't stop the opponent. You just said you were a Vegapunk, right? Holding the flaming Napoleon, Charlotte 21 Linlin stared at Lilith with a stern smile. Although I don't know if it's true or not, you should just follow me. I will never compromise with pirates, Big Mom. Lilith was furious. Controlling the giant robot, he raised his huge fist. Blasted to Charlotte Linlin. Hey, I'm not discussing this with you. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were fierce. The left hand clenched into a fist became extremely dark. Black and red lightning intertwined, and they attacked unceremoniously. Why do you think you are a pirate? Boom. In an instant, the loud noise shook the sky. Huge mechanical fist seal. It was directly blown to pieces. It turned into debris and parts scattered all over the sky. Elbaf's gun. Mighty the country. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were sharp. The next moment, the blade tore through the atmosphere. He swung out brazenly. Boom boom. A terrifying shockwave. It hit the giant robot directly, completely destroy its indestructible steel body. It flew out like a cannonball. So strong. Are these the four emperors? Lilith was in a state of embarrassment, with blood bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Advertisement staggering out of the broken machinery. He looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was like a demon and made people tremble with horror. Mama, please cooperate with me? Vegapunk. The little giant-like palm grabbed Lilith. Looking down at the other party with terrifying bloodshot eyes, Charlotte Linlin said with a strange smile. I will never let you harm the real body. Lilith looked directly at True-Lot Linlin as if she were dead. Instead of showing any fear, he showed a strange smile. In just 5 seconds, you 4 emperors will go to hell with me. Beep, beep. Could it be? You guy? Charlotte Linlin's expression changed drastically. The hair on people's hair stood on end, giving rise to a strong sense of crisis. Mom, Hera, Prometheus, and Napoleon all couldn't help but change their colors. Just throw Lilith out directly, but instead, she grabbed him tightly. A-hole, let go, ha 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 ha, goodbye, boom. A huge mushroom cloud, presented in the southeast direction of the R&D layer. The terrifying explosion wave, carrying a terrifying heat wave, swept through most of the research floor. Huh. In an instant, a large number of buildings full of science fiction were ruthlessly vaporized. Even the beasts Kaido and Kizaru were having a fierce battle. All were inevitably affected. Smoke and dust billowed. Fire shot into the sky. What happened? Looking in the direction of the center of the explosion, Kaido frowned. That guy Linlin won't be killed like this, will he? However, in the blink of an eye, Kizaru had disappeared. Let his expression change. You two really amaze me. The other side of the lab. Ren's whole face was expressionless. They blocked an old man and a young man who were carrying large and small bags and preparing to escape. The old man with the apple-shaped antenna head is clearly the true form of Vegapunk. And that tall girl, who looks harmless, is his desire clone, York. Main body, run quickly. You can't stop that guy. York, protect your body quickly. B. Looking at the two heads that were tied directly together by Ren and hung up, they still retained consciousness and screamed inside. York was shocked and exclaimed, Sakamuni, Edison. Blood prison, Copper's Ren. Vegapunk broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a flash of scarlet flashed across Ren's eyes, foreseeing something. He suddenly swung his sword and struck out violently. Keng. The light was dazzling. The astonishing explosion wave directly flew Vegapunk and the Desire clone York away. Advertisement, Blood Prison, I will never let you take Vegapunk away. Staring directly at the figure in front of him, he was very familiar with this experimental base. After getting rid of Kaido, he quickly found Kizaru here and spoke coldly. It's coming so fast, then try to stop me, look at Kizaru. Ren smiled ferociously. Another blade slashed out violently. Brush. The light rain was dazzling, and Kizaru suddenly retreated. Avoided Ren's attack. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. In an instant. Dazzling light bombs, it's like you don't need money. It poured in overwhelmingly. Flashy, no one is afraid. The blade was wrapped with Ba 200 chi and was swung out directly. The astonishing slash, carrying emission, directly knocked those light bullets away. Boom boom. A large number of light bullets deflected the trajectory. Constant bombardment. Oh, hey, it turns out he's here. The violent figure came charging forward. Kaido laughed and stared at Vegapunk. Old guy, long time no see. Kaido? Vegapunk is feeling chilly. My eyes almost flew out of my head. The tall figure approached Vegapunk and York, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Terrified, Kaido. Kizaru's expression changed. It turned into light rain and was about to rush up. But the next moment, a cold light flashed. With Ultimate's observation Haki, Ren, who predicted this scene, rushed out with a body as electric as lightning. Kizaru's light speed movement was cut off with an unceremonious swing of his sword. B. Blood splattered, Perusalino's figure flashed. Holding his injured shoulder, he looked at Ren with an ugly expression. Air cannon, at this time, a blazing white light penetrated the atmosphere. Blasted at Kaido of the beasts. King Kong Dysprosium, but observation Haki can foresee the beast Kaido of the future. He waved his mace and blasted it out hard, boom boom. Chapter 408, The Betrayal of Desire, Ren's Swordsmanship. Sorry, Marshal Perusalino, I'm late, at this time. A figure wearing a white suit appeared there and blocked the beast Kaido. The person who came was about 3 meters tall, with a strong build and an ordinary appearance. The eyebrows are full of arrogance. No, you came just in time. Seeing Bylong arriving, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, giggling, are you the Admiral White Dragon who emerged from the world recruitment? Kaido's eyes narrowed. Exactly, big cloak hunting. Bylong looked directly at the beast Kaido in front of him without any fear. Hey, everything that's supposed to come has come. Watching the Admiral White Dragon, Ren grinned, full of amusement. Next, what kind of reaction will the world government have? Phew, I'm saved. Seeing the arrival of White Dragon, the Marine Admiral. Vegapunk, who was overjoyed, hurriedly said, Napolisolino and White Dragon Admiral, they're left to you. He called his clone, York, and ran towards the exit without looking back. York, let's go. Want to leave? Kaido rushed out. Boom, a dazzling light flashed. Blazing air cannons came bombarding. Kaido of the Beasts had to stop and block with his mace. He was so shocked that he fell back. Kaido, don't even think about it. Bylong's eyes were stern and he said coldly. Kaido of the Beasts laughed and rushed forward with a ferocious mace in hand. Oh, I'll kill you first. Thunder 8 trigrams. Vacuum kick, boom boom. There is no suspense. A mace intertwined with black and red lightning. It collided hard with that fiery kick. Bang! After only a moment of stalemate, Bylong's color changed in horror, and he was pushed backwards and flew out. But with the ability of Logia Air Fruit, he gained strength. Stabilized his body. Did you quietly drain the oxygen nearby? Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed through Kaido's eyes. He rushed up like lightning and attacked the white dragon relentlessly. There he sarcastically said, do you think this unsavory method will work for Lousy House? Clang and the other side, at the same time, advertisement. Ren and Kizaru. They both rushed out of the laboratory and rushed into the air. Tien Kong Yun sword. Double sword style, great purgatory. The light shines brightly. Dark red flames burned blazingly. The surrounding buildings were all ruthlessly vaporized and evaporated. Even those far away are constantly being melted by the terrifying high temperature. Two figures with astonishing momentum started a terrifying confrontation in an instant, with endless murderous intent. It was like the tip of a needle facing a weed on, unprecedentedly intense. It's all about killing the other person. Show no mercy. Boom boom outside world. Looking back, I looked at the experimental base that had been destroyed with constant loud noises. While Vegapunk breathed a sigh of relief, he loudly shouted, come on, York, quickly board the Vega Power 2, and wait until you leave here. I said, are you happy too early? The body, the black muzzle. Aimed at Vegapunk's head, the originally panicked Desire clone, York, showed a sinister smile. York, you. Vegapunk was shocked. He never expected that his clone would suddenly betray him. The desires of living things cannot be controlled. York smiled sinisterly there. Remember to be careful in the next life. In this situation, the other clones are doomed. As long as I kill you, I will be the only one left. The words fell. She showed no mercy and was about to pull the trigger. Wait a minute, York. Vegapunk yelled in panic. Wah wah GG. The electric light shines. The two figures were directly stunned by the electricity. I caught a big fish. Karina bared her teeth. She didn't expect that Punk's clone would betray him. But in this case, the other party will be easily manipulated by them. Lee Boss Ren said, if you catch someone, run away. Pato ran over holding the mirror. The mirror continues to magnify at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dr. Brian is too slow. Karina and Pato pulled Vegapunk, who was directly stunned, and his Desire clone, York, into the mirror world. Disappeared in place. Damn it, far away. Kizaru's expression changed as he was fighting with Ren. He was so frightened and angry that he flashed hundreds of meters away in an instant. He distanced himself from Ren. Don't give the opponent any chance to pursue. Advertisement. The hands are intertwined, and the light is dazzling. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Whoosh. Light bombs shot out like lightning. Clone. This road is blocked. A flash of scarlet flashed across his eyes. Having foreseen something, Ren showed his anger. The secret of double sword style Long Fei. His wings flapped sharply on his back. The figure rushed forward like lightning. Holding Emperor Yama and Emperor Dazizi in his hands. The powerful hockey continuously poured into the blade, and strands of black and red lightning kept jumping and intertwining. The aura that makes people tremble with fear cannot stop. It burst out violently. Feng Wu, ouch, Lee underscore. A dragon roared. A phoenix chirps. A lifelike golden dragon, and a phoenix bathed in flames. There it appeared out of thin air, intertwined with black and red lightning. The terrifying aura blended and entangled. The atmosphere was torn apart like an overwhelming force. Heading towards Kizaru. Boom boom. Not only those light bullets that couldn't help expanding and were about to turn into clones were swallowed up like ashes. Even Kizaru himself stood on end and his expression changed dramatically. Turn into golden light. Like a stream of light, he retreated, Wong Nuos, out. Blood hell. Looking at the deep and shallow bloody wounds on his body. Kizaru's face was extremely ugly, and he looked at Ren in front of him with stern eyes. The first confrontation with Sabaody Archipelago, eh? The other party's strength was actually able to compete with his own, the Marine Admiral. Surprised, aren't you? The corners of Ren's mouth rose. The Emperor Yama in his right hand had the back of the sword pressed against his shoulder. The Emperor with his left hand pointed the blade directly at Kizaru and said playfully, I will not stand still like you. He doesn't rest on his laurels. Blindly learn and imitate others, and limit yourself by the way of predecessors. This is the swordsmanship he borrowed from Pluton Rayleigh, Roger the Pirate King and others. Absorbing its essence and secrets, integrating it into one's own kendo perception, he created the double sword style swordsmanship. Although it's not really perfected yet, in terms of power, it is not as good as Pluton plus divine avoidance. But it should not be underestimated either. Chapter 409 The Five Elders arrive and Kizaru is severely injured. Mama, mama. In the billowing smoke, inside the ruins. Charlotte Linlin's mouth was bleeding, her clothes were ragged, and she was in an extremely embarrassed state. But the whole person just acted like nothing was wrong, smiling ferociously. You are really capable, and you actually hurt me. Mom, are you okay? Thundercloud Hera and Sun Prometheus flew over. Linlin, you are so embarrassed, I don't know when. Kaido, the Beast, and Admiral White Dragon have moved the battlefield here. A stick blasted the Logia air fruit user away, where Kaido laughed and said. Stop talking nonsense, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin became furious and asked loudly, has Vegapunk been caught? I was about to catch him, but I got messed up by this guy. Kaido raised his mace and pointed at the embarrassed Admiral White Dragon in front of him. As expected of the four emperors, they are indeed powerful. Facing the monster Kaido, there is now another big mom. Admiral Bylong no longer had the initial arrogance, and his face was more solemn than ever. Mama, isn't this Marine Admiral? Noticed the figure of Admiral White Dragon. Charlotte Linlin smiled evilly, full of contempt. With your little strength, how dare you come to stop us? Stop looking down on people, Charlotte Linlin, a mere pirate. Bylong's face was gloomy, his eyes full of cold murderous intent. 220. As the illegitimate son of celestial dragons and a mortal, he is not recognized by the world's nobles. The worst thing is for others to look down on you. That contemptuous, arrogant look, he had seen so much in the Holy Land over the years. Those lofty celestial dragons are all like this. Originally, I could be one of them and enjoy supreme privileges by birth. However, his mother's origin was low and was not recognized at all. No, I should say, merely Admiral, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Charlotte Linlin sneered. After wielding Napoleon, he immediately burst out. Elbaf's gun dominates the country. Buzz. The atmosphere was distorted. The terrifying sword pressure hit Bylong straight away. Air cannon. Not to be outdone, Bylong blasted out in panic. Incomparably blazing light. Come to meet the attack. Boom boom. Boy, have you forgotten lousy? Kaido, the Beast, smiled ferociously. His body was like lightning, and he was struck violently. The hair on Bylong's hair stood up and his complexion changed drastically. Advertisement without hesitation, he retreated like lightning. Thunder 8 trigrams, air blast, boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky, the airwaves are rolling. The R&D level was in a state of trembling. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Time keeps passing. A corner of the base that has not yet been affected. On it, it is clearly marked, Pang Record, but I don't know when it started, but there was nothing inside. Gia hee, finally got it done, looking at the empty experimental base. Dr. Brian was full of excitement and burped there. It would be great. Bluno, who was following him, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Karina and Pato have captured Vegapunk's true form, we have to evacuate quickly. Said. An air door opens. Got out of here with Brian Tunney. The other end of the air door is connected to the mirror world. Hee, Uncle Tony, you are too slow, in the mirror world. Huali Pato smiled and said, we've got everything done here. No way, who knew that guy from Vegapunk's head would actually become so big, and we also captured his extra, intelligent, clones, some of whom are obsessed with Lars. Brian Tunney looked at Vegapunk lying there with bright eyes. He directly controlled PX3, took the opponent into the castle inside his body, and imprisoned him. At this point, 4 plus Punk along with his 6 clones. Those who die will be caught, those who will be caught will be caught. Originally, except for the clone who was caught by Big Mom and didn't hesitate to self-destruct, the other 2 were captured by Ren. Violet used the ability to stare at the fruit to pay attention to the battlefield outside, and said helplessly. However, it seems to have been destroyed in the fierce battle. Yeah? Brian Tunney raised his eyebrows. But, CDBH, immediately showed an expectant smile. Gia hee, if it's ruined, just ruin it. Anyway, our harvest is big enough. I guess Ren knew this, so he let go of his scruples, ignored the other 2 clones, and started fighting Kizaru with all his strength. Violet nodded and said, after all, no matter what the other party says, he is still the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. Let's not talk about these for now, Dr. Brian said. Let's evacuate quickly, and then leave it to Lord Ren and the others. Kang. The light is dazzling. The sound of gold and iron clashing was extremely deafening. Advertisement: the blazing lightsaber collided with Emperor Yama. Relying on the ability of sparkling fruit to move at the speed of light, Kizaru retreats when attacked. There is no intention to stand in a stalemate with the other party. Before Ren's other hand could strike, the Emperor of Freedom had already flashed to a dozen years away, widening the distance. However, Perusalino completely lost his usual relaxation and leisure. He had several shocking and bloody wounds on his body and looked a little embarrassed. Looking at the person in front of him with stern eyes, his heart sank to the bottom. Although Vegapunk's righteous clone, Shakia, and thinking clone, Edison, have both been destroyed in the battle. But what's even more unfortunate is that Vegapunk's body has been captured. Kizaru knows the value of Vegapunk all too well. That genius mind surpasses the current scientific research capabilities of human beings for hundreds of years. If used by pirates, the threat to marine and world government would be too great. At this time, regardless of whether it was Ren, Kaido, Big Mom and others who were relentlessly pursuing and wanting to kill Admiral White Dragon first, their expressions changed. I noticed two extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared on the island below. Could it be? Ren took a deep breath. His eyes were fixed on the ground in Egghead below. Ah, two heavyweights are really here. The background of world government is beyond your imagination. Kizaru also noticed the two terrifying auras. He looked at Ren indifferently and said coldly, Vegapunk, you can't take it away. Quote exclamation mark quote. Jin's body is very fast. At an astonishing speed, it rushed forward like lightning. Killed Kizaru, the Marine Marshal. Diao Zhengwang. Boom boom. There was a flash of light. Kizaru's body is as fast as lightning. Narrowly avoiding Jin's attack, Shunpo. In an instant. Ren, who was already ready to go, had a sharp look in his eyes. Before Kizaru could breathe a sigh of relief, his body was as cold as a ghost in his eyes that changed color in horror. Kai, the extremely monstrous Emperor Yama, is like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing his haki. The blade was shiny black and gleaming with cold light, intertwined with black and red lightning. He burst out without any hesitation. God avoids. Boom boom. Chapter 410 Ren. Just right, I haven't killed the five elders yet. Bang. The ground collapsed. I don't know when it started. Two bear paw-shaped marks appeared on this island. Two tall figures stood there. It's really completely ruined. Saint Satan looked around and said there. Is it up there? Nasushiro-sei held first-generation Kidetsu. He looked at the R&D floor where huge noises were coming from above. Let me do it. Saint Sardin is on crutches. Brush. The next moment. On the ground, a magic circle with a five-pointed star pattern appeared. The light shone brightly, covering the two of them. And at the R&D level, in the messy ruins, golden light rain gathered. Kizaru appeared there covered in blood and embarrassed. The whole person's mouth was bleeding, and his body was covered with several shocking wounds, dripping with blood. He stared at Ren in the distance. Blood hell. Boom. The mace struck hard. A bloody figure was violently blasted away. Hateful. Beilong roared unwillingly, but he is a guy who can reach the admiral threshold. How could it be possible to withstand the flanking attack of the two four emperors? If Logia air fruit hadn't been powerful enough, it would have been beaten to death by the two monsters Kaido and Chonglot Linlin. Perceived something. Beisho Kaido turned his head and laughed. Oh, ha 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 ha, are there two heavyweight guys? Mama, are you a strong person in the world government? Junlot Linlin also looked over. A huge magic circle appeared in the ruins. Two figures appeared there at a speed visible to the naked eye. Charlotte Linlin smiled ferociously and said, Kaido, give them some color and see. Clear. Kaido smiled strangely. Coincidentally, the two of them raised their weapons. The terrifying momentum keeps rising. Black and red lightning. Entwined, intertwined, hi. In an instant. There was a sudden blow. Advertisement. Buzz, the atmosphere was directly distorted and crushed. The dazzling light is so dazzling that it is impossible to look directly at it. Rumble. Two unparalleled waves merged together and turned into a huge shock wave. He fiercely aimed at the two figures that had just emerged from the magic circle. Coming with murderous intent and crushing. Unstoppable. What? Saint Satan and Saint Nashulong, who had just appeared, changed their expressions in shock. Kai. A cold light flashed. The terrifying first-generation Kidetsu was unsheathed like lightning. The atmosphere was split in an instant and blasted out, one sword style, EI slash. At the same time, Saint Satan. Tentacles with strange patterns emerged one after another. Covered with high-level haki. All blasted out. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky. A terrifying collision appeared there. Rumble. Accompanied by a huge mushroom cloud. Already riddled with holes and in disarray, the crumbling R&D layer was in constant turmoil. Completely collapsed. Countless building debris. Falling towards the earth. Smoke and dust billowed. Oh. Mama. A huge cyan dragon descended from the sky. And Charlotte Linlin also rode Hera and landed on the ground. Boss, Mr. Kaido. Ren and Jin also came to them. Satan Saint. Nasho Lang Saint. Two adults. Kizaru and White Dragon, covered in blood, gathered there. Confronting Ren, Kaido and others, he was full of vigilance and unprecedented solemnity. Looking at the embarrassed figure walking out of the ruins. They all couldn't help but shrink their pupils, recognizing them immediately. And Saint Satan and Saint Nashulong were originally dressed in bright clothes. At this moment, the image changed drastically. Saint Satan was originally like a dying old man. It turned into a monster, with a spider-like lower body, a tall body, and horns on its head. The appearance of Nastro Sage has also changed a lot, holding the gleaming first-generation Kidetsu. Although his head is still bald as usual, his face has become ugly and ferocious, which is a bit shocking. And what's a little weird is that both of them are covered in black flame-like streamers, with a strange and ominous aura attached to them. Advertisement. But compared to the previous majesty and calmness. At this moment, their bright clothes were somewhat damaged. A wisp of bloodline hangs from the corner of his mouth. Looking a little embarrassed. They all had sinister expressions on their faces, glaring fiercely at Kaido, Ren and others in front of them. His face was extremely ugly. Despicable pirates, you have completely angered us. Obviously, he hastily blocked the combined attack of Charlotte Linlin and Beast Kaido without sparing any effort. Please give me flowers, Zero. It's not easy for them. I suffered a little loss as soon as I started. My mood was naturally extremely bad. Mama, 5 elders. Interesting. Looking at the 5 elders in front of her, Charlotte Linlin smiled strangely. Kaido, the beast who transformed into a blue dragon, looked down at Saint Satan and Saint Nashoro, and smiled strangely. Oh, ha 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 ha, you 2 old guys came here in person, does it mean that there is no one in the world government? Has Zone's phantom beast ability awakened? Ren is in his human animal form, with red scales all over his body and blazing flames on the back of his head. Holding 2 swords, he looked directly at the 2 5 elders who looked like evil ghosts, making it impossible to associate them with the highest power in the world government. Tisk, the foundation of world government cannot be underestimated. 0. Normally, Zone Devil Fruit's ability to awaken failed, but the price was very high. Once you fail, you will lose yourself. The body will be taken over by demons. With Jin's strength, it is obviously not an ordinary difficulty for him to awaken his own ancient abilities. If nothing else, the world government should have mastered a method that can quickly awaken Zone ability users. But are there any unknown side effects? It's hard to say. There hasn't been any blood for a long time. Wiping bloodline from the corner of his mouth. Saint Satan's face was expressionless, and he looked at Kizaru, the Marine Marshal, and asked calmly, Kizaru, you are really in a panic. Where's the punk? I'm very sorry, Your Excellencies. Kizaru said helplessly. We are late, Vegapunk has been captured by them. It seems that they were well prepared. They specially brought space-type ability users and hid in Space C. As that's so, Saint Nasho Lang's face was gloomy. He is holding on to the murderous first-generation Kidetsu. Looking directly at the beasts Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Ren, Jin and others. His cold eyes showed infinite murderous intent, and he said coldly, then I won't let you leave alive. Hey, we're not scared. Ren said with a murderous grin, if you can do it, just give it a try. It just so happens that I haven't killed any celestial dragons at the level of 5 elders yet. Bold, arrogant. Chapter 411. Rebound attack. Slippery Ghost and Gyuki. Arrogant brat, you just attacked and killed Sengoku and Akainu with shabby means, do you think you are invincible? Not to mention Kizaru and Hakuryu. The 2 5 elders, Saint Sardan and Saint Nashulong, who were in high positions and accustomed to being superior, were undoubtedly aroused by Ren's arrogance. Oh, hey, it depends on how much you weigh. Kaido laughed. Transformed into a green dragon, he opened his mouth and opened a bloody mouth. Hot breath. The visible firelight gathered there. Carrying unimaginable terrifying heat and impact, it penetrated the atmosphere. He blasted hard at Kizaru, White Dragon, Saint Satan, Saint Nashoro and others in front of him. Boom boom. Nasho Langsheng's eyes were stern. The whole person stepped forward and rushed out before Kizaru, Beilong, and Satansheng could take action. The gleaming first-generation Kidetsu. He stood brazenly in front of him. 77's eyes suddenly froze. Bounce. In an instant, the air seemed to be distorted. Buzz, an invisible wave caused the extremely intense heat breath to freeze as soon as it hit the front of Saint Nasho Lang. Stopped abruptly. And, the next moment, that intense heat. It bounced back strangely. Call out. A loud roar broke through the air. I saw the fierce fire at an astonishing speed. It hit Kaido, the beast. What? Boom boom. The giant Cyan dragon was shocked. He was caught off guard and was blown away. All this happened only in the flash of lightning. No one has time to react. He couldn't help but change his color in shock. Mr. Kaido. Jin's face changed, and he was speechless. How is that possible? Thundercloud Hera, Sun Prometheus, and Napoleon all couldn't believe it. Even Charlotte Linlin was shocked. That guy actually bounced Kaido's heat breath back. Those guys move very fast, and they can no longer be teleported directly. As a user of the Phantom Beast species and Gyuki form, Saint Sardan narrowed his eyes. Looking directly at Ren, Big Mom, Yanbon and others in front of him, he said murderously, kill them first, then directly attack Wanokuni and snatch Vegapunk back. He originally wanted to use his ability to teleport directly into the different space Kizaru mentioned and take back the captured Vegapunk. It turned out that the existence of different spaces could no longer be sensed. Advertisement. Obviously, the enemy hiding in the dark has fled the island. Rumble. However, Saint Satan's words had just finished. Before Kizaru and Hakuryu, who were covered in blood and seriously injured, began to respond. The ground suddenly shook. The territory of Overlord. When someone chops his feet, his eyes gleam. The whole land seemed to have really turned into a sea. It surges like a wave, rolling and rippling. Rumble, rumble. A series of monstrous earth waves directly crushed Kizaru, Sakunshu, Nasho Langsheng and others. Air cannon. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Hakuryu and Kizaru. They all used their abilities and launched a counterattack. Mama, majestic country. Charlotte Linlin laughed. He raised the blade and slashed out without mercy. Buzz. The atmosphere was distorted. The violent cylindrical chopping wave was unstoppable. It went straight towards Saint Satan and crushed away. Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin fluttered his wings. The blade is blazing with flames. It transformed into a huge fire dragon, exuding high temperatures like magma, carrying billowing heat waves. They rushed down towards Saint Satan, Saint Nashulong and others. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky. Smoke and dust billowed. The horn of war was blown directly. Oh, geez, it really hurts. Kaido of the beasts, transformed into a human animal form, ran over at an astonishing speed. Apart from being a little embarrassed, he seemed to be fine after being hit by his own heat breath. His eyes were blazing, full of awe-inspiring fighting spirit. Killing Nasho Langshang. Is it the ability of the phantom beast species? Boss Kaido, why don't you give him to me? Ren was also eager to fight and wanted to fight the five elders. That won't work, he is Laozi's prey. Oh, geez. Kaido of the beasts refused. The violent mace was intertwined with black and red lightning. It hit Nasho Langshang fiercely. Thunder 8 trigrams. Little tricks. Saint Nashulong showed no sign of weakness. First generation Kidetsu is haunted by an astonishing ghostly energy and haki. Also faced the attack. Advertisement. Kang. Boom boom. The other side. Charlotte Linlin is very fast. He rode Thunder Cloud Hera directly and rushed out. Targeting Saint Satan. Mama, it's been a long time since we last met. Five elders. I saw you in the Valley of the Gods back then, but I never had the chance to meet you. Remnants of the Rocks Pirate, today is your day of death. Saint Satan said coldly. Mama, I'm not scared. Charlotte Linlin rushes in. But in an instant, Saint Satan's eyes shone with blazing light. The four emperors actually froze there, imprisoned in midair by an invisible force. Even the most advanced homits such as Hera and Prometheus were unable to move. Damn, what's going on? I found that I couldn't move. Charlotte Linlin was shocked and angry. Interesting, is this the ability of Gyuki form? Ren smiled ferociously. He had just flown into the sky. Roar, accompanied by the roar of a beast that shook the sky. In an instant, he had transformed into a complete beast form, bathing in the flames of hell. Walking on the auspicious clouds, majestic. But it's not certain whose death date will be. Crackling, confused, terrible heat. It directly distorted the atmosphere and melted the earth. The nearby ground turned into boiling magma, bubbling with heat. It was rumbling through the void, carrying an unimaginable and terrifying high temperature. With lightning speed, he stamped down towards Saint Satan. Kilin Seal. The huge claws-like pillars holding up the sky are covered with unbreakable 1.3 dense scales, entangled with Conqueror's haki and armament haki, and surrounded by raging fire. Like a pillar holding up the sky, it crashed down. Quote. The atmosphere was torn apart, and the air roared. Saint Satan, who was in the form of a human and beast, with black flame streamers all over his body, was extremely shocked and angry. How bold. He holds the five elders, the highest power in the world government. What is the other party? A mere remnant of the Lunaria clan, a lowly scumbag pirate, actually dared to humiliate him like this. He actually tried to trample it under his feet. How could this make him not angry? Lightspeed kick. A dazzling light flashed. Kizaru kicked hard. But a dark stream of light flashed past. Jin, who had expected it, immediately stopped there. Emperor Dan Gong. The Pteranodon, which transformed into a human animal form, struck fiercely like a bow and arrow. Boom boom. Chapter 412 1-on-1. No, it's 4-on-4. Boom. Rumble. The ground rumbled and loud noises continued. Saint Satan is covered in haki to withstand the horrific heat. The fist mark of the cane, the fist mark of Conqueror's haki and armament haki, was blasted out. Kilin Seal that blocks Ren's attack. But the terrifying power still made him unable to help but lust. And, the next moment, the rolling flames kept surging. The earth has been surged by continuous melting into magma. It turned into a huge Uzumaki and directly swallowed the Saint Satan, who changed his color in horror. Vacuum kick. Blazing white light. Killed in front of him in an instant. Kang. An anthropomorphic blade intercepted Beilong's attack. He who originally wanted to attack the flaming unicorn, his expression changed. Mama, you guy, can you still keep jumping? Charlotte Linlin, who had regained her mobility, was grinning ferociously. Napoleon haunting haki, constantly waving with murderous intent. He frantically attacked the white dragon, who was seriously injured due to the attack by Big Mom and Beast Kaido, and his color changed in shock. Damn old woman. His face was ashen. He was forced out directly. That guy is really a terrifying monster. Nastero Sei, who has transformed into the form of a phantom beast and a slippery ghost, is holding the first generation Kidetsu and is having a fierce battle with Shanglu Kaido. But there was the terrifying high temperature that couldn't stop coming, and the raging flames that swept over him. But it made him change his color. The battlefield had to be moved. Oh. Press down on your feet. A tall figure. It flew into the air in an instant. Kaido, the beast in his human animal form, laughed. Ignoring the terrifying heat, he swung the mace intertwined with black and red lightning. From top to bottom, he hit the bald five elders below. Zhang Sanshi Yinaraku. Boom boom. However, Saint Nashulong never dodges. Let the beast's Kaido bombard you. It dissipated strangely like smoke. Advertisement. Disappeared from the sight of Kaido. Kai. The next moment. Instantly, he appeared from behind Kaido. The blade, entangled with the terrifying haki and filled with ghostly aura, struck mercilessly. Kang. Scarlet flashed across his eyes. With the powerful observation haki, he could predict this scene in advance. The mace in his hand was stretched in front of him. Kankan blocked the blow from Nasho Langshang, being struck by a huge fiery slash. Unable to hold back, he retreated. Invisibility. Is this one of your abilities? Looking straight ahead at Saint Nastero, Kaido of the Beasts raised his eyebrows. Not only can the opponent become invisible directly, but his observation haki is actually unable to detect the opponent's position. It's really amazing. If it weren't for observation haki, who can foresee the future? Anticipate that you will be injured. Block there as soon as possible. I'm afraid he's already injured. Roar. A beast roared. Terrifying flames, the bear eagle burned. The blazing high temperature keeps spreading. Bathed in hellish flames, it looked like a giant flame beast from prehistoric times, roaring there. The entire sea area was steaming with steam. The sea water began to boil. Gurgling. A large area turned into hot magma. It's always hot there. Makes your scalp numb. Blood prison. Saint Satan, who transformed into Gyuki, was surrounded by black flame ribbons and full of evil aura, shouted loudly. There was a fierce light in his eyes, so intense that he could not look directly. Endless murderous intent. Boom. Suddenly. The head of the giant Kirin beast in front of him suddenly shook, and its huge body staggered suddenly. It was as if he had been attacked by some terrible force. It's useless. An attack of this level is just to scare those weaklings. Ren shook his head as if nothing happened, transformed into a unicorn, and smiled ferociously. Crackling. Fire shot into the sky. The sky was reflected in a dark red color. The terrifying flames, as if coming from purgatory and not allowing strangers to enter, could not help but spread. The territory of Overlord Chaos of Hell. He in his complete form. Advertisement. The thick limbs were like pillars supporting the sky, pressing on the boiling magma. Control the power of the earth with all your strength. Rumble. Ho. Ho. Huge magma beasts appeared one after another. The mouth was wide open, extremely ferocious. The momentum is fierce and unstoppable. They all bit at the livid-faced Satansen who had to be prepared. Even Saint Nastero, who was fighting Kaido of the Beasts, was no exception. It is also within the attack range of the magma beast. Hey, Ren, don't interfere with Laozi's battle. Kaido, the beast, screamed dissatisfied. Hey, Boss Kaido, treat special situations specially. In an instant, Ren transformed into a human animal form. The whole body is covered with scales and armor, and the flames are rising. The two blades gleamed with cold light, intertwined with black and red lightning. Without any hesitation, he slashed at Kizaru who was fighting with Jin. There he bared his teeth and laughed. This battle is not 1-on-1, but 4-on-4. It's not that he doesn't want to directly use the Tyrant territory to target Kizaru and Beilong, the two Logia ability users. But Ren's current haki reserves are limited. In a battle of this level, there is no need to spend too much haki to cover those magma beasts. Because it's impossible to count on getting rid of these monster-like strong men in just a few clicks. Kang. Blood splattered. Kankan blocked Ren's attack. There were shocking wounds on his cheek. Kizaru, who barely escaped the fatal blow, felt a little cold all over his body. Brush. In an instant, it turned into a rain of light and retreated violently. 8-foot Magatama. The light is dazzling. Lots of light bombs. As if they don't need money, they are pouring in madly. The overwhelming bombardment hit Ren. Fire Emperor. The flames are billowing. Jin rushed forward violently. The terrifying flames directly scattered the incoming light bullets. That's right. Mama. Charlotte Linlin, who had just driven back the white dragon, was grinning ferociously. The spear of Elbaf weird the country. The blade grabbed it and crushed the atmosphere. A violent circular slash wave directly hit Saint Satan who was about to kill Ren. Boom boom. Chapter 413. The National Treasure of Celestial Dragons, the Terrifying Beam. Lord 5 Elders. The fleet led by Vice Admiral of G14 Branch Dole has arrived at the sea area first and is preparing to surround Egghead Island. The fleets of G11, G12, G13 and other branches have also been dispatched as soon as possible and are rushing over with all their strength. It is expected that the total number of warships will exceed 100. Just when the fierce battle on Egghead Island was reaching a stalemate. Far away at the top of the red line, the Holy Land of Mariajoy, among the powers. A CP official. There, he reported the situation to the 5 elders who were guarding the holy place, including Saint Moshe, Saint Conchuli, and Saint Pit. What are the details? Saint Wachuli, who had a big mustache, asked in a deep voice. According to Dole Vice Admiral's report, although it is impossible to see the situation up close, the battle on the island is very fierce. The CP official reported cautiously. Moreover, Egghead Island, which originally had a winter island climate, and the nearby sea areas have become extremely hot. In addition, without Vegapunk's permission, those mechanical sea beasts will directly attack any warship trying to approach Egghead, making it impossible to land on the island normally. I'm afraid they won't be able to support the two masters, Saint Satan and Saint Nashulong. It doesn't matter, just let the Marines surround the sea area. Peter Saint crossed his arms and said calmly, this is no longer a battle that they can intervene in. Pay close attention to changes in the battle situation and report it at any time. Bulu. Bolo. The phone buzzed suddenly. The 3-5 elders present couldn't help but look over. Notice the color of the phone bug. Each of the pupils couldn't help but shrink. Go down. Whitebeard Moshe Shang narrowed his eyes and waved for the CP officials to retreat. Yes, soon. After the CP officials left, Saint Wuchuli connected with the communication. The 3 aloof 5 elders, who claimed to control the highest power in the world government, gathered around with respectful expressions. Lord I am. Is it because of what happened on Egghead Island? Saint Moshe was full of respect and asked in a deep voice. Saint Satan and Saint Nashulong just passed by. What are your instructions? You don't need to send anyone over. The phone bug simulates a majestic silhouette. The extremely sharp eyes seemed to be looking directly at the 5 elders, making people feel awe. There he said indifferently. Let Satan and the others withdraw and activate it. Directly. Wipe Vegapunk and his clone, together with the island, from this sea. But, Uranus's energy problem. We haven't solved it yet. Here Im's decision. The 3-5 elders present all changed their colors. It doesn't matter. The other end of the phone bug. A figure wearing a crown and a black cloak. Looking at several reward sheets, he said coldly. Anyway, it can be used a few times. Satan, as the god of scientific defense, was also an excellent scientist, and hasn't he already mastered the technologies of Vegapunk? Im narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, since Vegapunk itself is not particularly obedient, there is no need to keep it anymore. Indeed, that guy is not that peaceful. According to our investigation, he may have some connections with the Revolutionary Army. Where is Mashang? Kaido. The position is somewhat erratic, and often ignores the requests of the world government and is unwilling to engage in weapons of mass destruction. Saint Pitt and Saint Vasily did not speak either. Since this is Lord Im's decision, they can only obey it unconditionally. Notify them immediately. Yes, now. Egghead Island. It has been completely reduced to ruins. The flames were billowing and magma was everywhere, which was shocking. The terrifying heat wave swept in all directions, as if it was going to burn everything. Advertisement. People are so hot that they change color in shock. Clang. High in the air, fire shot into the sky. The golden light kept shining. Kizaru and Yanbon had a fierce confrontation there. The blade surrounded by flames and the dazzling lightsaber were constantly colliding. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on. Elbaf's spear powerful country. Boom boom. And not far away. Big Mom versus Satan Saint. This time, I deliberately kept my distance. The ability of the Phantom Beast Yuki could no longer easily pin her down. Just a sharp sword pressure forced Saint Satan back. Charlotte Linlin was there laughing. Mama, Mama. Tianmen, the god of freedom. Rumble. Countless lightning flashes were shining violently. As if he had self-awareness, he continuously bombarded Saint Satan. It made him change color. Boom boom. But the next moment, his body was penetrated by lightning bolts. As if nothing had happened, he rushed forward again. Hera, Prometheus, Napoleon, combined. Here, Mom. Sounding light cannon. The 3 most advanced Homits, Thundercloud Hera, Sun Prometheus, and Napoleon, merge into one. The extremely dazzling beam cannon was fired directly, penetrating the atmosphere. He blasted straight towards Saint Satan. Boom boom. The ground rumbled. The tremors continued. The terrifying magma heat wave swept directly over. To submerge Saint Satan, who had just avoided Charlotte Linlin's attack. It's scary. Damn blood prison. The other side. Admiral Bailong's situation is not so good. It can be said that there are dangers everywhere. Air cannon. Double sword style great purgatory. Boom. Boom. Ren's sword power is aggressive. The moves are deadly, extremely fast, and unpredictable. He, who was already injured, was a little helpless, and the injuries on his body continued to increase. Although he is fast, Ren can not only fly, but his burst of speed in a short period of time is also extremely amazing. Completely suppressed. If it weren't for the power of the Logia air fruit, it had already been torn into pieces. Jundali Long Shengjun. The other side, Kaido, a beast in human animal form, is full of murderous intent. The mace intertwined with black and red lightning was swung out wildly. The dense shadows of sticks were like overwhelming the sky and the earth. Continuously bombarded the man in front of him, who was a phantom beast type and a person with the ability to form a slippery ghost, Nasturo Sage. Advertisement. Clang. Nasushiro's holy blade kept waving, blocking the extremely fierce offensive of Kaido, the beast. But holding the arms of first-generation Kidetsu, I couldn't help but feel numb at the news. The whole person retreated violently. Put some distance between you and the other party. Oh, hey, the 5 elders who hold the highest power can only do this to this extent. Kaido, the beast, was sarcastic. He has roughly figured out the opponent's abilities. Although it can rebound the target's attack, it is not completely unlimited. Once he entangles Conqueror's Haki, the opponent has to seriously resist. Don't be too arrogant, Kaido. After transforming into a slippery ghost, Nashunro Sage has a very long skull and a hideous face, with a sinister look in his eyes. Facing this most powerful creature in the sea, land and air with full combat power, he was really unable to do it on his own. But it won't be easily defeated. At this time, the distant sky. An extremely blazing signal flare exploded high in the sky. What? Want to do that? Saint Nashulong changed his color in shock. Saint Satan, who also noticed the signal flare, couldn't help but change his expression. Kai. The next moment, the two of them looked at each other. Nastero-sei didn't hesitate and held on to first-generation Kidetsu. He swung out a huge slash and struck Kaido of the beasts and others fiercely. He ran directly towards the direction of Satan's sanctuary. Kizaru, Beilong, leave this island immediately. Charlotte Linlin was forced back with all her strength, and Saint Satan's voice echoed in the minds of Kizaru and Beilong. This made both Kizaru and Hakuryu stunned. Confused. Brush. The next moment promised. Strange teleportation array appeared at the feet of Saint Satan and Saint Nashulong. The two of them moved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Disappeared in place. At the same time, a depressing atmosphere filled the air. Let the beasts Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Ren, Jin and others feel their hearts skip a beat. I have an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness. Terrified. Up there. Withdraw. A flash of scarlet flashed across his eyes. As if they had foreseen something, Ren and Kaido changed their faces in shock. A strong sense of crisis emerged, and I couldn't help but stand on end. They all shouted at Charlotte Linlin and Yan Calamity Jin. Without looking back, he rushed straight into the distance. Brush. Brush. Kizaru and Beilong also sensed the fatal crisis. The two people who changed their colors at the same time did not think much and activated the fruit ability immediately. Escape this island. Boom boom H. Between the turbulent clouds and mist. It seems like there is some huge thing. Beam after beam of extremely fierce and huge beam cannons with a diameter of no less than several hundred meters. One after another, they all shot down. Unstoppable. Boom. Gone. Chapter 414. The power of ancient weapon, the huge bottomless pit. Rumble. Wow. The loud noise shook the sky. The sea was boiling and the tremors continued. The light is dazzling, too bright to look directly at. A huge island, together with its surrounding waters, completely disappeared in front of everyone. A huge circular hole appeared on the sea surface, and a large amount of sea water kept pouring into it. It's like an endless abyss that can never be filled. Makes your scalp numb. Hiss. Relying on the racial talents of the Pteranodon and the Lunaria tribe. When the flames were extinguished, the ultimate's flying speed barely escaped Yan Calamity Jin, who couldn't help but gasped. Is this the secret weapon mastered by the world government? 1 inch. Oh, hey, I'm really shocked. Looking at the surging clouds, there is no movement at all. After all, the flying speed was not as fast as Ren and Jin. They were hit on the shoulders by the terrifying flames. Kaido, the beast covered in blood, grinned and laughed. It was as if he was not the one who was injured. What really disappoints them is that, before he and others could truly see the true face of the national treasure, they wanted to launch a counterattack. It has disappeared. Mr. Kaido. Jin's pupils shrank sharply. Because, Kaido of the beast's shoulder was bloody and burned. Even part of the body covered with dragon scales seemed to have been burned into Kurozumi by the terrifying high temperature, exuding a fishy burnt smell. The injury is really serious. It's chilling. It doesn't matter. I could have avoided 987 directly, but I was caught in the aftermath on purpose just to feel the power of the national treasure of celestial dragons. There are flaming clouds under your feet. Kaido, who maintained his human animal form, waved his hand, not caring about his injuries at all. As the most powerful creature recognized by the sea on land, sea, and air, he was extremely confident in his own defense power, and he was indeed deliberately attacked. Knowing that Ren has Paramesha, a person with the ability to heal the fruit, Kaido can be said to be confident. But I really didn't expect that he would maintain his human animal form and be covered with powerful haki. He was injured like this. I didn't expect that the aftermath would be so exaggerated, oh haha. Looking at the endless abyss in front of him, his eyes were filled with unspeakable fear, and he bared his teeth and said, but, that guy Linlin won't be killed, right? If Charlotte Linlin is killed, the territories of the Big Mom Pirates. He accepted it unceremoniously. No, still alive. Confirm that Kizaru, Hakuryu and others have retreated. With the powerful observation haki, he can sense the surrounding sea and the bottomless abyss. Next to him, Ren, who was carrying his wings and had returned to his human form without any injuries, shrugged. It seems that he was saved by Homits. But he looked at Kaido's shoulder that was battered and bloody. Advertisement. Ren couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and threw a bottle of healing tears. I didn't expect, CJFF, that the other party would be so stubborn. However, it's not completely mindless. At least it was just to resist the aftermath of the edge, instead of facing those terrifying light beams just now. And the reason why the other party dared to act so randomly was obviously not only because he was confident in his own defense, but also because Mangzili was not afraid of breaking his arm or anything like that. Oh. Kaido, the beast, caught the healing tears, which were negligible compared to his huge size, and threw the glass bottle directly into his mouth. Glowing all over. Injury on shoulder. It is constantly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crash. I do not know how long it has been. There was a splash on the sea surface. Sun Prometheus and Thundercloud Hera. Charlotte Linlin, who was completely charred and unconscious, rushed up from the bottom of the sea. Mother. At Homies' call, Charlotte Linlin is seriously injured. finally regained consciousness and woke up. Ahem. He couldn't help but spit out the seawater in his stomach, mixed with shocking blood, and even some bloody organ debris. The skin all over his body seemed to have been burned over large areas by Ren's terrifying hell flames. No one knows how many bones in the body were broken. It makes one's scalp tingle. Gasps. Linlin, are you okay? Seeing Charlotte Linlin so miserable, Kaido's complexion changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward and asked. He didn't want the newly formed pirate alliance to end like this. Of course, there was also a hint of undetectable disappointment in his eyes. If the other party was killed directly like this, it would not be a bad thing for him. Ahem, what the hell is that thing? It actually hurt my iron body. Charlotte Linlin, who was a little weak, had blood bleeding from the corner of her mouth. She looked back at the huge black hole like a bottomless pit, with lingering fear in her heart. I almost got killed. That is, a natural monster like her. If it were anyone else, let alone whether he could have survived the horrific attack just now. Just because he was injured so badly, he might have lost his ability to revolving heaven. If there is another blow, no matter how confident Charlotte Linlin is, she can't bear it. Restore it to me. Next moment, a frail Charlotte Linlin. The ability to directly activate the soul fruit. At the expense of one's own lifespan, spiritual power is injected into the bones, organs and other tissues in the body. Giving them consciousness allows them to recover quickly from their injuries. Advertisement. It is indeed an exaggerated power. Looking at the extremely miserable Charlotte Linlin, Ren felt inexplicably, can't you even block the monster-like bodies of the two of you head-on? Really, the power of technology is truly terrifying. At least, even the strongest creatures of sea, land and air like Kaido, cannot resist God's attack head-on. Of course, Ren was not frightened. He didn't have to use his own body to resist the power of Uranus. With his own speed and his ability to predict the future, just because he can't block it doesn't mean he can't escape. At best, it's just a little scary. Moreover, Ren is confident and gives him some more time. He may not be able to grow to the level where he can truly challenge these ancient weapons with his own strength. Charlotte Linlin, a natural monster, was not killed directly, but was only seriously injured by the terrifying power. It is enough to show that ancient weapon is not truly invincible. This thing can't be said to be completely without threat, but it's not so powerful that it makes people despair. They shouldn't be able to use this thing at will. Kaido, the beast, said with a ferocious smile. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken action until now. As the ambitious four emperors, how could he be frightened so easily? I saw how powerful the national treasure of celestial dragons really is. Kaido is undoubtedly more looking forward to and longing for the legendary ancient weapon. The most important thing is that our goal has been achieved. Ren said with a smile. Vegapunk has fallen into our hands. And I also got a preliminary glimpse of world government's trump card. Oh, that's right. Kaido laughed loudly. Even the five elders have taken action, which shows that they are really running out of people. The mysterious veil of world government has been unveiled before their eyes. On the contrary, it is no longer so scary. It is impossible for the world government to use such weapons at will. Moreover, he will not resist stupidly next time. You can completely avoid it in advance. Mama, remember, I also have my share of Vegapunk. Charlotte Linlin bared her teeth and said. Hey, Linlin, don't even think about it. Laozi only promised you the technology to enlarge the human body. Kaido of the Beasts immediately glared at him. This is all easy to say. After all, scientific research also requires huge financial investment, and the world government will not just sit back and watch the development of our two major forces. Ren was trying to smooth things over. We can't make a fuss over something like this at this time. Vegapunk's scientific research capabilities are powerful. But it was a big money burner like a bottomless pit. Even if they use coercion and inducement to subdue them, let them work for them. That huge amount of money is not a small amount. It does take two parties to bear it. The most important is, he is the banker and wins surely. It's totally okay to have S*X for free on both sides. Chapter 415. The sea shook and an agreement was reached. Shocked. The disappeared Egghead Island. Big event. The kidnapped genius scientist. Drive. Vegapunk. The brutal pirate alliance. Kaido and Big Mom, four emperors, joined forces to attack the marine science force. Failure of justice. Admiral of Headquarters T. Dolphin unfortunately died. Marshal Kizaru of Marine announced that he will form an expedition fleet to defeat the Big Mom Pirates and Beasts Pirates. The next day, along with the news birds, they flied all over the world with brand new newspapers. The world is shaken. The sea is in an uproar. No one expected it. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates had just formed the Pirate Alliance, and there was such a big commotion. Blatantly attacked the experimental base where the Marine Science Force was stationed, and kidnapped Vegapunk, a genius scientist who claimed to be beyond the current human scientific research capabilities for 500 years. Moreover, even the new Admiral T. Dolphin, who was stationed on Egghead Island and had just been promoted to Marine Admiral, was directly killed. It's unbelievable. Oh my god, is this real? Gulu. That Kaido and Big Mom actually did such a thing. Dr. Vegapunk, the world's most talented scientist, was kidnapped by pirates. What do those guys want to do? Hiss. How long has it been since then? Another admiral was killed in naval headquarters. First it was Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku, then Marine Admiral Akainu, and now it's Marine Admiral Akainu. Has the power of the pirates grown to a point where Marine cannot suppress it? Damn it, is Marine really no longer capable of maintaining justice? Where should the future of the world go? Such shocking news naturally makes the world panic. After all, the successive major events were all caused by the failure of Marine, either the Marshal or the news of the death of the Admiral. They have to worry about the strength of naval headquarters and whether it can maintain order in this sea. Especially for the wealthy gentry and nobles, and even the people at the bottom who can barely maintain food and clothing on weekdays, they do not want this sea to be completely chaotic, but they hope to maintain the status quo. Even if it is a corrupt order, it is better than no order at all. Marine and world government are certainly not good things, but if these pirates who only know how to burn, kill and loot rule the world, that's the real nightmare. However, this is for those who can survive for now. For those civilians and slaves who have been oppressed to the point of breathlessness, suffered bullying and oppression, and are overwhelmed, it would be best for such a world to be destroyed. But this has nothing to do with Ren. Because he is not a savior. Advertisement. Everything he did was just to realize his ambition. At this moment, on an uninhabited island. Boom boom. The ground rumbled. The sea surface is boiling. The clouds in the sky are in constant pain. The terrifying momentum keeps colliding. Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, who were negotiating for the ownership of Dr. Vegapunk, started fighting again. The fight started again. On the sea. Full of fairy tale style, Queen Mother's hymn. He looked at the two figures in front of him who looked like little giants, holding exaggerated maces and anthropomorphic swords, and they were at war with each other. In the distance, Smoothie, who was supposed to be the same enemy as Charlotte Linlin, held his forehead helplessly. It's okay, I can't fight. Ren on the side is leaning against the wall. He yawned boredly. There is no need to worry about Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin actually fighting each other. Due to the special nature of Dr. Vegapunk. To be on the safe side, they did not return to Ghost Island immediately. I listened to Ren's suggestion. Kaido, who is quite afraid of the terrible weapon in the hands of the world government, plans to find a secluded island in the Calm Belt as the next scientific research base of the Beast's pirates. But I witnessed what happened to Egghead with my own eyes. Charlotte Linlin is obviously not satisfied with the technology that can only enlarge the human body. As a result, the four emperors started arguing again. The two parties started negotiations on the ownership of Vegapunk. Such collisions happen from time to time. No matter it was Ren, or Perospero, Smoothie and others who came following the life card, they were all used to it. I didn't expect you to snatch this genius scientist Vegapunk away. I'm really shocked. Perospero on the side licked his lips and said with some fear. However, the world government's trump card is really horrible. He didn't expect that his invincible mother would be injured like this. It's really a bit mind-numbing. And I heard that the entire island of Egghead, including its base, had been completely wiped out. If Cake Island is attacked, how many of the Charlotte family will survive? Don't worry, this is their trump card to rule the world. Glancing at Perospero, who was full of fear and was obviously shocked, Ren said nonchalantly, using the ancient weapon will inevitably consume a huge amount of energy, and that kind of ancient energy cannot be reproduced by the world government. One less time at a time. I think even the world government will not be able to use it easily if it is not forced into a hurry. Zero, please give me flowers. Advertisement. Oh, hey, Ren is right. Mama, that's all those guys' trump cards are. At this time, two bursts of laughter came from the center of the island. Two terrifying figures walked out of the billowing smoke. It was Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, both of whom were smiling. It seems that you two have reached an agreement. See this. Ren raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Mom, Perospero, Smoothie and others also stepped forward to greet Charlotte Linlin. Yes, we have decided to share all Vegapunk technologies. Beisho Kaido laughed and said, but your Junlot family will provide 70% of the resources and funds needed for scientific research. What? Perospero jumped up. 70%. He, the eldest son in charge of the finances of the Big Mom Pirates, knows how expensive scientific research is. 0. Although Vegapunk, a genius scientist who claims to have scientific research capabilities that surpass the current human beings for 500 years, is a big treasure. But for some related research, if you want to see results, the initial investment is simply a bottomless pit. If they fully support the other party's scientific research, this will hollow out their Big Mom Pirates group. Hey, boy from the Charlotte family, this is Lousy's biggest concession. The mace struck hard. The ground cracked under the pressure and smoke and dust flew into the air. Kaido stared blankly and said dissatisfiedly, you don't know what is good and what is good, you still behave when you get an advantage. If he hadn't just formed an alliance with the Big Mom Pirates, he would still need to use the power of Charlotte Linlin to fight against the world government, a behemoth with a deep foundation. He would not agree to share Vegapunk's technology. After all, it can be said that the Beast's pirates are now at odds with the world government. Marine has also announced that it will form an expedition fleet to attack them. A full-scale war could break out at any time. But Perospero wanted to say something else. Peros, there's no need to say anything else, because my mother has already agreed. Charlotte Linlin interrupted Perospero arrogantly. In her opinion, as long as the Charlotte family can obtain Vegapunk's technology, the investment will be worthwhile. Don't worry, although scientific research does need to burn money to achieve corresponding results as soon as possible, but it doesn't mean that Vegapunk can study whatever he wants. Ren crossed his arms and said calmly, and he must study whatever we ask him to study. Disagree. Their hands were touching each other's weak point. The desire clone of Dr. Vegapunk always wants to replace the main sword. Chapter 416 York and Vegapunk, the threat of Ren. Quote. Within the castle space. In the gorgeous living room. Vegapunk wakes up from a coma. I just felt like my whole body was falling apart, and I was a little sore. But looking at the people sitting on the sofa in front of me. As memories from before the coma flood in. He was quickly startled. Hey, is it too much for you to treat me like this, an old man with no strength? Looking at the seastone handcuffs that locked his hands and feet, Vegapunk looked dissatisfied at Karina, Dr. Brian, and Wa in front of him. Raccoon Pato and the others said. Jia he, you are not an ordinary old man, Dr. Yingjia Punk. Dr. Brian examined the strange thing in front of him and said with a smile, it's been a long time, I wonder if you still remember me. Are you Brian Tunney? Staring at 760, Brian in front of him, Vegapunk frowned. I heard that you, a guy, conducted inhumane biological experiments and was captured by the world government. I didn't expect to join the Beast's Pirates. He remembered Brian Tunney. We once met at a scientific seminar. The other person is a very thoughtful and open-minded scientist. Are your pacifist experiments against each other very humane? Brian sneered and said, it's just that I'm not as valuable as you, and I'm just favored by the world government. With the special characteristics of munch fruit. Not only did he swallow a Vegapunk clone, and devoured Punk records. It has been perfectly integrated with them. Strictly speaking, he has now replaced a clone of Vegapunk. Although the talents of Vegapunk's clones are also outstanding. A scientist whose scientific research ability is far beyond ordinary. But by sharing the intelligence information in the Punk records, Brian had to admit that Vegapunk had a genius mind and scientific research ability. Far from comparable to these clones. No matter what you say, it is impossible for me to serve the pirates. Vegapunk turned his head and said firmly. Really, Dr. Vegapunk. Brian crossed his arms. Advertisement. Looking at this legendary genius scientist, he said with a smile, York has told us that you have studied historical texts in private. Jia he, the world government will never forgive anyone who secretly studies the history of the blank 100 years, even if he is a genius scientist like you. You have no other choice but to cooperate with us. Hear the words. Vegapunk's expression changed. His face was extremely ugly, and he clenched his fists. York. That be ********** D. Sure enough, the desires of living things are indeed difficult to control. He lowered his head weakly, feeling a little disappointed. Unexpectedly, the clone he worked so hard to create would betray him. This was indeed a big blow to him. Even if you don't want to cooperate, we don't have no other options. At this time, two figures walked in. Vegapunk looked over subconsciously. The next moment, I couldn't help but shrink my pupils. It's you. You think so, York? Ren turned his head and smiled at the tall figure beside him. Of course. At this time, the tall, smiling desire avatar walked out from outside with his waist in his arms. Master Ren, I am willing to serve you all the time. As long as you can kill this idiot and his other clones, I will be the only Vegapunk. Said. York's delicate face turned ferocious. He glared fiercely at Vegapunk, whose expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with unspeakable murderous intent and jealousy. Who is the Dr. Vegapunk I need most? It all depends on your performance. Ren said nonchalantly as he sat on the sofa. There is no need for him to coerce or induce. The desire clone, York, had already taken refuge in him in order to survive. In particular, the Punk record, which represents the brain, is in his hands. You guys are so despicable. Vegapunk gritted his teeth angrily and looked at. Thank you for the compliment. Ren didn't take it seriously. He is a pirate. If his actions are not despicable, how can he still be upright and majestic? Advertisement. Let's not talk about the mixed guys in the Whitebeard Pirates. Isn't Whitebeard himself upright and majestic? What's the outcome? As long as you kill the traitor York, I will work for you. Looking at the eagerly looking desire clone, York, 0. Vegapunk's expression keeps changing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and compromised. Hey, you guy. Restraint jumped up. He was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire, and he wanted to shoot Vegapunk to pieces. At the same time, he became a little nervous and said loudly to Ren, Master Ren, don't listen to his nonsense, he will definitely not work for you sincerely. I'm afraid that Ren will really listen to Vegapunk's advice and directly kill his desire clone. I'm sorry to say this. Ren waved his hand, signaling York to relax. Staring at Dr. Vegapunk, unmoved, to ensure that you, a genius scientist, can serve us wholeheartedly. Keeping her is also a constraint for you. The initiative now lies in his hands. It's not that he has to do whatever Vegapunk says. Although the desire clone is not reliable, at least she has considerable value. It can not only be used to monitor Vegapunk and prevent him from doing anything on some related products. And some special research, when Vegapunk is really unwilling to carry out, are passive in the work. Words by Desire and Brian teamed up. The chances of success are high. For example, it was originally done with bare hands. The holy flame that can be used as the activation energy source for ancient weapon. Also, don't think of me 3.7 as one of those world government fools. If you dare to play any tricks, I won't mind letting your hometown, the future kingdom of Bakumoa, disappear. Ren squinted his eyes, looked down at the Vegapunk in front of him, and said lightly. Don't say you don't care about your hometown. I don't mind letting you see how a winter island turns into a hot summer island filled with lava. You guys are so despicable. Vegapunk's eyelids twitched and he became furious. He never expected that the other party would use his hometown to threaten him. Take the example of his fight with Aokiji, which turned an island into an island of ice and fire. He has no doubt that if Copper's Ren takes action, Bakumoa will be destroyed, and even the climate of the entire sea area will be completely changed. Chapter 417. Marine's Decision, Green Bull Attacks. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed since the Egghead incident. Ren, Kaido and others never returned to Onigashima. Only Jin, the fire disaster, rushed back. Moreover, the first thing to do was to directly recruit people. Led the pirate fleet composed of Yakuza Quinn, Drought Jack, Thunder King Kong and others. With great force and murderous intent, they attacked the stronghold stationed by the naval headquarters in the hinterland of New World. Several bases were directly captured along the way. Heading towards the G14 branch. At the same time, the Big Mom pirates received orders from Charlotte Linlin. Under the leadership of Katakuri, the general, they began to advance with great fanfare towards the base of Fren Island, which served as the frontier of the G5 branch and was used to monitor the every move of the Big Mom pirates. The world shook. Big Mom pirates and Beasts pirates. This is undoubtedly a declaration of war against Marine, showing that it is not afraid of threats at all. Show your strength. Beep. Now, the second half of New World, the G14 branch. A sharp alarm, extremely urgent. 20 warships, large and small, lined up on the sea. There are also large caliber coastal defense guns that are being fired continuously. Attacking the menacing pirate fleet. Boom, boom. Bombardment. Sink them for me. Kill these pirates. Keep them away from the fortress. Damn Beasts pirates, are you going to start an all-out war with us? On a large warship, Bruglas and several other naval headquarters vice admirals who came to support from nearby bases were giving loud commands there. Bulu, Bolo, sir, Vice Admiral is calling. Dole, what's the matter? Looking at the battle on the sea. The old Vice Admiral Bruglas took the microphone and asked in a deep voice, the Beasts pirates' offensive is very fierce. It seems that they are determined to go to war. Advertisement. Our superiors ordered us to abandon the G12, G13, G14 and other forward branch bases located in the middle and second half of New World, and retreat to the G5 branch located in the first half of New World. The phone bug imitated the outline of Dole Vice Admiral and emitted a crisp sound. What? Not only Brugla's Vice Admiral, but also other naval headquarters Vice Admirals could not help but change their expressions. Are you kidding me? Dole, are you crazy? This is our Marine's important fortress in the second half of the New World. Once lost, Marine will completely lose control of the second half of New World. A man named Marine Vice Admiral couldn't believe it. I thought I heard it wrong. There is no way, this is Marshal Porcelino's order. Next to a fort that was firing continuously. Wearing the cloak of justice and wearing a sexy Dole Vice Admiral, he stood there holding a phone. Looking at the military fortress that had been guarded for a long time with complicated eyes, he said helplessly, currently, not only the Beasts pirates, but also the Big Mom pirates are aggressively attacking and pressing forward step by step. Even the Cross Guild is a little ready to move. These days, with the successive defeats, our Marines no longer have enough combat power to cope with such a long front. We must shrink the defense line and concentrate our efforts on defending the G5 fortress in the first half of New World. It's not that they don't want to defend these branch bases. But the Beasts pirates' offensive was too fierce, and the Admiral, who currently represents the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, lost another one. Marine is currently extremely weak and his vitality is severely damaged. Even if it is recruiting talents in an eclectic way, recruiting troops from around the world on a large scale. In a short period of time, the new naval headquarters led by Kizaru was still unable to return to its former heyday. In the first half of the New World, we have to guard against the four Emperor's forces such as the Big Mom pirates and the Cross Guild. In addition, we have to protect the safety of the holy place Mariajoy. The Admiral Green Ox, the Admiral White Dragon, and the others were trapped there, unable to escape at all. In order to preserve strength, these forward bases had to be abandoned. Damn it. The first half of New World. Former G1 branch, new naval headquarters. In the Marshal's office, Momoshige looked at Kizaru and Suru, Vice Admiral, and asked in disbelief, Porcelino-chan, and the eldest sister, is Marine really going to give up those important bases? She didn't expect to face the fierce attack of Beasts pirates. Kizaru, the Marine Marshal, actually made such a decision to abandon the forward bases in the middle and second half of New World. Let Marine's hard work over the years be completely in vain. In this way, Marine is equivalent to completely losing control of the middle and second half of New World. Influence is minimized. This is something that can't be helped. Kizaru spread his hands and said helplessly, we no longer have enough combat power to deal with this. He, Marshal Marine, is the one who has the most headaches and entanglements. Advertisement. Although it was announced that an expedition fleet would be formed to defeat the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates. But when the formation is completed and when action begins is another matter. The Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates are obviously determined to drive Marine out of the second half of New World. Even forces such as the Cross Guild began to respond in a tacit understanding. Marine is under too much pressure and must make an early decision. If you continue to hold on, it will be in vain and you will only suffer greater losses. Crane Vice Admiral said calmly. This can be said to be the fault of the world government. A series of stupid and cruel decisions have led to the current situation. With Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Admiral Akainu falling one after another, Hero Garp retired in dismay, and Admiral Aokiji resigned, Marine's high-end combat power can be said to have been reduced by half. If Black Arm Zephyr hadn't taken away some of the Marine generals before, they wouldn't have been so passive when they arrived. But this time the T-Dolphin is the newly promoted Marine Admiral. It was lost again on Egghead Island. If we don't shrink the defense line again, the losses will only be greater. And that blood prison, it's growing too fast. Thinking back to the battle at Egghead, touching the clearly visible scar on his face, Kizaru's eyes were dark and uncertain. 560 sighed, full of fear, even I can't guarantee that I can capture him. A strong fortress is often breached from within. Although Crane Vice Admiral is old, his eyesight is clear. She intertwined her fingers and rested her elbows on the desk. His tone was full of determination, and he spoke calmly. Once the young lion's wings are full, he will definitely challenge the male lion. He needs time, and we, Marine, also need time to regain our strength. Also, Teacher Zephyr, we can't delay any longer. Kizaru said. The five elders have repeatedly urged us to resolve it as soon as possible. But, Momosagi's pupils narrowed sharply. Naturally, she couldn't do anything to the teacher Black Arm Zephyr. This is something that can't be helped. This is no longer an ordinary crime. Crane Vice Admiral said quietly. Whether it's her, Momosagi, or even dovish generals such as Garp. Although I have no favorable impression of world government, I even hate and reject it from the bottom of my heart. But I have to admit that no matter how corrupt the world government's rule is, at least there will be a certain order in this sea. If there is complete chaos and disorder, it will be a real disaster for the people at the bottom. The entire sea will become hell. This is also the reason why Marine generals such as Suru, Vice Admiral and Momosagi are still willing to stay in Marine. Although he used to be my teacher, now that things have happened, I can no longer turn a blind eye. If you can't do it, just let the Green Bull guy do it. Kizaru shrugged, but the tone was full of determination. Chapter 418 Moving Sky Island. Tea Party. Oh, hey, are those guys without balls in Marine really cowards? Not long after, the second half of New World, the G14 branch. A huge cyan dragon was hovering high in the sky. Looking at this dilapidated fortress, it was directly blown up by Marine before retreating. Kaido of the Beasts is filled with disdain. Mr. Kaido, we have received news that not only the G14 branch that was originally attacked by us, but also other Marine bases located in the middle and second half have also begun to evacuate. There, Jin reports to Kaido of the Beasts. Ren, who was fluttering his wings in the air, crossed his arms and said calmly, it can be seen that the strength of those guys is already stretched thin, and they can only retreat to the first half of New World. If it weren't for lack of combat power, it is impossible for Marine to give up these military bases that it has worked hard for a long time. This is undoubtedly equivalent to completely handing over control of the second half of New World. In this way, Marine's influence in the New World is extremely limited. It can be said to be reduced to the lowest level. Really? Jin nodded. After this battle, he was originally not optimistic about whether the Beasts Pirates could overthrow the world government, but now he has made up his mind and gained a lot of confidence. Just be careful and be prepared for the world government to directly use that mysterious, national treasure, to make a surprise attack. This behemoth with a profound foundation is not as scary as imagined. Those guys who are superior and call themselves gods. Sooner or later they will pull you down from the altar. Oh haha, those guys in the world government can only rely on the ancient weapon to bluff people and show off their power. Kaido of the Beasts said with a laugh. Mr. Kaido, have you found the location of the experimental base? Jin asked directly. I've already found the location. Kaido of the Beasts grinned and said, absolutely hidden. Boss Kaido, Vegapunk claims to have scientific research capabilities that are 500 years beyond the current human level. The threat posed by such a genius scientist being controlled by pirates will definitely be T by the world government. Ren pondered for a moment and then suggested, if you ask me, it would be better for Vegapunk to build a small mobile sky island to prevent the world government from directly raiding. Exclamation mark quote. Mobile small sky island. Kaido raised his eyebrows. Jin on the side also looked at Ren with surprise. Is this really possible? Advertisement. Yes, with Vegapunk's ability, as long as there are sufficient funds and resources, he can definitely build it. Ren smiled and said with certainty, the world government will not just watch our strength continue to grow. They will definitely find ways to destroy it. Even once we start mass producing pacifists or other destructive weapons, they might decide determined to once again use the national treasure, dimensionality reduction strike. We have to be on guard. On the surface, a hidden experimental base is established to confuse the world government. But privately, let Vegapunk research it in a small movable sky island. Not only can it be hidden at an altitude of 10,000 meters, but its coordinates can also be constantly moved and changed, making it impossible for the world government to lock it. Oh, hey, what you said makes sense, so I'll do as you say. Hearing Ren say this, Kaido of the Beasts' eyes lit up. We worked hard to seize the great treasure of Vegapunk from the world government. We are also prepared to invest massive amounts of funds and resources. But we can't draw water from a bamboo basket and get nothing. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The situation in the New World is changing and the waves are treacherous. The collision between Marine, who retreated to the first half of New World, and the Big Mom Pirates and Beasts Pirates continued. Even the Cross Guild would add insult to injury from time to time, squeezing Marine's living space. There is a strong tendency to unite with the other 4 emperors to expel Marine from the New World. As a result, in order to cope with being at a disadvantage, it fell into a declining situation. Marine had to summon the newly completed 7 warlords of the sea. Several fierce battles broke out between the two sides. There is victory and defeat for each other. However, despite the tense situation, all parties who were ill-prepared have always exercised restraint, as if they have no intention of truly going into full-scale war. The all-pervasive CP is constantly spying on the intelligence of the 2 pirate groups, trying to find out the whereabouts of Dr. Vegapunk and eliminate him. However, under the investigation of Violet's Paramesha staring fruit ability, these CP spies have no way to hide. He was quickly found out by Ren and cleaned up. Make the world government furious. Brush. The middle half of New World. Toto Land Sea area, surrounding islands. Ah, Ren, you're here. Strong and Snamin are 2 long-legged sisters. Advertisement. Looking at the figure falling from the sky, he smiled lightly. Where's Smoothie? Looking around, Ren raised his eyebrows. He looked at the 2 sisters. I have to say, because of the use of slippery fruit Strom. He is completely different from before, with a well-proportioned figure and smooth skin. Even the slimmer appearance has become comparable to the handsome and heroic Snamin. Each has its own merits. My sister went to Cake Island to meet her mother, and I heard that a distinguished guest came there. Gazing at Ren's handsome face, Snamin blinked charmingly and said with a smile, I knew you were coming, so we specially asked the 2 of us to receive you here. Such a heroic and impeccable man in every aspect. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was his brother-in-law. She was a little moved. As that's so, Ren nodded. It was also his first time to come to Toto Land waters. I came here this time mainly because Big Mom decided to hold a grand tea party. In a week, there will be another wedding with Smoothie, the dessert star. Seems like Smoothie has been quite cooperative these days. He didn't object. Would you like to go sightseeing at Cake Island? We can lead the way. Strom asked with a smile. Forget it, I don't want to see that old woman. Ren waved his hand. Every time Shaw Zhao Lot Linlin saw him, his eyes were hotter than Smoothie, as if he wanted to eat him. It's really stomach-churning. Strom and Snamin were speechless. This is why Ren, the 4th natural disaster of the Beasts Pirates, dared to say it so brazenly. By the way, how is the construction of the Vegapunk experimental base going? Snamon asked curiously. We are almost ready. It is estimated that in half a month, we can cultivate clones of Pacifist on a large scale. Ren said nonchalantly. There is his subordinate Dr. Brian, with his munch fruit ability. After spending a huge amount of money and resources, as well as a lot of human resources, the small Sky Island, which serves as Vegapunk's secret experimental base, has been initially built and can be officially put into use. He came here this time to ask for money from the wealthy Big Mom Pirates. Chapter 419 Queen of the Pleasure District. Juice Island, the scenery is pleasant. The unique architectural style is a bit eye-opening for Ren. Under the warm reception of the 2 sisters, Strom and Snamin, the 3 of them chatted about each other, but they didn't feel too bored. Time flies by unconsciously. At noon, Smoothie, who went to Cake Island, could not wait to come back. Ren, you're here. Just got off the boat. Seeing Ren coming to greet him with Strom, Snamin and the others, Smoothie was overjoyed and stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Ah, is this your husband? Smoothie, a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes said with a smile on the side. She wore a white flowered hat, a pink dress and a white shawl, and black high heels. She looked elegant and graceful. The figure is beautiful, well-proportioned, and full of charm and enchantment. A pair of eyes as clear as sapphire could not help but look at Ren. Seems full of curiosity. Aunt Stussy, you're here too. Looking at the woman who got off the boat with Smoothie, Strom smiled and spoke. You're not Strom, are you? Stussy was surprised. Looking at this stunning long-legged beauty, she happened to be standing next to Snamin. Thinking of the recent rumors, there was some vague speculation. 003 is me. Strom admitted with a smile. Allah, the rumors are indeed true. It's only been a year since I last saw you. You have really changed a lot. Stussy stepped forward with a smile. He looked at Strom with surprise. This skin is so smooth, it makes me so envious. The effect of slippery fruit is indeed amazing. Smoothie nodded. As he spoke, he motioned to Ren. Come on, Ren, I'll introduce you. This is Mom's friend, Aunt Stussy. Snamin on the side smiled and added. Although Aunt Stussy looks weak, she is one of the emperors of the Dark World, a woman known as the Queen of the Pleasure District. Queen of the Pleasure District, that's just everyone's pursuit, I don't dare to be. Stussy waved her hand. Looking at Ren, she winked playfully and said with a smile, but the legendary, Blood Prison, is really handsome. Hello, Stussy. Ren looked at the Queen of the Pleasure District, smiled and nodded. Smoothie and the others gave Stussy face and called each other Aunt. Advertisement. But of course he couldn't let himself be compared to the dwarves. Moreover, he knows it very well. Stussy's true identity. On the surface, she is the Queen of the Pleasure District, but secretly she is an employee of the world government's top-secret cipher Pulpo. It is also the clone of Miss Ba Jin. However, even the world government doesn't know. Stussy is a spy placed in CPO by Dr. Vegapunk. As long as Vegapunk's safety is involved. Even if it means betraying the world government, Stussy will do it without hesitation. There is Stussy, the long-sleeved Queen of the Pleasure District who is good at dancing. The atmosphere will naturally not be cold. For a while, several people were talking and laughing. Returned to the manor where the three smooth sisters lived. During this period, Stussy only showed off her charm intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, he showed his kindness to Ren, the fourth natural disaster of Beast's pirates, without leaving any trace. Although he was a little attentive, he tried to bring the two of them closer. But in his words, there was absolutely no intention to inquire about the whereabouts of Dr. Vegapunk. It was as if she, the Queen of the Pleasure District, had specially come to Toto Land waters in advance at the invitation of Big Mom to prepare for the tea party a week later. She just happened to be a guest at Juice Island. She really had no other purpose. Clang. Late at night, a fierce battle came to an end. Smoothie is wild and untamed and unwilling to live under others. He once again tested his swordsmanship with Ren and fought several times, but was defeated repeatedly. After all, he was killed and his armor was thrown off. A complete defeat. No way. I give up. Lying there without any image, CACD couldn't help but gasp for breath. Oh, isn't this going to work? Ren, who was full of murderous intent and high in fighting spirit, was full of teasing. Humph, you are a monster. Smoothie, who was sweating profusely and in a state of embarrassment, curled his lips. But he can only accept defeat and bow his head. Well, your hockey is really getting stronger and stronger. In previous battles, advertisement, she even used the fruit's ability. All failed in front of the opponent's powerful hockey. In such a short period of time, Ren's blue energy has continued to improve. It's unbelievable. Of course, your man will not stand still. Ren said confidently. Huh, that's right, looking at the powerful and proud Ren in front of him. Smoothie hesitated there, remembered something, frowned slightly and asked. Did you just say that Stussy is a spy of the world government? And he is also a CPO person. The intelligence power of the Charlotte family is not a vegetarian. Naturally, it is clear that Stussy, the Queen of the Pleasure District who takes both black and white, must have some unknown connection with the world government. I thought that the relationship between the other party and the world government should be more of a cooperative one. But I really didn't expect that the other party was actually a member of the top cipher Pulpo under the world government. The loyal dog of the celestial dragons. Master the amazing tenderness and change it at will. Ren chuckled and said nonchalantly. As expected, I'm here to inquire about Vegapunk's whereabouts. She's really being swiped around. I'm going to kill her. Smoothie narrowed his eyes. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, full of murderous intent. Over the years, the Charlotte family has been kept in the dark. Saying that, he was about to get up. No rush. Ren pressed her down and said with a smile. CPO is just her second level of identity, there is a deeper level. What do you mean? Even if it was Smoothie, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. She is a clone created by the Mads team formed by Vegapunk using blood factor technology. Facing the eloquent Smoothie, Ren didn't hide anything. He closed his eyes slightly and hummed. Actually, he is an undercover agent placed by Vegapunk in the world government. Keep her, it's still useful. The spies that come to your door are useless. Maybe, we can also find out the reality of the national treasure of world government. Even tricking the world government into consuming the ancient weapon's power once or twice. Anyway, Vegapunk is in my hands. Not afraid of Stussy being uncompromising. Chapter 420. Stussy, you don't want anything to happen to Vegapunk, right? Although the tea party is coming up. But in recent days, the situation in the sea has been chaotic. It's not just the friction with Marine. Those pirates who are constantly pouring into the new world, are ambitious and overestimate their capabilities, and attack the throne of the four emperors from time to time. Especially in the battle with Beast's pirates a few days ago, a lot of manpower was lost. As a result, Smoothie, the dessert star, had to go into battle himself. It's only the third day. I said goodbye to Ren apologetically early in the morning. Together with the sister Strom, they set out with the fleet. Only Snamon, a fellow sister, was left. Responsible for entertaining Ren and Stussy, the Queen of the Pleasure District. Night falls and the moon is dim. Just finished dinner with Snamon, my sister-in-law. Because he had to deal with some unexpected matters on the island, Snamon had to leave in a hurry. On the rooftop, Ren alone, admiring the full moon in boredom. Looking at the moon alone is a bit boring. I brought good wine. Are you interested in having a drink? Brother Ren, Stussy came here with a bottle of red wine. He extended the invitation with a smile and winked at Ren charmingly. The company of good wine and beautiful people is a pleasure. Naturally, Ren would not refuse and nodded with a smile. So, if Smoothie knew about it, she would be jealous. Stussy laughed. Luo generous. Came to Ren. He sat there and poured wine for him. Under Stussy's intentional chatting, the two chatted together, and the atmosphere gradually became heated. Unknowingly, the queen of the pleasure district has snuggled into Ren's arms. Extremely ambiguous and extremely tempting. I heard a few days ago. The atmosphere is almost there. Stussy's whole body is as soft as a bone. Her gentle jade hand gently brushed the broad chest and asked intentionally or unintentionally, "You beasts, pirates and Linlin teamed up to attack Egghead Island where the marine science force under the world government is stationed, but it shocked the whole world." Quote. You want to inquire about Vegapunk, right? Ren shook the wine in his glass and looked at her with a smile. The other hand has already unceremoniously covered the astonishing softness. The world's #1 genius scientist, his information will be of interest to anyone. Stussy blinked his eyes, licked his lips and admitted openly, with a charming posture. He took the wine and took a sip. Offer it to Ren. The wine smells better. Welcome all comers. Advertisement. Enjoy the imported wine. The big hand took advantage without any scruples, but never mentioned the news about adding Punk. Stussy secretly itched her teeth. This guy was obviously out of his mind. We can only be ruthless and dig into the bag to get something. Although she is the queen of Happy Street. But with his good strength and his devil fruit ability. Nothing like this has ever been done. If it weren't for Vegapunk's whereabouts. She wouldn't put herself in danger. Hiss. However. Almost at the same time. Stussy was shocked. His eyes widened and he almost fell to the ground. Sir Ren, I am so sincere. Holding down the offending paw, Stussy blushed and lowered her head to Ren's ear, scolding, "Can't you satisfy my curiosity?" In my heart, I was so angry that I gritted my teeth. This guy is exactly the same as the rumors. He is an out-and-out lustful person. Not enough. Ren patted her and said with a smile, "Look at your performance. Aren't you afraid that Smoothie will know?" Stussy rolled her eyes at him and asked with a chuckle. She wouldn't say anything if she knew. Ren said nonchalantly. Better say goodbye, that girl from Inner Mongolia will be back soon. Stussy smiled and backed away without leaving a trace. Although she was prepared to sacrifice her appearance, she did not want to gain advantage over the other party in vain without getting any information. Moreover, I took out a lipstick from the bag. Touch up your makeup slowly. Yeah, looking at the queen of the pleasure district, Ren looked at her teasingly. I thought you, a member of the CPO, would sacrifice your appearance in order to get the news about Vegapunk from me. Stussy's pupils shrank sharply. The whole person froze, and a cold sweat broke out from behind. But the next moment, he forced himself to calm down and denied it. What are you, CPO? I'm not a spy. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Don't put your hat on other people's heads. She rolled her eyes at Ren and said angrily. Really? Ren crossed his arms and looked at the other person. If I remember correctly, Vegapunk is your adoptive father, right? How do you know? Stussy's eyes narrowed. Zero, please ask for flowers. The whole person lost his composure and took a few steps back. Looking at Ren in disbelief. Even the world government doesn't know her relationship with Vegapunk. Advertisement. Speaking of which, I haven't tasted human cloning yet. Ren stood up, approaching Stussy, who froze, frightened and angry. He gently picked up the other person's smooth chin and said with a smile, let's continue the topic just now. You. Stussy was furious. The next moment, her figure was like lightning, and she appeared behind Ren. A bunch of demonic wings appeared strangely from behind. Lipstick pressed against Ren's neck, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. Just bite Ren. Seastone. Do you think this thing alone can suppress me? .00. People are full of sarcasm. After brutal training, his resistance to Seastone has already reached an astonishing level. Although the ability cannot be used, it cannot be fully exerted. But against a strong person like Stussy, apparently enough. What? In Stussy's incredible eyes, the dark hockey instantly covered Ren's neck, blocking her biting fangs. It was like biting on steel. Can't make any progress. Bang. Stussy quickly retreated. Ren turned around and had already embraced her. He pressed his whole body against the wall. Ren fruit phantom beast species succubus form. Ren looked down at her and said with a smile, is this the ability that the guy from Vegapunk gave you? You can ignore Seastone. Stussy lost her voice in disbelief. The other party touched the Seastone hidden inside her lipstick. Not only did he not become powerless directly, he was actually able to use hockey. It's incredible. Don't underestimate me. Easily and freely, he blocked Stussy's kick. Ren was full of pride and said calmly, a truly strong man will not completely lose his combat effectiveness and become a lamb to be slaughtered just because of a mere Seastone. Stop resisting in vain. Lifting Stussy's chin. He stared at her, full of fun, and chuckled. Stussy, you don't want anything to happen to Vegapunk, do you? You. And. Chapter 421 Ren, you don't want Sister Smoothie to know, right? Well done. Looking at the full moon in the sky. People feel at ease and stretch their muscles and bones. Looking at the embarrassed Stussy, he showed a satisfied smile. Tisk tisk, who would have thought that the queen of the pleasure district, who was good at dancing, both black and white, and able to have both sides, actually has such a side in private. If this word spreads, no one would believe it, right? Are you satisfied now? A somewhat tired Stussy endured the discomfort. With sapphire eyes, he glared at this hateful man and said through gritted teeth, when will you take me to see Vegapunk? In a huge, corrupt institution like world government. She relies on the abilities of the Renren fruit, phantom beast species, and succubus form, as well as other unknown, 4 masters and 7 methods. Those dignitaries who coveted her all the time and wanted to devour her could not succeed in their dreams. Unexpectedly, it was so shamelessly taken away by the other party. Although, she didn't particularly care, and it wasn't like she was going to die alive. But seeing the proud look on this man's face, Stussy couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Don't be so impatient. Ren squatted down. Caressing her beautiful face, he chuckled and said, don't worry, that guy from Vegapunk has agreed to cooperate with us. He is a guest of our Beast's Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, so there won't be anything wrong with him. Yes. With Vegapunk as a bargaining chip, he wasn't worried about the queen of the pleasure district being disobedient. Holding the opponent's hand is like placing a chess piece in the CPU in disguise. Huh, let me believe you. Stussy gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Her weak point was being pinned to her core, and she couldn't resist at all. Vegapunk is equivalent to her adoptive father, the benefactor who gave her a new life. And if the world government knew about her relationship with Vegapunk, she would definitely not let her go. Because, as a CPO senior agent, the queen of the pleasure district knows too many secrets of the world government. Advertisement. Only the dead can keep secrets. Don't say that. In order to cooperate with you, I am sincere. Ren spread his hands and said with a smile. Otherwise, Smoothie's bad temper alone would have come to you with a sword. Is this your sincerity? Stussy is full of sarcasm. Didn't you seduce me first? Look at the gorgeous Stussy. Ren's eyes were full of smiles and he said plausibly, I just want to prove to you, the heroine of Happy Street, how charming you are. So, I still have to thank you. Stussy glared at the other party fiercely. His breath was rising and falling, and he was so angry that he could not speak. That's not necessary. Anyway, thank you for the hospitality, you can sort it out slowly. Take in the alluring scenery. I suppressed the urge to continue discussing the true meaning of life with Stussy again. Ren patted the other party's cheek, stood up and left without further entanglement. Finally, he paused, turned around and said, by the way, I forgot to mention, you have a great figure. UB ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** didn't look back and left, I was so angry that my teeth itched. If he hadn't been so weak, he would have wanted to rush forward and fight the opponent desperately. Ah, I discovered something amazing. At the entrance of the stairs, a tall and beautiful figure leaned against the wall with her arms folded. There, Ren was inspecting and arranging his clothes, and walked down slowly. He smiled and said, "Isn't it bad to have such a blatant cheating on the territory of our Charlotte family? Peeping is not a good habit, Snamin." Ren shrugged. There was no panic at all about being caught. Instead, he looked at the 16th daughter of the Charlotte family with a smile. Advertisement. Of course he noticed someone peeping just now, but he just didn't pay attention. If Sister Smoothie knew about it, she would go crazy. Snamin looked down at Ren, who had not transformed and was currently less than 3 meters tall, and said with a smile, "Ren, you don't want Sister Smoothie to know, right?" The corners of Ren's mouth twitched. This girl seemed to have overheard what he had just threatened Stussy, and now she was actually teasing him. He raised his eyebrows, looked at the handsome and heroic face in front of him, and asked in a funny tone, "Then what do you want?" "Then it depends on Ren, whether your performance can satisfy me." Snamin smiled and spoke. Looking at Ren's handsome face, his eyes were full of boldness and provocation. "Sister Smoothie said that your swordsmanship is very strong, and even she is far from your opponent. I want to compete with you." Quote, "As a child of the Charlotte family, I grew up in a pirate family full of killing and violence. He also has the bloodline of the Long Legs clan and has a resolute character. Snamin naturally has no scruples. You try to challenge me, but you have to pay a price." Ren smiled softly. His body shook, and instantly it skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye, reaching a height comparable to Snamin. Apart from her outstanding appearance, this 16th daughter of the Charlotte family is just an ordinary member of the Charlotte family. His physical strength can only be considered mediocre, and his swordsmanship is far inferior to Smoothie's. Even if you get the Devil Fruit ability from him, you will only become a little stronger. I don't know how high the sky is and how high it is. Want to challenge him? Then let me learn your sword skills." Snamin's eyes were blazing and he was full of fighting spirit. No intention of backing down at all. "Then let's get started." Ren said no more. Happy to accept the challenge. This is his brother-in-law. I don't mind giving some advice to this arrogant sister-in-law. Let her know what it means to be truly strong. Chapter 422. Smoothie with Vicious Eyes. Time. It always goes by so fast without even realizing it. A few days passed by in a hurry, and the tea party prepared by the Big Mom Pirates soon arrived. Ren, the fourth natural disaster of the Beast's Pirates, once again held a grand wedding on Cake Island with the dessert star Smoothie who had just returned from the expedition. Photographed by Charlotte Linlin, The Power of the Four Emperors. Most of the Dark Emperors of the New World came to watch the ceremony with heavy gifts. But nothing unexpected happened. The wedding went smoothly. At dusk. In the wedding room of the two people. The tall figure had his hands on his hips. He looked at Ren with evil eyes and said angrily, Hey, I don't have a few days to do it, and you and Snamon are going to get together. Are you looking down on me too much? Although Snamon felt a little guilty, he tried his best to stay calm. He looked the same as usual and spoke as if nothing had happened. But he happens to be in front of others, keeping a distance from others intentionally or unintentionally. With his keen intuition, Smoothie directly judged that the relationship between the two was abnormal. Your vision is so vicious. Ren raised an eyebrow. Instead of making excuses, he frankly admitted it. He certainly wasn't afraid of having his relationship with Snamon exposed. It can even be said that even if Smoothie, the strongest female star of the Charlotte family, gets angry, Ren is not afraid. After all, the combination of the two was originally a marriage of interests. The other party cannot interfere with his life. In this regard, Smoothie is naturally very good at it. Although it is said that love lasts for a long time, it is not so fast that it will last until death. Somewhat helpless. Moreover, based on the understanding of Fu En, the other party is not so bottomless that he directly seduce his sister, let alone use force. Just look at Snamon's cheerful look. Even if you close your eyes, you can guess that it was Snamon who took the initiative. This made Smoothie furious. If it were an outsider, given her bad temper, she might actually kill the other party directly. Even the other sisters of the Charlotte family. She will punish each other mercilessly. Let him know that she, Smoothie, is not a decoration. It just so happens that she is her sibling sister who she has had a deep affection for since childhood. Suddenly I felt helpless. Forget it, this is the girl's choice anyway. Smoothie sat down. He rolled his eyes and didn't want to worry about it. Advertisement. Ren is very good, but he is a real scumbag. However, they, the daughters of the Charlotte family, cannot make their own decisions on marriage matters. Instead of being randomly betrothed by that mother to those crooked, useless snack-like guys, and using them as tools for marriage. Following an outstanding man like Ren is a barely acceptable choice. How's that guy Stussy doing? Smoothie asked. Don't worry, she can't make any trouble anymore. Ren smiled slightly. Don't you just roll over on the bed? Smoothie said sarcastically. It would be a lie to say that I am not angry. But it's not that she is generous, but that she is self-aware. I knew I couldn't suppress this flirtatious man. The combination of the two is quite special in itself. Regarding his marriage, as a member of the Charlotte family, Smoothie had long given up hope. In the beginning, she was even ready to have their own lives and keep the formality of the marriage. However, the other party is better than I imagined. At least the performance in all aspects really attracted her and made her very satisfied. Much better than those useless snacks. There is no need to make the relationship too tense. Don't say that. People come forward. He hugged the other person and said with a smile, I put down a lot of busy things and came here specially to organize a grand wedding for you. As a result, you, the bride, didn't even stay with me for a few days, so she went out to fight, and didn't come back until the wedding day. Don't you think it's a bit too much? HMPH. Smoothie snorted. But it's also a bit embarrassing. The discomfort in my heart dissipated a lot. For the sake of family matters, she did put the other party aside. The Big Mom Pirates are always facing challenges from the New World Pirates who, although their strength is mediocre, are ambitious and blindly arrogant. We are short of manpower right now, so we can't go. As a marriage of interests, what Ren has done is quite interesting. You know, in the beginning, it was the Big Mom Pirates who took the initiative to marry each other. The purpose is not pure yet. Well, although our relationship is a political marriage, I am also a woman. Just don't go too far. Smoothie said helplessly. Although she is a ruthless general. But in the final analysis, she is also a woman, and she can also be jealous. If the target wasn't Snamon, but other women on Juice Island. Even in front of Ren, she maintained restraint and did not get angry directly. Privately, he will not spare the other party. Of course, I'm very proud of you in front of others. Ren nodded, casually climbing over the mountains and ridges, exploring the true meaning of life. There is a degree to everything. He knew very well that Smoothie was a strong woman. On weekdays, when in front of others, you still respect each other. As for Snamon, it was her choice. Advertisement. All he could say was that he would not refuse anyone who came. HMPH, behind the scenes, you've been drained, haven't you? Noticed Ren's movements. Smoothie did not back down, but took advantage of it generously. You can verify it yourself. Ren said with a smile. That day Snamon had overestimated his abilities and wanted to challenge himself. As a result, her little fighting power could not last even 10 rounds. He had already surrendered obediently. Bow your head and surrender. With Stussy as ABCH and Snamon as a coquettish host, you may be living a very comfortable life these days. After getting familiar with the road, Smoothie sarcastically said, swordsmanship, won't you be deteriorating? I admire your courage in fighting despite repeated defeats, but the price of challenging me is often very heavy. Ren picked up Smoothie's chin and said condescendingly, this time, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Quote. He's thinking about it. If the other party loses. What requests do you want to make next? Do you want to let Snamon join the next duel? It's a puppy to admit defeat. Smoothie is as good as ever. Arrogant, stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. Then that will satisfy you. I allow you to use the ability to squeeze the fruit. Ren readily accepted the challenge. He pulled out the supreme sharp sword, Yan. With his strength, what else is there to be afraid of? Not to mention Smoothie alone. It was the three sisters who came together. He is a person with the ability of the Lunaria tribe plus the phantom species and the Kirin form. No fear. Then, I'm welcome to show off. Smoothie 3 times 5 divided 2. He was very polite and took the lead. She knew very well how powerful Ren was in combat. This guy is an out-and-out monster. He must go all out to have any hope of defeating the opponent. The fruit ability was directly activated, shining with a strange brilliance. The breath is extremely dangerous. Makes your scalp numb. One sword style Great Purgatory. Ren squinted. The ferocious blade covered Haki. The murderous aura seems to be able to split mountains and seas, making it unstoppable. Don't show any weakness and attack forward. Clang. Advertisement Chapter 423, Traces of the Phoenix. 3 days later. With full harvest, Ren bid farewell to the 3 Smoogie sisters and left the waters of Toto land. We came directly to the front line in the middle half of the New World, Tucker Island, which originally belonged to the Whitebeard Pirates, but is now occupied by the Beast's Pirates. The electric light flickers. Karina was overjoyed and hugged Ren. The clouds were swirling, and Lan Chi also ran over directly, pouting slightly. I thought Ren, you were so fascinated by the long-legged clan leaders and sisters in the Big Mom Pirates that you didn't want to come back. How come? Lan Chi's complaints turned a deaf ear. Touching the heads of the 2 women, Ren turned his head, looked at his personal secretary Khalifa, and asked with a smile, have everything been arranged? Well, Ms. Robin's preparations have been completed. Next is the ability of the Renren fruit, phantom beast species, and giant Buddha form. Khalifa said with a smile. However, we still need the cooperation of the Cross Guild. Quote. It's been some time since Wappa obtained the Momo fruit. Recently, they have also arranged for many ordinary fruits that were killed by prisoners who were once affiliated with the deep sea prison, but whose abilities were not very good and had no value to them, to reasonably appear in the auction house, and were bought by various forces with huge sums of money. Now, it's almost time for Kaku, Greg Holland and others to obtain abilities openly. Then start as soon as possible. Ren nodded. There is a cross guild that cooperates in acting. I believe that even Kaido of the Beasts and World Government will not be overly suspicious. By the way, Lord Ren, Khalifa said solemnly, the whereabouts of Phoenix, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, have been determined. These days, using Xiaoyu's Paramesha Dango fruit ability, we have quietly controlled many newsbirds one after another. While they were flying around the world to deliver newspapers, they discovered Marco's traces. Although they have not begun to directly control the World Economic News Agency, they have begun to gradually lay out their plans. Every day, a small number of news birds are controlled, and they are allowed to bring those special dumplings to lure other news birds of the same kind to eat them. Currently, Newsbird is owned by World Economic News Agency. The number under their control has exceeded 3,000. These humane news birds are not just responsible for newspapers. They also include news bird reporters, who are responsible for shooting around the world with the phone bug equipment equipped by World Economic News, and collecting relevant intelligence and reporting materials for World Economic News. Advertisement. The whereabouts of Phoenix, Marco were photographed by newsbird reporters. Oh, Ren raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, is it the Sphinx Island? In fact, he had already made a guess. It is deduced that the Phoenix is most likely hiding in Whitebeard's hometown, Sphinx Island. It's just that I've been too busy these days and haven't had time to take action. Otherwise, we would have passed directly. Sphinx. Lan Chi and Karina on the side were both surprised. Even Khalifa couldn't help but look at Ren with astonishment. How do you know? Copper's Island is said to be the deep-sea prison in the 2nd level of Warcraft Hell, where the Sphinx, the human-faced lion, lives. Ren said calmly, but one thing many people don't know is that it is Whitebeard's hometown. Whitebeard's hometown. Hear Ren say this. Lan Chi, Karina, and Khalifa couldn't help but be shocked. I never expected that it would be the hometown of the legendary pirate Whitebeard. I heard that Whitebeard, all the treasures he has accumulated outside over the years have been returned to his hometown one after another, distributed to the poor people, and protected there. Ren crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, the Whitebeard pirates have fallen apart. Even the pirates who managed to escape have gone their separate ways. Marco, the lost dog, has nowhere to go now. Got it. As Whitebeard's son, protecting his father's hometown is probably his last insistence. So that's it. The girls suddenly realized. No wonder Phoenix Marco would hide there after his defeat. Phoenix was partially drained of its youth by Mr. Azazel and is not in very good condition. Khalifa handed a photo to Ren. Are you going to send someone to deal with him? On the photo, it was an old man with a pineapple head. Advertisement. Phoenix Marco has gray hair and looks much older than he did in Summit War. He doesn't look like a man in his prime at all. Next to it, there is a lion with a human-like face that looks a bit ugly and scary. Although he has lost part of his lifespan and is weakened, he is not something that ordinary strong people can deal with. Looking at the photo, Ren said directly, I'll go there myself. Bird fruit phantom beast species phoenix form ability. He is determined to win. Even if there is currently no one worth cultivating, you can still keep it for now. In particular, the bloodline of the Lunaria clan and the ability of the phantom species and phoenix form are a perfect match. This ability can be left to one's own descendants. If any of the women around him gets pregnant in the future, the offspring will most likely have Lunarian blood. It will come in handy sooner or later. We are going to hear the words okay. Lan Chi and Karina looked at each other. Holding Ren's arm tightly, they said in unison. As he spoke, his face was full of expectations, and he looked at him eagerly, for fear that he would disagree. As this guy has more and more women, and the power he controls becomes larger and larger, the time he can spend with them becomes less and less. They must seize the opportunity. You two can follow if you want. Ren doesn't object. Just a phoenix. It is slightly inferior to the powerful ones such as four emperors and admiral. In particular, part of Azazel's youth was absorbed by the ability of Azazel's phantom beast and vampire form, and he became a lot older and weaker. If it is stretched to death, it is almost the same as Tai. With Lan Chi and Karina's Logia abilities, they can protect themselves. It won't hold him back if you follow him. Chapter 424 Renvi's Marco. Hundreds of meters in the air. A huge arc sailed across the sky. And below, is the undulating sea. Ren, the Sphinx is ahead. Pointing to the looming island ahead, Karina said there. In the past few months, she has specially consulted the experienced navigators of Beast's pirates to supplement her navigation knowledge in the New World. Great progress has been made. As long as your luck is not too bad. It is no longer a big problem to activate arc proverbs to sail in the harsh climate waters of the New World. So, in order to be close to people, no one took the entire arc, only her, Lan Chi, and Ren. Oh, are you here yet? Ren, who was training there and sweating profusely, raised his eyebrows. These days, even in the waters of Toto Land, he has not completely indulged in the gentle land. I still insist on taking time out every day to maintain high-intensity practice. Never let up. Because Ren knows it very well. Everything I have now. They are all based on their own strength. Before truly climbing to the top, if you indulge in alcohol and S**X, indulge in pleasure. Then, at best, he is equivalent to another Charlotte Linlin or Beilu Kaido. Although he is on this road of becoming a strong man, he does not want to miss the scenery on the roadside, nor does he want to become a cultivation machine without desires, and lose himself. But you can slow down, but you can't stop completely. And the women around him, including Robin, Nami, Karina, and others, also know this very well. These days, when Ren is practicing, he has never bothered him intentionally. Instead, they silently supported it. This also led to. The journey was originally scheduled to take less than 3 days. It took me 5 days to arrive. Lan Chi and Karina have already regarded this trip as a vacation. In order to increase the time you can spend with people outside. Deliberately slowed down. I have to say, these two girls are so annoying. Thunder Fruit. Both of them are rare Logia ability users with impressive combat capabilities. Although the two women bicker and argue with each other from time to time. But at the critical moment, we cannot let go of our grudges, be honest with each other, and work together. This makes Ren very satisfied. Advertisement. For Karina, the navigator, he intentionally or unintentionally, works hard. Just let it go. After these few months of hard work. Wappa, Kaku, Rob Lucci, Greg Holland and others under him have all grown into Matsumu. Even the great ape King Kong became the 5th big sign, after the Thunder disaster, and was entrusted with an important task by Kaido, the beast CCAF, and needed to lead the fleet alone. Even though this is the 4th natural disaster, people will not have to do everything by themselves. In those conquests, most of the battles did not require him to take action personally. Well, the information is correct. Phoenix, Marco is indeed here. Karina closed her eyes slightly and said directly to Ren, my hard network has locked on the other party. Although far apart, but Karina never relaxed, and continued to strengthen her training. Her increasingly proficient, hard net, was able to cover the distant Sphinx Island. Fighting is the best catalyst to improve your strength. Whether it is her or Lan Chi, or even Nami, Khalifa, Violet and other girls, they have all grown up. The development of Thunder Fruit's abilities closely follows the annal of the past. Teishu and Haki's training have never fallen behind. Bang dang. The high-purity seastone handcuffs were released. The sturdy body is muscular, incredibly strong, and filled with an astonishing sense of strength. Ren twisted his neck, made bursts of bean-like noises, and smiled. It's really here. That'll be easy. Want to take a shower? Ren, Lan Chi asked with a smile. Holding a towel, he took the initiative to wipe people's sweat. She is full of confidence in Ren's current strength. Now let alone the Marine Admiral, even the 4 Emperors' Big Mom, the battle was so fierce back then that they couldn't hurt Ren. What's more, Phoenix, Marco is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not to mention, the opponent's lifespan was taken away by the ability of the Phantom Beast species and vampire form, and he became old and frail, and his electricity was no longer at its peak. Don't be in a hurry, we still have to fight anyway. Let's wash it slowly after it's over. Ren said nonchalantly, letting Lan Chi wipe her sweat. Would you like to say hello first? Karina asked. She was shimmering with electricity. His right hand was raised directly. Under the guidance of Ren and others, after half a year of continuous training and development of abilities, he was also sharpened on the battlefield from time to time. Now, the current intensity she can control is far greater than before, reaching an astonishing 150 million volts. Although it is still worse than Enel, it is very close. No need. Ren waved his hand and said directly, I have confirmed his location. Just wait for me here. As Arc Proverbs gets closer and closer. With the powerful observation haki, Marco's aura was quickly locked on. He took the supreme sharp knives Emperor Yama and Emperor Dazizai presented by Lan Chi. Yuahuhu. The dark wings suddenly fluttered. Along with the astonishing hurricane, the whole person turned into a black stream of light. Rushed towards the island ahead. Advertisement. Now, Sphinx Island. An open meadow with beautiful scenery. Phoenix Marco, who was sitting lazily looking at the white clouds and enjoying a moment of tranquility, suddenly changed his expression. His whole body suddenly jumped up. His gaze instantly became extremely sharp. Staring at the speeding figure in the distance. Blood Prison, Copper's Ren. He frowned, with an ominous premonition. Marco, long time no see. Soon, the human figure fell from the sky. Looking at the aging phoenix in front of him, he chuckled and said, time is really not forgiving. After losing Whitebeard, you have become so old. Blood Prison, why are you here? Marco frowned. He looked at the other person with an unkind look. You can't be here to ridicule me, right? But my heart couldn't help but sink. The monster in front of me is known as a walking natural disaster. Once trouble breaks out, this island will be in danger. No, I just want to ask you to hand over something. Ren said with a smile. Are you as superficial as other pirates? Do you think Dad left some treasure and want to rob it? Marco asked in a deep voice with his eyes full of vigilance. No, I'm not interested in those. Ren shook his head. Of course he knew that Whitebeard left no treasure at all. Apart from its decent scenery, this island had absolutely no value to him. Then what do you mean? Marco raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. What I want is in you. Emperor Yama unsheathes himself. Pointing directly at Phoenix Marco. He tilted his head and asked with a smile, can you please just let me go? Are you kidding me? Marco the Phoenix was a little angry. His hands instantly ignited with blue flames. And the whole person is constantly changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Transformed into a human animal form. Rushed up violently. How can it be possible to capture him without any help? The right foot turned into a bird's claw and kicked Ren violently. Crane's claw. Kang. Boom. Chapter 425 You have lost your spirit. Kang. The sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. An extremely sharp blade. Wrapping around Haki, he blocked the incoming fierce kick. The astonishing force of the collision caused the earth to crack and rocks to roll up. Allah, I am worthy of being the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, but my strength is a bit lacking. Looking directly at Phoenix Marco in front of him, the corners of Ren's mouth rose, full of amusement. Stop being so arrogant. Marco was furious. But in an instant, I felt a chill in my heart. Without hesitation, the whole person retreated like lightning. Bang! The raging flames burst into flames. Ren's gaze was as sharp as a blade. His free left hand was as fast as lightning, and the Emperor of Freedom on his waist was suddenly unsheathed. In an instant, the atmosphere was torn apart, and a flash of chilling light flashed across, slashing towards the phoenix that instinctively retreated. A mortal thistle. Marco's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, a large amount of Qingyan surged out of his body. It turned into a circular shield, blocking the incoming blazing slash. Boom boom. The terrifying flames kept raging. An astonishing heat wave is coming. This guy. The terrible heat made Marco change his color in horror. Green flames poured out continuously, trying their best to block the flames released by Ren. At the same time, he retreated without hesitation and kept distance. Brush. However, at this moment, the man's momentum was astonishing and murderous. Shunpo. He stepped on his feet and flapped his wings behind his back. Like a ghost, his whole body was like electricity, rushing out unwillingly. In an instant, they were pursuing again. What? The phoenix's hair stood on end. But there is no way to avoid it. As the two swords were swung, two terrifying cold lights broke through the atmosphere and struck like lightning. Marco, who couldn't dodge, crossed his arms in a hurry and used armament haki to block it. Still, he was struck by an astonishing slash and was ruthlessly blown away. Quote. The earth is torn apart. The embarrassed figure could barely stabilize his figure. Both arms were torn apart by the extremely sharp slashes, leaving shocking gashes. Advertisement. But surprisingly, there was no blood flowing. Green flames emerged, burning and jumping. Relying on the phoenix's amazing regeneration ability, Marco's torn body continued to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stronger than half a year ago. His eyes were full of solemnity. Looking at Ren in disbelief. The opponent's strength has improved so quickly in a short period of time. Without even using the fruit's ability, it turned out to be even more amazing than Foil Beasta, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He just felt that he was not facing a young pirate who had just been out to sea for about a year and had full plans. But a pirate emperor like Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The regeneration ability is really powerful. See this. Ren raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Blood prison. Marco shouted angrily. He had absolutely no intention of retreating, or he knew very well that he had no way out. His whole body turned directly into a huge blue phoenix. The whole body is bathed in green flames, extremely gorgeous. Take the initiative. Phoenix seal. A roaring sound broke through the air. Relying on the inertia brought by high-speed flight. The sharp claws carry a huge impact. Coming with a brazen bombardment. Extremely ferocious. Hey, however. The next moment, Ren was filled with awe. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and the Emperor Yama in his hand was filled with a terrifying aura. Black and red lightning are constantly intertwined. He swung out brazenly. God avoids. What? Boom boom. Phoenix Marco's expression changed drastically. As soon as he rushed in front of the opponent, before he could really come into contact with Ren, his whole body felt like he was being hit hard. He was pressed by an extremely terrifying sword and was violently blasted away. Wow. Crash the ground. The whole person got up in embarrassment. With blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth, he stared at Fu En, Conqueror's Entanglement. It has amazing regenerative abilities and is said to be a phoenix that can recover from any injury. Advertisement. He was directly injured under the opponent's sharp blow. Even the regeneration ability could not completely ignore the terrible blow. Obviously, his ability in the form of the phantom beast species and the phoenix is not without limits. Oh, is that all? Ren raised his eyebrows and looked directly at the other person. It seems that you are not only aging physically, but your mind has been shattered. Please give me flowers, said. He shook his head. There was a bit of disappointment in his eyes. Yes, Marco's strength is much weaker than Ren imagined. Otherwise, without using the fruit ability or taking the blue wave ball, he would not be able to crush the opponent so easily. Not to mention anything else, Haki's strength alone seems to be far inferior to what it was before in Summit War. It's not just a matter of aging and frail bodies. But there is something wrong with the mentality. Just like Gecko Moria before. One was crushed by Kaido of the Beasts, his mentality collapsed, and he completely fell. One was crushed by the fallen angel, Azazel, and lost his spirit. 000. However, Marco's problems are multifaceted. Ace, Whitebeard's death, and then being easily crushed by Azazel. And I witnessed with my own eyes that because of my reckless decision, I led the Whitebeard Pirates to go to war with the Cross Guild, causing so many of my companions to die one after another. Watching the brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates who used to be like brothers being killed and sacrificed on the battlefield, there was nothing he could do. It even takes someone else's help to escape and survive. In addition, Azazel's ability to use the form of a fantasy beast and a vampire ruthlessly took away decades of youth, making him old and frail. Marco received a huge blow in his heart. Although it doesn't mean that he is completely reduced to a useless person and becomes like Moria. But he seemed to have been crushed to the point where he lost his confidence and his energy dropped a lot. Hateful. Marco gritted his teeth. Blood hell Ren is looking straight ahead. My heart sank to the bottom, feeling unwilling and desperate. At this moment, he is old and frail, and his strength has dropped sharply. There was no way he could compete with the monster in front of him. Then, I will accept your life without mercy. The feet stamped hard. The figure is like a ghost, passing the weather. In an instant, he became unyielding again and pursued him. Blood prison, don't be too arrogant. When I became a pirate, you were not even born yet. Marco yelled. He transformed into a human animal form and rushed forward not to be outdone. Pluton, Phoenix Seal, boom boom. Chapter 426, Big Buddha Form. All parties move. Quote. On the island of the Sphinx. The fierce battle did not last long. Less than half an hour later, a figure covered in blood fell there. Looking at the dilapidated battlefield and the white-faced, panicked and uneasy villagers watching from a distance, Ren had no intention of staying. Yuahuhu. Marco, who was seriously injured and unconscious, fluttered his wings directly. Rushing towards the sea, the Ark Proverbs had already been waiting there for a long time. Finished. Looking at Marco who was thrown there. Karina and Lan Chi were a little surprised. They were naturally paying attention to the previous battle. I just didn't expect Ren to end the battle so quickly. Clean and tidy, even the whole person was unscathed. Although, 537, is very clear that Ren is very strong. But no matter what the other party said, he was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. They saw his outstanding performance in the Summit War. Logically speaking, relying on the ability of the Phantom Beast species Phoenix Form. It is not an easy task to win over the opponent in a short period of time. After all, in order to hone himself to the greatest extent, Ren didn't even use the fruit ability, let alone take the blue wave ball. He has lost his spirit, and his strength is no longer what it used to be. Ren shook his head. There is no pride in victory. The Phoenix, who was old and frail and had lost his vigor, completely lost his will to fight. If I had known earlier, I would have sent Lucci and the others directly. Marco, whose strength is greatly reduced. It is more suitable for Rob Lucci and others to serve as a whetstone to train themselves. Without any further delay, he took the seastone chains and cuffed Marco's limbs directly. Advertisement. He was imprisoned in a prison inside the Ark. 3 days later, a piece of news shocked the sea and attracted the attention of all forces. A group of pirates who just broke into the New World found a devil fruit. Surprisingly, it is the human fruit, phantom beast species, and giant Buddha form ability that once belonged to the former Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku, and has been reborn after his death. 2. In order to fight for the ownership of the fruit, the captain and the vice-captain of the pirate group eventually turned against each other. But because the two have similar strengths, their supporters are also similar. It was impossible to decide the outcome for a long time. The result was a leak. All forces are like cats smelling something fishy. Swarms of people. What is the power of Buddha Sengoku? Renren fruit phantom beast species Buddha form. I heard that people who eat it will gain wisdom and power like Buddha. As long as you get the ability of the phantom beast species and the giant Buddha form, you can become a truly strong man. Maybe I can become the new pirate emperor. Word spread. Countless pirates went crazy. There is no doubt about how rare and powerful the abilities of the phantom beast species are. Whether it's Kaido, the beast, or Ren, the blood prison, or the fallen angel Azazel, the vice president of the Ganzu Guild, or Phoenix Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. I heard that even the beast's pirate's fifth major signature, Thunder Disaster, is a giant ape that ate the human fruit, phantom beast species, and titan form ability. These people are all capable users of the zone fantasy beast species. In particular, Buddha Sengoku also showed powerful experience during his lifetime. The incarnation of the Buddha is not only invulnerable and powerful, but the shock wave it emits can even compete with the shock fruit ability of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. It is obvious to all how powerful the phantom beast species and the giant Buddha form are. That is to say, Buddha Sengoku was old and frail, and because of his distraction, he was taken advantage of by Blood Hell Ren, so that the sneak attack could be successful. Why aren't they excited? What? Advertisement. New naval headquarters. In the marshal's office, Kizaru suddenly stood up and looked at the hurried Crane in shock. Vice Admiral. Mr. Sengoku's human fruit, phantom beast species, and giant Buddha form ability. Some pirates discovered the ability of the regenerated phantom species, the Great Buddha, on Rolix Island in the first half of New World. In order to fight for it, the island has become a battlefield. Crane Vice Admiral's face was complicated, but solemn, and he said in a deep voice, the group of pirates who first discovered it have been wiped out by the swarming forces, but the phantom beast fruit has disappeared, and countless the pirates are looking like crazy. What is certain is that no one has become an esper in the form of the Great Buddha of the phantom beast species yet. Mr. Sengoku's abilities must never fall into the hands of pirates. Kizaru did not hesitate and made a decisive move. He knows very well how powerful the Renren fruit, phantom beast species, and big Buddha form are. 2. Such an ability might create a troublesome pirate again and become a serious problem for Marine. As soon as Momosuke heard the news, he had already led people there. Crane Vice Admiral said. However, we noticed that both the Cross Guild and the Beast's pirates were taking action, and we were afraid that she alone might not be caught. The Neo Marine, who was fleeing in all directions under the pursuit of the Green Bull, is also nearby. She added there with a solemn expression. Given the relationship between Mr. Zephyr and Mr. Sengoku, there is a high probability that they will take action to snatch the fruit and will not let it fall into the hands of pirates. Kizaru's eyes narrowed. He frowned and said directly to Vice Admiral Crane, let Green Bull keep a close eye on it and never let that fruit fall into the hands of Neo Marine, otherwise those guys will become even more troublesome. It's not just pirates that they have to guard against. Once Neo Marine gets the power of Buddha Sengoku, it will be even more troublesome. In particular, the 2.3 Zephyr teacher, who is a former Marine admiral but has not been in good health in recent years, may become even more powerful if he gets the ability to take the form of a phantom beast and a giant Buddha. Become Marine's biggest worry. What an eventful time it has been. Kizaru was a little helpless. A Neo Marine composed of Black Arm Zephyr and a large number of rebellious Marine generals is enough to give him a headache. The kidnapped Dr. Vegapunk has yet to be found. The world government is increasingly dissatisfied with him, Marshal Marine. But at this juncture, this weight appeared again. With Neo Marine's style of conduct, we will never let those pirates go, let them bite each other first and consume each other. Kizaru quickly made a decision. Inform Green Bull, if you can't get the fruit, just launch a buster call and annihilate it in one fell swoop. Chapter 427 Neo Marine, Fighting. The fruit is mine. Search for me and dig 3 feet into the ground to find it. Seal the entire sea area and absolutely cannot let anyone leave. Young ones, don't let others get. Now, the first half of New World, Lorix Island. This originally beautiful spring island has long become a stained land. Pirate groups, large and small, rushed over like crazy. They had already occupied a corner by coincidence and no one was allowed to leave. A large number of pirates were searching all over the mountains and plains there. But after a fierce battle, many pirates who stayed awake gradually reached a tacit understanding and decided to give priority to finding the devil fruit before fighting. They even united in a tacit understanding and blocked the entire island. Dozens of nautical miles away, several warships flying the Neo Marine flag were slowly coming towards Lorix Island. On the headed flagship, 26, a sturdy old figure wearing sunglasses, purple rags, and a huge robotic arm on his right hand was standing on the bow of the ship, staring expressionlessly at the undulating sea ahead. Z, Ahead is Lorix Island. A female officer with dark blue hair and a large cloak said in a deep voice. According to the intelligence, no one has obtained the devil fruit yet. Those marine guys are like dog skin plaster, biting us and unwilling to give up. What's that Sengoku guy's ability? Big cloak hunting. Black Arm Zephyr muttered. Holding the seastone mechanical arm, he clenched his left fist. We must not let it fall into the hands of pirates. Teacher Z, in the past few days, we have lost a lot of people due to the relentless pursuit of the marine fleet led by Admiral Green Bull. Beside, the flying squirrel, who was once the vice admiral of the naval headquarters, said helplessly, we must find a way to get rid of them. Completely disappointed with the world government and marine, who has lost his bottom line and has become a lackey. He chose to leave with Black Arm Zephyr and form Neo Marine to practice the justice in his heart. Unexpectedly, the arbitrary and domineering world government decided that these people were traitors. Marine actually dispatched Marine Admiral Green Bull, leading a large fleet, to pursue them with all their strength. These days, the two sides have been constantly fighting each other. Their losses were considerable. Advertisement. It seems that those marine guys have made up their mind to make us a priority target for elimination. On the side, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Kong Ming held a feather fan, nodded and said, even in the face of the Beasts Pirates and the Pirate Alliance of the Big Mom Pirates, who are pressing every step of the way, they will not hesitate to swallow their anger. Because I was on the ocean 2 or 3 months ago. Their fleet encounters a revolutionary army led by Revolutionary Long. Because they have withdrawn from Marine and are no longer affiliated with the world government camp, the two sides are no longer sworn enemies, but rather because they were acquaintances and had brief exchanges. During this period, the Revolutionary Army did extend an olive branch to them. However, the black-lined Jifa, who wanted to fight pirates and uphold justice, sternly refused. Unexpectedly, the world government, which learned of this news through the all-pervasive CP, actually regarded these traitors as a serious threat and did not hesitate to pursue them with heavy troops. Obviously, the top leaders of the world government not only want to scare the monkeys and scare others. They were even more afraid that they would join the Revolutionary Army. If you don't join now, it doesn't mean you won't join in the future. To avoid future troubles forever. Found it. An iron box. Real or fake? Damn it, when the captain and deputy captain of the Tiger Pirates were fighting for it, in order to prevent it from being eaten by the other party, they hid the fruit in an iron box and welded it shut. Only if one side wins, there will be enough time to slowly open it. At this time, Lorix Island, a pirate excitedly dug out a merciless iron box from a crack in the rock. The other pirates looked over one after another, some doubtful. It turned out to be a welded iron box. Gia ha ha ha, we just agreed that whoever finds it belongs to him. A pirate captain wearing a pirate hat held an iron box and laughed arrogantly. It belongs to our Blood Fox pirates. It's up. Fart, did Lousy say that? There was a gunshot. Blood splashed, and the pirate captain narrowly escaped the fatal blow. Holding his injured abdomen, he stared at the pirate captain who shot him in the distance, glaring angrily, full of murderous intent. A-hole, you guy. Hey, I don't admit it. Hand over the treasure box to Lousy. The fruit is mine. Come on, little ones. Kill. Bang bang, boom, boom. For a while, advertisement. All forces. Crazy snatching started. The entire island fell into unprecedented chaos. The sounds of gunfire, curses, fighting, screams, were endless. Rivers of blood flowed, extremely tragic. Fire. On the sea, looking at the islands far ahead and the scattered pirate ships. Black Arm Zephyr, the commander of Neo, gave orders indifferently. For these new world pirates, he won't be polite. 890 inches boom boom. Neo Marine is already ready. Many of them were originally Marine elites and had rich combat experience. Large caliber naval guns were spitting fire and pouring shells. Crash. One pirate ship after another was directly and ruthlessly sunk. What happened? Our ship. That is, it's Marine. No, it's Neo Marine. Damn it, it's those crazy dogs. I heard that whenever they encounter pirates, they will attack them and they will never let them go. Damn it, fight back. Kill them. Looking at the several warships approaching slowly, he turned pale with shock. At first I thought it was Marine, but I quickly recognized the flag hanging above. But seeing that there are only a few warships, these fierce New World pirates will naturally not be too afraid. A counterattack soon began, but it was not against the people at all. Soon, one pirate ship after another was sunk. The surviving pirates had to flee towards the island. Neo Marine's warship begins to dock. Both sides started fighting.